Shijiang Prefecture. In the classroom of Class 14 at Guangzhou, one high school, Sui stared blankly at the baffling problems on the blackboard, his mind a complete mess. Can an iron-toothed crocodile of the same level bite through the shell of a rock-armored turtle, and why? Assuming a thermoelectric conversion efficiency of 30, how many kilowatt-hours of electricity can a firefox generate at most in 1 hour? Given that the electric frog's shock skill is at the basic level, what is the minimum distance it must advance to injure an enemy 10 meters away with electricity? Iron-toothed crocodile, rock-armored turtle, electric frog, what on earth were these things? Looking at the familiar classroom and all the familiar young faces, Sui had originally thought he had been reborn back into his high school days. Yet when the homeroom teacher solemnly began explaining those bizarre questions, he realized that things were far more outrageous than he had imagined. Could it be that he had been reborn into some strange parallel world? He subconsciously glanced at the textbooks on his desk and his suspicion grew even stronger. Meditation, extraordinary creatures, contract space, Beastmaster's code, what kind of bizarre subjects were these? Before he could continue being astonished, a sudden stab of pain lanced through his head and a torrent of memories surged forth like a spring. The world really was different. The past history of this world was more or less the same as that of Blue Star. However, more than 40 years ago, numerous secret realms suddenly appeared all over the world, fusing with and connecting to Blue Star, while vast amounts of strange energy poured in. Under the influence of this energy, many animals and plants began to evolve and mutate. Feeble wild beasts transformed into terrifying ferocious beasts. Groves became great forests, and great forests turned into boundless primordial jungles. Humanity no longer needed to plant trees or return farmland to forest. Vast stretches of land were seized by these mutated plants, and many villages, towns, and even cities were swallowed by them. Like the ferocious beasts, many of these evolved and mutated plants possessed self-awareness and offensive capabilities, making it impossible for humans to survive within them. Because of this, humanity's living space was instantly compressed by more than half. These mutated animals and plants came to be collectively known as extraordinary creatures. If there had only been these newly evolved extraordinary creatures, humans would still have had ways to cope. Unfortunately, aside from the native mutants, a great many extraordinary creatures from the secret realms also flooded into Blue Star. These extraordinary creatures were even more powerful. Some could move mountains and drain seas, some could swallow nuclear warheads whole. Under their rampage, human society teetered on the brink. Fortunately, under the influence of the strange energy, humanity also underwent evolution. Although humans did not gain overwhelming physical power like other creatures, they did acquire the ability to control extraordinary creatures. Such people were called Beastmasters. They could form contracts with extraordinary creatures and turn them into their own pet beasts. Use the extraordinary to fight the extraordinary, use ferocious beasts to hunt ferocious beasts. Through the bloody struggles of the Beastmasters, humanity managed to avoid total defeat and barely preserved its current living space. Thus, Beastmasters became the most revered and coveted profession of all. However, not just anyone could become a Beastmaster. Besides possessing a certain level of innate talent, one also needed sufficient wealth and luck. Talent was the most fundamental. Without it, one could never hope to contract a pet beast and naturally could not become a Beastmaster. Next came money and luck. Without enough wealth and fortune, even with outstanding talent, it was difficult to obtain an excellent pet beast. Or even if one did, there might not be enough resources to nurture it properly. Suyi's luck could not be called good, but it was not terrible either. At the very least, his Beastmaster talent had been discovered early and he had been admitted into Guangzhou. One high school. Guangzhou. One high school, also known as Guangzhou Beastmaster Experimental High School, was the only public high school in all of Guangzhou dedicated to training Beastmasters. Having such a flood of memories crammed into his mind in so short a time, Sui felt as if his head were about to explode. By the time he recovered a bit, he had already been slumped over his desk for several minutes. His deskmate Li Xinhao was currently jabbing him furiously with a pen holder. "Quit messing around, my head's killing me." Sui rubbed his throbbing temples, his face exhausted. "Messing around my ass, the homeroom teacher has called your name several times already." Li Xinhao whispered the reminder. Sui opened his eyes to see the homeroom teacher and all the other students staring at him. He finally reacted and hurriedly sat up straight. The homeroom teacher Lu Yiting was only in her 20s. She did not scold him, instead a hint of pity flashed across her eyes as she comforted him. "Sui, there are still half a month left before the final exams, don't be too anxious. The fact that you were able to get into this school proves you have Beastmaster talent. As long as you keep working hard, you will definitely be able to become a true Beastmaster. The other two students who haven't opened their beast space yet, it's the same for you. Until the very last moment, you must never give up." She thought Sui had been sleeping in class because his mentality had gone off balance. This homeroom teacher really was as responsible as ever. Even at a time like this, she did not forget to encourage the students holding the class back. Yet, back in his own high school days, he had clearly been a top student, an all-round model. How had he become the one dragging everyone down here? Sui's emotions surged. According to the rules of Guanchengnou, one high school, if a student could not open a beast space and become a true Beastmaster this semester, they would be expelled. Because next semester practical classes would begin. Without a contracted beast, how could one continue studying? At the moment, only 3 students in the entire class 14 had yet to succeed. And Sui was one of those glorious few. What a joke! Ever since he was little, he had been the other people's child, in the mouths of neighbors, a model and example. He had never imagined there would come a day when he would be the one lagging behind. Unacceptable. Wasn't it just opening a beast space? As long as he redoubled his efforts to temper his spiritual strength, it shouldn't be that difficult. With so many classmates managing it, there was no reason he could not. Sui refused to accept defeat. The bell rang for the end of class, and before he knew it, the period was over. Gathering her teaching materials, Lu Yiting walked over to Sui's desk and said softly, "Come to the office with me for a moment." Was this going to be a private scolding? Sui felt a bit helpless, but still obediently followed behind her. Sensing the various looks from his classmates, he finally began to understand how those underachievers felt when the teacher called them to the office for a lecture. It was not pleasant at all. "Sui, your theoretical grades are excellent, consistently ranking in the top 3 in the whole grade. As long as you open your beast space, I believe you will definitely become an outstanding Beastmaster. Beastmasters are the elite of society, the hope of the nation. Once you become a Beastmaster, you'll be able to find a high-paying job with ease after stepping into society. I asked you here because I want to give you a suggestion. When you go home, talk things over with your parents and buy some materials to aid your cultivation. Soul calming grass or mind-fixing incense will do. You must not skimp on this money, it concerns your future." So Lu Yiting had not called him to the office to reprimand him. Seeing how painstakingly she advised him, Sui knew she truly wanted to help. However, those materials were obscenely expensive. How could a single-parent family like his possibly afford them? Even the cheapest soul-calming grass cost nearly 10,000 per stalk. That was his mother's salary for 2 months. Moreover, soul-calming grass only had a supporting effect. A single stalk's efficacy lasted at most 1 night, and people usually bought it in bundles of 10. 10 stalks meant more than 100,000. This world really isn't friendly to poor students at all. Sui shook his head inwardly. In the other world, his family's financial situation had been similar, yet he had gotten into a top-tier double first-class university without spending much, his biggest extra expense being a few extracurricular books. Poverty had not posed too great an obstacle to him then. But now, just to avoid expulsion, he would have to throw in tens of thousands, even over 100,000. How were students from less privileged families supposed to survive? With such a high cost of education, even so-called elite schools from his previous world would have to kneel and call this system their father. Thank you, teacher. I'll discuss it with my family. Sui expressed his gratitude. But he had no intention of actually bringing it up at home. Discuss it? That would be like stabbing a knife into his mother's heart. In this world, achieving class mobility seems even harder. Leaving the office, Sui glanced at a few students on the playground playing around with their pet beasts, a sigh rising in his heart. What should he do next? Continue stubbornly grinding away at meditation, or find a way to get some money to buy auxiliary materials? But how was a high school student supposed to get that kind of money? Online loans? Donating genetic material? People with Beastmaster talent could apparently get quite a lot of money for donations. Ding, Beastmaster system activated? Just as his thoughts were running wild, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Beast taming system. Primary function 1. Assist the host in obtaining outstanding pet beasts and rare resources. Primary function 2. Assist the host in nurturing pet beasts. A system. Has my golden cheat finally gone online? After a brief moment of stupefaction, Sui quickly plunged into wild ecstasy. Indeed, heaven never disappoints a handsome boy. However, where are these outstanding pet beasts and rare resources? And how exactly will it assist him in obtaining them? Feeling at a loss, Sui hastily began studying the system in earnest. Yet after researching for quite some time, he still did not truly understand it. His only gain was that he now seemed able to see the attributes of extraordinary creatures. Not far away, he noticed a girl holding a rabbit-type pet beast in her arms, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze toward it. In the next instant, several lines of tiny text appeared within his field of vision. Snow Velvet Rabbit. Spirit Power Apprentice Tier 2 stars. Attribute Ice. Skills Burrow Mastery Frost Condensation Proficient. Possible evolution species Ice Fur Rabbit, Snow Demon Rabbit. Potential Elite Tier. Being able to see such detailed information on an extraordinary creature at a glance was an exceptionally powerful function. What delighted Sui the most was that he could even see potential. Among extraordinary creatures, strength varied tremendously between species. Some species, even if they exerted themselves to the utmost, could only ever rise to the elite tier, while some were born already possessing power surpassing the elite tier. It was unfair, yet that was reality. Beyond racial differences, individual disparity was sometimes immense as well. Within the same species, some would forever remain at apprentice tier, while others could grow to normal tier, even elite tier. A few individuals with exceptional aptitude could even break through the shackles of their species. Thus, how to select pet beasts with superior qualifications had always been a topic beast tamers devoted themselves to studying. However, although there were countless papers on how to screen for excellent pet beasts, accurately determining the potential of each individual was still exceedingly difficult. At present, people could only perform a rough selection. Even so, this rough screening frequently produced mistakes. Because of this, many beast tamers regarded the selection of pet beasts as a form of gambling. If one's luck was good, one might buy a pet beast with king-tier potential at the price of cabbage. But if one's luck was abysmal, even squandering a fortune could bring back nothing but useless trash, wasting a precious contract slot for nothing. It was thus evident what an immense advantage it was to see through a pet beast's potential. With this ability, even if Sui never became a beast tamer, he could still live exceedingly well. He could earn a fortune just by buying and reselling pet beasts. Before the final exams, the school will organize students to enter the lakeside forest, allowing those who have opened their beast taming space to form contracts with extraordinary creatures. When that time comes, it will be the perfect chance to test this ability and see if I can choose a pet beast with outstanding aptitude. Sui clenched his fists, his heart itching to give it a try. In the past, his greatest dream had been to obtain a pet beast capable of growing to the elite tier. But now, what was elite tier to him? Anything below king tier was hardly worth a glance. Pseudo-divine beasts, true divine beasts, he dared to dream of them all. Soon, however, his thoughts were dragged back to reality. He had yet to open his beast taming space, and it seemed he still was not qualified to participate in next week's contract event. And so he had circled back to the original problem. He still had to raise his spiritual power as quickly as possible. Sui let out a sigh. Without powerful spiritual power as support, forcing open a beast taming space was utterly impossible. Speaking of spiritual power, he suddenly sensed something. His spiritual power now seemed far more abundant than before. Could it be that the fusion of his 2 lifetimes of memories had spurred its growth? He had originally been just a step away from meeting the standard. If this was true, then perhaps he could open his beast taming space right now. I'll try it tonight. Sui grew somewhat excited. What are you staring at? Don't you know it's rude to keep staring at someone like that? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, the girl holding the snow velvet rabbit had already walked over. The girl's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brimming with anger. Don't misunderstand, I was only looking at the rabbit in your arms. Sui guessed what she was thinking and hurried to explain. Bah! You shameless pervert! The girl grew even angrier. After cursing, she ran off, leaving Sui standing there utterly bewildered. Why are high school students nowadays so quick-tempered? Having been scolded out of nowhere, Sui felt rather helpless. Still, this girl's family conditions should be quite good. The price of a snow velvet rabbit at the pet beast marketplace was anything but low. The most ordinary ones cost over 100,000, and a high-quality snow velvet rabbit with elite tier potential like hers went for well over $1 million. Of course, it was possible she had captured it in the wild or perhaps picked it up as a bargain. But no matter how she had obtained it, possessing a pet beast with elite tier potential already put her ahead of many beast tamers. So long as she nurtured this snow velvet rabbit properly, she could become an elite tier beast tamer. An elite tier beast tamer was after all an elite among beast tamers. At that level, a beast tamer could already be considered a successful figure in society. Thinking of this, Sui could not help glancing once more at the rabbit in her arms. In the past he might have been very envious, but now his emotions barely stirred. Wait! He suddenly noticed something. In the possible evolution species column for this snow velvet rabbit, besides the ice fur rabbit, there was actually a snow demon rabbit listed as well. As a top student whose theory grades ranked among the top 3 in the entire year, Sui naturally knew that a snow velvet rabbit could evolve into an ice fur rabbit. However, what on earth was a snow demon rabbit? Why had he never heard of it? Before he could think further, several more lines of tiny text appeared in his sight. Conditions for evolving into ice fur rabbit: apprentice tier 6 stars, 1 frost mist fruit, and an environment below -20 degrees Celsius. Conditions for evolving into snow demon rabbit: apprentice tier 9 stars, 1 ice spirit stone, 100 soul power points, and an environment below -20 degrees Celsius. Seeing this, Sui was even more astonished. The evolution conditions for the ice fur rabbit were more or less the same as in the textbooks. But how could there be a second evolution route? Moreover, the requirements for this route were far too harsh. What was the price of an ice spirit stone again? It was around over $1 million. As for those so-called soul power points, he had never even heard of them. With doubts swirling in his mind, he opened the detailed description of the snow demon rabbit. Snow demon rabbit, the first demonized form of the snow velvet rabbit. Hint: each time a pet beast successfully undergoes demonization, not only its strength but also its potential will be enhanced. Demonization? Could this be a special kind of evolution? Sui's eyes widened. These two characters sound rather eerie. Could it be that if it keeps evolving along this path, it might actually turn into the monsters from Strange Tales? Still, when you think about it, a rabbit spirit and the like is oddly appealing. Begone, foul demon! Aid me in my cultivation, great mighty heavenly dragon! Thinking of that irresistibly catchy line, Sui could not help but burst out laughing at his own imagination. If the opportunity ever arose, he truly wanted to experiment with a pet beast. Of course it definitely was not because of any rabbit spirit fantasies, he simply wanted to verify whether this evolution method could truly elevate a pet beast's potential. If it really could enhance potential, that would be utterly phenomenal. Potential can be understood as the standard strength that extraordinary beings can achieve through natural growth. Due to differences in personality and environmental growth, their final strength may vary slightly, but it generally hovers around this standard strength, not deviating too much. If one could enhance their potential, it would be remarkable. This means that even a pet beast with ordinary potential could grow to elite commander or even higher levels. Beasts with higher potential are rarer and harder for ordinary people to obtain. Especially for a poor student like Sui in the past, unless he was extraordinarily lucky, it would be extremely difficult to acquire a pet beast with elite potential. However, it seems that this is no longer an issue. Could this be the way to assist me in acquiring an excellent pet beast? Sui speculated. Suppressing his excitement, he returned to the classroom. Seeing him appear distracted and as if greatly impacted, many classmates cast sympathetic glances his way. Brother, don't be too sad. Your academic performance is so good, even if you are expelled from class 1, you can transfer to another key high school and eventually get into a prestigious university, contributing to the nation as a pillar. If it doesn't work out, you can always come to me. Once I become an elite beast master, I will definitely have your back. Am I sad? What a joke. Sui chuckled and pushed away Li Xinhao's hand that was resting on his shoulder. He was on the verge of laughter. How could he be sad? Sai, don't pretend. If you're sad, just say it. It will feel better. What kind of relationship do we have? There's no need to put on an act and no one will laugh at you. Quickly get lost, as if I will definitely be expelled. Sui grew a bit impatient. Alright, I understand you're in a bad mood. I'll keep quiet. Li Xinhao wisely chose not to bother him further. The last class in the afternoon was the Secret Realm class, which primarily discussed the general situations of known secret realms and the precautions needed for entering them. In the first year, the Secret Realm class is mostly theoretical, with very few arrangements for students to visit the secret realms in person. In class, the Secret Realm teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses passionately lectured from the podium. As we all know, the secret realms appearing on Blue Star come from an unknown dimension. Secret realms come in various sizes, some covering millions of square kilometers, while others are only a few square meters. Currently, the largest known secret realm in the world is the New Land Secret Realm, located in the Eastern Ocean, which is approximately 2/3 the size of our Dragon Rising nation and is the only SS-level secret realm. In the New Land Secret Realm, spiritual energy is abundant, the land is vast, and the variety of species is immense, said to be rich in treasures. As long as one can emerge alive, they are bound to reap rewards. However, opportunities coexist with crises. There are many resources inside, but there are also many ferocious beasts, with several divine beasts confirmed to reside there. Although various countries have dispatched numerous beast masters to explore, the areas that have been thoroughly explored still account for less than 2%, and they are all on the outskirts. That place is the greatest battleground for various nations. If you all can become powerful beast masters in the future, you must enter it to help our country control more areas and acquire more resources. Of course, if your strength is too weak, don't go. Otherwise, not only will you fail to help the country, but the country will also have to expend manpower and resources to rescue you. The last sentence painted a comical scene, causing many students to laugh. Sui also listened with great interest. However, he was well aware that although the teacher spoke lightly, the situation in the New Land Secret Realm was undoubtedly extremely grim. Let alone such an SS-level secret realm, even the Clevel Secret Realm within the Guanqing area had sacrificed several thousand lives to explore thoroughly back in the day. Of course, it's not just the secret realms. Many places within Blue Star are also very dangerous. For example, the Baiqi mountain range, Bailing Forest, Hanhai Desert, and Chaotic Rainforest, etc. The danger levels of these places are comparable to S-level or above secret realms. Moreover, many previous lush and beautiful tourist destinations have now largely become forbidden areas that humans dare not easily tread. These places have almost all been taken over by mutated plants, becoming a paradise for extraordinary beings. In short, this world is far more dangerous than one might imagine. At dusk, as the sun set, the school's electric gate slowly opened with a slogan flashing, "Become a beast master, achieve success and fame." Groups of students poured out of the campus one after another. As aspiring beast masters, they all wore confident smiles filled with expectations for the future. Guangqing. One high school does not have evening self-study sessions, instead meditation is conducted. Meditation is the primary way to enhance mental strength and is a compulsory course for every beast master. According to school regulations, even freshmen must meditate for at least 4 hours a day. After becoming a formal beast master, one must even replace sleep with meditation. However, in terms of alleviating fatigue and restoring energy, the effects of deep meditation are indeed better than sleep. Meditation requires a relatively independent and quiet environment to avoid distractions and achieve a state of focus. Therefore, as long as conditions permit, most students choose to commute rather than live on campus. Sui is one such commuting student. At this moment, he was pushing a second-hand bicycle that was about 70% new, slowly walking out of the school gate behind other students. These are all scenes from my memories, truly nostalgic. Looking at the group of students in uniform, Sui inhaled the fresh air and truly felt that his youth had returned. However, soon the memories became disconnected from reality. A large bird suddenly swooped over the heads of the crowd, darting out of the school like lightning, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. On the back of the large bird, a teasing laughter could be heard. "It's that idiot from class 3 of sophomore year again. It's just a long-winged pheasant showing off like that, not afraid of falling." Many students whose hairstyles were tousled by the wind and dust couldn't help but curse. "But that chicken can fly, and it can carry people too. Damn, I want one so badly. What a piece of junk, it has no combat power at all, and it's not even as good as my digging mole." The world has indeed changed. Sui glanced at the long-winged pheasant disappearing into the distance, then looked at his bicycle and suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. That person riding on the back of the long-winged pheasant has no protective measures at all. They could easily fall off, right? "It's too dangerous, and my bicycle is safer." After riding for more than half an hour, Sui returned to his community. Due to the overwhelming presence of extraordinary beings, housing in the city has become extremely scarce. In impoverished neighborhoods like the one where Sui lived, considerations for greenery and natural light were completely disregarded. The buildings were crammed tightly together, almost as if they were meant to be fused. Darkness and dampness define the ambience here, especially for those living on lower floors, as if they were residing inside a cave with minimal light penetrating throughout the day. "Is this really my home?" Sui inhaled deeply. A mixture of mildew and garbage odors assaulted his senses. Strangely, he did not feel the slightest urge to vomit. It was likely that this body had long since adapted to it. Gazing at this dilapidated old building, which was at least 30 years old, Sui was not too surprised. After locking his bicycle, he climbed the stairs according to his memory. The stairwell railings were rusted, large patches of putty on the walls were moldy and peeling, and in the corner lay a terrifying centipede that made one's skin crawl. "Mom, I'm back." Sui took out his keys and opened the door, habitually calling into the empty room. However, there was no response. She shouldn't be working late today. Could she be covering for a colleague again? Sui shook his head. To earn a little extra money, his mother often took on extra shifts, working for 15 to 16 hours straight. Sui had advised her many times not to overexert herself, as it wasn't worth risking her health, but it was futile. He washed rice, cooked and casually stir-fried a couple of dishes with the ingredients he had prepared from the fridge, settling down to eat. His culinary skills were not exceptional, but at least the dishes were edible. After hastily finishing his meal, Sui wandered around the doorway a couple of times to help with digestion before heading back to his room. He took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and prepared to begin his first meditation. Meditation was not a method developed by beast masters but rather discovered over 40 years ago when disasters first broke out and military forces from various nations found it in secret realms. Meditation is not simply about closing one's eyes and daydreaming. It requires following certain principles, emptying the mind, immersing oneself in the cosmos, and resonating with the drifting spiritual energy. Once one's mental strength reaches a certain level, they can attempt to channel spiritual energy and open a beast-keeping space. This space can house contracted pets. Within the beast-keeping space, pets can accelerate their cultivation by utilizing the beast master's mental strength. Moreover, the higher the beast master's mental strength, the more benefits the pets receive. Evidently, the beast-keeping space created by a beast master belongs to spatial abilities. Thus, many experts in beast management have asserted that humans are not fundamentally different from other extraordinary beings. It's just that the racial talents of other extraordinary beings are fire, ice, earth, etc., while humans possess mental and spatial talents. Of course, while such statements have some traction, there remain many inconsistencies. The most perplexing question is, since humans belong to the category of extraordinary beings with mental and spatial abilities, why is it that aside from contracting pets and opening beast-keeping spaces, they cannot independently master any other mental or spatial abilities? Take the little sea merman, an extraordinary being of the mental category which possesses a series of skills such as sleep-inducing, charming, and hallucination. The spatial divine beast, the void phoenix, boasts formidable abilities like spatial jumping and spatial collapse. These questions remain unanswered to this day. It seems my mental strength has indeed improved. As he just entered the meditation state, Sui discovered that his mental strength was more resilient than before, with a greater capacity to channel spiritual energy. However, he did not rush to open his first beast-keeping space but instead entered deep meditation as usual. He wanted to adjust his mental state to the best condition before attempting to break through. This way the success rate would be higher. He didn't want to fail again. The backlash from failing to open a beast-keeping space was quite painful, akin to staying awake for 2 days and nights. Once in deep meditation, he could barely feel the passage of time. He didn't know how long had passed, but his mental strength was now nearly full. Just as he was about to attempt a breakthrough, a faint knocking sound suddenly came from outside the room. "Xiaoyi, are you asleep?" In an instant, Sui snapped out of his meditation state. "I'm not asleep," he replied quickly and hurried to open the door. He recognized immediately that it was his mother Jiang Xiaoxia's voice. However, he found it strange that she would knock on his door at this hour. Usually, in order not to disturb his meditation, Jiang Xiaoxiu wouldn't even wear her shoes after coming home from work. "Why did you get off work so early today?" Sui glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, noting it was still not yet 9 o'clock, and felt puzzled. "Did you sleep in?" "I'm not working late today." Jiang Xiaoxiu brushed her hair back and took out a beautifully crafted rectangular wooden box from her bag, smiling as she said, "Here, this is for you." "What is it?" Sui took the wooden box, curiously opening it. In the next moment his eyes went wide in shock. Inside were actually 3 spirit-condensing herbs. Before he could speak, Jiang Xiaoxiu rubbed her slightly reddened hands and continued, "Your teacher Lu called me saying you need these for your cultivation. You child, why didn't you tell me sooner about what you need for your studies? Use these 3 for now and let me know if you need more." So she didn't go for the late shift but went to buy the spirit-condensing herbs. "Mom." Looking at Jiang Xiaoxiu, who seemed unconcerned, Sui felt a pang in his heart. He was very aware of the family's situation. Just these 3 spirit-condensing herbs would likely deplete all their savings and may even incur debt. Before his transmigration, such money would have meant little to him, but this same kind of love stirred many memories within him. After starting work, it seemed he rarely communicated with his mother. Even when he occasionally returned home for a few days, he would find her nagging tiresome. Looking at his mother, who appeared much younger than he remembered, Sui suddenly realized that he seemed to have gradually forgotten many things before his transmigration. However, there seems to be something wrong with these spirit-condensing herbs. Mom, where did you buy these spirit-condensing herbs? Sui noticed something and furrowed his brow. I bought them at the overseas shopping market opposite the Beastmaster General Store. There was a stall running a promotion, buy 3 for a 30 discount, each costing 6,999. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The overseas shopping is one of the top 10 companies in our Longting nation. They advertise every day and shouldn't sell counterfeit goods, right? Seeing Sui's expression, Jiang Xiaoxiu instantly grew anxious. This is worth over 20,000. It's not counterfeit, just slightly lower quality. The spiritual energy contained is about 90% of that of standard spirit-condensing herbs. But buying it at a 30 discount isn't a loss. Sui replied with a smile. That's good, you scared me. I thought I had been cheated. Jiang Xiaoxiu let out a sigh of relief. This time you were lucky. In the future, don't go alone to buy such things. At least I'm half a beast master and can perceive the spiritual energy inside. I could tell at a glance if it was lacking. You could tell at a glance. It seems our Xiaoyi has become quite impressive. Mom understands. I will take you with me from now on. Jiang Xiaoxiu's face displayed a proud smile as she continued, it's getting late, so I won't disturb you. Remember to sleep early. And then you should also rest early. Sui watched her leave and gently closed the door. The moment the door shut, his smile vanished. Glaring at the spirit-condensing herbs in his hand, a surge of anger rushed to his head. Damn those unscrupulous merchants. The spiritual energy contained in these 3 concentration herbs is only 2/10 of that of standard ones, making them genuine defective products. Let alone 7,000, no one would even buy them for 2,000 each. Thinking of how this money was painstakingly saved by Jiang Xiaoxiu over the years, Sui couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. However, the overseas shopping market is filled with mobile stalls, and unless one exposes the fraud on the spot, it's nearly impossible to recover losses. This place is notoriously chaotic. Even beast tamers often fall victim to scams. It is said that there are endless complaints and disputes to handle every day. Logically speaking, such a market should have collapsed long ago. However, due to the powerful capital backing it and the extremely lenient management towards sellers, the overseas shopping companies continue to thrive, with markets spanning major cities. Many beast tamers like to sell the spoils they obtain from wild, dangerous areas or secret realms there. The reasons for not selling in legitimate malls are twofold. One is the high commission rates, and the other is that the items from secret realms come from another dimension, many of which are not well researched by humanity and are even completely unknown in terms of their effects, making them hard to price. Such items are similar to antiques if they are overly inflated and can easily lead to disputes over transactions. Legitimate malls avoid the hassle and are unwilling to deal in this kind of merchandise. Only the overseas shopping companies are willing to take on this market. Moreover, many beast tamers enjoy gambling on luck, hoping to find bargains, and are willing to buy these ambiguous items. Additionally, the overseas shopping companies are skilled in marketing and frequently advertise successful bargain hunters, so they never lack customers. Due to the peculiar nature of these transactions, the overseas shopping market has gradually formed an unspoken rule: all sales are final with no returns or exchanges. If Jiang Xiaoxiu bought such items and ended up at a loss, Sui would have to accept it. But she bought concentration herbs. Substituting inferior for superior is outright fraud. Sui felt a bit stifled with anger. It seems I must clarify with my mother that the advertisements for overseas shopping are all fake and the waters there run very deep. She must never buy anything from there again. Wait. He suddenly thought of something. Not long ago he discovered that besides pets he seemed to be able to see detailed descriptions of some items. He shifted his gaze to the concentration herbs in the wooden box, and a few lines of small text instantly appeared in his view. Inferior concentration herb grade low level spiritual herb spiritual energy value 11 description the most common spiritual herb it helps to calm the mind and spirit and using it before meditation can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Haha. Sui laughed loudly. Why not go there in the future? Not only will I go but I will go often. With this ability who would fear being scammed? From now on I will be the luckiest bargain hunter in the overseas shopping market. After laughing he shook off these miscellaneous thoughts and refocused on his cultivation. Although the spiritual energy contained in these 3 concentration herbs is limited it can still serve a purpose. Thus after a moment of hesitation he picked one up, chewed it and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged preparing to attempt to open the beast's taming space. In no time the effects of the concentration herb became apparent. He could clearly feel that his mind was clearer than before. If before the feeling of emptying his mind was like struggling in a swamp, now it was like swimming in clear water. He had never meditated as smoothly as he did now. This was just a single inferior concentration herb. What effects would a qualified concentration herb have? What about other superior treasures? Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but envy those classmates from well-off families. As far as he knew, several students in his class had been consuming concentration herbs to assist their cultivation for years. The potency of this concentration herb won't last long, I can't waste it. Sui quickly gathered his focus, no longer hesitating, and immediately began to attempt to open the beast's taming space. At this moment he felt as if he was in an endless chaos. This was his sea of consciousness, dark as ink, devoid of anything. After an unknown period the hymn in the sea of consciousness suddenly shouted, "Open!" Like a tide spiritual energy surged in. In the next moment the sea of consciousness trembled violently and the formless chaos was torn open to reveal a gap. Under his difficult control this gap grew larger until it formed a space the size of a football field. It worked. Sui was overjoyed. He could clearly feel that his mental power seemed to have broken through a bottleneck, reaching a new level. Even his body was slightly enhanced under the nurturing of the spiritual energy. Compared to other extraordinary beings this enhancement was very subtle, but it was better than nothing. At least his physical fitness improved and his resistance grew stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially becoming a beast tamer. Pet seeking mode activated. Entering pet seeking mode, searching for wild pets with king level potential. Ding! Search failed. Please proceed to other areas to search again. Sui was still immersed in the joy of becoming a beast tamer when several notification sounds suddenly rang in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback, then overjoyed. This system can actually search for wild pets. But what does search failed mean? Does it mean there were no pets meeting the requirements in the nearby area? If not, then lower the standards. Searching directly for wild pets with king level potential is asking too much of me. Sui felt powerless to complain. Although he had fantasized about king level pets, even emperor level, quasi-divine level and divine level ones, he still knew the distinction between fantasy and reality. King level pets could establish dominance with just one, and very few people in the entire Xinjiang prefecture possessed one. Such pets with that kind of potential are not so easily encountered. The spiritual energy levels of pets range from low to high, categorized as apprentice level, ordinary level, elite level, commander level, master level, marquis level, king level, emperor level, quasi-divine level, and divine level. Let alone king level. Even obtaining a pet with only commander level potential would make him so happy he couldn't sleep. Lower the standards, search again. Sui carefully studied this so-called pet-seeking mode and found that he could indeed set the conditions himself, making him extremely happy. He originally wanted to lower the standard to commander level, but after some hesitation he decided to drop it to master level first. Though master level potential pets are also quite rare. But what if he really finds one? Right, he also needs to set the current level of wild pets. He wants wild pets with master level potential, not just master level wild pets. If he doesn't set this correctly and foolishly encounters a master-level extraordinary being, wouldn't that be like signing his own death warrant? The only extraordinary beings he was confident he could subdue were apprentice-level ones. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. After setting all this up, Sui took a deep breath and nervously selected confirm. In the next moment, a voice that thrilled him rang out, "Ding, found wild pets with master-level potential." Ding! A master-level potential wild pet beast has been detected, located 7 kilometers away from the host. Haha! I actually found one. Sui was overjoyed. He initially approached this with a trial mindset, never expecting to truly find one. Indeed, one must have dreams. 4,700 meters isn't too far after all. Sui rolled out of bed, eager to contract this extraordinary creature. He glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist and saw that it was already 6:30. I didn't expect that establishing a beast space would take this long. He was somewhat surprised. However, daytime is actually a bit safer. He wasted no more time, washed up, said hello to Jiang Xiaoxiu, and hurriedly left. He was worried that if he arrived too late, the master-level potential wild pet beast would be snatched up by someone else. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Mall in Guan City, Sui stood there drenched in sweat, staring blankly at the resplendent building. In his line of sight, the system prompt still hung 32 meters ahead. Master-level potential wild pet beast detected. Do you really call the pet beasts sold in the mall wild? Just because they haven't been contracted by a beast tamer doesn't mean they're wild, right? How absurd. Sui felt very disappointed. I should have thought of this earlier. Where would there be any wild pet beasts in the city? However, he was still somewhat unwilling. This was a pet beast with master-level potential. If he had the money, he would definitely buy it without hesitation. Never mind, I'm here anyway. I'll go in and see what kind of pet beast it is. Perhaps the price is low enough for a bargain. With this thought, he immediately set off toward the mall. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly walked out of the mall. Li Xinhao. Sui was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to run into an acquaintance here. Oh Sui, what are you doing here? Are you also here to buy pet beasts? No, wait, you haven't opened a beast space yet. Li Xinhao also noticed him, puzzled. Just taking a look. Sui didn't want to explain too much. After exchanging greetings, he prepared to enter. But just as he took a step, Li Xinhao grabbed his arm. Sui, take a good look. What's different about me now compared to before? At this moment, he appeared somewhat excited, shrugging his right shoulder as he spoke. Only then did Sui notice that there was actually a half-foot-tall red bird perched on his shoulder. Yokai Spiritual Energy Apprentice Level 2 Stars Attribute Fire Skill Ignite Entry Possible Evolution Species Little Fire Spirit Sparrow Potential Ordinary Level. Is this your pet beast? Sui was somewhat astonished. Ha ha ha, how about it? Isn't it cool? I now have a pet beast. Once I train it into a little fire sparrow, I can easily get into a beast tamer university. Aren't you envious? Li Xinhao laughed exaggeratedly. But Sui was puzzled. Next week the school will organize students to enter the Lake Ring Forest to help those without contracted pet beasts to obtain one. Don't you think it's a waste to spend money now? Nonsense. Li Xinhao scoffed. Places like the Lake Ring Forest have been frequented by beast tamers countless times. Do the wild pet beasts there even compare to my Chuunibyou? My Chuunibyou is guaranteed to reach the ordinary level with a chance to advance to the elite level. With such a good pet beast, only a fool would go to the Lake Ring Forest to take a chance. When saying such things, at least consider the feelings of others. Besides, the Lake Ring Forest isn't as terrible as you say. There are elite-level extraordinary creatures inside, aren't there? Sui retorted with a smile. Ah. Sorry brother, my bad. I was just too happy. Wait, I merely said that those going to the Lake Ring Forest to take a chance are fools. If that doesn't hurt you, right? You don't qualify to go there. Li Xinhao looked at him curiously. Sui also fell silent. With a thought, a mysterious hexagram suddenly appeared before him. Seeing this, Li Xinhao's eyes widened instantly. This was the contract formation. Being able to cast the contract formation meant that he had already opened the beast space. Not bad. Yesterday I thought you were going to give up. I didn't expect you to succeed in just one night. Don't worry, my Chuunibyou has some combat power. If you want to capture pet beasts in the Lake Ring Forest, I will definitely help you. As he spoke, he patted Sui's shoulder with a smile. Alright, stop showing off your pet beast. I have things to do, I'm going in first. Sui didn't want to waste more time with him. Wait, are you really here to buy a pet beast? Don't walk so fast, I can help you for free with some advice. Li Xinhao was quite enthusiastic and immediately followed him. The Beast Tamer Mall was large with luxurious decorations inside, and the salesgirl had a sweet smile on her face. Sui didn't trouble the approaching salesperson, merely said he was just browsing and went straight into the pet beast area. There were many types of pet beasts for sale here, lined up in rows and categorized by attributes, with young beasts in cages and unhatched pet beast eggs. As he looked around, it was enough to dazzle the eyes. Soon Sui found the target of his visit. Little Purple Ferret, Spiritual Energy, Apprentice, level 5 stars, attribute Wind, skill Wind Walk, proficient Breeze, proficient Possible evolution, species Lightning Ferret, Purple-haired Spirit Ferret, potential master level. It's actually a little purple ferret. Looking at the furry little cutie in the cage, Sui immediately felt the urge to claim it as his own. However, the price labeled below the cage poured cold water on him. 3,600,000? Even if he sold himself, he wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Sui, you wouldn't have your eye on it, would you? You're hiding your wealth. Well, your family is actually so rich. Li Xinhao spoke somewhat haltingly, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. The little purple ferret is a precious pet beast. With serious cultivation, it can almost always be promoted to elite level with a chance to advance to commander level. Compared to his Chuunibyou, it is many times stronger. Before Sui could explain, a salesgirl walked over. Sir, are you interested in this pet beast? You have great taste. The little purple ferret is a very popular rare breed. Not only is it cute in appearance, but it also has high potential, almost guaranteed to evolve into an elite lightning ferret. If you're lucky, you might even cultivate it to the commander level. Owning such a pet beast is a dream for many new beast tamers. The salesgirl introduced with a smile. Thank you, but as far as I know, the price of a little purple ferret shouldn't be this high, right? Sui couldn't help but ask. A regular little purple ferret indeed doesn't cost this much, but this one is a carefully selected showcase specimen with a higher probability of advancing to commander level, certified by a pet beast appraisal organization. After more than 10 minutes, the two returned to the entrance of the Beast Master Mall. So what exactly are you here for? Seeing that Sui had wandered around without buying anything, Li Xinhao looked somewhat puzzled. Haven't I already said? I just wanted to take a look. You can't really think I have the money to buy a little purple ferret, right? In fact, even the most ordinary pet beast is beyond my means. Sui shrugged casually. Although he spoke lightly, inside he felt quite unwilling. That was a pet beast with master level potential. Do not be fooled by the high evaluation given to that little purple ferret by the Pet Beast Identification Agency. It still underestimated it. It was a genius individual capable of breaking through racial constraints. If others knew that a mere 3.6 million could buy a pet beast that could grow to master level, all beast masters in the world would go crazy. You must understand that the price for a pet beast that can stably grow to commander level is in the tens of millions. And a pet beast that can stably grow to master level is priceless. Unfortunately, 3.6 million is simply out of reach for Sui at this moment. Alright brother, you're impressive. I wouldn't even dare to step into such a high-end place if I had no money. Li Xinhao gave him a thumbs up. Look at you, come on, it's getting late. If we don't go to school now, we'll be late. By the way, how did you get here? Sui asked while unlocking his bicycle. I took a taxi, Li Xinhao replied proudly. Unfortunately, that means you'll have to take a taxi or a bus to school. My bicycle has no back seat and can't carry anyone. Sui shrugged his shoulders. A bus? How many people are on a bus? Today I want to walk along the street with the most foot traffic all the way there. Li Xinhao patted the red vermilion bird on his shoulder, regaining his spirited demeanor. After speaking, he wasted no time and boldly headed towards the school. This silly guy. Watching his back, Sui felt both speechless and amused. However, if this guy knew he had missed out on an elite-level pet beast, he might not be able to laugh anymore. If Li Xinhao had been half an hour later in purchasing that red vermilion bird, he could have encountered Sui in the mall. Given their relationship, Sui would definitely help him choose a pet beast with even greater potential. Just now at the Beastmaster Mall, Sui had discovered several red vermilion birds with elite-level potential, and their price was the same as Li Xinhao's, 100,000. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In reality, Li Xinhao had already completed the contract with the help of the Beastmaster Mall, and it could not be changed. That said, the after-sales service at the Beastmaster Mall is quite good. Not only do they help customers complete contracts for free, but they also assist with pet beast identification cards, breeding permits, and other documents, saving a lot of trouble. Of course, the premise is that you must be a Beastmaster. Only Beastmasters can raise pet beasts, which is a strict regulation in Longtan country. Guangzhou No. 1 middle school is not close to the Beastmaster Mall, and even though Sui was sweating profusely, he was still a few minutes late. By the time he rushed to the classroom door, the homeroom teacher Lu Yiting had already started the lesson. Sui, why are you late? I'd like to hear your explanation. Lu Yiting turned to look at him, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed and a hint of disappointment clearly flashed in her eyes. Sui, as a model student, had never been late before. But now, being late and sleeping in class, it seemed he was ready to completely let himself go. Report, teacher. I expended a bit too much energy while opening the beast space last night and lost track of time. I won't do it again next time. Sui told a little lie. This reason was much more understandable than I was just wandering around the Beastmaster Mall. Opening the beast space. Lu Yiting immediately seized on this key phrase and without hesitation began to examine his physical condition. In the next moment, Sui felt a vast mental force sweep over him. Under this mental force, he felt as if he was completely transparent with no privacy whatsoever. Of course, the actual situation was not so exaggerated. Lu Yiting could only sense the spiritual energy within him to gauge his strength. It is worth mentioning that this method can also be used to probe the general strength of other extraordinary beings. Soon a smile appeared on Lu Yiting's face and the look of disappointment vanished. Congratulations, Sui. You certainly haven't disappointed your teacher. Return to your seat. Opening the beast space is just the first step. You have a long way to go in the future, so don't become arrogant. And Hu Yunlin and Shi Hao, you two need to work hard too. Our class only has the two of you left who haven't opened the beast space yet. Next semester, I hope no one from our class will be left out. Lu Yiting was highly enthusiastic. Sui has actually succeeded in opening the beast space. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's confirmation, the classmates were somewhat surprised. Like Li Xinhao, they originally thought Sui had no chance. However, despite their surprise, they didn't have much emotional fluctuation. After all, for them, opening the beast space wasn't that significant. The only difference was that the girls who had feelings for Sui due to his handsome looks and excellent grades had their eyes lit up again. In the past 2 or 3 weeks, they had asked Sui questions less frequently. After returning to his seat, Sui did not pay attention to his classmates' thoughts but focused on Lu Yiting. Looking at this homeroom teacher, he felt admiration mixed with amusement. At Guangzhou, one middle school, a special allowance for homeroom teachers is not much and can be completely ignored compared to the allowances for beast masters. The salary is not much higher than that of ordinary teachers, but they must bear more responsibilities and worry more, which is why many seasoned teachers are unwilling to take on this role. Only young and passionate newcomers like Liu Yiding, who have just started working, would take on such a thankless task under the principal's encouragement. After encouraging the students, Liu Yiding continued with the lesson. Before they knew it, it was time for class to end. While we still have a few minutes, I want to announce something. The date for the trip to the Lake Ring Forest has been set for next weekend, lasting 2 days. Students without pet beasts can take this opportunity to contract their first pet beast, and those who have already obtained pet beasts can also go out for some training. This is a rare opportunity. However, please note that although the Lake Ring Forest is a low-risk secret realm, accidents happen every year. So be sure to follow the school's arrangements and cannot act privately. Liu Yiding packed up her books, her expression serious. Finally, can we go to the secret realm for practice? Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely not act privately. That's good. One more thing, why didn't Li Xinhao come to class today? The Circular Lake Forest is an 11-level secret realm located within Guangzhou, covering a total area of 61 square kilometers, named for the circular lake at its center. This secret realm has been thoroughly explored, and most of the extraordinary creatures within it are below the elite level, thus classified as a low-risk secret realm. Such a place is most suitable for novice beast tamers to train. However, it is precisely because it is too safe that it is difficult to gain anything substantial. It is said that when this secret realm was first discovered, there were many rare pet beasts and precious materials. But now it has been visited countless times by beast tamers, and it is estimated that even the bottom of the lake has been explored by many. What could possibly be left? Of course, if one is lucky, they might still find some missed treasures in hidden corners, but the probability is too low, akin to winning the lottery. On January 6th, the day to enter the Circular Lake Forest finally arrived. On the playground of Guangzhou, one high school, the first-year students stood in formation by class. Principal Wu Zhiguo was giving a speech repeatedly emphasizing the safety protocols to be followed once in the secret realm. Although these protocols are important, they are a compulsory lesson for beast tamers, and everyone was already well acquainted with them. The repeated emphasis made people feel drowsy. Fortunately, just as Sui was about to doze off, the principal's lengthy speech finally came to an end. All right, everyone, stay alert. Our class has 14 students who have yet to form a contract with a pet beast, and these 14 will be the focus of care during this practical lesson. To this end, the school will dispatch 7 senior students to form teams of 3 with you, guiding you into the secret realm to help you successfully contract your desired pet beast. These students are all elites from our school, possessing not only impressive strength but also extensive experience in secret realm exploration. You should get along well with them and listen to their advice, the class teacher Liu Yiding announced with a smile. Teacher, are you saying that 7 senior students will come to guide us? That's just wonderful! A boy exclaimed with joy, but someone next to him poured cold water on his excitement. What are you so happy about? They are here to help those who have not yet contracted a pet beast. Don't you already have one? What about us? Teacher, I also want someone to guide me. Without anyone to protect me, I feel so insecure. Seeing this tall boy displaying a timid demeanor, Lu Xini felt somewhat speechless. The girls aren't complaining. Why are you a big boy acting like this? It is a combat profession. Beast tamers are warriors of the nation, and courage is a quality every one of you must possess. Do you think entering the secret realm is for what purpose? It is to train you. Remember, from the moment you contract a pet beast, you are already a true beast tamer. Of course, considering this is your first time entering a secret realm, you may pair up with classmates to support each other. According to school regulations, apart from the teams led by senior students, all other teams must have more than 5 members to move freely in the secret realm. Did you all get that? Lu Yiting asked seriously. Everyone was seeing her this serious for the first time and hurriedly responded, got it. Very good. Just as Lu Yiting was reprimanding them, the 7 senior students arranged by the school had already approached. Hello Teacher Lu, we are the external support for Class 4 of the first year. I am Wang Shen from Class 2 of the 3rd year. I am Bai Jining from Class 3 of the 3rd year. I am Jian Jun from Class 3 of the 3rd year. The 7 introduced themselves in turn. Seeing the pet beasts they brought, many people's eyes widened. Look, that one seems to be a rock-armored turtle so big its energy level must be at least ordinary level 6 stars, right? What the hell is that, an ice-field white wolf? So damn cool. These seniors are so strong. Everyone marveled. Hey, what are you all looking at? The one in the middle is Senior Bai Jining. She is the real heavyweight. Last year in the State High School League, Senior Bai Jining achieved a commendable 12th place, and she was also the only student in the top 16 who was in her 2nd year. You all know that, right? A student couldn't help but remind. Senior Bai Jining? So it's her, and no wonder she looks somewhat familiar. If I remember correctly, this senior was already an elite beast tamer last year, right? That damn sense of security, sob. I really want to be in the same team with her. This girl wore the standard combat uniform of Guangzhou. One high school paired with black knee-high leather boots and fingerless leather gloves, giving off a valiant aura. She had 2 military daggers strapped to her waist, looking quite formidable. Bai Jining. Sui also curiously scrutinized her. Since he rarely paid attention to the State High School League, he wasn't familiar with this senior and had only heard her name. It's a pity she hasn't summoned her pet beast, otherwise we could have roughly gauged her specific strength. Sui shook his head, somewhat regretful. Bro, I'm so envious of you. Had I known the school would send Senior Bai Jining to lead our class, I wouldn't have rushed to the Beast Tamer Mall to buy a pet beast. A few days delay wouldn't matter. What are you envious of? Our class has 14 people without contracted pet beasts, and the one teaming up with me might not even be her. Sui found it a bit amusing. At least you have a 1 in 7 chance, I have no chance at all. At this point Li Xinhao was almost in tears. You're being too dramatic. Even if her strength is great, it doesn't necessarily mean she can help us contract an excellent pet beast. It still depends on luck. Sui broke free from his grip, genuinely perplexed by his silly desk-mate's thought process. Hey, what pet beast? Is that all you see? Look at how beautiful this senior is, her figure and those long straight legs. Which girl in our class can compare? If I could spend 2 days with her in the secret realm, how delightful that would be. Li Xinhao spoke passionately. I think the girls in our class are also very excellent and not inferior to her. As Sui spoke, he silently distanced himself from him. Are you having trouble seeing? How can the girls in our class? Li Xinhao wanted to correct him but suddenly froze halfway through. He noticed that the surrounding girls from their class were looking at him with extremely unfriendly expressions. Some boys speak in a way that enchants girls, others the moment they open their mouths manage to offend them utterly. If Li Xinhao had a romance system, a notification would surely pop up now. Ding, all the girls in class affection 100 forfeited right to choose a mate for 3 years. Li Xinhao had no such system, yet he recognized with grim amusement that he was likely being ranked among the most detested by the girls in class. This was only a small episode. These are the students in our class who have not yet contracted companion beasts. Do any of you know them? If so, you may form a group together. It is easier to get along with familiar faces. Lu Yiting asked Bai Jining and the others politely. The 7 of them all shook their heads to indicate they did not know anyone. This was hardly surprising. At the beast taming school, the vast majority of outstanding students shared a single trait: comfortable family backgrounds. Without affluent family support, it is difficult by effort alone to obtain the resources needed to raise a companion beast. The first-year students who had not yet contracted beasts likewise shared a trait: their families were poor. Students from those two kinds of backgrounds seldom crossed paths. Since there are none, let us group by grade ranking, that will be fairer. Is that acceptable? Liu Yiting continued to seek the 7 students' opinions. Fine. I have no objection. Nor do I. One by one the 7 voiced their agreement. Very well, it shall be so. Liu Yiting wasted no time. She produced a roster and read aloud: Sui Zhang Xiaorong, you will be grouped with Bai Jining; Wu Zicong Xiong Mingyu, you will be with Wang Sheng; Li Haoshuan Guanjin, you will join Jian Jun. Before the list was finished, many in the hall were already whispering to one another. None of the whispers were more exaggerated than those coming from Liu Xinhao. Sui, my good brother, remember your promise. I said that once we enter Huanhu Forest I would help you capture a companion beast. A real man keeps his word. Let me be in your group. He grasped Su Yi's arm, overflowing with excitement. That is not my decision to make. If you truly want to be with me, speak to Senior Bai Jining yourself. Su Yi replied dismissively. Although he appeared calm, he had been pleased when he heard he would be grouped with Bai Jining. After all, she was an elite-level beast tamer. With her protecting him, one might stride through Huanhu Forest with impunity. Well. Li Xinhao, moved by Su Yi's words, stole a furtive glance at Bai Jining, and to his surprise met the senior's cool, detached gaze. In an instant he wilted, hurriedly lowering his head as if he had committed some grave offense. He lacked even the courage to hold Bai Jining's eyes, let alone approach her. You are utterly spineless. Su Yi could not help but scold him. The first-year grade consisted of 12 classes. To transport them all to Huanhu Forest, the school had arranged 12 buses. Sui sat at the very back on the right by the window. To his left sat Zhang Xiaorong, a shy, blushing girl with a scattering of freckles near her nose. Beyond her was Bai Jining. Sui, what sort of companion beast do you plan to contract? Zhang Xiaotong suddenly found her courage and asked in a voice as thin as a whisper. I haven't decided yet, we'll see as we go. How about you? Sui, surprised, turned out of politeness to answer her. At his look, Zhang Xiaotong instinctively averted her eyes, a rosy flush rising to her cheeks. After a long moment she answered, I hope to contract a healing-type companion beast. I heard Huanhu Forest harbors water sprites. If I could meet one, that would be wonderful. Don't worry, you'll surely encounter one. Water sprites tend to appear where water is abundant. Once we enter the secret realm, we will search along the lake. Sui said with a smile. I did not mean to make you change your route just for me. Zhang Xiaotong hurriedly waved her hand, attempting to refuse. It's all right. It isn't a detour made solely for you. The shores of the lake are the densest habitat for extraordinary creatures. I might well find a favored companion beast myself. Su Yi's face remained lit by a warm smile. Combined with his handsome features, he was a pleasant sight. Zhang Xiaotong bowed her head, cheeks aflame. Thank you. You are very kind. Let us search along the lake for one day first. Whether we find anything or not, if on the second day you wish to go elsewhere to seek companion beasts, I will accompany you. Fine, that is decided then. Sui had no objection. The bus ride was tedious, and now that the two had loosened up, they joined the others in soft idle chatter. Bai Jining had been resting with her eyes closed, but as she watched them growing more familiar and laughing together, a frown creased her brow. After hesitating, she opened her eyes and asked, You two are not a couple, are you? Her voice was clear and pleasant, like pearls dropping onto a jade dish. Yet those words instantly sent the two into a flustered disarray. We're not like that, Senior, please don't misunderstand. We're just ordinary classmates. Zhang Xiaotong burned red and waved her hands to explain. Good, as long as you're not. One reminder, I detest being grouped with couples. With that she withdrew her gaze and stared quietly ahead, ignoring them. Her interruption had unnerved Zhang Xiaotong so thoroughly that she felt too embarrassed to speak to Sui again. The three fell into an awkward silence. After a pause, Sui thought of something and spoke up. Sorry, senior, we didn't consult you before deciding. Once we enter the secret realm, may we search along the lake? Do as you wish. My task is to ensure your safety and when necessary to capture companion beasts for you. As for other matters, decide among yourselves. Bai Jinying said coolly. Thank you, sorry to trouble you, senior. Sui had wanted to continue the conversation, but seeing her aloof manner, he prudently ended it. 2 hours later, 12 buses carrying hundreds of teachers and students finally arrived at their destination. The place looked like a military stronghold, tall solid walls manned by guards with numerous heavy machine guns and artillery placed upon them. But those heavy weapons were not aimed outward, they faced inward. All right, students, we have arrived. The entrance to Huanhu Forest lies within the stronghold. One more reminder: once inside the fortress, cooperate with inspections, follow the arrangements, and under no circumstances act alone. Lu Yiting, the homeroom teacher, called out once more. The secret realm is an opportunity for humanity, but it also poses a crisis. Through interconnected spatial tunnels, humans can venture into the secret realm while extraordinary beings within can escape into the outside world. To restrict these extraordinary beings and prevent them from harming nearby residents, the government typically constructs a military fortress to encircle the entrances and exits of the secret realm. Thus, if any disobedient extraordinary beings escape, they can be eliminated promptly. The Lakeview Forest is merely a low-risk secret realm, so the scale of this fortress is not large and there are not many station guards. Outside the fortress there is a burgeoning town. This town has prospered due to the Lakeview Forest, and most of the shops and hotels inside are established for beast tamers. Here one can not only purchase survival tools for the wild such as sleeping bags, tents, flashlights, water bottles, climbing poles, and first aid kits, but also combat suits, various spiritual herbs and fruits, and even wild pets. However, the school had long prepared the necessary items for the students' adventure, so there was no need to buy anything here. As for the combat suits, they were distributed uniformly by the school, one set for each student. Students, take out your phones and check once again to see if you have downloaded the secret realm app. There is no signal in the Lakeview Forest. The only way to access the local network inside is through the secret realm app. Only then can we monitor your locations in real time. If you encounter danger in the Lakeview Forest, you can also use the secret realm app to call for help. Naturally, someone will come to rescue you. This is the first layer of insurance. In addition, the teacher will distribute a locator to each of you shortly. This locator also has positioning and rescue functions, serving as a second layer of insurance. Whether it's your phone or the locator, make sure to keep them safe. Under no circumstances should you lose them. Outside the fortress, after the gathering of Class 4, the homeroom teacher Lu Yiting reiterated the precautions. Pausing, she continued, the Lakeview Forest is not too large, its total area is roughly equivalent to a town, and several safety stations have been established. Except for the island in the middle of the lake, no matter where you are, you will definitely find a safety station within 5 kilometers. In the secret realm app you can see the locations of these safety stations. Before 8 p.m., everyone must head to the nearest safety station to rest. Do not stay out in the wild overnight. Moreover, the island in the middle of the lake has many elite extraordinary beings which are too dangerous for you, and entry is prohibited. Is that clear? Clear, the students replied in unison. Great, check your backpacks again to ensure nothing is missing, then follow Class 3 as we prepare to enter the fortress. This was Lu Yiting's first time leading such a large group into the secret realm, and she appeared even more nervous than the students. Senior, why don't I see your backpack? At the back of the line, Sui noticed Bai Jinying empty-handed and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He and Zhang Xiaotong were carrying large hiking backpacks filled with clothes, food, and many potentially useful tools. To prepare these items, Ms. Zhang Xiaoxiu spent quite a bit, over 3,000. However, more than 1,000 of that was for buying a phone. I don't need a backpack, Bai Jinying replied nonchalantly. Seeing that her two teammates seemed not to understand, she added, I have this. As she spoke, she revealed her fair wrist adorned with a jade bracelet of emerald green. Sui could clearly sense the faint spiritual energy contained within. This is a secret treasure. Both Sui and Zhang Xiaotong were somewhat astonished. It was their first time witnessing a secret treasure from such a close distance. It's a storage bracelet, a common secret treasure, no need to make a big fuss over it. Hand me your backpacks, it'll help you store them. Carrying such heavy items makes walking inconvenient. Her demeanor suggested she truly did not regard this secret treasure with much importance. Thank you, senior. What else could Sui and Zhang Xiaotong say? They immediately took off their hiking backpacks and handed them over to her. In the next moment, to their astonishment, both backpacks vanished from Bai Jining's hands. This scene was also witnessed by students from other groups. Bai Jining actually has a storage secret treasure. Whoa, why didn't I get assigned to the same group as Bai Jining? They were already envious of Sui and Zhang Xiaotong, and now they were even more so, especially those with weaker physiques who would have gladly given their backpacks to this senior. Soon the teachers and students entered the fortress. As soon as they stepped inside, Sui noticed the spatial tunnel in the center of the fortress. The spatial tunnel was oval-shaped, emitting a dim glow. Although nothing seemed to be behind it, once stepped inside, one could traverse through overlapping and intertwining spaces to arrive in a new realm. Is this the Lakeview Forest? Sui looked at this space in astonishment, for the first time entering a secret realm. Before him lay an endless expanse of jungle. Although there was no sun in the sky, the light-type spiritual energy was abundant, making it no different from the daytime outside. The climate here felt very comfortable, neither too cold nor too hot, resembling spring all year round. I have already communicated everything that needs to be communicated. Students, let's set off. We'll meet again at night. Dismissed. Finally, Lu Yining stopped repeating the safety precautions and directly announced the dismissal. The students could no longer contain their excitement, cheering loudly as they entered the forest in groups, beginning their first trial. Let's set off as well. Bai Jining called to Sui and Zhang Xiaotong, then determined the direction and headed down a small path to the left. Okay. The two responded and quickly followed. However, as soon as Sui took a step, several prompts suddenly flashed in his mind. Ding, treasure hunting mode activated. Entering treasure hunting mode, automatically searching. Ding 2. 3 kilometers ahead, discovered low-level secret treasure. Huh. Sui was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. Discovering something right upon entering was indeed a pleasant surprise, and it turned out to be a secret treasure. Though he did not yet know what kind of secret treasure it was, regardless of its nature, it was enough to make him so excited he couldn't sleep. It should be noted that even the most ordinary storage-type secret treasures are priced above 1 million. This was indeed a fortune for Sui at this moment. If it were a combat-type secret treasure, it would be even more exhilarating, easily fetching several million. Thus the master-level potential little purple marten in the beast tamer mall could be added to his collection. Ha ha ha! Who said the Lakeview Forest has been plowed countless times by beast tamers and that it was impossible to find anything valuable? Today let me show you my luck. In the boundless sea of trees, 3 young figures slowly advanced. They had strayed from the main path and ventured deep into the dense forest. 1. 3 kilometers ahead to the right, a low-level treasure was discovered. Looking at this prompt, Sui felt a restless itch in his heart, eager to rush over immediately. However, he did not know how to tell his 2 teammates. He couldn't just say, I found a low-level treasure, let's go check it out together. Just as he was in a dilemma, Zhang Xiaodong, who was walking behind, suddenly gasped, tripped over a root that had sprung up unexpectedly. Are you okay? Sui hurried over to help her up, noticing a large tree nearby swaying its branches as if mocking them, which ignited a spark of anger in his heart. This was a Wangxiatong, a type of extraordinary creature. While it did not possess much offensive capability, it enjoyed disrupting passing beings. In fact, on their journey it was not just Zhang Xiaotong who tripped, he had fallen many times as well, and both of their knees were now covered in mud. Walking through a normal forest would not be this troublesome, but here one could never know when a branch might suddenly emerge from the ground to trip them intentionally. Among the entire team, only Bai Jineng had not been disturbed. Her steps remained light and not a speck of dust clung to her clothes. Seeing such extraordinary creatures in textbooks seemed interesting, but after experiencing it firsthand I realized just how annoying these trees can be. Zhang Xiaotong frowned, clearly disgusted by this extraordinary creature. Although the Wangxiatong is bothersome, its combat power is not weak. Its sturdy branches can easily strangle an elephant. If it weren't for their species limitation being only at the ordinary level, they might become a favored companion beast for novice beast masters. Bai Jineng commented lightly. Senior sister, it seems the Wangxiatong hasn't disturbed you. Do you have some trick? Sui asked curiously. Most extraordinary creatures dare not provoke beings stronger than themselves. Once you become elite beast masters, the Wangxiatong will no longer dare to trip you. Alright, stay close, let's continue forward. Bai Jineng was unwilling to waste more time. Looking at her slender figure, a hint of admiration flashed in Zhang Xiaotong's eyes as she whispered, Senior sister is so cool. I wish I could become as capable as her. You are working hard, so you will definitely achieve that in the future, Sui encouraged with a smile. Thank you, Zhang Xiaotong said somewhat shyly. Let's go, you take the middle and I will be last. For this considerate and grateful delicate girl, Sui as a teammate did not mind taking care of her a bit more. Zhang Xiaotong was just about to express her gratitude again when fear suddenly filled her eyes. Watch out! She screamed, instinctively wanting to push Sui away, but a crimson vine swiftly coiled around Sui's neck from behind. By the time Sui reacted, he was already yanked down by a tremendous force, crashing onto the ground with his back and head hitting hard. Even though the ground was covered with dry leaves, he still felt dizzy stars dancing before his eyes. The crimson vine did not care whether he was injured. At the moment he fell, it immediately began to drag him away, not caring where it intended to take him. Senior sister, help! The panicked Zhang Xiaotong completely lost her composure, crying for help while instinctively pouncing to hug Sui's legs. Storm Bird Wind Blade. With Bai Jineng's crisp command, a large blue bird appeared out of thin air and with a swoosh an invisible wind blade instantly struck the crimson vine. The vine was sliced through as easily as tofu, spraying out a blood-red viscous liquid. Still trying to escape. Storm Bird Air Cannon. Seeing the vine attempt to retract underground, Bai Jineng issued another command. With a mental connection, the storm bird opened its beak and let out a long cry. An air cannon formed from condensed spiritual energy slammed into the spot where the vine was hiding at high speed. In the next moment there was a loud boom and dust mixed with blood-red liquid was sent flying, creating a nearly 1-meter pit in the ground. The crimson vine was utterly defeated, its root destroyed. Are you injured? Seeing Sui had stood up with Zhang Xiaotong's support, Bai Jineng expressed her concern. Thank you, senior sister. I'm not injured, just a bit sore from the choke on my neck. Sui coughed lightly, recalling the earlier situation with lingering trepidation. You are really lucky to encounter a bloodthirsty vine. This plant is extremely aggressive and is a priority target for elimination. It has become quite rare in the Lake Ring Forest. Bai Jineng rarely spoke more than a few words. Is that so? Perhaps it's a sign that I will have good fortune today and be able to bind a rare companion beast. Sui smiled, unaffected by what had just happened. Bai Jineng looked a bit surprised, a glimmer of approval flashing in her eyes. She remembered when she first encountered an extraordinary creature attack in the wild, it had taken her a long time to adjust her mindset. I'm glad you're okay. Huh? What's wrong with you? Just as Bai Jineng was about to compliment him, she noticed that Sui had suddenly frozen in place. At that moment the system prompt echoed in his mind, detecting dissipating soul power absorbing. Ding, absorption complete, gained 23 points of soul power. Soul power? What is that? Is it a type of energy released after the bloodthirsty vine's death? Wait. Sui suddenly remembered that the so-called soul power value seemed to be an essential condition for a companion beast to undergo demonic transformation. He had previously pondered how to obtain such a thing, so this is how it works. Hey, are you okay? Bai Jining asked again, her brows furrowing. I'm fine, senior sister, no need to worry. Sui finally regained his senses and smiled apologetically at his two concerned teammates. Glad to hear that, let's continue. After another half hour we should reach the lake ring. Bai Jining finally felt relieved and said nothing more, continuing to lead the way. Sui followed behind her, somewhat distracted. While he was pleased to have discovered a method to gain soul power, his primary concern was still that treasure. Originally he had thought of finding an excuse to leave the team and return after obtaining the treasure, but after experiencing the earlier attack he had to abandon that thought. It was more dangerous here than he had imagined. Without a companion beast running around recklessly, who knows if he would end up as a snack for some extraordinary creature. If only I could contract a powerful companion beast first. I wonder if I can find one that satisfies me here. Sui sighed softly. Having seen the little purple marten, he no longer looked favorably upon companion beasts with potential below the master level. However, just as he was lost in thought, a bewildering prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! 5 kilometers ahead to the right, discovered a wild companion beast with king-level potential. A wild pet beast with royal-level potential. How could there be such a high-quality pet beast in the Lake Ring Forest? If I remember correctly, most of those that can grow to royal level are extremely rare and precious breeds. This is impossible. Sui's first reaction was disbelief, doubting whether he had heard incorrectly. After all, the search condition he set was master level potential and above. But after searching for so long without encountering a single extraordinary creature with master level potential, he didn't expect that at this moment a beast with royal level potential would suddenly jump out, which felt unreal. After confirming the prompt several times, he finally believed that it was all true. Thinking about the fact that he was about to contract a pet beast with royal level potential, he was so excited that he could hardly control his emotions. Sui, what's wrong? Did you get hurt just now? Zhang Xiaotong noticed something unusual in his expression and cast a concerned glance. She had a good impression of Sui. After spending these few hours together, he had become the boy in the class with whom she had the best relationship. Moreover, with Sui's handsome appearance, considerate words, and care along the way, she found it hard to come up with a reason to dislike him. I'm fine. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you. If you hadn't rushed over to hug me just now, I might have already been dragged away by the bloodthirsty vine. Sui said with a smile. It's not that exaggerated. Perhaps recalling the scene of her hugging his legs, Zhang Xiaotong's cheeks turned red. Regardless, I have to thank you. To show my appreciation, I will definitely help you find an excellent water sprite with great potential, at least one that can grow to the elite level. Sui said earnestly. Zhang Xiaotong didn't think too much about it. Hearing him say this warmed her heart. However, Bai Jining, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but interject. Even if you want to make a girl happy, you should say something more realistic. There are indeed water sprites that can grow to the elite level, but do you know how low the probability is? Not even 1 in 10. To precisely select one, many pet beast identification institutions can't even accomplish that. This statement made sense, and Sui didn't know how to refute it. He couldn't just say, I can see the potential of extraordinary creatures, could he? Thus he could only awkwardly smile. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaotong didn't get angry. Instead, she started to think, why was Sui trying to cheer her up? He didn't seem like the type to make frivolous remarks. Could it be that he likes me? But I'm not very pretty. I can't compare to senior sister Bai Jining at all. Although Sui didn't know what she was thinking, he could feel that the atmosphere in the small team had become a bit awkward. He originally wanted to lighten the mood a bit and then smoothly express his request, but now it seemed that a good atmosphere couldn't be created. Forget it, if I can't create a good atmosphere, I'll just say it directly. He took a deep breath, suddenly cleared his throat and asked, Senior sister by classmate Zhang, could we slightly change our plan? I have a strong premonition that about 4 or 5 kilometers ahead to the right there seems to be an extraordinary creature that is perfect for me, as if it were the pet beast destined for me. After saying this he felt a bit awkward himself. Destined? Ugh. But if he didn't say it this way he couldn't think of a better reason to persuade these two teammates to accompany him there. After all, there was a royal-level extraordinary creature there and he was itching to rush over immediately. This sense of urgency was 10 times stronger than when he discovered a low-level secret treasure. However, to his surprise upon hearing his words, Bai Jining didn't mock him but instead showed a look of surprise and instinctively asked, "Premonition? Could it be that you have also awakened a special talent?" Special talent? What the hell, I don't have such good luck. Sui realized she had misunderstood and he was about to shake his head to deny it, but then he thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. Now that he had activated the system, it was inevitable that he would exhibit some extraordinary traits. If he used special talent to cover it up, wouldn't that be reasonable? Thinking of this, he ambiguously said, "I don't know if this is the special talent mentioned in the textbooks, but I do have a feeling that there is a rare pet beast calling to me over there. Of course it could also be my psychological effect, but I still want to go and confirm it." Then he looked at Zhang Xiaotong and continued, "Classmate Zhang, is that okay? After confirming, I will accompany you to the lakeside to look for the water sprite. It won't take much time." "Of course. If you really have awakened a special talent, that would be something to celebrate. Moreover, I remember that textbooks say this kind of premonition-type special talent is quite rare. I truly need to congratulate you." Zhang Xiaotong looked a bit excited, genuinely happy for him. Maybe it's just my illusion. Seeing her so easily believing his words, Sui felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. "Then let's go confirm the place you mentioned first and see if there really is a rare pet beast there." After thinking for a moment, Bai Jining also agreed to his suggestion. People who awaken special talents are key training targets for the country. If confirmed, she must report it to the school promptly. Seeing that he had successfully persuaded these two teammates, Sui breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing the slight guilt in his heart, and began to move towards the location indicated by the system. 5 kilometers isn't really long, but the three of them took a full 2 hours to walk. Along the way they not only avoided some dangerous swamps and thickets, but also encountered many extraordinary creatures. These extraordinary creatures were not strong, at least none reached the elite level, and their aggressiveness was low, so they didn't cause much trouble for them. However, precisely because these extraordinary creatures were too weak, the vast majority had no value for contracting. Not to mention Sui, even Zhang Xiaotong looked down on them. As the three of them passed through a dense forest, the scene suddenly opened up before them. There were no thick trees here, and looking up all they could see were low shrubs. These shrubs were clustered closely together with slender stems covered in sharp thorns. This was thorny grass, the most common type of extraordinary creature in the world. Perhaps sensing that 3 humans had entered here, the more cunning ones quickly burrowed underground to hide. Could these be the rare pet beasts you mentioned? Bai Jining glanced at Sui with disappointment. Sui was also a bit confused. If the pet beast indicated by the system was right here, could it be hiding underground? He didn't believe in evil and hurriedly checked the attributes of those thorny grasses. When he saw a rather unremarkable thorny grass, he suddenly froze. Thorny grass, spiritual energy, apprentice, level 2 star, attribute with skills: burrowing, proficient; growth, proficient; entangling, proficient; evolving species, thorny vine, thorny ghost vine; potential, royal level. The potential of this thorn grass has astonishingly reached the king level. This must be the individual that can break through the shackles of its race as rumored. Sui was utterly astonished, unable to regain his senses. He initially thought the target this time was a rare pet beast, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the most common thorn grass in the world. Seeing him standing there in a daze without speaking, Zhang Xiaotong assumed it was due to embarrassment and hurriedly intervened, saying, "Sui, it's okay, it's normal to make a mistake occasionally. If worst comes to worst, we can look elsewhere." After hearing her words, Sui finally snapped back to reality, suppressing his excitement, and exclaimed, "No need for that. I trust my intuition. Since we've come here, let's just contract a thorn grass." Huh? Zhang Xiaotong looked at him in astonishment, her mind struggling to catch up. Bai Jining frowned and reminded him logically, "It is your freedom to contract whatever pet beast you wish, but I still hope you will think it over seriously and not act impulsively. Thorn grass is one of the pet beasts with the lowest contracting value, and whether it can even be cultivated to the ordinary level is a question. Choosing such an extraordinary creature as a pet beast is essentially wasting a contracting spot." Sui's decision was truly hard for her to comprehend. In her view, it was akin to joking with his own future. "Thank you for your advice, senior sister, but I trust my instincts," Sui replied apologetically. "I've said all I needed to say. Since you insist on your opinion, then do as you like." Seeing his determination, Bai Jining also lost interest in arguing further. "Thank you," Sui said, unable to hold back any longer, and immediately walked towards the patch of thorn grass. "Wait, what are you doing?" Bai Jining hurriedly called out to him. "Now is not the best time to capture thorn grass. We've already startled them, and those with potential have long since burrowed underground to hide. The ones remaining on the surface are almost all mediocre individuals that cannot grow to the ordinary level. I suggest you hide and patiently wait for a while. After those quality thorn grass emerge again, you can proceed with the capture." Extraordinary creatures possess self-awareness, and thorn grass is no exception. Generally speaking, the higher the intelligence, the greater the potential. Thorn grass is naturally timid. Upon discovering human intrusion, even the slightly clever ones will unhesitatingly burrow underground, while only the dull-witted ones remain on the surface. Thus, if one wants to contract thorn grass beast, tamers usually choose those that understand how to flee. This is basic knowledge. As for the dull ones, no one pays them any mind. Sui naturally knew this. Had it been before, he wouldn't have bothered with those on the ground. However, with the system, he could clearly see that among these seemingly foolish thorn grass, one had indeed reached king-level potential, and there was no doubt about it. "Don't worry, I know this common sense. I just want to see if I can dig out those that have burrowed underground." Sui shouted back at Bai Jining, and then entered the patch of thorn grass, starting to search through the mud holes left by the thorn grass. Bai Jining was somewhat speechless, increasingly feeling that this junior's mind might have some issues. The soil here is loose. With the ability of thorn grass, it can easily burrow 2 to 3 meters underground and move freely. Digging them out. That was indeed a bit fanciful. Is he really the best among you 14? Bai Jining turned to Zhang Xiaotong beside her, puzzled. Sui isn't usually like this. Looking at Sui rummaging around in the thorn grass, Zhang Xiaotong was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In the patch of thorn grass, Sui was feeling extremely tense. Though he appeared to be searching through the mud holes, completely ignoring the thorn grass on the ground, he was actually inching closer to his true target. Although he did not know why that particular thorn grass hadn't burrowed underground, this instead provided him with the opportunity to capture it by hand. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. As time passed, he was getting closer and closer to that thorn grass. When only 1 meter remained, that thorn grass noticeably quivered, but in the end, like those foolish thorn grass, it remained on the surface, swaying in the wind. Now's the time. Sui took a deep breath, and just as he was still digging in the mud, he suddenly sprang up and pounced directly towards that thorn grass. That thorn grass finally sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to burrow underground. Unfortunately, it was too late to think of burrowing now. Sui was quick and deft, grabbing it firmly. The thorn grass was covered in thorns. Even with leather gloves on, Sui still felt a sting, almost making him loosen his grip. "Senior sister, come help," he shouted, using his other hand to grab it as well, trying to pull the thorn grass out. However, this thorn grass was far more resilient than he had imagined. Even with all his strength, he could barely prevent it from continuing to burrow underground. The thorn grass struggled desperately, and seeing that it couldn't break free, it suddenly grew several stalks as thick as fingers wrapping around his neck. These stalks were covered in sharp thorns. If they truly wrapped around him, even if Sui was not strangled, his neck would be bloodied. Damn! He was startled. Fighting an extraordinary creature barehanded was indeed somewhat overwhelming, even though this thorn grass was only an apprentice level 2-star. But even so, he was unwilling to let go. After all, this was a wild pet beast with king-level potential. Watch out! Just as the thorn grass was about to wrap around his neck, Bai Jining suddenly dashed in front of him like the wind, drawing out a military dagger and pinning the stalks to a tree. Thank you. Sui expressed his gratitude to her, then looked at the struggling thorn grass, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Stop struggling, it's useless. From now on you'll be my pet beast. I will not let you down." Contracting array activate? Sui shouted lightly, and a mysterious hexagram array appeared out of thin air, enveloping the thorn grass within. Sui. Zhang Xiaotong also rushed over. Upon seeing this scene, she opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words. She did not understand. She truly did not understand. Hadn't it already been said that these foolish thorn grass on the surface had no potential? How did Sui still manage to capture one? Moreover, he was so determined. Like her, Bai Jining also found it hard to comprehend. What puzzled her the most was that Sui seemed extremely delighted and excited at this moment, as if the creature he was contracting wasn't merely a thorn grass but a rare pet beast that was 1 in a million. What a strange fellow! Though this thorn grass boasted immense potential, for now it remained merely an apprentice level 2-star extraordinary creature. After a moment of struggle, the hexagram magic circle forcibly drilled into its body. The next instant the thorn grass vanished, and when it reappeared it had already entered Sui's beast taming space. At that moment Sui could clearly sense that he had established a spiritual bond with the thorn grass. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting a royal grade potential pet beast. Success! He clenched his fist, his joy beyond words. He had actually contracted a pet beast with royal grade potential. It felt like a dream. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately tried to communicate with the thorn grass. Mental communication was a basic skill all beast tamers possessed, allowing seamless interaction with their contracted beasts through spiritual links. Now that Sui was a proper apprentice-level beast tamer, he naturally had this ability. Yet no matter how he called out, the thorn grass ignored him. Not only that, he could clearly feel the thorn grass struggling frantically in his beast taming space, as if trying to break free from the contract's shackles. Truly wild and untamable. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength you can't rebel against the beast tamer. If you truly wish to escape the contract, strive to improve yourself. Once your spirit energy surpasses mine by 2 major ranks, perhaps you might succeed. Sui reminded him kindly. These words proved effective, and the thorn grass indeed quieted down. Then emotions of fury, resentment, and sorrow emanated from it like a bride forcibly carried onto the bridal sedan. Ah! This! Sui understood its feelings, and a strong sense of guilt welled up within him. Don't be like that, you make me seem like a villain. Beast tamers capturing pets is as natural as wolves eating sheep, can you understand? Fury, resentment, sorrow? Alright, it seems you can't. But that's fine, I promise you this, from now on you are my closest companion and I will treat you like family. Fury, resentment, sorrow? Actually, being a beast tamer's pet has its benefits. The beast taming space can greatly accelerate your growth. Outside it might take you a year or 2 to evolve into Thornvine, but in the space it can be shortened to a few months. Fury, resentment, sorrow? Still not working? Sui pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, "Since you're my pet now, I'll provide you with a wood spirit stone every month." Huh? The thorn grass was visibly startled. The next moment the emotions it conveyed finally shifted: surprise, joy, longing. Was it really that straightforward? Sensing these positive emotions, Sui found it amusing. What a swift change of attitude. But, sorry, I was just joking. Your master here, even if I sold everything I own, couldn't afford a single wood spirit stone. He'll fulfill that promise when I'm better off. Sui shrugged helplessly. Shock, reproach, exasperation, shame, grievance, self-pity. Your emotions are so rich. Sensing these chaotic feelings, Sui was astonished. Since you have such rich emotions, your intelligence must be quite high. I'm curious, why didn't you burrow underground like other highly intelligent Thorn Grass? Were you trying to disguise yourself as a low intelligence one to fool people? Wait, let me analyze further. Do you enjoy this feeling of fooling humans? When you trick beast tamers this way, do you secretly mock them in your heart, thinking foolish humans all a bunch of idiots? Shock, grievance, regret. Haha, I hit the mark. Sui couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was truly amusing. Bai Jining and Zhang Xiaotong had no idea what he was communicating with the Thorn Grass. Seeing him standing there grinning foolishly, they found it rather odd. Thorn Grass is widely regarded as one of the most unpromising pet beasts. I really don't understand why you're so happy. Bai Jining turned to him, trying to read something in his eyes. I beg to differ. Thorn Grass isn't as bad as you think. After evolving into Thorn Tree, it can grow to elite rank and with luck even to royal rank. The sacred Thorn Tree in Thorn City is royal rank, which is why the city is named that way. Sui replied with a smile, appearing quite optimistic. You're right that evolving into Thorn Tree allows growth to elite rank, but the Thorn Grass that can evolve into Thorn Tree is 1 in 10,000. As for the sacred Thorn Tree, only one has been found worldwide. Do you think your Thorn Grass will be that lucky? An extraordinary creature's potential is tied to its intelligence, and your Thorn Grass doesn't even know how to avoid humans. Bai Jining couldn't help but pour cold water on him. At this point, she had completely dismissed the idea that this junior might have awakened a special talent. If he had truly awakened a precognition type talent, would he contract a Thorn Grass? Ridiculous. Is it possible that the Thorn Grass I contracted didn't burrow underground early, not because of low intelligence but because of high intelligence? It knew staying on the surface would mean no one would bother it, so it did the opposite, and I just happened to catch it? Sui asked with a grin. Huh? Bai Jining widened her eyes full of question marks. Doing the opposite, such a far-fetched notion was less likely than winning the lottery. But before she could speak, Sui continued, haha, just kidding, senior. Don't take it to heart. Of course, there's no such foolish Thorn Grass in the world. So it was just a joke. Bai Jining shook her head and said nothing more. Thorn Grass, exasperation, shame. Sui, your hands. Zhang Xiaotong suddenly noticed something covering her mouth and pointing at his hands. Sui looked down and remembered that the Thorn Grass had pricked his hands and red blood was dripping through the leather gloves. What a shame about my leather gloves. Looking at the punctured gloves, he felt a pang of regret. But on the flip side, if an apprentice level 2-star Thorn Grass could easily pierce leather gloves, how much more formidable would it become after growing stronger? Do not move for now, I will help you with your wound. Seeing Sui take off his gloves, his palms covered in blood, Zhang Xiaotong hurriedly ran to find medical alcohol and bandages. Thank you. Sui expressed his gratitude while pulling out the remaining barbs from his hand. Although these barbs were not long, they were very hard, like steel needles. After pulling out the barbs, he took the disinfectant alcohol that Zhang Xiaotong handed him and poured a little onto the wound. The intense pain made him gasp, causing beads of sweat to form. This sour sensation is something only those who have experienced it would understand. After cleaning the wound, Zhang Xiaotong immediately helped him wrap it with a bandage, her technique appearing quite professional. There's still time, now let's continue our journey. If luck permits, we might be able to contract your desired pet beasts today for both of you. Seeing that Sui's wound was bandaged, Bai Jiqing suggested, alright, let's proceed to the lakeside as planned. Neither Sui nor Zhang Xiaotong objected. Soon the three of them began to advance towards the direction of the lake. Seizing this opportunity, Sui carefully examined the attributes of the thorny grass. Thorny Grass Spiritual Energy Apprentice Level 2 Star Attribute with Skills Burrow Proficient Growth Proficient Bind Proficient Evolvable Species Thorny Vine Thorn Demon Vine Potential Royal Level Burrow Growth and Bind. It actually mastered 3 skills all at a proficient level. Truly worthy of being an extraordinary creature with royal level potential. Sui couldn't help but praise it in his heart. For plant-type pet beasts, these 3 skills are all incredibly practical. Burrow is self-explanatory. It can be used not only for escape and evasion but also for movement and ambushing enemies. When an enemy passes by, suddenly burrowing from underground will surely catch them off guard. As for Bind, it is equally impressive. It is a control skill that can restrain enemies and limit their movements. If the strength is sufficient, it can even strangle enemies directly. Regarding growth, it may sound harmless, but it is a capability that can lead to a qualitative change in the strength of plant-type pet beasts. Mastering this ability allows the branches to grow rapidly in a short time, attacking distant enemies. Coupled with Bind, it can definitely produce an effect that is far greater than the sum of its parts. The only pity is that the spiritual energy level of the thorny grass is a bit low, currently only at apprentice level 2 star. If it could be raised to the ordinary level, Sui could venture alone in the lakeside forest. With such a pet beast to protect him, unless facing dangerous elite extraordinary creatures, he could easily retreat unscathed. Young man, stop sulking in the beast master space. You need to work hard to elevate your spiritual energy level to apprentice level 3 star within a week. If you don't put in the effort, it's impossible to forcibly break the contract. Sui smiled as he encouraged the thorny grass. Thorny grass, angry resistance slacking off. Sui clearly did not expect such a response from it, shrugged and said, all right, it seems you have decided to stay with me, so let's leave it at that. Thorny grass, angry, frantic, unwilling. It then began to desperately absorb the drifting spiritual energy from the world. Its level of effort would put even a 996 worker to shame. How simple-minded. Seeing it like this, Sui smiled with satisfaction. If it could maintain this level of effort, perhaps it could elevate to the ordinary level in less than a year. Go for it. Sui silently cheered it on in his heart, then shifted his focus back to its attribute panel. Like the snow-bouncing rabbit and the crimson phoenix, the thorny grass also had 2 options listed under its evolvable species. One is the normal evolution path to thorny vine, the other is the demonization path to thorn demon vine. Conditions for evolving to thorny vine: apprentice level 4 star and water of energy. Conditions for evolving to thorn demon vine: apprentice level 6 star, spirit fruit of plants and 80 soul power. Fortunately, the demonization conditions for thorny grass are not as harsh as those for the snow-bouncing rabbit. After reading the prompt, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He vaguely remembered that the snow-bouncing rabbit needed a ice spirit stone worth over 1 million to evolve into a snow demon rabbit. While the spirit fruit of plants is also expensive compared to the ice spirit stone, it is a mere trifle. The cheaper ones only require about 20 to 30,000, which Sui could barely afford. As for the soul power, there was even less to worry about. He already knew how to acquire soul power. Previously, when Bai Jiqing exterminated the bloodthirsty vine, he had collected a full 23 points. With that as a reference, gathering 80 soul power would not be difficult at all. Just hunt a few more extraordinary creatures. Be careful. Just as Sui was contemplating how to hunt extraordinary creatures, Bai Jiqing, who was walking in front, suddenly shouted a warning. What's wrong? The 2 following behind quickly stopped and heightened their vigilance. It's a silver ring snake, highly venomous. Bai Jiqing pointed ahead. Sui followed her finger and indeed spotted a black and white striped poisonous snake. The snake flicked its red tongue, staring at them with a dangerous gaze. Step back a bit, I will handle it. Bai Jiqing wasted no time and prepared to summon her gale bird. Wait. Sui called out to her, then took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Let me handle it." "You?" Bai Jiqing looked a bit puzzled. Sui nodded confidently, saying, "Although the silver ring snake is highly venomous and very dangerous, its spiritual energy level is not high. My thorny grass should be able to subdue it." Bai Jiqing hesitated for a moment but then readily said, "All right, then it's up to you." She understood Sui's feelings. Beast masters are always eager to test their newly contracted pet beasts. "Thank you." Sui felt a surge of excitement and looked at the silver ring snake, softly calling, "Come forth, thorny grass." With the flash of a six-pointed star formation, the thorny grass appeared before him. However, as soon as thorny grass appeared, it immediately bared its teeth and claws at him, clearly unwilling to help him fight. If it weren't for the fear of backlash from the contract, it might have even attacked Sui, its master. "Stop throwing a tantrum, you haven't broken free from the contract yet. You are still my pet beast. If you perform well, although I can't afford to buy a wood spirit stone, I can still occasionally water you with some water of energy." Through their mental connection, Sui communicated with it. "Water of energy?" Thorny grass paused slightly, clearly showing some desire. Then, while expressing its unwillingness and resistance, it burrowed underground and attacked the silver ring snake. The silver ring snake sensed the impending threat and instinctively tried to climb up a nearby large tree. However, just as it got close to the tree, the thorny grass burst out from the soil below, with several branches rapidly growing like ropes entangling it. The silver ring snake was taken aback, opening its venomous fangs to bite the branches. Its reaction speed was very quick, easily biting a few branches in its mouth. However, it seemed to have overlooked the barbs on the thorny grass. As it bit down on the thorny grass, the barbs pierced its mouth, and the intense pain made it thrash wildly, trying to shake off the branches in its mouth. Unfortunately, the thorny grass did not give it that opportunity. Taking advantage of its pain as it rolled on the ground, it quickly closed in, wrapping it tightly in no time. The skin of the silver ring snake was tough, but in front of the barbs of the thorny grass it was like paper. Soon the thorny grass had left hundreds of blood holes on its body. The thorny grass emerged victorious in battle, its skill proficiency increased. As the system notification appeared, the silver ring snake exhausted its last vestige of life force and collapsed onto the ground. Only then did the thorny grass contentedly release it, burrowing into the ground. When it emerged again, its blood had been thoroughly cleaned by the soil. Bai Jiqing looked on in astonishment at this scene. She had guessed that the thorny grass would be able to defeat the silver ring snake, but she had not expected it to win so decisively. In just a minute it had strangled a transcendent creature of equal level. Such combat talent could undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. "You are quite lucky. This thorny grass can skillfully use skills like burrowing and entangling. Its potential should not be too low and is likely to grow to the ordinary level." Bai Jiqing corrected her earlier judgment. "Just the ordinary level?" Sui smiled. Although he knew she was still grossly mistaken, he humbly replied, "The silver ring snake's venom, which it excels at, is completely ineffective against the thorny grass, amounting to a restraint. Winning this battle isn't really a big deal, and you don't need to give it too high of an evaluation, senior sister." Bai Jiqing shook her head. "Skill proficiency doesn't deceive. If the one you've contracted is definitely a standout among the thorny grass. With your words I can rest easy. It seems my intuition has some merit," Sui said with a smile. Originally he wanted to say something more, but at that moment the system notification appeared again. "Absorption complete. Gain 5 soul power points, currently possessing a total of 28 soul power points." Only 5 points. He was slightly taken aback, feeling somewhat disappointed. It seems that soul power was linked to the level of spiritual energy. The soul power provided by apprentice-level transcendent creatures should only be in single digits. Calculating this to gather 80 soul power points, he would need to slay more than 10 apprentice-level transcendent creatures. Fortunately, while the surrounding lake forest didn't have much else, it was rich in transcendent creatures. Forget about 80 soul power points, he could easily gather 2 to 3 times that. To gain more soul power points, Sui would unhesitatingly summon the thorny grass whenever they encountered a ferocious beast that attacked them. As long as the thorny grass could defeat it, no creature would escape alive. Of course, he only dared to bully those apprentice-level transcendent creatures. He wouldn't dare touch anything above the ordinary level, usually leaving those for Baijiqing to handle. After all, as long as he got close enough, the soul power that spilled from the transcendent creatures killed by Baijiqing could still be collected by the system without any issues. As time passed, the three finally reached the lakeside. Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat exhausted. He had already fought in over 10 battles on this journey. At this moment he could clearly feel his growth. At first, after summoning the thorny grass, he could only stand by and watch, but now he was able to give appropriate commands at the right moments, helping the thorny grass win battles. With an increase in battle experience, his cooperation with the thorny grass had become increasingly tacit. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that his thorny grass was too proud, occasionally ignoring his commands and acting independently. However, what frustrated him was that every time the thorny grass acted on its own, it seemed to achieve even better results. Moreover, in the end, the thorny grass would convey a sense of pride and disdain, as if mocking him, its master. It turned out that when it came to combat, the thorny grass was the true expert, and he as a novice beast master didn't need to interfere. Realizing this, Sui's self-esteem took a small hit, and he began to reflect on whether it was a mistake to contract such a highly intelligent pet. Such a pet could not reflect a beast master's ability and value. Look at those low-intelligence pets. Without a beast master's guidance, they would be utterly useless, their combat power reduced by at least half. Only such pets could provide a sense of accomplishment for a beast master. Baijiqing, however, was unaware of this. Seeing the thorny grass defeat another apprentice-level transcendent creature so cleanly, she exclaimed, "I previously underestimated you. I didn't expect your command in battle to be so strong. At this level you've surpassed many ordinary beast masters, and you could even stand shoulder to shoulder with some elite beast masters." Sui was momentarily at a loss for words, only managing to force a smile in response. As night fell dark as ink, all teachers and students returned to the nearest safe station. After a day of effort, Sui had accumulated a total of 188 soul power points. Of course, this was not solely his achievement. Most of it was contributed by Baijiqing's slaying of transcendent creatures. Successfully contracting a pet with king-level potential and gaining so much soul power, today's harvest is quite good. Sui displayed a satisfied smile. However, while he was pleased, Zhang Xiaotong had gained nothing and had completely become a mere bystander. Of course, this could not be blamed on Sui. They had spent the entire afternoon searching by the lakeside. During that time, they had also discovered a few water spirits, but unfortunately their qualifications were too poor, looking rather foolish, and they had no chance of growing to the elite level. Thus, neither he nor Baijiqing recommended Zhang Xiaotong to contract one. Zhang Xiaotong's expectations were not high. She would have been content with a water spirit with ordinary level potential. However, seeing her teammates oppose her, she ultimately gave up. And then there was nothing more to be said, only waiting for tomorrow to continue their efforts. The nights in the secret realm are truly dark, Sui couldn't help but exclaim as he looked outside through the window of their simple 8-person dormitory. In the secret realm there is no sun, moon, or stars, yet the alternation of day and night is completed by light-based and dark-based spiritual energies. When the light-based spiritual energy is active and the dark-based spiritual energy is dormant, it is daytime. When the dark-based spiritual energy is active and the light-based spiritual energy is dormant, it is nighttime. Interestingly, the cycles of activity and dormancy of light and dark spiritual energies in the secret realm are completely consistent with the rising and setting of the sun and moon on Blue Star. In simpler terms, the day and night in the secret realm are almost identical to those in the outside world. Many scientists and spiritual energy scholars have studied this phenomenon and concluded that it is likely influenced by the rules of the Blue Star's native plane. Blue Star has given birth to various transcendent creatures and heavenly materials under the influence of the secret realm's plane rules. Naturally, after the secret realm merged into Blue Star, it would also be affected by the rules here. Of course, detailed information will await further research by various countries. Beep. 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 Suddenly Su Yang's phone rang. He opened it to find a message from the class teacher in the class group. Everyone, students who contracted pets today, please report, including the type of pet and spiritual energy level. The teacher needs to keep a record. Report. Alright, there's nothing to hide about the thorny grass. Sui immediately edited the pet information and sent it to the class group. Then the class group, which had originally been chatting and joking around, suddenly fell silent. After a long while, a new message appeared in the group. Dude, you contracted such a ghostly thing with senior sister by Jiqing leading the team. What were you thinking, wasting an opportunity? Thorny grass is widely recognized as one of the most worthless pet beasts. It's not that its combat capability is lacking, but rather that its potential is too limited. Generally speaking, species that can naturally grow to the ordinary level with a number less than half can be deemed to have no contractual value. As for thorny grass, through observation and research, approximately only 1 out of every 10 plants can reach the ordinary level, far below this standard. The probability of growing to the elite level is even lower. Moreover, once a beastmaster contracts a pet beast, it is extremely difficult to change it, so the vast majority of people would not gamble their contractual slot on thorny grass, considering the low probability of reaching the elite level. This is why, upon learning that Sui had contracted a thorny grass, his classmates reacted this way. With this classmate taking the lead, several others couldn't help but voice their opinions. Why contract thorny grass? Even if you like wood-type pet beasts, you could contract a bloodthirsty vine. Isn't that better than thorny grass? Sui, you're wasting your contractual slot. I can only wish you luck, hoping this thorny grass can grow to the ordinary level. Brother, isn't senior sister by Jining's Gale Bird an elite pet beast? With it safeguarding you, you could easily explore deeper into the forest. Why rush to contract? Yeah, there's still a whole day left tomorrow. Why the rush? If it were me, I wouldn't contract unless I found something suitable. Sui's thorny grass is quite impressive, not as weak as you all imagine. It has defeated silvering snakes and poison dart frogs, and even vanquished a jungle wolf today. Senior sister by Jining said his thorny grass is exceptional, even having the potential to grow to the elite level. This message was clearly sent by Zhang Xiaotong. Upon hearing it could potentially grow to the elite level, the class group chat instantly exploded. Is this true? Wouldn't that be comparable to the sand dune lizard I bought for 180000 at the Beastmaster Mall? It seems that thorny grass capable of growing to the elite level is 1 in 1,000. If it's true, then Sui is so lucky. Just asking, isn't senior sister by Jining just a high school student? Can we trust her evaluation? Whether it's trustworthy or not, at least it's more reliable than us. Sui, come out and show us your thorny grass. Looking at the rolling messages, Sui was not angry. After a moment of hesitation, he posted a photo of the thorny grass he took in the afternoon in the class group. After thinking for a while, he added, "It's a very interesting little guy and am quite satisfied to have contracted it." Seeing him so calm, no one in the class group teased him anymore, and the topic quickly shifted elsewhere. After exploring the Ring Lake Forest for a day, many were eager to share their experiences in the group. In the secret realm, the network was a local one. Aside from communicating with classmates, there was nothing else to pass the time, so Sui simply became a lurker, quietly browsing through his classmates' chat messages. Half an hour later, he turned off the class group, his expression somewhat grave. Through these classmates' messages, he learned a lot of information. Despite their seemingly relaxed demeanor in the group, many in the class had sustained injuries during their first exploration of the secret realm due to a lack of experience. It was said that several students from other classes had suffered serious injuries and were urgently sent out of the secret realm. The Ring Lake Forest is a low-risk secret realm that has been thoroughly explored, and there are teachers and senior students from each class providing protection. Yet under such circumstances there were still several cases of injury and even fatalities. This is quite frightening. Being a beastmaster is indeed a high-risk profession. Sui sighed lightly, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, clearly not yet mentally prepared to face danger. Although he had known for a long time that all beastmaster schools have a casualty indicator similar to the military, allowing for a certain level of casualties during the learning process. But knowing is one thing, seeing it with his own eyes is another. At this moment he truly understood the saying, every beastmaster is a warrior. In fact, after the second-year class division, the school trains them according to military standards, even stricter than the military. Especially for students who choose combat majors, they are trained according to special forces standards. Forget it, I won't think too much. I need to focus on the matter at hand. Sui shook off these chaotic thoughts, hesitated again, and re-entered treasure hunting mode. 1 kilometers southeast, low-level secret treasure discovered. This treasure had been indicated by the system as soon as he entered the secret realm, but he hadn't found the opportunity to search for it until now. If I sneak out now, will I encounter danger? A thought suddenly popped into Sui's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The safety zone outside is pitch black with extremely low visibility. With his current strength, wandering into the wild would likely turn him into fodder for some extraordinary creature. He is not thorny grass, which can burrow underground to avoid danger. Wait, thorny grass. He suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. Now that he also has a pet beast, why would he need to do the treasure hunting himself? He could simply command the thorny grass to retrieve the treasure for him. Thorny grass is a native of this area and possesses the ability to burrow, making it unlikely to encounter danger in the Ring Lake forest, which is far safer than him searching for it personally. With that thought, he stopped hesitating and immediately summoned the thorny grass. The thorny grass had been diligently absorbing spiritual energy in the Beastmaster space and was clearly a bit displeased when summoned, abruptly swinging its spiky branches at him. Sorry, but I need to trouble you again. I have a very important task for you which shouldn't be difficult for you. Another task. The thorny grass became even less pleased. It had fought over 20 battles during the day and was almost out of spiritual energy, only to find that there was another task at night. What does it take me for? A workhorse? Without even thinking, it conveyed feelings of resistance, annoyance, and anger to Sui. Seeing that it seemed genuinely tired, Sui felt a bit embarrassed, but after a moment of hesitation he said, "This time it's not a battle, I just need you to help me fetch something. This item is extremely important, directly related to whether I can afford to buy you energy water and essence fruits in the future." Energy water? Essence fruits? There's no doubt that the thorny grass understood. It immediately curled itself into a twist, seemingly in a state of conflict. Sui was not in a hurry and quietly watched it. After a long while the thorny grass finally unfurled, begrudgingly conveying its decision to agree. The bond between a beast master and their beast is incredibly tight, although it does not reach the level of symbiosis. If one party dies, the other will suffer immense harm. The beast master is somewhat better off as they hold the dominant position in the contract. After the beast's death, although they will also suffer backlash from the contract, it manifests as merely damage to their soul, along with the collapse of the beast's spatial domain, permanently losing that contractual position. In contrast, the backlash faced by the beast is far more severe. Once the beast master dies, most beasts will perish alongside them unless their own spiritual energy level vastly exceeds that of the beast master. As for how much higher it needs to be, years of research have led to a rough conclusion. When a beast's spiritual energy level surpasses that of its beast master by one major tier, it is highly likely that it will not die directly from the contractual backlash, but will suffer severe injuries. When the spiritual energy level exceeds by 2 major tiers, it can barely resist the backlash of the contract. As for exceeding by more than 2 major tiers, one can essentially ignore the so-called contract. For this reason, a beast master dares to contract beasts that are at most 1 major tier stronger than themselves any higher, and they must remain wary of betrayal from the beast. For the Beast Master, the contract carries the risk of backlash, but the benefits they gain far outweigh the risks enough to erase the concerns. Beasts are not merely tools for combat. Through their mental connection, the Beast Master can share their vision entirely. Moreover, as the Beast Master's spiritual energy level rises, the benefits they receive will also increase. An apprentice-level Beast Master can only master the simple ability of mental communication, while an ordinary-level Beast Master can awaken attribute sharing. Attribute sharing refers to sharing a portion of the beast's physical attributes, including strength, constitution, reaction speed, and so on. After obtaining the beast's attribute enhancement, an ordinary-level Beast Master's own strength can completely crush that of an ordinary person. In summary, the further one progresses, the more benefits a Beast Master can reap. If luck permits, after reaching the king level, a Beast Master's own power can match that of extraordinary beings of the same tier. Of course, Sui is still far from that. By the standards of extraordinary beings, he has just opened his beast space, and his spiritual energy level should only be at 1-star apprentice level, even inferior to a thorny grass. Fortunately, a Beast Master is never alone in battle. Seeing that thorny grass has agreed, Sui wasted no time and immediately commanded it to emerge from the safe station and head towards the location of the secret treasure. Through their mental connection, he can clearly sense thorny grass' position and the surrounding situation. As he had expected, thorny grass slithered and burrowed through the ground without encountering any danger. It's not that its power is particularly strong, rather it's mainly because no fierce beasts are interested in it. Not to mention carnivorous extraordinary beings, even herbivorous extraordinary beings are unwilling to munch on thorny grass. The only thing that dissatisfied Sui was that thorny grass was moving too slowly. Although it was quick when burrowing, the consumption of spiritual energy was substantial, making it hard to sustain. As a result, it took thorny grass a full half-hour to cover the short distance of 1 kilometers. Of course, Sui said nothing. He could see that thorny grass was already doing its best. Pressing this little guy like this even made him feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps after we get out I should buy it some energy water. I can't keep fooling it. Anyway, energy water isn't that expensive, just about $100 a bottle. Energy water is not some rare treasure, but rather a beverage produced by certain water-based extraordinary beings. All living beings can absorb this beverage. It not only restores stamina, alleviates fatigue, and heals injuries, but also accelerates growth for wood-based extraordinary beings. Given his financial capability, although he cannot afford to let thorny grass use it every day, buying a bottle occasionally is still feasible. Seeing that thorny grass had arrived at the destination, Sui felt a surge of excitement and quickly refocused his thoughts to find the secret treasure. However, what puzzled him was that around thorny grass was just an ordinary patch of grass with no trace of the treasure at all. What's going on? Sui was slightly taken aback and quickly checked the system prompt. Your beast is 5 meters below low-level treasure detected. 5 meters below? It turns out this treasure is buried underground. Well, if it weren't buried underground, it would have likely been discovered by others long ago. Sui realized. However, 5 meters is a bit deep. Thorny grass, can you burrow down there? He couldn't help but ask. Then thorny grass fell back into its old habits, sending back negative emotions. To summarize, it was no way. Too difficult. I don't want to. Sigh. Sui sighed. In that case, I have no choice but to give up. I originally wanted to take that treasure to exchange for some energy water or wood essence fruits for you. Thorny grass could tell he was saying this on purpose. But the temptation was too great. Even though it knew Sui was trying to use it, it couldn't refuse. After a moment of hesitation, it ultimately used its burrowing skill and angrily plunged underground. The first 1 or 2 meters were fine. The soil was relatively loose, allowing thorny grass to burrow in easily, but as it went deeper, the soil became increasingly compact. When it reached 3 meters down, its speed slowed to a crawl, only able to inch deeper into the ground. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Observing thorny grass desperately burrowing down, Sui couldn't help but feel moved. Although this little guy has a bit of a temper, its tenacity to persist until the end truly impressed him. The little guy's spiritual energy level is still a bit too low. If it could be raised to 5 stars or higher at the apprentice level, it would surely not struggle so much. Fortunately, just as Thorny Grass was about to exhaust its last bit of spiritual energy, that treasure finally appeared in their perception. This is a wood spirit stone. Chuunibyou was initially shocked, then overjoyed. Although the wood spirit stone is merely a consumable treasure and its value pales in comparison to combat treasures, it can still be sold for over 1 million and is very easy to offload. Over 1 million? This is going to be a windfall? Chuunibyou was extremely excited and his heart raced significantly. However, in the next moment he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed instantly. The wood spirit stone possesses a fatal attraction for wood-based extraordinary beings. That little guy couldn't resist the temptation of energy water and wood essence fruits. Could it possibly resist this? Just as he was pondering this question, Thorny Grass had already wrapped itself around that wood spirit stone, its excitement surpassing Chuunibyou's. Without a doubt, the Thorny Grass ignored its master, continuing to absorb the spirit stone for wood. It was as happy as a child who had found a dessert. Its feelings of surprise, excitement, and joy were conveyed to Chuunibyou. Chuunibyou was dumbfounded, standing there for a long time, not knowing how to react. This was over 1 million. He could hardly comprehend what over 1 million meant to a poor student. To simply consume it was too extravagant. It's not that he couldn't bear it, the main issue was that the current spiritual energy level of the Thorny Grass was quite low. Even if it wanted to accelerate its growth, there was no need to absorb such high-grade items. The spirit fruit and herbs priced at several thousand in the shop would suffice. Be good, you are still young. Don't absorb the remaining spiritual energy, let's take it slow. Selling it would also allow us to exchange for more energy water and spirit fruit, which would be just as good. Chuunibyou continued to try to persuade it. If the Thorny Grass stopped absorbing now, the remaining spiritual energy in the spirit stone could still be sold for hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, the Thorny Grass was completely immersed in this feast, ignoring his persuasion. Fine, if you like it, just absorb it all, it's not really a waste. Chuunibyou sighed, resigned to his fate. After a moment he muttered to himself, actually looking at it from another perspective, this might not be a bad thing. After absorbing a spirit stone full with the Thorny Grass, spiritual energy level will surely see a significant boost. It might even reach the 6th star of the apprentice level in one go, meeting the conditions for transformation. Compared to a pet beast with royal level potential, what is a spirit stone for wood? A pet beast with royal level potential deserves such treatment. He tried to comfort himself, but his blood pressure still rose uncontrollably. The next morning, the students sharing the same dormitory began to wake up one after another. What the hell, why do you look like this? Didn't you sleep last night? His sleepy temporary roommate climbed up and immediately noticed Chuunibyou sitting cross-legged on the bed with panda eyes and was startled. I did sleep, but not fully. Chuunibyou offered him a friendly smile. The roommate shivered for no reason, then thought of something and comforted, is it because of the Thorny Grass? I saw your message in the group yesterday and thought you didn't care. Look on the bright side, maybe it can really grow to the elite level in the future. Thank you. Chuunibyou still wore a smile. The roommate patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, said nothing more, and went off to wash up. At that moment the Thorny Grass crawled in through the window along the wall. Indeed, it had just returned. It took an entire night to absorb the abundant spiritual energy contained in that spirit stone for wood. Clearly this little guy also realized it had made a mistake. After crawling in, it appeared cautious, afraid of angering Chuunibyou. Seeing it like this, Chuunibyou's anger dissipated significantly. He shook his head and said, no need to act pitiful. Although your impulsive behavior was wrong, I promised to provide you with spirit stones for wood, so consider this an early fulfillment of that promise. Oh! The Thorny Grass was quite surprised. Although Chuunibyou wasn't by its side last night, it could sense his pain through their mental connection while absorbing the spirit stone. For this reason it was prepared to endure Sui's wrath but didn't expect that its master would be so lenient, not intending to overly blame it. Is it strange? Sui smiled slightly. Don't forget you are now my pet beast, my closest partner. If conditions permitted, even if it were a spirit stone for wood costing 1,000 or 10,000, I'd gladly give it to make you happy. Let me officially introduce myself. I am Sui, your beast master, and I hope we can get along well in the future. He couldn't help but reach out to pat the thorny grass. However, after pausing for 2 seconds, he silently withdrew his hand. Unfortunately, his pet beast didn't like to touch the wound on his hand, which still hadn't healed. The thorny grass clearly did not expect him to suddenly say such words. Feeling his sincerity, a warm current surged within its body, inexplicably touched. This beast master didn't seem so terrible after all. If there was a loyalty value in the pet beast panel, it would surely have increased significantly at this moment. After returning the thorny grass to the beast's base, Sui carefully checked its current condition and was astonished to find that its spiritual energy level had already risen from the 2nd star of the apprentice level to the 4th star. In just one night it had improved by 2 stars. It truly lived up to its value of over 1 million. Moreover, Sui could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy contained in that spirit stone for wood had not been completely absorbed by the thorny grass. At least 70 to 80% was still stored within it. This meant that the thorny grass spiritual energy level had reached the 4th star of the apprentice level after absorbing merely 20 to 30%. If it fully digested the rest, not only could it reach the 6th star, but it might even rise to the 7th star. As far as he knew, the pet beast with the highest spiritual energy level in his class was only at the 5th star of the apprentice level. If it could really reach the 7th star in a short time, then his thorny grass would undoubtedly be the best. Although I lost over 1 million seeing the thorny grass grow so much, it wasn't a loss after all. Sui finally felt a bit relieved. As its spiritual energy level increased, the thorny grass appearance also changed somewhat. Its thorny branches, which were originally the thickness of a finger, had now grown larger, appearing much sturdier than before. The sharp spikes on the branches had also elongated significantly, emanating a terrifying cold light resembling steel needles more and more. If nothing unexpected occurred, the thorny grass combat power had at least increased by 50%. Keep working hard and strive to absorb all the remaining spiritual energy within you within a month. Others say that the thorny grass is the least promising pet beast, but I believe you will definitely not be worse than other extraordinary creatures. Sui began to encourage the little guy again. This time the thorny grass did not oppose him, but instead conveyed a spirited emotion. Sui nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly thought of something. His expression became serious as he instructed, I know that once the thorny grass reaches the 4th star of the apprentice level, it has a chance to evolve into thorny vines, but I hope you can resist that urge and not rush to evolve. The thorny grass was somewhat puzzled and conveyed a sense of confusion. Seeing this, Sui immediately explained seriously, because once you reach the 6th star of the apprentice level, you can undergo a special evolution, and I will definitely help you become even stronger then. Special evolution? If it were before, the thorny grass would definitely not heed this master's arrangements, but now its perception of this master had greatly changed. Since he said so, then let's give it a try. After all, evolving a bit later wouldn't be a problem. Thorny grass entangle. Well done. By the lakeside of the Ring Lake Forest, Sui was directing the thorny grass to battle a steel-clawed badger. The steel-clawed badger was considered a powerful, extraordinary creature possessing not only agile movements, but also claws capable of easily slicing through iron. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle, it was ensnared by the thorny grass and directly strangled to death. How's your leg? After eliminating the danger, Sui hurried to Zhang Xiaotong's side to inquire about her injuries. Her calf had been slashed by the steel-clawed badger, tearing her combat suit and causing blood to flow profusely, clearly indicating a serious injury. The steel-clawed badger was too fast, suddenly leaping out from the bushes. I couldn't stop it, I'm sorry. Seeing that Zhang Xiaotong's face turned pale from the pain, Bai Jining felt a bit guilty. She immediately helped her roll up her pant leg and noticed 3 cuts over 5 centimeters long on her fair calf, causing her brows to furrow. Please don't say that it's my fault for moving too slowly and being too far away that allowed the steel-clawed badger to ambush me, Zhang Xiaotong said while enduring the pain. They'll help you treat the wound. Bai Jining said nothing further and directly took out a bottle of water emitting a faint green glow from her storage bracelet. Is this healing water? No, this is too precious. Just help me bandage it up for now. You'll let the medical staff handle it when we get back to the safe station. Zhang Xiaotong recognized the bottle of water and quickly waved her hand to refuse. The price of healing water was significantly higher than that of energy water, and using such a thing to heal her wound felt overly extravagant. What is healing water compared to precious items? If these wounds aren't treated properly, they will leave scars, and scars on a girl's legs would be unsightly. Bai Jining didn't give her a chance to argue and turned to Sui saying, "Come help me hold her leg down to help the wound close as much as possible." Okay. Without further thought, Sui immediately followed Bai Jining's instructions, pressing his hands on Zhang Xiaotong's calf and gently squeezing inward to help close the wound. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, he was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Zhang Xiaotong's skin was very smooth and fair. This level of contact should make her feel quite awkward, right? He subconsciously glanced at Zhang Xiaotong, noticing her head down and her face flushed, confirming his suspicion. However, before he could think further, Bai Jining had already unscrewed the cap and was slowly pouring the healing water onto the wound. In the next moment, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. After a minute, the injury on Zhang Xiaotong's leg had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The healing water is even more miraculous than I imagined. It makes me want to contract a medical-type pet beast. Seeing the effect of the healing water for the first time, Sui couldn't help but exclaim. Sui, can you let go of my hand now? Zhang Xiaotong's face was blushing so much it seemed like it could drip water, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm sorry. Realizing, Sui hurriedly released her calf, only to see his palm covered in numerous blood scabs like tiny needle holes, suddenly feeling a bit sour. When he was injured yesterday, why didn't Bai Jining take out the healing water? Was it because a rough guy like him didn't deserve it? After treating the wound, the 3 of them wasted no time and continued exploring forward. Today was the last day. While the 2 of them could afford to wait, Zhang Xiaotong couldn't. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know how long she would have to wait to obtain her first pet beast. What did you feed the thorny grass last night? On the way, Bai Jining suddenly asked. What? Sui was taken aback for a moment, looking at her in confusion. In just one night, your thorny grass upgraded from apprentice level 2 stars to apprentice level 4 stars. Don't tell me this is natural growth. Bai Jining said lightly. So that's what she was asking. I fed it a piece of herb essence fruit, Sui replied without blushing or hesitating. Herb essence fruit? Bai Jining frowned, wondering what kind of herb essence fruit could have such a remarkable effect. Although she wasn't fully convinced, she didn't press further. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, the steel-clawed badger we just faced had a spiritual energy level of apprentice level 8 stars, coupled with its excellent reflexes and destructive power. Its combat ability ranks among the top extraordinary creatures of the apprentice level. You defeated it with a 4-star apprentice level thorny grass, which indicates your commanding ability in battle is indeed strong, and your thorny grass is also quite excellent. Otherwise such a result wouldn't be possible. Sui felt a bit shy and politely said, Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I haven't finished speaking yet. Bai Jining said seriously, the reason I'm saying all this is actually to ask if you would be willing to accept a private commission to be my sister's practice partner. Practice partner? Sui looked at her in surprise. Yes, practice partner. My sister is also an apprentice level beast master. To hone her combat skills, our family has hired many beast masters of the same level for her to spar with. However, she has been growing rapidly and hasn't lost a single match in the past 2 months, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the sparring. I have carefully observed your battles. Although you just contracted your pet beast not long ago and its spiritual energy level isn't very high, your commanding ability in battle surpasses that of some elite beast masters, making you a very valuable learning partner. From a certain perspective, you could be considered a genius and should be able to provide substantial help to my sister's growth. 2 months without losing a single match. Chuunibyou was a bit surprised. Isn't this likely to be another campus celebrity in the near future? After pondering for a while, he couldn't help but ask, why not consider finding some ordinary or elite beast masters as practice partners for her? That would yield better results. Bai Jining shook her head. Let me tell you, my sister is still young and her temperament isn't mature enough. Because she has been winning so easily these past 2 months, she has recently become a bit arrogant and complacent. If someone with a lower spiritual energy level and pet beast level were to defeat her, it would greatly benefit her character development. Still young? May I ask how old your sister is this year? Chuunibyou suddenly became curious. 11 years old, and she will be entering junior high in half a year. Bai Jining replied candidly. 11 years old. Chuunibyou was shocked. Is this what it means to be born into a wealthy family? When he was 11, he hadn't even detected his beast master talent. Looking at others, not only had she established her beast master space at the age of 11, but she had also become an outstanding apprentice-level beast master. Indeed, comparison makes one feel inferior. Is there a problem? Seeing his expression change, Bai Jining asked. This. He was a high school student going to be a practice partner for someone who hadn't even entered junior high yet felt somewhat embarrassing. After hesitating, he regrettably said, "You've helped me a lot these past 2 days, but this kind of thing." 1,000. What? For each match with my sister I will pay 1,000 yuan as practice fee, Bai Jining said earnestly. 1,000 for a match. Chuunibyou was momentarily stunned, and after a long time he asked, what was I just saying? You were saying that I've helped you a lot these past 2 days. Add me on VV. I'll contact you again after we leave. Okay. Chuunibyou was already accustomed to Bai Jining's crisp and efficient style. Without any superfluous words, he promptly took out his phone and exchanged VV contacts with her. Look, another water spirit. Zhang Xiaotong pointed into the distance, exclaiming in pleasant surprise. Yet amidst her delight a hint of tension crept in. She feared this water spirit might once again fall short of her 2 teammates' expectations. From yesterday afternoon until now they had already discovered 5 or 6 water spirits, but without exception Chuunibyou and Bai Jining had dismissed them all for being too mediocre in aptitude. It really is a water spirit. Hearing her cry, Chuunibyou immediately followed the direction she was pointing and indeed spotted a small water-blue creature on the lake's surface. From a distance the water spirit appeared as if it were entirely formed from water, fan-shaped ears, large eyes, and a fish-like tail, utterly adorable. This is the 6th one. I hope we hit the jackpot this time. Without hesitation, Chuunibyou directly checked its attribute panel. Water Spirit, Spiritual Energy, Apprentice, Level 3 stars, Attribute, Water Skills, Small Water Bullet, Mastery, Pure Water, Mastery, Energy, Water, Proficient, Evolvable Species, Pure Water Spirit, Foam Spirit, Postnatal Water, Elemental Potential, Elite Level. Bingo! Congratulations, Zhang. This water spirit is exceptional. I have a feeling it will grow to elite level in the future. Chuunibyou smiled, genuinely happy for Zhang Xiaotong. This water spirit had not only reached apprentice level 3 stars but also mastered the energy water skill. Once she contracted it, even if it didn't bring immense wealth, it would at least allow her to step comfortably into the middle class and ease her current financial struggles. Moreover, beast tamers who possessed such medical-type spirit beasts would be eagerly sought after by major hospitals after graduation. For those from humble backgrounds who lacked the means to nurture combat-type spirit beasts, contracting one like this was undoubtedly a wise choice. Really? Then, can I contract it directly? Zhang Xiaotong was somewhat excited but still turned her gaze to Bai Jining seeking the senior's opinion. Although Bai Jining lacked Suyi's ability to directly perceive a supernatural being's potential, she noticed the water spirit's lively eyes and made a rough judgment. This one has a certain probability of reaching elite level, and at the very least it can grow to ordinary level. But I'm not a professional appraiser, so my assessment may not be entirely accurate. Ultimately it depends on luck. Zhang Xiaotong beamed with joy. Having teammates as wonderful as you is already my good fortune. Without you I might never have found a water spirit at all. Since Senior Bai has no objections, I'll contract this one. Bai Jining nodded. But Suyi suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking, how are we supposed to catch this water spirit? It's playing on the lake at least 20 meters from the shore. If we row a boat over it, will probably sense us and dive to the bottom before we even get close, vanishing without a trace. Are you doubting my abilities? Leave it to me. Bai Jining didn't waste words. Gazing at the water spirit, still unaware of the impending danger, she immediately summoned the Gale Bird. Gale Bird, wind-whirlwind. She issued 2 commands to the Gale Bird in one breath. The next moment the Gale Bird transformed into a blur, charging toward the water spirit's location. Once within skill range, it let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings, generating a fierce whirlwind. Due to the Gale Bird's incredible speed, the water spirit, still blowing bubbles on the lake, had no time to react. By the time it sensed the danger, it had already been swept into the air by the whirlwind lifted from the lake's surface. Seizing the opportunity, the Gale Bird activated Wind Dash once more, extending its claws to firmly grasp the water spirit. The Gale Bird was an elite-level supernatural being, yet the water spirit was as fragile as an infant before it. No matter how it struggled, it was futile, and the bird carried it away from the lake, bringing it before Suyi, Bai Jining and Zhang Xiaotong. Seeing the water spirit in the Gale Bird's claws, its large watery eyes filled with fear and helplessness, Zhang Xiaotong's sympathy overflowed, and she couldn't resist stepping forward to stroke it. Don't be afraid. The Gale Bird won't hurt you. I just want to become your partner. With that, she silently cast a contract array enveloping the water spirit within it. Perhaps her words had an effect, if the water spirit only struggled symbolically a few times before yielding. Then, under Zhang Xiaotong's joyful gaze, the contract array sank into the water spirit's body and vanished together. It worked. Zhang Xiaotong jumped up in excitement. Congratulations. Seeing her so happy, Suyi and Bai Jining also broke into smiles. Senior Bai, Suyi, thank you. Zhang Xiaotong looked at them with sincere gratitude. No need to thank me. Thank Senior Bai instead. We both owe her our thanks. Suyi said with a smile. Bai Jining waved her hand calmly. It's just a school assignment. I don't like owing favors. Even if you say that I'll remember it and repay you someday. Suyi said seriously. No need for all that trouble. Just spar seriously with my sister and that's enough. Bai Jining replied nonchalantly. That won't do. One thing is one thing. I can't take your sparring fee and then use the sparring itself to repay the favor. Suyi was very earnest. Bai Jining paused. So, you never even considered using free sparring to repay the favor? Huh. That's definitely not okay. The sparring fee is just a pittance. Using that to thank you would make me look so stingy, wouldn't it? Suyi said with a straight face. As if I'd believe you. This is the first time I've seen someone make being cheap sound so righteous. Bai Jining shot him a glance. Other boys in her presence always tried their best to present themselves as generous and magnanimous, groveling to please her. But this guy? He almost came right out and said, I'm very stingy. Was there no one in this team he cared about impressing? Did he have no desire to show any gallantry before her? Suyi's authentic attitude left her somewhat disoriented. However, Suyi was utterly baffled at that moment. What stingy? Senior, did you misunderstand something? Heaven knows he genuinely intended to thank her with something far more valuable. He had already contracted the Thorn Grass, and until he advanced to an ordinary level beast tamer couldn't contract any other spirit beasts. Moreover, given his financial constraints, he planned to tell her about the master-level potential little sable in the beast taming mall. Such valuable information, and it got misinterpreted by this senior as stinginess. Forget it. As long as his conscience was clear, that was enough. Now Zhang Xiaotong has also contracted a suitable pet beast, and Bai Xianeng's task can be considered successfully completed. However, it is still early and the team did not rush back to the safe station. Instead, at Sui's suggestion, they continued to explore the lakeside forest. Sui wanted to make a full circle around the lake, hoping to discover more treasures or perhaps some exceptionally gifted pet beasts. Meanwhile, he also aimed to use this opportunity to further train his Thorn Grass and gain some soul power. Despite having exhausted itself yesterday, the Thorn Grass was full of energy today, brimming with spiritual energy, showing no signs of fatigue. This was all thanks to that piece of wood spirit stone. After absorbing the wood spirit stone, it seemed invigorated, not only fully restoring its energy and spiritual power, but also maintaining its body in peak condition. Even after a fierce battle with the Iron Claw Badger not long ago, it showed no signs of exhaustion. Since it was in such good shape, naturally he couldn't waste it. If it didn't participate in at least 30 or 40 battles today, it would be an insult to that wood spirit stone. The Thorn Grass was evidently unaware of Sui's thoughts and was happily absorbing the residual spiritual energy in the beast space. Thorn Grass underground ambush. Excellent. Grow and entangle it with your thorny vines, constrict and kill it directly. Beautiful. Seeing a forest wolf howl in despair as it fell under the assault of the Thorn Grass, Sui couldn't help but applaud. From the ambush to subduing the enemy, the Thorn Grass accomplished this in just a few seconds, which was indeed quite impressive. Although the forest wolf was not dead yet, after being ensnared by the thorns, it had completely lost its fighting ability. Its neck was choked to the point of not being able to breathe, and its body was pierced with countless wounds, blood gushing out and turning it into a blood-soaked wolf. Thorn Grass has won the battle. Skill proficiency increased. Ding, the proficiency of the underground skill has reached the realm of mastery. Mastery. Sui was slightly taken aback and quickly checked the skill panel of the Thorn Grass. Skills: underground mastery, entangle proficient, grow proficient. It really has improved. No wonder Thorn Grass speed underground was so fast just now. Sui was somewhat surprised. Just now, after the Thorn Grass burrowed underground, it appeared beneath the forest wolf in less than 2 seconds. He thought it was just his imagination. It turned out to be true. Truly worthy of being an extraordinary creature with king-level potential, its comprehension is remarkable. Many mediocre extraordinary creatures spend their entire lives without mastering even a single skill to perfection. The Thorn Grass with 3 proficient skills was already strong, and now its combat power had increased even further. If all 3 skills were raised to mastery, it might even be able to contend with ordinary-level extraordinary creatures. Impressive. Sui was very pleased, but just then Bai Xianeng's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Your Thorn Grass has fought consecutively for over 10 battles today. I know you are training it, but excessive training can easily lead to injuries. I understand, thank you for the reminder. Sui appeared to listen humbly. Bai Xianeng's first impression was of being cool, capable and strong, but now it seemed that this senior was not as unapproachable as she appeared. In fact, she was quite warm-hearted, at least occasionally giving him and Zhang Xiaotong some kind reminders. If it were those truly indifferent people, they wouldn't care what kind of pet beast you contracted or how you trained it, as long as you completed the task. Just yesterday, a classmate in the group was complaining that their team leader was impatient and kept urging them to just contract any pet beast to get it over with. Another female classmate complained that her team leader was flirtatious, constantly chatting her up and deliberately telling vulgar jokes in front of her. After all, it was unpaid help. If she encountered such a captain, as long as it wasn't too excessive, she could only endure it. In contrast, Bai Zhineng was simply a model. By the way, senior, I've always had a question. Besides the gale bird, do you have any other pet beasts? I remember that elite beast tamers can contract 3 pet beasts. Bai Zhineng gave him a faint glance. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? Sorry. Seeing her expression, Sui misunderstood, thinking that such questions should not be casually asked, and quickly apologized. Zhang Xiaotong couldn't help but remind him, Sui, don't you really know? Senior Bai is a star figure at our school. Last year she made it to the top 12 in the provincial high school league as a sophomore. Everyone at school should know about her having both the gale bird and the shadow cat. Sorry, I rarely pay attention to this aspect. Sui felt a bit awkward and apologized again. Bai Zhineng didn't take it to heart, explaining, the extraordinary creatures I've encountered so far, the gale bird has been sufficient to handle them, so I haven't bothered using the shadow cat. After hesitating for a moment, Sui continued to ask, so senior, you haven't contracted a 3rd pet beast yet, right? Are you asking too many questions? Bai Zhineng slightly furrowed her brows. Sui didn't bother to beat around the bush and said earnestly, if you haven't found a suitable choice for your 3rd pet beast, you might consider the small purple marten at counter 107 in the Beast Tamer Mall number 2043. I was there recently and I have a feeling that this little purple marten will definitely be able to grow to master level. Consider this information as my thanks for helping me contract the Thorn Grass. Another feeling? Bai Zhineng clearly harbored great doubt about his words, or perhaps she simply didn't believe him. Yes, but I can't guarantee its accuracy. Whether to believe it is up to you, senior. After saying that, Sui didn't intend to continue this topic. Seeing his demeanor, Bai Zhineng felt a slight wavering in her heart. Reason told her that this information was not trustworthy, yet for some reason she still felt a flicker of expectation. The small purple marten is also a speed-oriented pet beast, which suits me perfectly. Since there are no better options right now, perhaps once we go out I will check out the Beast Tamer Mall. She thought to herself. The reason she hadn't contracted a 3rd pet beast was that she wanted to wait for one that could grow to master level or above. After all these years of interaction, she could roughly gauge the limits of her current 2 pet beasts. If nothing unexpected happened, they could only grow to commander level at most. For others, commander level would be quite rare, but for her it wasn't enough, not enough. For her next pet beast, the minimum standard she set for herself was master level. However, pet beasts that could steadily grow to master level are almost impossible to buy. Even if one occasionally appears, it would be snatched up by someone more powerful and she wouldn't have a chance. Having waited so long without results, she was starting to lose patience and planned to settle for a pet beast that has a chance of growing to master level and gamble on luck. Students, it is getting dark soon. Please return to the nearest safe station quickly. Acknowledge if received. Received. Taking a glance at the dimming sky, he sighed inwardly. It seems there is little chance for any further gains. Indeed, in such a low-risk secret realm that has been explored countless times by others, finding something valuable is not easy. Let's head back. He spoke up voluntarily. Bai Zhineng and Zhang Xiaotong naturally wouldn't object. Had it not been for his repeated requests, the 2 of them would have prepared to leave an hour ago. Sui was about to head towards the nearest safe station when suddenly a system prompt popped up in his view. 5 kilometers to the northeast, intermediate treasure discovered. Intermediate treasure? Damn. Sui was momentarily taken aback. He had already prepared to return and didn't expect this prompt to appear at this moment. Moreover, it was an intermediate treasure. The price of an intermediate treasure is several times that of a low-level treasure, even tenfold, enough to turn a poor family into a middle-class one overnight. Why have you suddenly stopped? Bai Zhineng and Zhang Xiaotong noticed his unusual behavior and couldn't help but cast him puzzled glances. He was just about to find a reason to brush it off when he suddenly froze. He realized that the northeast direction was precisely the lake. This meant that the intermediate treasure was likely not at the bottom of the lake but rather on the small island in the center of the lake. The small island in the lake was home to many elite extraordinary creatures. With his current strength, attempting to go there would be akin to seeking death. Their homeroom teacher Lu Yining had repeatedly emphasized that one must never go there alone. But if he didn't go, his pet thorny grass wouldn't be able to cross such a wide lake. "Sui, are you there?" Seeing he had not responded for a while, Zhang Xiaotong called out to him again. "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something important." Finally coming to his senses, Sui reluctantly glanced back at the lake behind him before ultimately walking towards the safe station with his two teammates. The sky was nearly dark. Even if he wanted to do something now, he had no opportunity. He would have to wait to search for that intermediate treasure another time. As for whether someone else would get to the treasure first, he wasn't too worried. If it were so easy to find, it would have already been taken by other beast masters. Since it was still on the small island in the center of the lake, it indicated that it was hidden in a very secretive place, quite safe. If Bai Jinan would be willing to take some time to accompany me to the small island, finding that treasure shouldn't be difficult. Unfortunately, we are not familiar enough for that. Thinking this, Sui couldn't help but steal a glance at Bai Jinan walking ahead, then shook his head. "Students, the 2-day Secret Realm practice course has concluded. Remember to gather at the entrance of the realm tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to return to school by bus." A lot has happened in these 2 days. Some students have contracted their desired pets while others have gained insights, but some have also been injured and suffered setbacks. Regardless, this practice course has come to a successful conclusion. I believe everyone has grown a lot in these 2 days and gained a deeper understanding of the Beast Master profession. I hope everyone continues to work hard and strive to become the backbone of the nation. Alright, everyone has worked hard all day, so rest early. Just to add, those who have contracted pets today should send their pet information to the teacher for registration. We will help you process pet ID cards and breeding permits later. That night in the temporary dormitory of the safe station, Sui had just opened his phone when he saw a long string of messages from Lu Yining in the class group. He carefully read through them and found that the pets contracted by the other students weren't very good, only slightly better than thorny grass. The probability of thorny grass growing to the ordinary level is about 10%, while most of the pets they contracted were between 30 to 50%. Of course, although these pets are quite poor, it doesn't mean they lack the potential to grow to elite level or above. Just like thorny grass, on average 1 or 2 out of every 1,000 can grow to elite level. And among billions, a few might evolve into the super genius thorny sacred tree. The difference is that Sui could easily find such super geniuses, while others had to rely purely on luck. After browsing the class group for a while, Sui was about to turn off his phone and sleep. But at that moment, another message suddenly popped up in the group. The message was sent by Zhang Xiaolong, containing basic information about the water spirit along with a photo attached. If it were only the basic information of the water spirit, Sui might simply think she was reporting according to the teacher's requirements, but with the photo attached, it seemed she wanted to show off a little, right? Who would have thought that usually shy and introverted Zhang would also have a restless heart? Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, the group suddenly exploded. What the hell? Water spirit? Black person ? Face. JPG. I remember water spirits are rare and they only inhabit the lake, making them very hard to catch. How did she catch it? Did only I notice its spiritual energy level? The little turtle I bought for over 100,000 in the Beast Master Mall took a month to reach apprentice level 2 stars, and it directly reached apprentice level 3 stars. What the hell? Zhang Xiaotong's water spirit even mastered energy water. Is this for real? Mastering energy water so early indicates extraordinary aptitude, and there's a good chance it can grow to elite level. I'm crying. My pet is also a water spirit bought for over 200,000 in the Beast Master Mall, and it still hasn't learned energy water. Zhang Xiaolong, do you need a charm on your leg? Genuine face. What charm? Look at me, big shot, do you need a boyfriend? Seeing them getting more and more off topic, Liu Yiting couldn't hold back any longer. Do you think the teacher doesn't exist? Those who want to date should ask their parents to come to school tomorrow. Shocked teacher, please don't be angry. I was just joking. I apologize to Zhang Xiaodong, please let it go. Let's talk about something else. Sui, come out and take a beating. What does it have to do with Sui? Didn't Sui spend the last 2 days with Zhang Xiaotong? They are both from Bai Jineng's team. Look at the pet Zhang Xiaotong contracted, then look at him. What a waste of opportunity. What a waste of opportunity. What a waste of opportunity. The class group immediately entered a repeat mode. Sui rolled his eyes. How did he get dragged into this? At 11 o'clock the next day, the bus carrying the teachers and students returned to the school. At the school gate, many parents were waiting eagerly, watching nervously as the students descended from the bus. Why are my parents here? Many students were baffled, unsure why such a grand reception was waiting. Sui was also surprised. Among the waiting parents, he spotted the figure of Jiang Xiaoxiu. The moment he saw Jiang Xiaoxiu, she saw him too. This single mother, nearly 40 years old, patted her chest, the heavy stone in her heart finally settling. Mom. Sui walked over, puzzled. Don't you have work today? Why are you at school? The school notified us that you'd be back at 11, so I took leave. How were these past 2 days? Are you hurt anywhere? Jiang Xiaoxiu spoke while anxiously examining him, checking for injuries before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Mom, I'm 16, not a child. There's no need for you to come all the way to pick me up. Sui found it somewhat amusing. You heartless child, I'm just worried about you. You saw the disclaimer the school made me sign before you went to that lake ring forest, didn't you? The things it described were terrifying. If I'd known attending a beast tamer high school would be this dangerous, I'd rather you went to a regular high school so I wouldn't have to live in fear. By the end, Jiang Xiaoxiu's eyes were red. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. The disclaimer you signed before surgery in a hospital is also frightening, but it's all about low probability events. See, I'm perfectly fine. Sui pretended to be carefree, hoping to ease Jiang Xiaoxiu's mind. But Jiang Xiaoxiu wasn't buying it. Don't think I don't know, several students who entered the secret realm with you were seriously injured. Xiaoyi, I heard not all beast tamers need to go to the battlefield. Many girls choose medical-type tamed beasts and can work in hospitals later. Would you consider that too? Sui didn't know how to respond, only comforting her. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely protect myself. In truth, it wasn't just Jiang Xiaoxiu. Many parents were now pulling their children aside, asking about their well-being. Some parents, as if experiencing a separation of life and death, were wailing while embracing their children, leaving their offspring both moved and embarrassed. To an outsider, one might think these students were soldiers just returned from the battlefield. After the Secret Realm practical class, the school directly gave the first-year students 3 days off to rest at home. After the break, final exams would begin. The first semester of senior year consisted entirely of theoretical courses, so this exam would still be purely written. Practical assessments would come in the next semester. Starting next semester, their daily schedule would gradually align with military standards. Besides theoretical classes, they would also learn combat, cold weapons, firearms, and more. Although a beast tamer fights by commanding tamed beasts, their personal strength couldn't be too lacking. They must possess a certain degree of self-preservation ability. If they knew nothing, wouldn't it be a waste of the attributes and skills shared by their tamed beasts? Sui had personally witnessed Bai Jining in action. As an elite beast tamer, this senior not only gained partial attribute bonuses from her 2 elite tamed beasts, but also mastered skills like wind sprint through sharing. With just 2 military daggers, she could take down an ordinary-level transcendent creature. Moreover, the tamed beasts she contracted were all known for their speed. With the enhancements, her reaction time and running speed increased significantly, maximizing her survival ability, ensuring she never held her beasts back. Never holding back one's tamed beasts in battle is the most basic requirement for a beast tamer. Achieving this is no easy feat. Simply sharing attributes and skills from tamed beasts is clearly insufficient. One must also undergo continuous training to form their own combat system. Of course, these matters were still a bit distant for Sui. He was currently an apprentice-level beast tamer, unable to share even attributes, let alone skills. Although he could now barely be considered a transcendent creature, the primary direction of enhancement was mental strength. As for strength, physique, and reaction speed, the boosts were minimal, placing him somewhere between an ordinary person and a top-tier athlete. Nevertheless, that didn't stop him from learning some combat techniques. The phone suddenly rang. Sui, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, immediately withdrew from his meditative state. He opened his phone and saw it was Bai Jining calling. "Hello, senior. Are you free tomorrow? If so, I'd like you to come and spar with my sister." Bai Jining didn't like pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Tomorrow? Sure. Where's your place? I'll come find you." Sui had originally planned to use the 3-day break to rest, but he hadn't expected the senior to contact him so soon. However, considering the 1,000 yuan per sparring session, he agreed without hesitation. He had no choice, he was really strapped for cash. Moreover, sparring with others would allow him to accumulate combat experience. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Getting paid for sparring while training himself and his Thorn Grass, why not? "You'll come to me?" "Alright, then come directly to Jingtian Tower at 9 tomorrow morning. I'll have someone waiting for you downstairs. You know where Jingtian Tower is, right?" Bai Jining's voice came through the phone again. "Yes, it's right next to the Beast Tamer Mall." "Wait." A sudden thought struck Sui. "You're not the daughter of Bai Jingtian, the CEO of Jingtian Group, are you?" Although Jingtian Group wasn't a national giant, it was quite well known in Fujian Prefecture, owning several spiritual medicine R&D companies and manufacturing plants. Spiritual medicines are new types of drugs developed by combining various natural treasures, including spirit herbs. These medicines have miraculous effects and remarkable efficacy, far surpassing ordinary drugs, and have become the biggest trend in the pharmaceutical industry. And their CEO Bai Jingtian was not only a master-level beast tamer, but also the honorary deputy city lord of Guangcheng. One could imagine his social status. However, after he asked this question, silence fell on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Bai Jining's voice sounded again. "That's not a secret." "Huh. So once again I was the only one out of the loop." Sui felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Alright, I'll be there on time. See you tomorrow." With that, he decisively hung up the phone. In a luxurious villa in the city center, Bai Jining put away her phone, her face betraying no emotion. Not far away, a young girl diligently doing homework at a desk suddenly stopped writing. She looked up at her sister and asked, "Can that genius junior you mentioned come tomorrow?" Bai Jining said nothing, only giving a slight nod. After a moment of silence, the young girl said flatly, "If he can't do it either, just arrange for an ordinary level beast tamer from now on. I don't want to play house with those apprentice-level beast tamers anymore." Due to the encroachment of extraordinary beings into human living spaces, the areas available for human activity have noticeably shrunk. Even cities with ample defense forces are not completely safe. Take Guan City as an example. The outermost perimeter of Guan City is a defense zone where buildings are constructed to military fortress standards. Even an ordinary-looking dormitory has walls over 2 meters thick made from the strongest reinforced concrete. Within these structures, numerous military weapons are installed to guard against large-scale attacks from extraordinary beings. Of course, modern weapons alone cannot fend off all extraordinary beings. Those at the elite level and above can basically ignore many firearms. Therefore, in addition to ordinary soldiers, every city also assigns many beast tamers to oversee operations. A powerful city lord is appointed to manage local military and political authority, protecting the citizens of the city. To become a city lord, one must at least be a master-level beast tamer. In a sense, the city lord is the guardian deity of the city, and the residents rely on him for their safety. This is precisely why the power of the city lord is immense. The very title of city lord speaks volumes. The defense zone is the true urban area where the majority of city residents reside, and the closer one gets to the city center, the more prosperous it becomes. It is worth mentioning that outside the defense zone, a large number of ordinary citizens also live scattered in small towns or villages across various habitable areas. Although the defense forces in towns and villages cannot compare to those in the urban area, they typically have a beast tamer stationed there. This indicates that society has become increasingly reliant on beast tamers. Without a beast tamer present, the living spaces available to humans could easily be encroached upon by extraordinary beings. Greater responsibility comes with greater power. Precisely because they are so important, all beast tamers hold a higher status in today's society. Especially those who have reached the elite level or above. Their social standing is comparable to that of minor aristocrats in feudal times. As for master-level beast tamers like Bai Jining's father, their status is even more elevated. The honorary title of Vice City Lord is not something that just anyone can obtain. It represents sheer power. The next morning, Sui rode his bicycle to the entrance of the Jingtian building. Looking at the resplendent structure, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, wondering when he would be able to buy a floor inside. "Hello, are you Mr. Sui?" A tall woman dressed as a secretary approached warmly, her face adorned with a smile that felt like a breath of spring. Having seen Sui's photo beforehand, she naturally recognized him. "That's me." In front of this woman, Sui showed no signs of hesitation, returning her smile with warmth. "Mr. Sui, you are quite punctual. Please follow me. Our young lady has already arrived. You can leave your bicycle here. I'll have someone take care of it for you." "Thank you." Sui said nothing more and followed her into the building. The 5th to 10th floors of the building are specially designated training areas for beast tamers, including meditation rooms, fitness rooms, combat training rooms, and simulated battle platforms designed to meet most of the training needs of beast tamers. The secretary explained to Sui as they walked. He nodded lightly. Though he felt a hint of envy, he didn't pay much mind as his school also had similar training facilities. Soon the two took the elevator to the 8th floor, which featured a battle platform for pet combat. The platform is enclosed with transparent bulletproof glass and has a layer of earth 1 meter high, simulating a grassy environment. It is said that the 9th floor has a platform that simulates an underwater environment. As soon as they entered, Sui noticed a beautiful woman in her 30s with a voluptuous figure, striking features, and fashionable attire. Not far away there were also a pair of sisters who bore some resemblance to each other. The elder sister was none other than Bai Jining, whom Sui was relatively familiar with. At this moment she wore a white-fitted tank top and black training pants, showcasing her impressive bosom and long legs. If nothing unexpected happened, she must have been training not long ago. The other was a young girl about to enter junior high school. Though referred to as a little girl, she was already around 1 meter 50 tall, with a delicate and cute appearance, currently reciting from a book titled Extraordinary Beings. "Jining, this is the genius junior you mentioned, right?" "Hello, I am their mother, Li Wenyu." The beautiful woman approached, introducing herself without looking down on Sui just because he was a high school student. "Hello, auntie. My name is Sui, you can just call me Xiaoyi." Although Sui was somewhat surprised that Bai Jingtian's wife was also here, he did not show it and behaved very politely. "Alright then, I'll call you Xiaoyi. Jining, you should already be quite familiar with this, so I won't introduce it further. This is Jining's sister Ji Yan, and she will also be your sparring partner this time." As she spoke, Li Wenyu also called out to the little girl. "Hello, please take care of each other in the future. The little girl appeared polite on the surface, but as she spoke she was scrutinizing Sui. Seeing that he was only a bit handsome but dressed very ordinarily, a hint of disdain briefly flickered across her face. "Hello." Sui greeted her as well. "I heard from my sister that your pet is a thorny grass and you recently defeated a wild 8-star iron claw badger at the apprentice level. Is that true?" "Just lucky," Sui replied with a slight nod. "That can't be explained away with just luck. The intelligence of a thorny grass is not high, and being able to defeat an iron claw badger is enough to demonstrate your command ability. May I ask what the current energy level of your thorny grass is? Is it at the apprentice level 8-star or 9-star? The little girl had obviously begun to recognize him. However, Sui couldn't help but glance at Bai Jinying beside him and asked in confusion, "Did your sister not tell you?" "It's at the apprentice level 4-star. 4-star? That joke isn't funny at all," the little girl frowned. Li Wenyu clearly had not known that Sui's thorny grass was at such a low level either, and she cast a questioning glance at Bai Jinying. "It is indeed at the apprentice level 4-star, which is why I said that Sui is a genius. Such command and combat talent is extremely rare. However, Sui's pet should not be ordinary either. If I'm not mistaken, his thorny grass skills should have reached the mastery stage." "Mastery stage? I see." The little girl finally understood. "It seems to be similar to my purple-tailed scorpion, only with that can one fight above their star level. However, compared to my purple-tailed scorpion, it still has no advantages. My purple-tailed scorpion has long since grown to the apprentice level 7-star. The little girl clearly had great confidence in her pet beast. As she spoke, she summoned the purple-tailed scorpion. Purple-tailed scorpion, spiritual energy, apprentice level 7 stars, attribute poison skills, iron claw mastery, scorpion tail swing mastery, basic venom mastery, evolvable species, poison dragon, scorpion, poison scorpion, elite potential, master level. Master level potential? What good luck. Sui was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that the potential of Bai Jinying's two pet beasts did not reach master level. Both of them were the biological daughters of Bai Jing Tian, who shouldn't be biased if the pet beasts provided to them should be of a similar caliber. They were all the kind that had a high probability of growing to commander level with only a small chance of advancing to master level. It was relatively normal for someone like Bai Jinying to not have won the lottery with both pet beasts, which is why she would want to contract a beast with better qualifications. And her sister actually achieved it in one shot. If Bai Jinying knew this, she wouldn't know how to feel. Ji Yan, having an advantage isn't something you can just say. Your mom has already told you that you can't underestimate any opponent. Li Wenyu taught her a lesson and then turned to Sui, smiling as she asked, "Xiaoyi, you must have invested quite a bit of effort to train the skill proficiency of the thorn grass to mastery level, right?" It's no wonder she asked like that. After all, it is widely known that the intelligence of the thorn grass is low. And intelligence is generally proportional to comprehension. Sui was taken aback, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't senior sister Bai Jinying told them this information? Had she forgotten, or was it intentional? He instinctively looked at Bai Jinying, but seeing that this senior sister had no intention of answering for him, he could only speak the truth. "Actually, I didn't spend much effort at all. In fact, this thorn grass was contracted for me by senior sister Bai Jinying in the Lake Ring Forest the day before yesterday." "What? You just contracted it the day before yesterday? How can it be like this?" The little girl finally couldn't hold back, looking angrily at her sister. "It's one thing that you didn't arrange for me, a regular level beast master, but why would you deliberately arrange for a newbie like this? This novice. Mom, look at my sister. Seeing her like this." Li Wenyu said unhappily, "Ji Yan, how did Mom usually teach you? You can't judge a person by their appearance. Even if Xiaoyi is a novice beast master, so what? As long as he truly possesses superb commanding skills, he has enough qualifications to be your opponent." "No, I don't want to spar with a novice beast master. After all, she was still a little girl of 11 or 12 years, and no matter how sensible she had acted earlier, she was now throwing a little tantrum. Why can't you spar with a novice beast master? Are you afraid of losing to such an opponent? Bai Jinying asked calmly. How could I possibly lose? The little girl immediately flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wanting to refute. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Bai Jinying. Since you're not afraid of losing, then let's have a match with Sui. As long as you defeat him, I will arrange regular level beast masters for you in the future as you wish. Okay, let's fight, it's a deal. The little girl ultimately couldn't resist her sister's provocation. Without further ado, she commanded the purple-tailed scorpion to crawl onto the competition platform and then turned to Sui, saying bluntly, summon your pet beast and let's get started. Feeling the hostility radiating from her, Sui frowned. After a moment of silence, he ignored the irritable little girl and instead turned to Bai Jinying, calmly saying, sorry senior sister, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this task. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. He was here to make money, not to make enemies. Given the current situation, if he really defeated this little girl, wouldn't he be remembered with resentment by the second young lady of the Jing Tian group? Are you having concerns? If you're worried about offending her by winning against Ji Yan, then you need not. Although Ji Yan can be a bit willful, she is not someone who can't tell right from wrong. Bai Jinying was slightly taken aback, clearly surprised that he would refuse at this moment. It's not like that, I just know my own strength is limited and I'm not Miss Ji Yan's opponent, so I don't want to spar with her to avoid embarrassing myself. Sui replied perfunctorily. Sister, did you hear that? He acknowledged that he is not my opponent, and now you have nothing to say, right? Upon hearing this, the little girl finally smiled. Excuse me senior sister, by Aunt Li, I'll be leaving now. Sui was unwilling to stay here any longer. Wait. Just as he turned to leave, Li Wenyu suddenly called out to him, then looked at her little daughter sternly, saying, Xiaoyi is a guest invited by your sister. What kind of attitude is this? Have you completely forgotten the basic manners Mom usually teaches you? I didn't. Seeing her tone so serious, the little girl's momentum instantly weakened. Li Wenyu did not scold her further but turned to Sui, saying, Xiaoyi, just now Ji Yan's tone was not appropriate. Aunt apologizes on her behalf. It's all because I've spoiled her too much. Aunt, what are you doing? The young lady is still very young. How could I take her words to heart? Moreover, she didn't say anything out of line. Sui had a puzzled expression. If that's the case, then why don't you want to stay and spar with Ji Yan? I heard from Bai Jinying that the agreed practice fee is 1,000 per session, but Aunt can increase it to 3,000. Li Wenyu looked at him seriously. Aunt, you misunderstood. I really just fear losing and embarrassing myself. 5,000. It's not a matter of money. 10,000. Damn, this is completely unreasonable. Sui took a deep breath, gradually suppressing his smile, and said seriously, I've already stated that it's not about the money, but since Aunt has put it this way, if I refuse again it would seem a bit ungrateful. Alright, I'm willing to spar with the young lady as long as she is willing, no matter how many matches, it's not a problem. Thank you, then it's a hassle for you, Xiaoyi. Li Wenyu finally revealed a smile. The little girl, however, felt somewhat dissatisfied inside. You still want to spar with me for many rounds? Wait until I easily defeat you, let's see how you feel about staying. She thought to herself, but because she had just been scolded by Li Wenyu, she didn't dare to act recklessly anymore and politely asked, Senior brother Sui, are you ready? If you're ready, please give me your guidance. The 8th level of the pet arena simulates a grassy environment, which is quite advantageous for the thorny grass as its burrowing skills will not be restricted. If it were on a cement floor, the thorny grass would certainly not be able to exert its full combat power. Can this junior you brought really suppress Ji Yan? If it doesn't work this time, her tail will be up in the air. Seeing the two pets already positioned on the arena, the beautiful woman watching from a distance still felt somewhat uncertain. Don't worry, the poison of the purple-tailed scorpion does not harm the thorny grass significantly. Its combat power will definitely be greatly reduced. While it may not be a complete counter in terms of racial advantage, the thorny grass should be able to gain the upper hand. Bai Zhining replied softly. I hope so. If this can really make Xi Yan correct her arrogant ways, then the money spent would be worth it. After speaking, the beautiful woman tossed her hair back, crossed her arms, and stopped talking to Bai Zhining, focusing intently on the battle in the arena. Be careful. The little girl launched the first attack, commanding the purple-tailed scorpion to charge at the thorny grass. The purple-tailed scorpion had short legs but moved very quickly, opening its pincers wide and raising its poisonous tail high, ready to strike a deadly blow at any moment. Don't be fooled by its mastery of only basic poison. As it has reached the proficient level, the toxicity must have undergone a tremendous transformation. If all goes well, it could topple an elephant. Even an ordinary extraordinary creature would probably lose half its life with just one hit. Burrow underground and wait for the right moment to ambush. Although plant-type pets have some resistance to this kind of toxin, Sui still did not dare to be careless and immediately ordered the thorny grass to avoid the attack. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The thorny grass had already burrowed underground. Approaching the enemy from below and launching a surprise attack to entangle them had already become its habitual combat style. This combat style, while not complicated, was highly effective. As long as the ambush was successful, the battle could be declared over. Be careful, keep an eye on your feet. The enemy will launch a surprise attack from underground. The little girl clearly understood the abilities of the thorny grass. Seeing it disappear from the surface, she hurriedly reminded the purple-tailed scorpion. The purple-tailed scorpion immediately stopped, staring intently at the ground around it, remaining calm and showing no signs of panic. Now's the time. With a swish, several barbed tendrils suddenly burst forth from the ground below, rapidly wrapping around the purple-tailed scorpion. A mere trick. A trace of disdain flashed across the little girl's face. Sure enough, the combat style of the thorny grass had only a few variations. Everything was within her expectations. She couldn't believe her sister thought such a pet was qualified to train with her. She wondered if she was bewitched by her junior's handsome appearance. Just as she was mocking her sister, the purple-tailed scorpion suddenly leaped up, extending its pincers to swiftly sever the two tendrils pursuing it. The thorny grass winced in pain but did not retreat. The remaining tendrils followed closely behind, continuing to wrap around the purple-tailed scorpion. The purple-tailed scorpion only had 2 pincers, but the thorny grass could shoot out 6 tendrils simultaneously. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. If the thorny grass still had a chance to subdue it. However, the purple-tailed scorpion's pincers were also honed through countless battles, attacking with astonishing speed. In the next moment, to Sui's astonishment, all 6 tendrils were cut, unable to entangle the scorpion at all. Although the cutting of tendrils did not seriously harm the thorny grass after mastering the growth skill, as they could regrow in a very short time, it was still a considerable drain on its spiritual energy. If this continued, the thorny grass would likely be defeated due to exhaustion of spiritual energy. Realizing this, Sui decisively sought to change their combat strategy. However, before he could give the thorny grass any commands, it had already burrowed underground first, seemingly preparing to look for another opportunity. Sui, do we continue? Bai Zhiyan had a smug smile on her face, as if she had already achieved victory. Focus on the fight, don't get distracted. The battle has just begun, Sui kindly reminded her. Ha! Bai Zhiyan chuckled lightly, wanting to say more, but at that moment the barbed tendrils of the thorny grass erupted from the ground again, launching a surprise attack on the purple-tailed scorpion. Dare you come again? Bai Zhiyan scoffed, immediately using the same tactic, commanding the purple-tailed scorpion to leap high. However, the next moment a look of astonishment suddenly flashed across her delicate face. This time it was actually a feint. The tendrils had just broken through the soil, only to quickly burrow back. Before she could comprehend this strategy, the purple-tailed scorpion had already landed back on the ground due to gravity. At the moment it landed, to everyone's astonishment, 6 tendrils shot out from beneath it. This time the purple-tailed scorpion had no space to evade and was instantly entangled. Moreover, 2 tendrils specifically tied up its pincers. Scorpion, strike with your tail. A hint of panic finally appeared on Bai Zhiyan's face. As her voice fell, the purple-tailed scorpion immediately swung its tail, striking one of the tendrils at lightning speed. However, that tendril only showed a large black mark and seemed to have no other effect. Furthermore, the other tendrils took the opportunity to bind the purple-tailed scorpion's tail as well. In no time, the purple-tailed scorpion was tightly wrapped up, unable to break free no matter how it struggled. Yet the thorns of the thorny grass seemed incapable of piercing its shell, unable to inflict substantial damage. The 2 pets were instantly at a stalemate. Seeing this, Bai Zhiyan finally regained her composure and snorted, "Sui, I admit your thorny grass is quite good, but its low spiritual energy level is its Achilles heel. If this continues, it will certainly be released by the purple-tailed scorpion due to insufficient spiritual energy. So you should concede. Is that so?" Looking at the confident little girl, Sui smiled gently. In the next moment, the situation on the arena changed again. Perhaps receiving his signal, the thorny grass directly dragged the purple-tailed scorpion underground. From its posture, it seemed like it wanted to bury the purple-tailed scorpion alive. "Stop! Stop! Hurry and stop!" Bai Zhiyan was completely flustered. Apprenticeship-level extraordinary creatures are not strong enough to go without breathing. If this continues, her purple-tailed scorpion might suffocate. Yet Sui appeared puzzled. Is it to let the thorny grass release the purple-tailed scorpion? But the battle isn't over. I. Bai Zhiyan was both anxious and angry, not knowing what to say for a moment. The beautiful woman watching from a distance finally smiled happily, saying, "Shall we let the purple-tailed scorpion go? Zhiyan has already conceded. From now on, come and practice with Zhiyan more often when you have time." "Okay, Auntie," Sui replied, but he was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Why did it feel like this, and seemed a bit too excited? Did she really enjoy watching him teach her daughter a lesson? Following Sui's orders, the thorn grass dragged the purple-tailed scorpion up from the soil. The scorpion was evidently suffocated, and even after the thorn grass released it, it still lay on the ground, slow to recover. "Well done." Looking at the thorn grass strutting proudly before him, Sui praised it with a smile, then prepared to recall it into his beast-taming space. Just then Bai Zhiyan, who had been crouching to inspect the scorpion, suddenly spoke. "Wait. Miss Zhiyan, is there something else?" Sui turned around, looking at her with confusion, inwardly speculating whether this second miss of the Jingtian group couldn't bear losing and intended to cause trouble for him. Fortunately, her mother and elder sister were present, so he doubted she would be allowed to act recklessly. However, after Bai Zhiyan spoke, he realized he had been overthinking. The little girl stood up and said, "I was careless just now. I want to have another match with you." Her expression was earnest, making her seem far from an 11 or 12-year-old child. "Another match? I have no problem with that, but are you sure your purple-tailed scorpion can still fight?" Sui did not outright refuse. In fact, he was eager for more battles. 10,000 yuan per match, that was equivalent to 2 months' salary for Ms. Jiang Xiaoxiu. With his current abilities, where else could he find such lucrative work? Unfortunately, before Bai Zhiyan could answer, Li Wenyu interjected, "All right, Zhiyan. How can you immediately seek another sparring match right after finishing one? Even if you don't consider yourself, you must think of your beast." "But..." "No buts." Li Wenyu cut her off directly. "Xiaoyi will come to spar with you often from now on. Even if you want another match, there's no need to rush. You can take this opportunity to reflect on the lessons from your defeat. Only by recognizing your weaknesses can you truly improve. Otherwise, even 100 more matches would yield the same result." This deputy city lord's wife was usually quite strict. Hearing this, though, Bai Zhiyan was deeply unconvinced. She dared not argue further and said sullenly, "I understand. I will properly review the lessons of my defeat. But since he is now my sparring partner, I hope to have another match with him tomorrow." The previous beast tamers who trained with me would at least spar once every day. That's not for me to decide. We must first ask Xiaoyi. With that, Li Wenyu turned to Sui and asked with a smile, "You heard Jian. Do you have time to spar with her again tomorrow? School gave me 3 days off, so I have time." Sui agreed without hesitation. "Then we'll trouble you tomorrow. Same as today, come at 9 in the morning. Auntie will be waiting for you here." "Alright." Having set the time, Sui exchanged a few more pleasantries with the affable aunt before preparing to take his leave. Seeing him about to depart, Li Wenyu even instructed her secretary to escort him downstairs. Once Sui had disappeared into the elevator, Bai Jian could no longer hold back and pouted, "Mom, I know he's a guest invited by sister and we should treat him with courtesy, but you don't have to be so warm. Anyone would think he was your nephew." Li Wenyu stroked her hair and asked with a smile, "Still upset about losing to him?" "Not at all. I'm not that petty." Bai Jian shook her head in denial. "I raised you myself, do you think I don't know what's on your mind? But you didn't lose unjustly. The thorn grass he contracted is no ordinary one. If I'm not mistaken, it is very likely a genius beast capable of breaking through racial shackles." Li Wenyu said seriously. "A genius beast?" Both sisters were astonished. "Mom, you're exaggerating. Beasts that can break racial shackles are extremely rare. How could he be so lucky?" The little girl was clearly unconvinced. "There are always lucky people in the world. And don't forget, your mother is a nationally licensed senior beast appraiser. Based on my years of experience, the thorn grass burrowing skill should be beyond the mastery level. If nothing unexpected, it has likely reached the acme of perfection level, otherwise it couldn't have moved so fast underground." Li Wenyu asserted confidently. Acme of perfection? Both sisters were startled again. This time even Bai Jining found it hard to believe, since she had witnessed Sui contract that thorn grass with her own eyes. Wait. A thought struck her. She recalled that Sui had acted unusually when contracting the thorn grass, as if he knew it was extraordinary. Could it be that his talk of premonition was real and not just empty words? Could this junior have truly awakened a premonition-type talent? If so, didn't that mean the little purple marten he mentioned earlier might indeed possess master-level potential? At this thought, Bai Jining could no longer sit still. "What's wrong?" Li Wenyu noticed her agitation and cast a questioning glance. "Nothing. I just remembered something important. Mom, I need to go out." Without waiting for a reply, she threw on a coat and rushed down the stairs. "That child, what's so urgent?" Li Wenyu was worried. She knew Bai Jining's temperament, only something truly critical could make her so flustered. After leaving the Jingtian building, Sui rode his bicycle, whistling all the way, feeling elated. Earning 10,000 yuan in such a short time made it hard not to be happy. If nothing unexpected happened, he could earn enough to buy the wood spirit fruit during this 3-day holiday. He hadn't forgotten that for the thorn grass to evolve into thorn ghost vine, 3 conditions were required: reaching apprentice level 6 stars in spiritual energy, 80 soul power points, and 1 wood spirit fruit. He had already accumulated enough soul power points. Not long ago in the Ringwood Forest, he had gained a full 326 points. As for spiritual energy level, that was no trouble either. With the residual energy from the wood spirit stone being continuously absorbed within the thorn grass, it was growing rapidly. Barring any surprises, it would reach apprentice level 5 stars in a few days and surely reach 6 stars within a week. In other words, as long as he obtained 1 wood spirit fruit, his thorn grass could evolve into thorn ghost vine. Strictly speaking, evolution might be inaccurate. A more precise term would be demonization. At that time, not only would the thorn grass combat power increase, but its potential would likely rise as well. It already possessed king-level potential. If it increased further, could it reach emperor level? Or even quasi-god level, god level? Just thinking about it made Sui excited. Besides that, he was also curious to see what the Thorn Grass would look like after demonization. He wondered if it might eventually turn into something like a Thorn Maiden. Returning to the community, the house felt empty as Jiang Xiaoxiu had already gone to work. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Sui simply sat cross-legged on the sofa preparing to meditate and cultivate. On the way back, he carefully reflected and realized that he had not yet put in the effort with the thorny grass. He wondered if that little creature was still thinking about breaking free from the constraints of their contract. Apart from fighting, it had been diligently absorbing spiritual energy in the Beastmaster space. If even the pet was working so hard, how could Sui as a Beastmaster afford to be lazy? He certainly didn't want to be surpassed by the thorny grass and have their contract forcibly torn apart. Although he had been getting along well with the thorny grass these past few days, especially thanks to the wooden spirit stone, which had improved their relationship significantly. However, he still couldn't be sure if the thorny grass would be willing to stay by his side. After all, the time they had spent together was still quite short and their bond was not deep. It seems I need to treat it a bit better. How about buying it a bottle of energy water every day from now on? Sui suddenly had this idea, but he quickly dismissed it. A bottle of energy water costs about 100, which amounts to 3,000 a month, something he couldn't really afford right now. Sai, when will I not be short on money? Sui leaned back on the sofa, unable to suppress his feelings. In fact, he was already an official Beastmaster with a pet. If he really wanted to make money, there were plenty of ways. The most common method was to take on commissions from the local Beastmaster Association. Their various tasks awaited, and upon completion one could earn rewards. Of course, with his current strength, he could only take on very low difficulty commissions, which generally offered meager rewards. If he wanted to get rich quickly, the fastest way was to explore those uncharted secret realms. Exploring such secret realms not only allowed him to receive a subsidy from the city lord's office, but also came with a chance to discover various rare treasures. Not to mention secret treasures, even the most common spiritual herbs or spiritual fruits could be sold for thousands to tens of thousands. However, high income also meant high risk. Before a secret realm was fully explored, one could never know what dangers lurked within. Let alone master or king level extraordinary beings, one could even encounter a divine beast unexpectedly. Even F-level or A-level secret realms might not be safe. The classifications of E and F levels are not based on danger but on area size. Naturally, the larger the secret realm, the higher the probability of encountering powerful extraordinary beings. This is a fact. However, it is also possible for powerful extraordinary beings to exist in lower-level secret realms. One of the most famous cases was the Frost Dragon incident that occurred in the White Eagle Federation 10 years ago. The Beastmaster troops of the White Eagle Federation discovered a sleeping frost dragon while exploring a newly emerged Clevel secret realm. This was a quasi-divine extraordinary being. At that time, the White Eagle Federation was about to conduct midterm elections, and the sitting president saw the sleeping frost dragon as a golden opportunity for capture. To secure votes, the president decisively ordered the Assembly of National Imperial-level Beastmasters to subjugate the Frost Dragon, promoting through major media that the White Eagle Federation would become the first great nation to tame a quasi-divine extraordinary being under his leadership. His speech was highly inflammatory, and the nation erupted in excitement, with all the citizens of the White Eagle eagerly anticipating the moment they would tame the Frost Dragon. Then tragedy struck. Despite the White Eagle Federation's thorough preparations, even bringing in hundreds of nuclear bombs into that Clevel secret realm, they still failed to deal with the Frost Dragon. The worst part was that the Frost Dragon, attacked in its sleep, was infuriated and went on a rampage, not only killing several Imperial-level Beastmasters, but also breaking free from the secret realm to wreak havoc and slaughter, directly wiping out a state of the White Eagle Federation, causing a sudden population decrease of 1/5. Moreover, after venting its anger, the Frost Dragon did not leave but settled in that state, claiming it as its territory. After this battle, no other country dared to provoke quasi-divine beasts or divine beasts. And shortly after the Frost Dragon incident, that president of the White Eagle Federation was sent to meet Jesus by a mentally unstable beast master. In short, those secret realms that have not been thoroughly explored harbor all sorts of unknown risks, and one must be prepared to play with their life when entering. What was I thinking? Why should I go to those high-risk secret realms? I could also explore low-risk ones that have been examined countless times. Sui suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap of thought and could not help but slap his forehead. After all, he had already discovered several treasures even in a secret realm like the Lake Ring Forest. And in Guan City there were still several secret realms similar to the Lake Ring Forest where with the system he might very well find a few treasures others had missed. In fact, even finding just one treasure could immediately free him from his severe financial predicament. At that point he could also use the spirit concentration grass for cultivation every day like those rich young masters. Know what's spirit concentration grass? The spiritual herbs produced by Jiqing's family that can directly enhance a beast master's spiritual energy level must also be included. Sui couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Just then his phone rang suddenly. He opened it to see that it was Jiqing again, which puzzled him a bit, but he still answered, "Hello senior sister, is there anything else you need to tell me?" After several seconds Jiqing's voice came through, "The thorny grass you contracted seems to be even more outstanding than I imagined. It might even break through its racial limitations and grow to the commander level." The commander level is already quite high. Her Gale Bird and Shadow Cat could only grow to that level. What commander level? Senior sister, you think too highly of it. I'll be satisfied if it can just grow to the elite level in the future. Sui chuckled. Jiqing frowned. "In the Lake Ring Forest you didn't seem to say that. Can you answer me seriously? Have you really awakened a special talent?" "I wish I had awakened a special talent, but thinking about it now it should just be my psychological effect." Sui denied it without a second thought. "Then how do you explain the thorny grass? You should have noticed its differences." "Maybe I just got lucky, I just casually caught one." "Got it." In the Beastmaster Mall Jiqing hung up the phone directly, her brows tightly knit. She didn't believe Sui's words, she just knew that she couldn't get anything out of him, so she ended the call. "Miss Bai, are you interested in this little purple martin?" After she finished her call a salesgirl walked over with a smile. "Just this one, let's swipe the card." It seems I have already aroused the suspicion of this senior sister. However, this was to be expected. The pet beast with royal level potential is too remarkable to remain unnoticed. After contemplating for a moment, Sui shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll just claim it's good luck for now. I'll try to keep a low profile in the future. I can't continue working as a sparring partner forever. Once I've earned about 100,000, I'll intentionally lose to that little girl and then resign." After making this decision, he stopped thinking about it, took a few deep breaths, and prepared to enter meditation. The next morning, feeling refreshed, he left early and rode his bicycle straight to the Jing Tian building. Since he had been there once yesterday, he was quite familiar with the place and quickly met with his employer under the guidance of the female secretary. Just like yesterday, the three women were present. Li Wenyu was still as approachable as ever, calling him Little E, appearing to be a close elder to Sui. The second young lady had not changed either. Beneath her polite exterior, a hint of arrogance and pride still shone through. However, today her gaze towards Sui held a noticeable defiance, as if she was harboring a determination to defeat him and avenge her previous humiliation. What surprised Sui the most was the attitude of Bai Zhinong, the senior sister. She seemed to hold no dissatisfaction towards him for not revealing anything yesterday, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Senior Sui, please teach me." After holding back for an entire day, Bai Zhian clearly couldn't wait any longer and eagerly wanted to spar with Sui. Without any small talk, Sui summoned the thorny grass and positioned it on the battlefield. A battle was about to commence. "This time I will definitely not lose." Bai Zhian clenched her small fists and shouted, "Be careful, I'm going to attack." However, just a few minutes later the spirited purple-tailed scorpion was once again ensnared by the thorny grass and dragged underground. Moreover, the thorny grass used the same tactics as yesterday. So you still haven't figured out how to counter this move, have you? Sui looked at the little girl across from him in surprise. Since you haven't thought of a way to break this, why are you so eager to compete? Fighting without summarizing experiences makes it hard to improve. Mind your own business. Bai Ziyan's face flushed red. She indeed hadn't figured out how to avoid being ensnared by the thorny grass, but she didn't believe this was the main reason for her failure yesterday. She thought yesterday's loss was simply due to carelessness, so as long as she was cautious today and took the initiative, she could easily defeat the low-level thorny grass. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Even though she had been on high alert earlier, the purple-tailed scorpion once again fell into the same trap, subdued by the thorny grass. Li Wenyu and Bai Zhineng frowned at this scene. Clearly Bai Ziyan's arrogant and prideful nature had not changed from yesterday's defeat. But it's fine. If she didn't change after one failure, she would after two, and if not two, then three. As long as the failures accumulate enough, I don't believe she can remain so arrogant. The practice session is over, Senior Bai Antli. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Having fought, he planned to leave. Since the work was already done, Sui didn't want to stay any longer. Wait a moment, little Li, if it's convenient, let's have a few more practice sessions with Jian today. Li Wenyu suddenly called out to him. Sui looked at the beautiful woman with confusion. He remembered this aunt had directly rejected Bai Ziyan's request for continuous practice yesterday. Why the change today? Although he couldn't figure it out, he agreed without hesitation. Of course, no problem. 1,000 per session, no matter how many practice sessions he had to accompany. Jian, do you want to continue practicing with little Li today? Li Wenyu turned to Bai Jian again. Bai Jian hesitated for a moment but nodded vigorously. All right, let's do one more match. This time I definitely won't lose. Li Wenyu smiled and said nothing more. With a thought, a creature resembling a mermaid suddenly appeared before her. Singing Si Jiao Spiritual Energy Commander Level 4 Stars Attribute Water Skills Water of Energy Mastery Water of Healing Mastery Water of Life Proficient Water Bomb Proficient Water Dragon Spike Skilled Water Tornado Skilled Mist of Water Skilled Evolvable Species Tide Calling Si Jiao Tide Calling Jiao Ji Potential Commander Level. This is Singing Si Jiao. Sui was somewhat surprised if the singing Si Jiao indeed resembled a mermaid. The upper body looked like a graceful woman, while below the waist was a long fish tail. However, despite her alluring figure, many parts of her body were covered in scales, making her features hard to discern. Before Sui could continue to observe, the singing Si Jiao suddenly waved her hand, and the thorny grass and purple-tailed scorpion were enveloped in a warm sphere of water. This is the water of life. Under the sphere of water, the injuries on the thorny grass and purple-tailed scorpion began to heal rapidly, and even their stamina was restored. All right, the two little ones are ready to continue fighting. Li Wenyu said with a smile. Let's begin. Bai Jian bit her lip and immediately commanded the purple-tailed scorpion to attack the thorny grass. But not long after, a similar scene unfolded again. This time, although the purple-tailed scorpion held out for a few more minutes, it was ultimately dragged underground by the thorny grass. How can this be? Seeing this, Bai Jian was stunned for a long time, seemingly unable to accept this reality. After losing once or twice, she could still claim she was careless, but after so many consecutive defeats, that excuse seemed rather ridiculous. Jian, do you want to have another match with little Li? Losing doesn't matter, it's just training, Li Wenyu asked with a smile. Let's go again. Bai Jian still wouldn't give in. A few minutes later. Let's go again. After a few more minutes. Let's go again. Let's go again. Let's go again. Ding, the proficiency of the binding skill has improved to the mastery level. Ding, the proficiency of the growth skill has improved to the mastery level. While both the binding and growth skills have leveled up. Sui felt invigorated. He had already lost count of how many matches he had practiced with the little girl before him. This second young lady of the Jingtian group was quite stubborn. Even after losing so many times, she still wanted to fight. But to be fair, he could clearly feel that after so many battles the purple-tailed scorpion's strength had improved quite a bit and it could sustain its time in battle longer. However, while its strength had increased, it seemed to have developed a shadow from the thorny grass, as now whenever the thorny grass burrowed into the ground it would instinctively tremble. As for its owner, although she wasn't as exaggerated as it was, she was not much better. At this moment Bai Jian was biting her lip, her mouth pouting. Sui was worried that if he won another match against her, this little girl might cry. What left him speechless was that Li Wenyu was still fanning the flames nearby. Jian, it's still early, let's have another match. You've improved a lot. I'm done. I'm done. I hate you all. The relentless string of defeats finally shattered the little Lola's psychological defenses. Bai Jian pushed past the female secretary blocking her way and ran downstairs crying. Jian. Sighed this child. Though everything was unfolding exactly as Li Wenyu had anticipated, seeing Bai Jian in such a state still stirred a flicker of concern within her. I'll go check on her. Bai Jining volunteered and gave chase. This left Sui feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to apologize. Sorry auntie, I should have gone easier on her earlier. If you deliberately held back, what meaning would the sparring have? An enemy wouldn't show her mercy. Xiaoyi, you did nothing wrong, you don't dwell on it. Li Wenyu offered him a reassuring smile. Sui hesitated, then spoke again. Auntie, after tomorrow the break ends, and you'll need to prepare for the final exams. I'm afraid I won't have much time to spar with your daughter in the future, so I'd like to resign from this role. Li Wenyu was momentarily taken aback, then said with a smile, you're still a student, academics should come first. I understand. However, sparring with others can also sharpen your combat command skills. If you don't mind, feel free to drop by whenever you have time. I think Jian would be quite willing to have a few more bouts with you. Quite willing? Recalling the scene of the little loli running out in tears, Sui wondered if he had become her most despised person. Thank you for understanding, auntie. I'll take my leave now. With that, Sui nodded respectfully and headed for the elevator. Wait, Xiaoyi, there's one more thing. Li Wenyu quickly called him back. What else is it, auntie? Sui turned around. Li Wenyu smiled and said, our Jingtian group sponsors promising students every year, providing them with various resources including rare spirit beasts. You can probably tell that I think highly of you. So I wanted to ask if you're interested in joining our Jingtian group. If you're willing, I can ensure that from now on you'll receive supplies worth no less than 150,000 every month for your cultivation. No less than 150,000 per month. Seeing that the beautiful woman was not speaking idly, Sui was taken aback. That was no small sum. Without the system he would have agreed without hesitation. But now, after a moment's hesitation, he declined. Sorry auntie, I already have my own life plan and haven't considered joining any company for now. If you ever need my help with anything in the future, I'll be more than willing to assist. What a pity. Still, I hope you'll come by often. For some reason, whenever I see you, I feel as if I'm looking at my own nephew. There's an inexplicable warmth. I wish I had a son as sensible as you. What did she mean by that? Sui was bewildered and replied instinctively, you flatter me, auntie. Senior Bai Jining and Miss Bai Jian are both outstanding. But they are daughters. Never mind, let me see you out. Li Wenyu clearly didn't wish to delve deeper into the topic. Sui naturally didn't dare to say more and obediently followed her. Minutes later he walked out of the Jingtian Tower. Gazing at the magnificent edifice, it dawned on him belatedly. Li Wenyu's words seemed to hint at something. Had he just missed an opportunity to gain a godmother? This was the mistress of the Jingtian group, the honorary deputy city lord's wife. Forget it, a true man stands tall between heaven and earth. He doesn't rely on gaining a godmother to climb the social ladder. He must rely on his own efforts. Such an opportunity was not worth taking. Though a tinge of regret lingered, Sui quickly composed himself, mounted his bicycle and whistled, "Another beautiful day." The 3-day break ended swiftly. Through relentless effort, just as Sui had anticipated, the Thorn Grass had indeed advanced to apprentice level 5 stars. At this moment its thorns appeared thicker and tougher than before. Moreover, the spiritual energy lingering within it hadn't been fully absorbed, at least 40 to 50% remained. As expected of something worth over 1 million, its effects are formidable. Sui couldn't help but exclaim. However, if he obtained another wood spirit stone, he dared not use it on the Thorn Grass. First, because the Thorn Grass had already advanced rapidly in a short time. Without proper consolidation, further absorption of such resources would lead to stunted growth, harming its future development. Second, Sui dared not let it grow too fast. His own rank as a beast tamer hadn't kept pace. Notably, Bai Jining had already transferred his sparring fee, a full 200,000. He certainly hadn't fought that many rounds with the little lowly, at most 11 or 12, but Bai Jining said her mother had instructed her to transfer the amount. Sui knew that Li Wenyu was trying to build a good relationship and plant a seed of goodwill, yet he still felt a touch of gratitude. One could only say that Li Wenyu truly knew how to handle people. If this aunt ever truly asked for a favor in the future, he would find it hard to refuse. Back at school, perhaps because of the 3-day break, his classmates seemed in high spirits. "Sui, why haven't you been active in the class group chat these past few days?" His deskmate Li Xinhao leaned in. "Why would I? Every time I show up you all make fun of me for contracting the Thorn Grass, and you're the worst offender." Sui shot him a glance. "Haha, sorry buddy, just joking. But seriously, voluntarily contracting the Thorn Grass is way too bizarre. I still can't wrap my head around it." "Did you offend Senior Bai Jining and she tricked you into it?" Li Xinhao speculated. Sui rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. But then his deskmate noticed something and leaned in again, asking slyly, "Sui, be honest, did something happen between you and Zhang Xiaotong in Ring Lake Forest? She keeps sneaking glances at you." "Huh?" Sui was startled and instinctively looked toward Zhang Xiaotong's seat, catching her in the act of stealing a glance at him. Caught red-handed, Zhang Xiaotong quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head and pretending to be diligently doing homework, her demeanor flustered. Her face was flushed crimson, as if it might drip. Seeing this, Sui shook his head. "Ah, the age of budding romance. But wake up, little girl, this isn't love, just a fleeting impulse driven by hormones." Though he found Zhang Xiaotong somewhat cute with fair skin and a pleasant personality, he had no desire to pursue a romantic relationship. At this moment, what concerned him most was which secret realm to explore for treasures after the final exams. "Students, the first semester of your first year is about to conclude. Though it has only been a little over 4 months, you have all become true beast masters, and I am proud of you. Starting from the next semester, the school will hold you to military standards. In addition to theoretical classes, practical combat courses will also be introduced with a greater emphasis on the latter. I hope you will continue to work hard and strive to become excellent beast masters." Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Make sure to review well and do not forget the final exams in the next 2 days. After the exams, there will be a month-long winter break. As for the start date of the new semester, I will notify you in the class group. After finishing these announcements, the homeroom teacher Lu Yiting packed her books and encouraged them a little before leaving the classroom. Finally, we are free. As soon as Lu Yiting left, many students couldn't help but cheer. As students, there is nothing more joyous than the arrival of winter and summer breaks. "Sui, do you have any plans for the winter break?" "My mom wants to enroll me in a beast master training class to enhance my skills, so I won't struggle next semester." "I don't have any plans, just meditating at home to break through to the ordinary level as soon as possible," Sui casually replied. "Break through to the ordinary level? You sure have big dreams." For students like us, just managing to break through before graduating high school would be impressive, enabling us to get into a second-tier Beastmaster college. That's why we must work harder on our meditation. Alright, you make a valid point. Even though he said this, Li Xinhao did not truly agree in his heart. In fact, it's not just him. Most students tend to enroll in various training classes during the holidays, some specifically for training pets, while others focus on training Beastmasters. These days, countless staff from training institutions have been distributing flyers outside the school gates. However, having already accumulated dozens of practical experiences, Sui looked down upon these training institutions. In his opinion, rather than spending a month in those so-called training classes, it would be better to venture into the secret realms. The next day, the final exams arrived as scheduled. As the exam focused solely on theoretical knowledge, Sui felt no anxiety and quickly completed the test papers. The questions on these papers seemed exceedingly simple to him. In short, after 2 days of examinations, he hardly encountered any questions he couldn't answer. If all goes well, his results should place him within the top 5 of the entire grade. How lonely it is to be invincible. Exiting the examination room, Sui was in an exceptionally good mood, not just because the winter break had officially begun. After these few days of effort, it seemed that the spiritual energy level of the thorny grass was showing signs of breakthrough. The thorny grass was now at the 5-star apprentice level, and upon breaking through, it would meet the conditions for demonization. Tomorrow I will go buy a wood spirit fruit and also take a stroll around the market to see if there are any good deals to pick up, Sui muttered to himself. He currently had 200,000, which isn't much, but it is enough to buy quite a few things. If he had more money, he planned to purchase some concentration grass to accelerate his training speed. The next morning, Sui emerged from his meditative state. He had gradually become accustomed to replacing sleep with meditation. To be honest, after meditating, he felt clear-headed, energetic, and physically invigorated. The rest he got from meditation was far more effective than sleep. Mom, I have something to do. I'm going out for a bit. After washing up, Sui checked the time and hurriedly left the house. What is it? You should eat breakfast first. Ms. Jiang Xiaoxiu tried to call him back. No need, I'll grab something to eat outside later. Sui's voice came from outside, and then he vanished from sight. That child. The overseas shopping market is the largest trading market for Beastmaster goods in Guangzhou, and its scale is far beyond that of the Beastmaster Mall. However, the Beastmaster Mall is a direct sales outlet, while each stall owner here is a third party. If Sui wished, he could also rent a stall to sell goods. Moreover, the stall fees can be settled daily, providing great flexibility. However, this also leads to many deceitful vendors who set up shop for a short time. Even so, many Beastmasters still frequent this place, hoping to stumble upon a good deal. This is larger than I imagined. Looking at the bustling market before him, Sui was somewhat astonished. There were numerous stalls selling all sorts of items. Just a casual glance revealed many miscellaneous goods. There were oddly shaped stones, jade slips, metal fragments, and various items that resembled treasures, spirit stones, and pet eggs. The reason it is termed as resembling is that from a surface-level glance one cannot determine whether these items are genuine or counterfeit. It's time to showcase my true skills. Sui rubbed his hands together, eagerly entering treasure-seeking mode. Then in the next moment he was inundated with a flood of prompts. 25 meters to the northeast, low-level treasure discovered. 25 meters to the northeast, disabled mid-level treasure discovered. 32 meters to the northwest, damaged treasure discovered. Sui was almost dizzy from all these prompts. Well, too many prompts are equivalent to no prompts. In a market like this for Beastmasters, treasures are everywhere, so I should just stroll around. Even though he said that, he still followed the prompts to the nearest stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who paid him no mind and was preoccupied with playing on his phone. Sensing the spiritual energy fluctuations on this person, Sui was certain that this stall owner was also a Beastmaster. Like many stall owners, this stall showcased a number of peculiar items, all seemingly sourced from secret realms. However, upon seeing the prices of these items, Sui was left in shock. Storage ring category: low-level storage type treasure effect storage with a built-in storage space of 0.8 cubic meters. Description: the most common type of treasure with a painfully small storage space. Yet such a treasure is priced at 1.2 million. In the Beastmaster Mall, a storage treasure with a 1 cubic space only costs 1 million. Is this a sale? This is clearly just trying to fleece someone. Other items were also exorbitantly priced. Damaged water blessing pendant category: low-level medical type treasure effect healing water infusing spiritual energy can condense healing water damaged cannot be used. Description: a very practical piece of spiritual equipment but unfortunately damaged in a battle 300 years ago and subsequently discarded by its owner. And this damaged treasure was priced at 50,000. My goodness, they dared to price a damaged treasure at 50,000. Sui was left dumbfounded. The stall owner seemed to notice his expression, looked up and impatiently said, "Are you buying or not? These items are all genuine treasures, they just lost their abilities due to being buried in secret realms for too long. If you spend 50,000 at the Beastmaster Association, they can be activated for use. I have priced them very fairly." The term secret treasure is a broad designation that refers to all treasures unearthed from secret realms. However, if we were to categorize them further, they could be divided into spirit stones, interdimensional equipment, pet skill stones, and various rare materials, among others. Aside from consumable treasures like spirit stones, which can autonomously absorb and condense spiritual energy, the vast majority of other treasures lack such capabilities. Especially with interdimensional equipment and pet skill stones, the spiritual energy within them tends to dissipate with the passage of time. If left unused for too long, they may even become completely inert. Once they become completely inert, these treasures will be little more than ordinary stones devoid of any trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. If it weren't for the fact that these types of treasures are almost all crafted from rare materials, one might not even be able to distinguish them when discarded in a junkyard. Furthermore, such treasures will not react even if infused with spiritual energy. They must be activated using special instruments that inject a massive surge of spiritual energy within a short time to function properly. Of course, it isn't easy to render a treasure completely inert. A beast tamer scholar from the Iron Blood Empire once published a paper stating that through measurement and calculation it would take at least several hundred years for a treasure to become completely inert. In other words, under normal circumstances, one need not worry about their treasures suddenly becoming inert. However, treasures situated within secret realms may not be so fortunate. Many of these treasures have been buried for several hundred years, even over 1,000, making it difficult for them to avoid losing their potency. This is also why there are so many inert treasures available in the market. If a treasure is truly inert, a price tag of 500,000 is quite reasonable, for even if one spends that much to activate it at the Beast Tamer Association, it would only total 1 million. Although no one knows the exact function of a treasure before reactivation, spending 1 million on a gamble doesn't seem too risky. However, selling damaged treasures as if they were merely inert is rather excessive. This pendant has such an obvious crack, can it still be considered an inert treasure? Sui pointed at the pendant of Water's Blessing, retorting, "Come now, it's clear you're just an ignorant novice. What's wrong with a crack? As long as the core part isn't damaged, it can still be used normally. Once activated, there's no impact whatsoever. If it had no blemishes at all, would I still price it at 500,000? Let me tell you, I can't even guarantee that this treasure is undamaged. If you buy it and find it to be a priceless treasure worth tens of millions once activated, I won't feel envious, but if it turns out to be a worthless piece of junk, you can't blame me. Money and goods must be settled and no returns or exchanges, that's the rule." After saying this, the middle-aged vendor resumed playing on his phone, unwilling to engage further with Sui. In his eyes, a student like Sui clearly wasn't a high-quality customer worth his time. Seeing this attitude, Sui lost interest in lingering at this stall and moved on. Of course, the main reason was that there wasn't a single treasure at this stall that caught his interest. Aside from the storage ring, everything else was damaged. Only a fool would buy that. Originally he thought that this vendor who marked up junk was an isolated case, but after visiting several more stalls he was astonished to find that this was a common phenomenon in the market. The inert treasures sold by these vendors were mostly damaged goods. Moreover, these vendors classified these treasures into different grades. Those with no visible cracks were priced above $1 million, those with minor cracks ranged between 500,000 and $1 million, more severely damaged ones were priced below 500,000, and those with obvious defects were uniformly marked at 100,000. This isn't treasure selling at all, it's clearly selling blind boxes. It's been said that the market is quite murky, and now Sui truly understands. However, he wasn't angry, instead he felt a surge of excitement. For others, purchasing such treasures is a gamble. Whether it's a loss or gain depends entirely on luck. But for him there's no need to gamble, every purchase is guaranteed. Among these goods he can instantly tell which are junk and which are truly inert treasures. The only regret was that he didn't have enough money, he couldn't afford anything priced above 200,000. As for those priced below 200,000, he hadn't yet found one that was usable. Indeed, you get what you pay for. Finding a treasure with an intact core among these obviously flawed treasures is probably as rare as winning the lottery. Sui felt a tinge of regret. Although he thought this way, he did not give up and still intended to search slowly at each stall. After all, even in a lottery, as long as you scratch enough tickets you can still win. Though in the end it might be the lottery staff who collects the winnings. Fiery Sun Jade Pendant, a low-grade treasure priced at 1,500,000, quite a bargain, but too expensive. Pass. Kailasha's Blessing, a mid-grade treasure, 3 million, Sai pass. Storage Bracelet, low-grade treasure, 300,000, moving on. What's this? Hardened Crystal Core Pet Skill Stone. Still too expensive to buy. Half an hour later, Sui had wandered through nearly half the market, his eyes nearly dazzled, yet he had still found nothing. Let's explore for another 10 minutes. If I still can't find anything, I'll wait until I save enough money to return. Sui shook his head, feeling his resolve wavering. In this half hour he realized one thing: without sufficient capital he didn't even have the qualification to pick up bargains. Forget it, I won't think about it. Let's see where the next inert treasure is. Oh, there are actually two at this stall. Sui glanced at the system prompt, surprised to find that the two treasures mentioned were both at the same stall, and one of them was even of mid-grade. However, surprise aside, he didn't feel happy about it. Based on previous experience, the prices of these two treasures would most likely be above 200,000. No matter, let's check them out first. With a mindset akin to scratching a lottery ticket, Sui walked towards that stall and soon saw the two treasures. Inert Storage Ring, category low-grade storage treasure, effect storage, comes with a storage space of 3 cubic meters, inert, unusable. Description: the most common treasure has been completely inert due to prolonged idleness. Priced at 150,000. Inert Frost Guardian, category mid-grade defensive treasure, effect extremely cold ice shield, can be used to resist attacks when infused with spiritual energy, inert, unusable. Description: a practical defensive treasure has been submerged in the lake for too long and is completely inert. Priced at 100,000. These two treasures are surprisingly undamaged. Upon seeing these two treasures, Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. The ring was somewhat acceptable, merely having a break at the bottom without any missing parts. However, the pendant named Frost Guardian was missing a small portion, yet it inexplicably hadn't damaged the core. What was the point of making such a large pendant just for looks? Before he could think much longer, the vendor, who had been sitting on a chair munching on seeds, stood up with a smile. "Young man, is this pendant catching your eye?" "You indeed have a good eye. This is crafted from ice jade. Just selling the materials alone could fetch 40 to 50,000. And don't be misled by its missing part. Based on my years of experience, the core part is likely intact and it can be used once activated." Considering you're a student, if you genuinely want to buy it, I can give you a 20% discount. Come on, keep deceiving. If you truly believe that this pendant hasn't harmed the core, would you price it so low? You probably would have already taken it to the Beastmaster Association for activation. Although he knew that this vendor was speaking nonsense, Sui wasn't angry. Because surprisingly, these lies inadvertently turned out to be entirely accurate. If we disregard intentions and focus on actions, this vendor could be considered conscientious, selling a malfunctioning mid-level secret treasure for 80,000. Is there anyone more generous than this? However, 80,000 is still a bit expensive. Therefore Sui unhesitatingly exposed his lies, saying, "Boss, this pendant is missing such a large piece. It's rather unscrupulous of you to suggest I take it for activation. If I really did, I'd at least lose 500,000. I am only interested in the ice jade material, which is just right for helping my Icefield White Wolf evolve. Give me another price, and if it's suitable, I'll buy it." "What are you talking about?" "Forget it. Since you really want to buy it, I'll give you a better deal, 60,000. This is already the lowest price." Seeing that he couldn't deceive this student, the vendor could only lower the price a bit more. But Sui was still dissatisfied. "Boss, you're still being dishonest. How can a small piece of ice jade be worth 60,000? 40,000, that's probably the price at the Beastmaster Mall as well. I'm too lazy to make another trip to the mall." "Little brother, prices aren't discussed like this. After all, this is a secret treasure. Are you really treating it as a mere material?" The vendor was somewhat unhappy. "What else can I do if it's not treated as a material? Who would spend 500,000 to activate a broken treasure like this? If you take it for activation, I'll give you 100,000 out of my own pocket. Would you be willing?" Sui countered. The vendor opened his mouth but was left speechless by the question. In fact, he knew that no one would buy a treasure with such severe damage, and in the end it would likely be treated as an ordinary material. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed. "Forget it, let's each take a step back. 50,000, it is just to make a friend. This pendant is much larger than the standard ice jade sold at the Beastmaster Mall. You won't lose out." 50,000? That price is barely acceptable. However, Sui didn't agree immediately. Instead, he pointed at a storage ring next to him and asked, "How much for this ring?" 15,000. If this one is not severely damaged, and it has at least a 50% chance of being intact," the vendor said confidently. "It's already broken and deformed. Where's the 50% chance? If you take 10 rings like this for activation, you'd be lucky to have one that works. The vendors at similar booths are pricing them at 100,000. How about this, the ring plus that piece of ice jade, for a total of 15,000. If you're willing, I'll buy it. If not, then forget it. You're cutting the price too much. At least let me earn a little." After some more bargaining, the two finally reached an agreement. In the end, Sui bought the two treasures for 156,000, tears in his eyes. When he got his hands on the two treasures, he was so excited he was trembling. Although the storage ring was a low-level treasure, it had a storage space of 3 cubic meters, and in the Beastmaster Mall it would sell for at least 1,500,000. As for the Frost Guardian, there's no need to mention it. Not only is it a mid-level secret treasure, but it's also a highly sought-after defensive equipment. If taken to an auction house, it could even fetch over 10 million. In battle, the most important thing for a Beastmaster is to protect themselves. Only by ensuring their own safety can they command their beasts to fight. Otherwise, if someone captures the king first, it's game over. And the Frost Guardian is undoubtedly a treasure that can save lives. Such treasures are irresistibly enticing to any Beastmaster. Buying treasures worth over 10 million for just 156,000, even after deducting activation costs, would still yield a profit of over 10 million. How could Sui not be excited? However, speaking of activation, he suddenly realized that it seemed he had no money left to activate these two treasures. The activation fee is fixed regardless of the treasure's level. It's 50,000 each time. This regulation exists because the spiritual energy consumed for activation is approximately the same. Moreover, before activation you have no way of knowing the treasure's level, or even if it's real or fake, or if it's damaged or intact. Yes, even if you take an ordinary stone for activation, the Beastmaster Association will still charge you 50,000 in activation fees and then return the stone to you in its original form. They only handle activation regardless of authenticity. Just as Sui was worrying about the activation cost, the thorny grass suddenly conveyed feelings of anger and grievance. What's wrong? Sui was taken aback at first, then reacted instinctively, slapping his forehead awkwardly, saying, "Sorry, I almost forgot. I came here to help you buy the wood spirit fruit." Alright, I'll go buy it for you right now." Sui felt somewhat relieved. Luckily the two treasures only cost 158,000. If he had spent 200,000, this little fellow would probably have been heartbroken. The thorny grass had been longing for the wood spirit fruit for a long time. To be precise, since the first day he contracted it, Sui had often used the wood spirit fruit to deceive it, and only today was he truly prepared to deliver. There are many types of wood spirit fruit with varying prices. Some contain more spiritual energy while others contain less, with large variations. However, Sui could clearly see the information about these items, so he didn't have to worry about being cheated. Soon he bought a high-quality wood spirit fruit for 40,000, and the mood of the thorny grass immediately brightened, so excited that it twisted itself into a spiral. "This is for your evolution. You haven't reached the 6-star apprentice level yet, so I can't give it to you. I'll keep it for you for now." Sui couldn't help but remind it. Upon hearing this, the thorny grass froze in place, taking a full 10 seconds to react, then slumped to the ground, conveying a plethora of sad, disappointed, and anxious emotions. Sui completely ignored its pitiful act, cheerfully encouraging it, "Keep it up, you're almost ready to break through. You can do it." Thorny grass. Seeing that the pitiful act was ineffective, the thorny grass could only transform its longing into motivation and begin working harder to improve itself. After returning from the overseas shopping market, Sui's life became quite monotonous again. Aside from eating and essential exercise, most of his time was spent meditating. The class group, however, was quite lively, with many classmates sharing photos of their training in various educational institutions. 2 days later, a system notification suddenly appeared in Sui's mind. "Ding, thorny grass has risen to 6-star apprentice level, meeting the conditions for transformation." Finally met the conditions. Sui emerged from his meditative state feeling a rush of surprise. Before he could do anything, he received the excited emotions of the thorny grass. Through mental communication, he understood the thoughts of the thorny grass. This little fellow could hardly wait to absorb that spirit fruit. What a little glutton. Last time you absorbed the wood spirit stone, there was still a lot of spiritual energy left in your body that you hadn't digested. Why are you in such a hurry to absorb the spirit fruit? If it weren't for the fact that this was a material needed for evolution. Never mind, I'll give it to you. Seeing the thorny grass looking so pitiful, Sui swallowed back the rest of his words, summoned it with a thought, and then took out a wooden box from the refrigerator. Inside the wooden box lay a vibrant green fruit. This fruit was about the size of an apple and contained a wealth of pure wood element spiritual energy. Sensing the aura of the spirit fruit, the thorny grass immediately became agitated, its thorny branches trembling wildly. Sui initially wanted to tease it, but seeing how it was almost drooling, he decided against it and smiled as he handed over the spirit fruit. In the next moment, the spirit fruit was ensnared by the thorny grass thorns, wrapping around it in circles until it was completely enveloped. At the same time, it transmitted emotions of joy and happiness. Take your time absorbing it, there's no need to rush. Seeing it like this, Sui suddenly felt an impulse to touch it, but upon seeing the cold gleaming thorns, he quietly withdrew his hand. Damn it, I must contract a pet beast that I can actually pet in the future. Ding! The thorny grass has met all the requirements for transformation. Do you wish to spend 80 soul points to assist its evolution into thorny ghost vine? The system prompt appeared again. Sui took a deep breath, looking at the thorny grass that was still absorbing the spirit fruit, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he said, "Are you ready?" The thorny grass naturally understood his meaning and immediately responded affirmatively through mental communication. "Very well." Sui wasted no more time, excitedly declaring, "Then let's begin." Evolution. As his voice fell, numerous grayish-white light dots suddenly flew out from his body, all of them diving into the thorny grass. Undoubtedly, these light points were the soul points he had collected earlier. After using up these 80 soul points, the number in the soul points column immediately dropped from 326 to 246. However, he had no time to pay attention to this now. After being infused with some grayish-white light points, the thorny grass suddenly radiated a multitude of green lights, which was quite eerie. Faced with this situation, the thorny grass became somewhat flustered, not knowing what was happening. This was vastly different from the evolution it had learned in its inherited memories. "This is a special evolution that will make you even better. Don't be afraid, just go with the feeling," Sui hurriedly reassured it. He had to admit that his reassurance was quite effective. The thorny grass indeed calmed down. In the next moment, the light radiating from it grew increasingly intense, piercing Sui's eyes to the point of pain, forcing him to close them. Not only that, its thorns began to grow wildly, quickly becoming much thicker than before. It took a solid 4 to 5 minutes for the light to gradually fade away. Sui hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at it, only to discover that the once slender thorny grass had completely transformed. At this moment, its branches could no longer be called thorns, they were now tough vines as thick as the arm of an adult man. On these vines not only were there sharp thorns radiating a cold light, but also eerie black patterns that gave off a sinister aura. One could imagine if ensnared by it, there would be no good end. Is this a successful evolution? Sui instinctively checked its current detailed information. Thorny Ghost Vine, Spiritual Energy, Apprentice, Level 7 stars. Attributes with skills: Burrow Mastered, Entangle Mastered, Growth Mastered, Steel Spike, Beginner Hardening, Beginner Whip, Beginner Evolvable Species, Thorny Demon Flower, Potential Emperor Level. This is impressive. Sui was left dumbfounded. After evolving into the Thorny Ghost Vine, this little fellow had actually comprehended 3 new skills on the spot. Generally speaking, after a successful evolution, being able to comprehend 1 or 2 skills on the spot is already quite good. To comprehend more skills, one must rely on continuous practice. Moreover, the 3 new skills comprehended by the Thorny Ghost Vine were all highly practical, significantly increasing its combat power. For instance, Steel Spike. After using this skill, the thorns on its body would become as sharp as real steel needles. If it were to face the purple-tailed scorpion again, there would be no need to drag it underground. Once ensnared, it could likely pierce through its shell. If Steel Spike is a skill that affects the thorns, then Hardening is a skill that affects the vines. After using this skill, the branches of the Thorny Ghost Vine would become as hard as iron and would no longer be as easily severed as before. Furthermore, the higher the proficiency, the harder the hardened vines would become. If practiced to the peak, who knows, they might even be impervious to blades and bullets. In comparison, the whip skill seemed somewhat mediocre, simply whipping others with the vines, lacking much technical content. Aside from skills, the spiritual energy level of the Thorny Ghost Vine had also changed. It had just broken through to Apprentice level 6 stars, but unexpectedly it took this opportunity to rise another star, reaching the threshold of Apprentice level 7 stars. If nothing unexpected happened, this was still due to that with Spirit Stone. Sui specifically checked its physical condition and found that the spiritual energy that had previously remained in its body had been completely absorbed. Thinking that the wood Spirit Stone worth over 1 million was gone without a trace, Sui felt a sense of melancholy. Additionally, a sense of urgency began to grow in his heart. Apprentice level 7 stars. His pet beast had completely outstripped him. If this continued, it might really surpass him by a whole tier. Looks like I need to find a way to get a Yuan Spirit Stone, Sui murmured to himself. The Yuan Spirit Stone is the most precious of all Spirit Stones without exception. It contains pure spiritual energy with no attributes, and even beast masters can directly absorb it. If he could obtain such a spirit stone with Sui's current spiritual energy level, he would surely be able to make a breakthrough just like the thorny grass did before. As for whether the rapid increase in spiritual energy level would lead to negative consequences, Sui was not worried at all. He had been cultivating for such a long time and had hardly used any concentration grass. His foundation was already very solid. Absorbing a Yuan spirit stone would definitely not cause any major issues. In fact, using Yuan spirit stones to increase spiritual energy levels is quite common, otherwise how could rich heirs like Bai Jinning elevate to elite levels in such a short time? Do they really think their talents can surpass those of other beast masters by that much? Of course, such things are external forces, and using them too often will definitely lead to problems. It's essential to know when to use them and when not to. One must grasp it themselves. Regarding the spirit stones, Sui was merely speaking casually. Such things were still somewhat distant for him. If he remembered correctly, the price of this kind of spirit stone seemed to exceed 10 million. Let alone him, even many beast tamers from affluent families could not afford it. If he were to auction off the Frost Guardian, he could indeed exchange it for one, but Sui was reluctant to part with this intermediate secret treasure. This was a defensive treasure that could save his life, equivalent to a second chance at life. In comparison, what was a spirit stone worth? At worst, he could spend a little more time cultivating. There was no need to rush. What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Just as Sui was delighted by the changes in the thorn's ghost vine, he suddenly noticed that this little creature had been standing there in a daze, looking very dejected, which puzzled him. The thorn's ghost vine did not respond to him, only weakly flicking its vines in a manner that suggested a lack of will to live. Are you saying you don't like how you look now? How could you have such a strange thought? Sui interpreted its feelings, becoming even more puzzled. Look at your vines now, they're thick and strong, so majestic and powerful. With those eerie black patterns, other extraordinary beings would tremble at the sight, unable to even engage in battle without being overshadowed by your imposing presence. I initially wanted to cheer up the thorn's ghost vine, but these words not only failed to comfort it, but had the opposite effect, making its mood even worse. If it had eyes and a mouth, it would have surely cried by now. Ah, I see. Sui finally understood. It turned out that this little creature did not like its fierce and intimidating appearance, but desired to make itself look beautiful. Although its idea of beauty differed from that of humans, it simply did not like its current form and yearned for a more ordinary thorn's vine. Having a pet with high intelligence is troublesome. Such pets have their own personalities and thoughts, and they become moody over the slightest dissatisfaction. However, Sui could understand everyone has a love for beauty. After hesitating for a moment, he gently comforted, if you really don't like how you look now, that's alright. Just wait until you evolve into the thorn demon flower. After blooming into vibrant and beautiful flowers, you will definitely become stunning. Thorn demon flower. The thorn's ghost vine was taken aback. The once wilted vine instantly regained its vitality. Clearly Sui's words had worked. It had found hope for growth. Seeing it recover, Sui breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged to evolve into the thorn demon flower. You need to reach ordinary level 9 stars. If you want to become beautiful sooner, then work harder. After evolving into the thorn's ghost vine, the normal evolution path had disappeared. Now this little creature could only proceed down the path of demonization. Sui checked the conditions needed to evolve into the thorn demon flower and found them to be significantly stricter than the first demonization. In addition to needing to reach ordinary level 9 stars in spiritual energy, it also required a wood spirit stone, a handful of spirit soil essence, a segment of elite level plant type extraordinary beings essence wood, and 800 soul energy points. Indeed, that meant 800 soul energy points, which was a tenfold increase compared to before. Yet even so, compared to other materials, this was still the easiest to obtain. Although the evolution conditions for the thorn demon flower were much higher than for ordinary thorn flowers, Sui did not regret it. After all, a demonized pet would not only be stronger than a normally evolved pet but also enhance its potential. It should be noted that the potential of the Thorn's ghost vine had already risen from king level to emperor level. While potential does not equate to strength, it signifies that Sui had acquired the ticket to becoming an emperor-level beast tamer. Notably, Sui also specifically checked the evolution path following the Thorn's ghost vine. After evolving into the Thorn Demon Flower, the next evolution would be the Thorn Flower Demon. That name sounds quite impressive. Seeing that it was still early, Sui changed into a proper outfit and prepared to visit the Beast Tamer Association. After a pet's evolution, due to the significant change in appearance, it was necessary to replace the pet's identification and breeding license, as this was a strict regulation, otherwise it would lead to many unnecessary troubles. The identification and breeding license for the Thorn's vine had been processed by the school, and Sui had only received them a few days ago, not expecting them to become invalid so soon. As for how he would explain to the people at the Beast Tamer Association why the Thorn's vine had grown so rapidly, he had already thought it through, simply telling the truth. It was just absorbing a wit spirit stone, there was nothing to hide. As for why it was the Thorn's ghost vine and not the ordinary Thorn's vine, that was easy to explain, just attribute it to special evolution. In the world there were already many extraordinary beings that evolved in unconventional ways, whether due to genetic mutations, environmental influences, or other chaotic reasons, all of which could lead to deviations in evolution. Such occurrences are not common, but they are not rare either. After riding his bicycle for half an hour, Sui arrived at the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association. The headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association was grand and imposing, surpassing even the Beast Tamer Mall, while adding a sense of solemnity and weight. Although referred to as an association, it was actually a crucial administrative department of the Lungting Kingdom, responsible for managing and overseeing beast tamers. Furthermore, in any part of the Lungting Kingdom, the president of the Beast Tamer Association and the city lord hold the same rank, with the two departments complementing and checking each other. The Beast Tamer Association was vast, divided into multiple areas. This was Sui's first visit, and he was momentarily unsure of where to go to change his documents. Fortunately, a young lady at the consultation desk noticed him standing there in a daze and proactively inquired, "May I ask what business you need to handle?" For comprehensive beast tamer services, go to Hall 1. For accepting commissions, go to Hall 2. For activating secret treasures and other paid services, go to Hall 3. "I need to replace my pet's identification and breeding license," Sui replied. "Has your pet evolved?" The young lady was somewhat surprised. "Replacing pet documents is in Hall 1, but before that your pet needs to be inspected. Here, take this form and bring your pet to the inspection room over there." "Thank you." Sui thanked her and walked towards the indicated place with the form. The inspection room was very spacious, and not a single person could be seen inside, forming a stark contrast with the outside. Indeed, there was not a single person, including the staff. "Why is there no inspector? Did they go to the restroom or skip work?" Sui was taken aback, then shook his head, preparing to ask outside. But before he could turn around, a petite girl suddenly stood up behind a tall stack of documents, saying unhappily, "You're the one skipping work." "Yeah, I'm right here." "You're here to replace your pet's documents, right? Show me your previous pet identification." Seeing the slight hostility in the small girl's tone, Sui apologized. "I'm sorry, that stack of documents was blocking you. I didn't see you." However, upon hearing his words, the small girl's mood worsened. "Are you implying that I'm short?" "I truly apologize for blocking your view with the documents." "Huh?" Sui stared at her in astonishment. He was clearly apologizing, yet this girl interpreted it as a mockery. Just how sensitive was she about her height? To avoid provoking her further, Sui simply shut his mouth and quietly took out the pet certificate and breeding license for the thorny grass. Though the small girl was quite displeased, she didn't say anything more. She just huffed and reached out to take his documents. "Wait." Just as the documents were about to fall into the girl's hands, Sui suddenly reacted and quickly withdrew his hand, warily asking, "Are you really a staff member of the Beast Tamer Association?" It was no wonder he had such doubts. This girl looked very young, probably around his age, likely still a high school student. Moreover, the staff members of the Beast Tamer Association are officially employed and are legitimate civil servants. At her age, even with connections, she shouldn't be able to get in. Seeing Su Yi's doubtful gaze, the small girl's breath hitched, taking another blow. It was one thing to mock her height, and now he was questioning her identity. Did she really look so unqualified to be a staff member? She took a deep breath, pulled several credentials from her drawer, and said indignantly, "Look closely, this is my work ID, this is my Elite Beast Tamer certificate, and this is my Junior Pet Appraiser certificate. Is there any problem?" Su Yi carefully examined her credentials. Su Xiaoxiao, 19 years old, Elite Beast Tamer. This girl was actually an adult and 3 years older than him. Though her name was quite fitting, as she indeed looked petite. Despite his surprise, Su Yi said, "Sorry, there's no problem anymore." Humph. Su Xiaoxiao huffed, not choosing to hold it against him. In fact, Su Yi was not the first person to doubt her, she was already getting used to it. "Hey, didn't you just apply for your pet certificate last week? Why do you need to change it so soon?" "Oh, it's because of the thorny grass." Su Xiaoxiao was initially puzzled, but upon seeing it was thorny grass, she understood. Thorny grass evolves into thorny vine at the apprentice level 4 star, so changing the pet certificate in a short time was indeed normal. "First fill out this form, then summon your pet. I will verify its information." "Okay." Su Yi wasted no time, grabbing a pen from the table and filling in the basic information of the thorny ghost vine on the form. Su Xiaoxiao, after putting away her credentials, glanced over and suddenly showed a look of shock on her previously indifferent face. Pet name Thorny Ghost Vine, spiritual energy level apprentice level 7 star. Stop. What are you filling in? Is there such a supernatural being as Thorny Ghost Vine in the world? Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly interrupted him. Thorny Ghost Vine is the name I gave it. My pet underwent a special evolution which is vastly different from other thorny vines after its evolution. Su Yi paused his pen, explaining special evolution. "Please summon it so I can see." Su Xiaoxiao clearly seemed skeptical. "Alright. Come forth, Thorny Ghost Vine." Su Yi wasted no time, and with a thought, a bizarre vine adorned with mysterious patterns appeared before him. This is Thorny Vine?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "It is definitely not a thorny vine, which is why I named it Thorny Ghost Vine," Su Yi said without a hint of embarrassment. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, finally regaining her composure, her expression serious. "It seems this is indeed a special evolution incident. I'm sorry, could you tell me the reason for this special evolution? The regulations state that detailed records must be kept for special evolutions. I'm not quite sure about the reason. Perhaps it's because it absorbed a piece of wood spirit stone. By the way, its personality is also vastly different from ordinary thorny grass. It's extremely irritable and bloodthirsty, which is likely another reason." Su Yi began to fabricate. Possible reasons: 1. Wood spirit stone. Possible reasons: 2. Irritable, bloodthirsty personality. Is there anything else? Any other unusual aspects, like the environment during evolution? Half an hour later, Su Yi walked out of the examination room, already holding the new pet certificate and breeding license. He cooperated with Su Xiaoxiao to record many details. Although most of it was fabricated, he still managed to pass. At this moment, the fact that his thorny grass evolved into thorny ghost vine was barely legitimized. "Since I'm here, why not go and take a look at the hall for receiving commissions?" After exiting Hall 1, Su Yi did not rush to leave, but instead strode toward Hall 2. Accepting commission tasks is a primary source of income for many beast tamers. Although Su Yi had no intentions of accepting any commissions for now, he still wanted to see for himself. Soon he entered Hall 2. There were even more people here than in Hall 1, with many beast tamers waiting at each window to receive their commission tasks. Above each window, large screens displayed various commission tasks. If one found it troublesome, they could also check on their phones. Sui was not there to take on tasks, so he merely glanced casually at the large screen. Apprentice level task. Freight bodyguard task overview. Feihong Company is transporting a batch of goods to Tingnan Town and is recruiting 5 beast tamers for escorting. Pet level must be above apprentice level 5-star with a reward of 1,000 yuan per trip. Freight bodyguard tasks are quite common, especially since it's not safe in the suburbs where attacks from supernatural beings can happen at any moment. If it's intercity transportation, sometimes elite beast tamers are even hired for escorting. However, with such low compensation, Sui had no interest at all. Ordinary level task. Protect Fengyang Town task overview. Recently there have been signs of supernatural beings gathering outside Fengyang Town, and a large number of ordinary beast tamers are being recruited to disperse the gathered ferocious beasts to prevent a beast tide. Compensation is based on the number and level of the ferocious beasts killed. This task has a bit of challenge, but unfortunately Sui is only an apprentice level beast tamer and does not meet the requirements. Oh, this is a commission for exploring a secret realm. Sui browsed through a few more tasks and his eyes suddenly lit up. Apprentice level task. Secret realm exploration task overview. The city lord's mansion announces that a new secret realm has appeared 30 miles northeast of Guangcheng in the dense forest. A large number of apprentice level beast tamers are being recruited to investigate, requiring pets to be above apprentice level 6-star. It's actually a newly appeared secret realm? Doesn't this mean that the treasures inside have not yet been plundered by others? Sui originally had no intention of accepting the commission, but upon seeing the task of exploring the secret realm, he felt a stir of interest. In fact, according to his plan, he intended to venture into the secret realm for training, but he had previously thought of exploring low-risk secret realms like the lakeside forest, not this high-risk unexplored secret realm. However, thinking of the treasures hidden in high-risk secret realms made him somewhat restless. Wait, why is this an apprentice-level task? Suddenly Sui thought of something and felt puzzled. Generally speaking, high-risk secret realms are not suitable for apprentice beast tamers. The first reason is that apprentice beast tamers are too weak, making them prone to casualties. The second is because such new secret realms, likely hiding a multitude of treasures, are not places where apprentice beast tamers should be allowed to enter. Only elite beast tamers with some status should even consider it. Unfortunately, the large screen lacked detailed information about the task. With no other options, Sui spent a few minutes downloading an app for the Beast Tamer Association. Such coercion to force others to download a mobile app is on par with some unscrupulous companies. After registering an account using his Beast Tamer certificate, Sui finally found the detailed announcement from the city lord's mansion. It turned out that the newly appeared secret realm was a restricted secret realm. A restricted secret realm refers to a secret realm with an unstable spatial tunnel. As is well known, spatial tunnels are the bridges connecting secret realms to Blue Star. When unstable, if a higher level dimensional space is forcibly inserted, it may collapse due to spatial repulsion, causing the secret realm to disconnect from Blue Star. And beast tamers by nature possess their own dimensional spaces. Thus, when entering such secret realms, they must first ensure that the strength of their beast space is within the tolerable range of the spatial tunnel. For example, this secret realm mentioned in the announcement only allows apprentice-level beast tamers to enter. Beast tamers above this level may cause spatial repulsion that could collapse the secret realm's spatial tunnel. Historically, many incidents of spatial tunnel collapses have occurred, each causing significant losses. When a spatial tunnel collapses, those within the tunnel suffer the most, falling directly into the endless void with no place for burial. Next are those who have already entered the secret realm. Due to the collapse of the passage to Blue Star, they can hardly return. However, while there are restrictions for beast tamers, the vast majority of extraordinary creatures face no such limitations. They do not cause spatial repulsion. For this reason, when encountering such secret realms, some elites have tried to send their pets in without entering themselves. However, new problems arose. Once the pet enters alone due to crossing dimensions, it cannot communicate mentally and naturally cannot act according to the beast tamer's wishes. Moreover, since most pets are not as intelligent as humans, many pets treat their solo entry into the secret realm as a vacation or a trip, staying inside for 10 days or even half a month without bringing any benefit to their beast tamers. Not only that, but unknown risks also arise when pets enter secret realms alone. For example, they could encounter danger and die, or they might just refuse to come out. Yes, some pets with low loyalty or their own ideas may refuse to leave the secret realm. After all, with the spatial barrier, beast tamers cannot forcibly retrieve them back into their beast space, nor can they personally go in to catch them. The benefits and risks are entirely disproportionate, and over time few beast tamers dare to do this unless they are completely confident in their pets. Apprentice level restricted secret realm. I wonder what level of extraordinary creatures are inside. Sui muttered to himself. Given how unstable the formed spatial tunnel is, generally speaking the spiritual energy within this secret realm is unlikely to be abundant, and the extraordinary creatures inside won't be very strong. However, what is meant by not very strong merely suggests that under normal circumstances there won't be a large number of elite level or higher extraordinary creatures. As is well known, all secret realms are formed after another dimension or multiple dimensions shattered. The thin spiritual energy in the secret realm cannot nurture high-level extraordinary creatures, but that does not mean that before its formation, when it was connected to the original dimension, high-level extraordinary creatures were not residing here. In short, in a secret realm anything is possible. Thinking of the risks within the new secret realm, Sui hesitated again. But after a few seconds of hesitation he still made up his mind and decided to go for it. With the combat power of the Thorn Ghost Vine, he is undoubtedly one of the best among apprentice beast tamers. If other apprentice beast tamers dare to go, and why shouldn't he? However, before entering the secret realm it would be great to activate the Frost Guardian. This is a mid-level defensive treasure, and with it his risk resistance would be significantly enhanced. Unfortunately, activating this treasure requires 500,000, which he simply cannot afford right now. Perhaps I could borrow a bit from senior sister Bai Jining. She knows her own potential, and if I just ask to borrow 500,000 she should agree. Thinking of this, Sui suddenly shook his head. Forget it, this senior sister's personality is a bit cold. It would be better to ask her mother for it. Although I have known her for a shorter time, I get along better with that Vice City Lord's wife. Even as he said this, when he took out his phone he still felt embarrassed to call the Vice City Lord's wife. Sigh, why is my face so thin? Can't I learn from that shameless Liaozhai how? He suddenly wanted to slap himself, lamenting his lack of thick skin. After much indecision he silently put away his phone. Forget it, let me think of other ways. He shook his head and prepared to leave the Beast Tamer Association. But just then buzz buzz buzz, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to answer, but the next moment he froze, a hint of surprise flashing across his otherwise indifferent face. The caller on his phone was none other than the Vice City Lord's wife Liaozhai, whom he had just thought of. Just when he thought of her, she took the initiative to contact him. Was this some sort of telepathy? He let out a soft breath and pressed the answer button. Hello, Aunt Li. Xiaoyi, you haven't come to visit me for a long time during the holidays. Xi Yan has been wanting to practice with you again. I was planning to find some time to see you, but I've been busy practicing these past few days. Sui felt a bit awkward and wanted to explain. However, before he could finish, Liaozhai chuckled. No need to take it seriously, Aunt was just saying that knowing you're busy. The reason I called you this time is actually for something important. A few days ago a new secret realm appeared in the forest outskirts which only apprentice beast tamers can enter. Xi Yan has been bugging me to let her in to train herself. She won't listen to any persuasion. Although it's perfectly normal for beast tamers to train in secret realms, I still feel a bit uneasy, so I wanted to ask if you have time to team up with her tomorrow to go in together, that way it would be safer. What? Bai Yan is also going to enter that secret realm? Sui was somewhat surprised. But before he could think more he faintly heard Bai Yan's voice on the other end of the phone. Mom? I don't want to team up with him, I can manage on my own. Sui didn't mind teaming up with others, especially strong ones, as having more people meant more strength and could help share the risks. But Bai Jian, a little girl under 12, could she really be considered a teammate? Though she was exceptionally powerful and among the best apprentice beast tamers, her personality was still somewhat immature. Sui suspected that entering the secret realm with such a young girl would turn him into a babysitter. Yet after a moment's hesitation he still said, "I've heard of that secret realm as well, and I happen to want to see it. If Miss Jian doesn't mind, I'm willing to explore it with her." "So shall we, you agree?" Li Wenyu was somewhat surprised. She had thought it would take much persuasion given the risks of such an unexplored secret realm. Sui smiled and said, "Why are you so surprised, auntie? Although Miss Jian is young, her strength is no less than any apprentice beast tamer. Having such a powerful teammate greatly ensures safety. Many would be lucky to have her." Li Wenyu chuckled softly. "Stop praising her. If she were truly as excellent as you say, I wouldn't be worried. In any case, you'll leave her in your care this time. Auntie, no need to be so formal. Miss Jian is indeed outstanding, and besides, Senior Bai Jining has helped me a lot in the past. However, you should know that such secret realms may hide unknown dangers. If misfortune strikes, I can only promise to do my utmost to rescue her. As for the outcome, we'll have to trust our luck." Sui gave her a precautionary warning in advance. "Auntie understands. Those words are enough. Though we've only met twice, I can tell you're a trustworthy child." Li Wenyu's tone was sincere, not flattering. "Huh? Was he really that good?" Sui felt a bit embarrassed by the praise but said, "You flatter me, auntie." "Flatter? No need for modesty. Everyone who knows me knows I never speak empty words, Li Wenyu. If there's nothing else, I'll send someone to pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning and we'll go to the secret realm on the outskirts." Li Wenyu made the final decision. "Well." Sui hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "Auntie, I have an impertinent request. Before entering the secret realm, I'd like to prepare more. Could you lend me 1 million first?" After saying this, Sui felt so embarrassed he could have dug a hole and crawled into it. Asking for money was utterly mortifying. Li Wenyu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "I thought it was something serious. Just a small matter, no problem. He'll have it transferred to you right away. By the way, is 1 million enough?" "Enough, more than enough. Thank you, auntie." Sui quickly replied. "No need to thank me. Consider it an advance payment for your help. Take good care of Jian." "Payment? 1 million for accompanying that little girl into a secret realm? Wasn't that too much?" He instinctively refused. "That won't do. This 1 million is a loan. If you do that, auntie, I'll be too embarrassed to borrow from you. Besides, teaming up for a secret realm is mutually beneficial. If you pay me, what kind of person would that make me? Sorry, it's my fault." Mentioning payment was indeed too formal. "But there's no rush to pay back the million. Return it when you're financially comfortable. It's not like I'm short on money." Li Wenyu quickly apologized. "Huh?" Sui was momentarily stunned. So had he really turned down the payment? Forget it. Look on the bright side, at least he had established himself as someone not greedy and with principles. After discussing the specifics of entering the secret realm, they finally hung up. Sui had thought it would take a while for Li Wenyu to transfer the million, but to his surprise, within just over 10 seconds he received a transfer from Senior Bai Jining. 1 million in hand. Half a month ago that was an astronomical sum to him, and now his card actually held that much money. Though it was borrowed, it didn't dampen his excitement. He had been about to leave the Beast Tamers Association, but without a second thought he turned and headed straight for Hall 3. Paid services like activating artifacts were all handled in Hall 3. Since it was a paid service, the staff here were far more enthusiastic than in other halls. As Sui entered, a uniformed man immediately approached with a smile and asked, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you? I have 2 artifacts that need activation. Activation is this way, but I must inform you that each activation costs 500,000 regardless of success. Of course, if your artifacts are genuine and undamaged, activation will never fail. The man kindly explained. I know the rules here. No need to explain. Just activate them. Sui said, taking the 2 artifacts out of his pocket. The man's smile froze as he saw the artifacts, his eyebrows involuntarily rising. What on earth were these? A broken ring and a missing piece pendant. Were these not just scrap? Well, sir, though it may be rude, I feel I should remind you these 2. Let's call them artifacts. In my years of experience, they are completely damaged and have no activation value. If you insist, you'll just waste 1 million. If I'm not mistaken, you're still a student. Instead of gambling 1 million on artifacts, you'd be better off buying a good pet beast or some cultivation aids. From Sui's attire, it was clear his family wasn't wealthy. The staff member genuinely wanted to advise the youth. However, Sui shook his head. Thank you for the advice, but I trust my judgment. Trust his judgment? Every ruined gambler said that? Oh well, good advice was wasted on the stubborn. The man used to such situations said no more. Taking the artifacts from Sui, he placed one into a large precise machine. Above the machine were 8 spirit stones installed. Though reusable many times, the cost was still high. No wonder the activation fee was so steep. Sir, let me ask once more, are you sure you want to activate this ring? The man asked again, following protocol. I'm sure. Sui replied decisively. The man nodded and pressed the activation button. In an instant, the 8 spirit stones released a surge of spiritual energy, striking the ring and producing a blinding white light. The ring, as if coming to life, began to tremble slightly. Soon it burst into dazzling brilliant light. Is this a success? The man stared in disbelief. Even broken and deformed, it could still be activated. Such incredible luck. It was a success. Though Sui had anticipated it, witnessing the ring activate before his own eyes still filled him with immense joy. The staff member, still stunned, stood frozen for 4 or 5 seconds before rushing to open the instrument and retrieve the storage ring within. The ring now emanated a spiritual energy fluctuation, and the staff member recognized it at a glance. It was a low-grade storage ring. Though its internal space was unknown, its value was surely over 1 million. However, with the activation fee alone costing 500,000 plus other expenses, the profit was not substantial. Congratulations, the activation was successful. You're quite fortunate. The staff member returned the ring to him. Thank you. Sui took the ring, eagerly slipped it onto his finger and infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. In the next instant, he perceived the storage space within. This, he mused, was the very first mystical treasure of his life. Wait. He had only intended to test the ring's function, but upon clearly seeing the storage space within, he was suddenly stunned. There were things inside. Withered spiritual herbs, yellowed books, oddly styled garments, and a scattering of miscellaneous items. Could these be remnants left behind by the ring's previous owner? These rings had been idle for at least centuries. Barring any surprises, the previous owner must have been an ancient figure from the beast-taming plane, dating back hundreds or even thousands of years. The so-called beast-taming plane was Blue Star's name for that unknown realm. After all, it was the shattered remains of that plane forming mystic realms that ushered Blue Star into the age of beast taming. Of course, this was merely an unverified theory. Other theories suggested that the mystic realms appearing on Blue Star originated not from a single plane but from multiple ones, as the disparities between certain realms were immense and the unearthed artifacts and scripts were vastly different. Despite the myriad theories and conjectures, one thing was certain: that unknown plane was also inhabited by humans, or at least a human-like race. Many fossils and remains discovered within the mystic realms bore testament to this. Moreover, the humans there had developed their own civilization. Though it followed a different path by the standard of beast taming, it could be considered highly advanced as evidenced by the variety of equipment-type mystical treasures. It was worth noting that despite years of research, the nations of Blue Star had yet to truly master the method of crafting mystical treasures. The occasional success in a laboratory required immense investment and effort, rendering it impossible to commercialize, let alone mass-produce. So what's wrong? Could there be relics from the beast taming plane in that storage ring? The staff member, noticing Sui's peculiar expression, couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I just found some withered herbs and odds and ends. They're worthless. It seems my luck isn't that great after all. Sui chuckled self-deprecatingly. The staff member frowned slightly and said earnestly, "Rest assured, sir. National regulations state that items found within storage treasures belong to the holder and no department has the authority to confiscate them. However, if you discover books or artifacts of research value, I hope you would consider turning them over to our Beast Tamer Association. These items may hold no value for you, but for the nation they are vital evidence for studying the civilization of another plane. Of course, you won't be giving them away for free. The association will reward you based on the value of what you submit." Upon hearing this, Sui's face lit up with surprise. "There are some clothes in here. Do they count as artifacts? How much reward would I get for turning them in?" Clothing is too common and has low research value. If you could provide the excavation site of the ring, the association would purchase it, but the reward would typically be only a few thousand. That's a pity. I bought this storage ring from an overseas market, so I don't know its origin. Alas, I've missed out on a few thousand again. Sui sighed. The staff member glanced at him, shook his head, and dropped the subject, asking instead, "Do you still want to activate the remaining treasure?" "Activate it? Why not? I've already succeeded once, which means luck is on my side today. If I miss this chance, I might never get another," Sui said excitedly. What nonsense was this superstitious theory? The staff member felt a silent urge to complain. Oh well, the young man had already succeeded once. Even if he failed now, he wouldn't lose much. Without further comment, he followed the same procedure, placed the broken pendant into the activation device, and pressed the start button. As before, 8 spirit stones instantly released a surge of spiritual energy, striking the pendant. Then, to the staff member's disbelief, the pendant also showed a reaction. After a violent tremor, it suddenly burst forth with a blinding blue light, even coalescing into a 360-degree, shadow-like ice shield. This is a defensive treasure. The staff member's mind was reeling. It was broken, yet it still activated successfully, and it was a precious defensive treasure. What kind of fairy tale was this? At that moment, even he felt the urge to go out and gamble on some treasures. Seeing him frozen in a daze, Sui couldn't help but prompt, "Excuse me, could you take out my pendant?" Sorry." The staff member finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly retrieved the Frost Guardian from the device. The moment he touched it, he was stunned once more. Based on the pendant's spiritual energy fluctuation, he was absolutely certain it was not a low-grade treasure, but a far more precious mid-grade one. Damn, what luck this kid has. He was green with envy, his heart now utterly consumed by a maelstrom of jealousy and resentment. What had been a broken, worthless pendant moments ago had now transformed into a mid-grade defensive treasure. Though it had nothing to do with him, he still found it hard to accept. "Thank you." Sui, indifferent to his feelings, uttered a quick thanks and took the Frost Guardian directly from his hand. The staff member dared not stop him. Instead, he apologized, "Sorry, I was distracted." A mid-grade defensive treasure was valuable, but he harbored no ill intentions. No one dared commit a crime in the city, especially a public servant like him. As he stepped out of the Beast Tamer Association's gates, Sui took a deep breath, feeling as if the very air was sweet. Now, as a man with 2 treasures, he was wealthy. This feeling was truly wonderful. Frost Guardian. On an open ground, Sui shouted like the protagonist from a comic, simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the icy jade pendant hanging around his neck. In the next moment, a spherical ice shield appeared out of thin air, completely encasing him with no blind spots. "Thorned Ghost Vine, whip me fiercely." He immediately commanded the Thorned Ghost Vine, which was waiting nearby. The Thorned Ghost Vine seemed excited, as if it had been impatiently waiting. Without a second thought, it shook its 6 vines and struck him hard. As the vines swung, they produced a loud whooshing sound. "Whoa, are you really using all your strength?" Sui was startled. He had thought the Thorned Ghost Vine would be gentler and wouldn't lash out with full force. He hadn't expected this little guy to be so intense. Although he had great confidence in the Frost Guardian, it was his first time using it and he couldn't help but worry. If the ice shield were to be shattered by those 6 vines, wouldn't that injure his pet? Unfortunately, there was no point in worrying now. In just a moment, those 6 vines struck the ice shield. Crack! With a slight sound, the ice shield stood firm like a mountain, not shaking even a little, let alone being shattered. Instead, the Thorned Ghost Vine itself broke several of its sharp thorns, pulling its vines back with a pitiful look. Truly worthy of being a mid-level treasure, it's really sturdy. Ha ha ha. Feeling the power of the Frost Guardian, Sui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Despite the Thorned Ghost Vine's spiritual energy level being only a 7-star apprentice, its power was not inferior to that of an ordinary extraordinary creature. This meant that the Frost Guardian could completely disregard the attacks of ordinary extraordinary creatures. Even elite extraordinary beings might not be able to harm it. This was achieved with Sui's apprentice-level spiritual energy. If Bai Jinying were to use it, she might even be able to withstand a strike from a commander-level extraordinary creature. The only thing that dissatisfied Sui was that the rate of spiritual energy consumption when using this treasure was too fast. He might not even be able to maintain it for 10 seconds. However, 10 seconds could create many opportunities for his pet to defeat enemies, which was sufficient. Seeing him so happy and completely ignoring itself, the Thorned Ghost Vine became even more aggrieved and even a bit angry. It felt as if it had become a tool, and a disposable one at that. "What's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy. Is it because you couldn't handle the ice shield and feel disappointed in yourself?" Sui finally noticed its emotions and couldn't help but ask with a smile. The Thorned Ghost Vine was somewhat exasperated and pointed to the broken thorns on the ground with its vines. "So you got hurt?" Sui realized, but this should just be a minor injury for you, nothing more than losing a few hairs. Ah. The Thorned Ghost Vine was so angry that it started flailing around. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you, no need to be so aggressive." At the end, Sui restrained his laughter and became very sincere. "Humph." The Thorned Ghost Vine rolled itself into a ball, seemingly still angry. Sui chuckled and changed the topic, saying, "By the way, it seems you don't really like me calling you Thorned Ghost Vine. How about I give you a name?" The Thorned Ghost Vine unfurled its coiled vines, looking somewhat surprised. It truly disliked the name Thorned Ghost Vine, or rather everything about it. It just wanted to be a beautiful thorned vine. "It seems you're looking forward to it. In that case, let me think. Thorn. How about I just call you Little Thorn from now on?" Sui casually named it. However, in the next moment he sensed the little creature's dissatisfaction. It seemed to feel his insincerity. Sui felt a bit awkward but still forced an explanation. "I am serious about naming you. Little Thorn is just a nickname. Thorn is your surname. Don't understand what a surname means? That's okay, you'll understand in the future. As for your full name, it will be Thorn. Thorn. Vine. Right, it will be called Jing Chuan Man. Isn't that a nice name?" After saying this, Sui felt a bit proud of himself for being able to come up with such a nice name on the spot. Yet the Thorned Ghost Vine still seemed somewhat unsatisfied, doubting whether he was being sincere. There was no choice. Sui had to improvise again, explaining the meaning of Jing Chuan Man. Thorn refers to its identity as a thorny plant, and Chuan praises it for being charming and alluring. And man refers to the vine, also implying growth. In short, all good words. After he finished explaining, although the thorned ghost vine didn't fully understand it, still happily accepted the name. Seeing this, Sui finally sighed in relief. This little guy was becoming increasingly difficult to fool. Having tested the power of the Frost Guardian and pacified this little creature, Sui touched the ring on his hand and focused his attention on the relics in the storage space. He had already checked, and due to being stored for at least a few hundred years, all the spiritual herbs inside had become ineffective and were of no use. This made him very regretful, as there were many spiritual herbs in there, including quite a few mid-level ones. If they hadn't gone bad, selling them for a few million would have been no problem. However, compared to the remaining items, the value of these spiritual herbs was actually the lowest. Among those miscellaneous items, there were many small bottles made from different materials, and surprisingly all contained spiritual medicines, such as spirit gathering pills, evolution golden pills, and repairing spiritual liquids, which all sounded very impressive. Unfortunately, Sui specifically checked with the system and found that most of the spiritual medicines were as ineffective as the spiritual herbs. The small portion that was left either had deteriorated or only retained a tiny bit of efficacy. The only one that caught Sui's interest was a pill contained in an icy jade bottle. Expired Yang Sun Pill, quality high-level spiritual medicine. Description: a spiritual medicine for pets. Upon consumption by fire attribute pets, it can greatly enhance their spiritual energy level, increase the success rate of evolution, and under the effect of the medicine they can more easily comprehend fire-based skills. Due to being stored for too long, a large amount of spiritual energy had dissipated, leaving only 11 efficacy. This was a high-level spiritual medicine. Even if only 1/10 of its efficacy remained, it could compare to some mid-level spiritual medicines. Moreover, this pill was housed in a medicine bottle made of icy jade, which alone could probably sell for tens of thousands. With both spiritual herbs and medicines, the previous owner of this ring must have been a profession like an alchemist, right? Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but cast his gaze on the few yellowed books. If his guess was correct, these should all be related to the crafting of spiritual medicines, and perhaps even contain recipes for some mid to high-level spiritual medicines. Such level recipes, if they had not been made public, would definitely cause pharmaceutical companies to fight over them. Unfortunately, these books were all written in a script he couldn't understand. Wait. He suddenly thought of something. While he couldn't understand, perhaps the system could. Without hesitation, he hurriedly checked the detailed information of these books. Holder's Notes, Elementary Alchemy, Detailed Explanation, Halden Tia Academy's Comprehensive Recipe Compendium. Why can I only see the title and description but not the detailed content inside? Sui felt a bit disappointed. Well, anyway, I'm not cut out for alchemy, let's leave it at that for now. Moreover, aside from that note, these book titles sounded like common things, so perhaps all the major pharmaceutical companies had already acquired them. In the dense forest outside Guancheng, extraordinary creatures do roam, but due to the city lords purging along with many beast tamers coming here for training, there are hardly any powerful extraordinary beings left, with most spirit energy levels below elite. The newly appeared secret realm lies within this forest. Originally there were hardly any signs of people, but now many beast tamers have gathered. To facilitate the beast tamers' exploration into the secret realm, many trees have been cleared in the past few days, temporarily opening up a road that connects to the main thoroughfare. Although this road has yet to be paved with asphalt or concrete, it has been covered with coal cinders, making it passable for large trucks. Around the entrance of the new secret realm, it has turned into a large construction site with many workers and construction vehicles at work. If all goes well, various buildings will soon rise here, including military fortifications to prevent the secret realm's fierce beasts from escaping, and various shops and inns to serve the beast tamers. Of course, this will at least take a few months. At this moment it is just a newly cleared piece of land with many tree stumps remaining, looking quite desolate. The beast tamers waiting to enter the secret realm all had dirt on their feet. Apart from the three of us, is there anyone else? In the crowd a sturdy young man twisted his neck, growing a bit impatient. Who knows? Since the lady told us to wait here, there should be others. A slender young man with long hair leaned against a large tree, nonchalantly chewing on a piece of grass he had picked while glancing at the beautiful woman nearby. The woman was fashionably dressed, and whether due to regular maintenance or the nourishment of spiritual energy, she appeared to be only around 30 years old, with a figure not much different from that of a young woman, even more curvaceous. This beautiful woman was none other than Liaozhai, who had a good relationship with Sui. At this moment she was speaking with Baijian, seemingly reminding her of matters to pay attention to after entering the secret realm. Beside them stood 4 bodyguards dressed in suits, and judging by their demeanor they were all elite-level beast tamers. Baijian was young, but due to the impending entry into the secret realm she had changed into a camouflage combat outfit. Although this girl was not as good as her sister, her height was commendable, and she stood there with a valiant presence. Just as she was about to lose her temper from Liaozhai's nagging, another luxury car drove along the cinder road, stopping beside them. Xiaoyi, you've finally arrived. It seems you've become even more handsome after a few days. Seeing Sui get out of the car, Liaozhai smiled and greeted him. Auntie, you're getting more beautiful too. You don't look like Baijian's mother at all, you look more like her sister. Sui complimented her in return. You're getting better with words, but boys shouldn't learn to be so slick. Liaozhai advised him with a smile, as if she truly regarded him as her own child. Sui felt a bit puzzled. It was clearly this auntie who complimented him first, and he merely returned the compliment. He didn't expect to be accused of being slick. Although he thought this, he still said, Auntie, you've misunderstood. I wasn't being slick, what I said just now was all from the heart. Alright, let's not delay any further. Come and meet the teammates who will be entering the secret realm with you. Flatterer. Baijian couldn't help but mutter quietly as she saw Sui chatting happily with her mother. At the same time she felt a bit envious. She and Liaozhai rarely had such a harmonious moment. Not just her, the 2 young men who had been whispering earlier also felt envious. Who is this guy? He seems to be quite familiar with the lady. Could it be that he's the one we've been waiting for? The sturdy young man glanced at Sui. He looks like a high school student, but since the lady is so warm towards him, he must be stronger than us. Not necessarily, it could also be that he's just good looking. The long-haired young man scoffed. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The sturdy young man felt a jolt in his heart and glared at him fiercely. The other person realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. At this moment Liaozhai had already brought Sui and Baijian over along with a quiet girl. Everyone is here, let's introduce ourselves. Hello, my name is Fang Pan, an apprentice beast tamer, and my pet beast is an ordinary 3-star black-backed tiger. The sturdy young man spoke up, a warm smile on his face, completely unrecognizable from just moments ago when he had been complaining. An ordinary black-backed tiger? Sui was somewhat surprised. Truly he was worthy of being someone Liaozhai had found. Although this person was not an ordinary beast tamer, he already possessed the combat power of one. Moreover, the black-backed tiger is a large fierce beast renowned for its formidable combat prowess. Before he could think further, the long-haired young man said coolly, I'm Liaozhai, an apprentice beast tamer, and my pet beast is an ordinary 2-star eagle owl. The eagle owl, a type of extraordinary creature that excels in nocturnal activities, is not only a bird of prey but also has excellent vision, allowing it to see distant environments clearly even at night. Due to its characteristics, it is often used for reconnaissance and vigilance. One responsible for dealing with strong enemies, the black-backed tiger, and one responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance, the eagle owl. Liaozhai truly put an effort to find such teammates for Baijian. Finally, the girl who walked over introduced herself. My name is Zhou Xian, an apprentice beast tamer, and my pet beast is an ordinary 3-star rock-armored turtle. Goodness, another one whose pet beast exceeds her own level by a significant tier. However, for a girl to choose a rock-armored turtle as a pet beast shows she values practicality and safety. After the three introduced themselves, Sui followed up. My name is Sui, an apprentice beast tamer, and my pet beast is a 7-star thorn vine. What's your pet beast? Thorn vine? Fang Pan and Lu Yu looked at him in astonishment, doubting if they had heard correctly. Previously they had thought Sui was the strongest among them, otherwise why would Li Wenyu be so warm towards him? But they didn't expect that this young man's pet beast was the thorn vine, which no one wanted to contract, and it was only a 7-star apprentice level. This was indeed quite a gap from their expectations. Yes, Sui admitted calmly, not paying any mind to their questioning gazes. Your thorn vine has already grown to 7 stars at the apprentice level. Bai Jian and Li Wenyu had a different expression, although they were also surprised. It was because the level of the thorn vine was too high, considering it had only been a 4-star apprentice not long ago. Yeah, I got lucky and improved quite a bit recently. Sui smiled. Darn. Bai Jian felt a bit uncomfortable. She originally wanted to find a chance to redeem herself, but it seemed that there wouldn't be an opportunity in the short term. Li Wenyu, however, was very pleased, smiling as she said, "That's great, now I can rest easy." Watching the reactions of the mother and daughter, Fang Pan, Lu Yu and others were somewhat confused. What's going on? Why is a 7-star apprentice level so surprising? Shouldn't my ordinary level pet beast be praised to the skies? Since we have already met, I hope you all will work hard and strive to gain something from this secret realm. As for the distribution of the spoils, it will follow the standard practice. Rewards obtained through team collaboration will be distributed evenly among team members, if those obtained individually can be kept entirely by the individual. Is there any objection? Li Wenyu said seriously. The issue of profit distribution must be discussed in advance, otherwise it can easily lead to conflicts. Fang Pan smiled as he said, "Madam, you are too polite. We have already received our payment, and even if all the spoils belong to Miss Shi Yan, it would be completely justified. How could there be any dissent? I have no objections either. The spoils are secondary. I will definitely fulfill my responsibility to ensure Miss Shi Yan's safety, so please don't worry, President Li." Lu Yu appeared nonchalant, but his words carried more weight than Fang Pan's. Li Wenyu nodded in satisfaction and then turned her gaze to Sui and Zhou Xian, asking, "What about you two?" "Without Madam there would be no present Li. I will follow your lead," Zhou Xian replied solemnly. "I will also listen to Auntie." Sui naturally would not oppose you regardless. Even if they discovered treasure or something similar, he could have the thorny ghost vine retrieve it. Since there are no objections, it's settled. This is a positioning distress signal device. Each of you will carry one. If you encounter danger, use this to call for help and I will send someone to rescue you. Additionally, here is the map of this secret realm. These past few days someone has already explored a small portion of the area, indicating where fierce beasts can be found. As for those blank areas, you will have to explore them yourselves. As Li Wenyu spoke, she instructed the security personnel to distribute a locator and a map to each of the 5. This new secret realm has only just appeared, and it's surprising that Li Wenyu even brought a map. He examined it carefully and found that the map was very detailed. Although it only covered a small part of the outer region, hills, rivers and forests were all marked clearly, and the locations of any fierce beasts to be wary of were especially noted. For example, a place named Wolf Forest clearly indicated that there were many ordinary level wind wolves inside, and even a powerful wind wolf king with a predicted spiritual energy level of ordinary level 9 stars. There was also a place named Snake Valley marked with an elite level fierce beast, the rooster snake. The term fierce beast refers to extraordinary beings that actively attack humans. The state has regulations that once such extraordinary beings are encountered, they must be eliminated if possible. If the corpse can be brought back to the city lord's mansion, a bounty will be awarded. For this reason, some beast tamers specialize in hunting fierce beasts. In fact, among the beast tamers entering the new secret realm these past few days, there are quite a few such individuals. Is there anything else that needs to be reminded? If not, I will go in. Bai Zhiyan put the positioning distress signal device and map into her storage wristband, looking at the eerie spatial tunnel not far away with eager anticipation. Seeing this, Li Wenyu frowned. This was not the demeanor one should have when entering a secret realm for the first time. Being overly confident and relaxed could lead to serious problems. It seems I've pampered her too much if she hasn't experienced any hardships. Well, it's better for her to face some difficulties in this low-level secret realm than to make mistakes in a high-level secret realm later. With that thought, Li Wenyu no longer hesitated and said seriously, I've already bought your tickets to go in. Remember, prioritize your own safety above all else. Understood. Bai Zhiyan replied perfunctorily and then turned to Sui and the others, calling out, let's go. Zhou Xian and the others glanced at Li Wenyu. Seeing that she had no further comments, they quickly followed Bai Zhiyan's lead. Sui also followed suit, casting a reassuring glance at Li Wenyu before leaving. Although the city lord's mansion issued a commission task for exploring the new secret realm, entering the secret realm is not free and requires a ticket purchase. Selling tickets for various secret realms is a crucial source of financial income for the city lord's mansion. As for the rewards for exploring the secret realm, they are fairly decent. As long as you can provide important information from within the secret realm, you can earn a substantial income, such as identifying locations with a large number of ordinary level fierce beasts or elite level fierce beasts. Of course, it is necessary to provide evidence such as photos or videos. Coupled with bounties for hunting fierce beasts and various resources obtained within the secret realm, the cost of the tickets is negligible by comparison. Li Wenyu had clearly made arrangements in advance. A group of guards stationed at the entrance of the secret realm saw them approaching, and without asking any questions, they opened the path for them to enter. It was Bai Zhiyan's first time entering a secret realm, and she felt quite curious. After entering the spatial tunnel, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. In the next moment, the scene flashed before their eyes, and the five had already entered the secret realm. Miss Zhiyan, according to the map, if we continue north, we will reach the core area of this secret realm. However, generally speaking, the closer we get to the center, the greater the risks. Moreover, we would have to traverse the dangerous wolf forest to get there. To the east lies Snake Valley, where there are not only many deadly snakes but also an elite-level rooster snake which is equally dangerous. Therefore, I suggest we head west, where many areas have been explored by other beast tamers and no fierce beasts posing a threat to us have been discovered for the time being. Fang Pan took out the map, gesturing on it as he proposed. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhiyan frowned and said unhappily, we are here to explore the secret realm, not to go on vacation. Why should we only go to areas that others have already explored? What is the point of my coming here? Well, Miss Zhiyan, do you mean just go north? Bai Zhiyan clenched her delicate fist excitedly, saying, the closer we get to the center, the fewer explorers there are. That makes it more challenging. We are all outstanding among the apprentice beast tamers. If we don't explore such places, then who will? North. Fang Pan was slightly taken aback, and both Lu Yu and Zhou Xian frowned. Although Bai Zhiyan's reasoning was sound, Zhou Xian still spoke against it, saying, Miss Zhiyan, not to mention other places, those wind wolves in Wolf Forest alone can pose a threat to us. Going north is too dangerous. Why are you all so timid? Mom sent you to protect me, not to command me. Besides, even that Wind Wolf King is just at the ordinary level. What is there to be afraid of? This. The three of them were at a loss for how to persuade her. At this moment, Fang Pan suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but say to the silent Sui, who had been following behind, little brother, you are more familiar with Miss Zhiyan, you should also persuade her. Me? Sui was taken aback, then glanced at the system prompt, which clearly stated 3.5 kilometers north, low-level treasure discovered. I think Miss Zhiyan is right. Sui's relationship with Bai Zhiyan was not very good. In fact, this little girl even disliked him a bit, and his persuasion was utterly ineffective. Given Bai Zhiyan's character, it was impossible for her to obediently listen without experiencing some setbacks and profound lessons, which was a common trait among mischievous children. Therefore, since he couldn't stop her, it was better to go along with her and let her bump into the wild wolf forest. Although those winged wolves posed certain dangers, they were merely ordinary level fierce beasts. Encountering them was unfortunate, but escaping should not be too difficult. Moreover, there was a low-level secret treasure 5 kilometers to the north, and Sui had specifically looked at the map. The location of this treasure was precisely in the wild wolf forest. Considering these factors, he had no reason to oppose Bai Zhiyan's proposal. Fang Pan and the others were unaware of this. Upon seeing him actually support Bai Zhiyan, they were all taken aback, left speechless for a long while. Little brother, you might not know the dangers of winged wolves. Although they are only ordinary level fierce beasts, they are pack animals. Either you don't encounter them or you encounter a whole group. Even our strong team can hardly guarantee no casualties. Fang Pan continued, trying to persuade Sui. I know all of this, but it's useless even if I oppose. Do you think Bai Zhiyan would listen to me? Sui shrugged. Fang Pan and the others were slightly taken aback, but before they could think further, Bai Zhiyan couldn't help but say to Sui, don't call me Bai Zhiyan. Please call me Miss Bai Zhiyan, we aren't that familiar. This attitude. Got it, everything became clear. Fang Pan and the others shook their heads, completely giving up on the idea of getting Sui to help persuade this little girl. Seeing that these teammates were still hesitating, Bai Zhiyan had lost her patience. I already said I don't need anyone to protect me. Since you all are afraid to go, then just go back. I feel much more comfortable by myself. After saying that, she ignored her teammates and headed north on her own. Miss Bai Zhiyan. Fang Pan and the others had no choice but to follow. They dared not truly let Bai Zhiyan explore alone, otherwise if something went wrong they would definitely face dire consequences. This girl really needs to be taught a lesson. Sui walked at the back of the group, watching the stubborn little girl at the front, shaking his head. If it weren't for having promised Li Wenyu, he would want to withdraw now and not continue getting involved with this stubborn little brat. Come out, eagle-eyed owl. Lu Yu suddenly called out, summoning his pet beast, and a half-human tall owl appeared in front of everyone. As if obeying his command, the eagle-eyed owl flapped its wings and soared into the sky, circling around the 5, scouting the surroundings. Seeing this, Fang Pan and Zhou Xian summoned their black-backed tiger and rock-armored turtle. The black-backed tiger led the way in front of Bai Zhiyan, while the rock-armored turtle followed closely behind, providing her safety. Miss Bai Zhiyan and little brother Sui, you two should walk in the middle of the group. If you encounter danger, prioritize protecting yourselves and leave the rest to us. Fang Pan specifically reminded. Bai Zhiyan raised her delicate eyebrows, somewhat displeased. Don't underestimate me. My purple-tailed scorpion is no worse than your pets. If it comes to a fight, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. As she spoke, she focused her thoughts and summoned her purple-tailed scorpion. The purple-tailed scorpion was still an apprentice level 7 star, and there hadn't been much change since the last time. After emerging from the beast space, it immediately raised its poisonous tail, looking fierce and spirited. However, upon seeing Sui, it froze for a moment, then immediately lowered its poisonous tail, pretending to be innocent. Truly useless. Bai Zhiyan noticed its change and felt quite embarrassed, shooting a fierce glare at Sui. Sui was too lazy to pay attention to her, smiling as he said to Fang Pan, I have no objections. If we really encounter danger, you don't need to specifically protect me, I can take care of myself. Alright, then let's continue onward. Fang Pan didn't waste any more words and directly led the black-backed tiger to clear the path. Bai Zhiyan also didn't stubbornly cling to him, silently following behind while taking out a silver handgun from her storage bracelet, staying alert to her surroundings. From her gun-holding posture, it seemed she had practiced. When facing extraordinary creatures, firearms were not particularly effective, as even slightly stronger extraordinary creatures moved quickly, making it hard to aim. If she hadn't enhanced her reaction speed, she might not even hit a single shot before being pounced on by a fierce beast. For this reason, many beast tamers actually preferred close combat weapons over firearms. Fang Pan took out a large machete while Lu Yu and Zhou Xian also drew their weapons. Seeing this, Sui felt somewhat embarrassed as he hadn't prepared any weapon for himself. Mainly because combat and weaponry courses would only be taught in the next semester, he had no concept of preparing a weapon for himself since he hadn't touched one before. By the way, it seemed there was a hoe for herb gathering in his storage ring. Should he take it out to put on a show? Everyone else had weapons while he did not, which made him look foolish. Just as he was struggling with whether or not to take out the hoe, Fang Pan suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" As his voice fell, a silver ring snake shot out from the tree, darting towards him like a sharp arrow. Roar! The black-backed tiger, eager to protect its master, immediately let out a roar at the silver ring snake, the terrifying sound wave causing the snake to writhe in pain and fall to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the black-backed tiger pounced down with a claw, instantly dismembering it. Is that a beast roar? Sui was somewhat surprised. He knew of this skill but hadn't expected it to be so powerful. It's just an apprentice-level fierce beast. Why be so tense? Next time we encounter a beast, let me handle it. Bai Zhiyan seemed a bit unhappy, rubbing her ears as if she had been inadvertently harmed by the black-backed tiger's beast roar. Fang Pan's brow furrowed slightly, but he still responded, "Yes, Miss Bai Zhiyan." Wait. They were originally prepared to continue forward, but Lu Yu seemed to have discovered something and suddenly called out to his teammates. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him with confusion. We may have to take a detour. There's a group of mud-skinned wild boars about 200 meters ahead, with at least 3 of them reaching ordinary level. Lu Yu said seriously, evidently relaying information from the eagle-eyed owl. Mud-skinned wild boars? Fang Pan and Zhou Xian couldn't help but frown. These wild boars were covered in a thick layer of mud, making them quite hard. Moreover, with their weight often reaching 400 to 500 G, a single charge could easily knock a person down, making them an extremely troublesome type of extraordinary creature, even more dangerous than winged wolves. As a result, even Bai Zhiyan's face showed a hint of seriousness. Sui glanced at her and smiled, asking, "Miss Bai Zhiyan, should we take a detour or charge straight in? You seem to have said earlier that you would go first." Sui merely wished to take this opportunity to suppress Bai Zhiyan's arrogance, making her yield. After all, she was facing a wild boar group with 3 ordinary-level earth-skinned wild boars, which she could not handle alone. However, to his surprise, after being provoked, Bai Zhiyan showed no intention of backing down. Instead, she seemed to have lost her mind and excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go." With that, she strode forward quickly, shouting, "Purple-tailed scorpion, prepare for battle." The purple-tailed scorpion, undeterred, waved its large pincers and moved forward at an even faster pace. "Miss Zhiyan, don't be impulsive." Fang Pan tried to stop her, but Bai Zhiyan ignored him and dashed over 50 meters ahead. Soon she spotted an earth-skinned wild boar digging in the soil for food over 100 meters away. This earth-skinned wild boar was not large, weighing at most 200 pounds, but its tusks were sharp and menacing, covered in a thick layer of mud. This was a skill that all earth-skinned wild boars could comprehend, known as earth mud armor. This layer of mud acted like armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities while also increasing their charge power. "You're the one." Seeing that this earth-skinned wild boar was only at the apprentice level, Bai Zhiyan revealed a confident smile, directing the purple-tailed scorpion to approach while aiming her pistol at it and gently pulling the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the wild boar let out a terrible cry as the bullet struck its neck, blood gushing forth. Its neck was naturally covered by the earth mud armor, but unfortunately, being only at the apprentice level, it was evidently not strong enough to withstand a bullet. Good opportunity. Purple-tailed scorpion, sting it. Bai Zhiyan was overjoyed, issuing commands to her pet while firing a few more shots at the earth-skinned wild boar. However, to her astonishment, after taking several shots, the wild boar showed no signs of falling. Instead, it looked at her with its crimson eyes and charged at her with a grunt. Ah! Bai Zhiyan was startled. This was not what she had experienced in training, where opponents never countered her but merely fought her pets. But now this earth-skinned wild boar was charging directly at her. Quick! Purple-tailed scorpion, stop it! In a panic, she fired a few more shots at the wild boar. This time, however, whether it was because the wild boar was too fast or her mind was in disarray, none of her shots hit. The purple-tailed scorpion, however, was very responsible. It did not care about the size difference, and with a flick of its tail it plunged its venomous stinger into the wild boar's flesh, injecting venom. Perhaps due to its higher spiritual energy level, the earth mod armor seemed as flimsy as paper in front of it, failing to serve any purpose. However, this level of attack was still insufficient to stop a rampaging wild boar. As the purple-tailed scorpion stung the wild boar, it was violently knocked away. Ah! No! Get away! As the wild boar's tusks came close to her, Bai Zhiyan's mental defenses crumbled completely, and she instinctively tried to turn and flee. However, her slender legs were not cooperating at that moment, causing her to trip over herself and fall to the ground. Miss Zhiyan, Fang Pan and the others were alarmed. Xiao Jing, entangle it. Rock armored turtle earth wall? Sui and Zhou Xian shouted simultaneously. In the next moment, several thorny vines suddenly burst from the ground beneath the earth-skinned wild boar, entangling its front hooves. At the same time, an earth wall erupted from the ground, appearing right in front of Bai Zhiyan. Bang! The earth-skinned wild boar, bound by the vines, stumbled forward and crashed into the earth wall. Although it collapsed that wall, it was also left dazed and unable to respond for a while. Seizing the opportunity, the black-backed tiger pounced its claw, landing directly on the wild boar's head. The earth-skinned wild boar let out a cry of despair, unable to hold on any longer, and began to convulse on the ground, clearly on the verge of death. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Pan turned to the shaken Bai Zhiyan, opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. It was Zhou Xian, the gentler girl, who walked over to help Bai Zhiyan up, expressing concern. Miss Zhiyan, are you all right? How could I be unwell? Even if you didn't intervene, I could have killed that wild boar? Bai Zhiyan stubbornly insisted, seemingly afraid they wouldn't believe her, even showing off a necklace around her neck. From the spiritual energy fluctuations of the necklace, it was evident that it was definitely a mid-level treasure. As long as you are fine, that's good. But you mustn't be so reckless next time, Zhou Xian seriously warned. Bai Zhiyan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but before she could finish, Liu interrupted. Sorry, even though I don't want to interrupt you, this is not the time for idle chatter. I think we might have trouble. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then glanced ahead, gasping in shock. There stood 7 wild boars, each weighing over 200 pounds. Especially the 3 at the front, each weighing 400 to 500 pounds or more. At that moment, these earth-skinned wild boars stared at them with their crimson eyes, seemingly enraged by the death of their companion. What should we do? Zhou Xian couldn't help but ask, instinctively positioning herself in front of Bai Zhiyan. What else can we do? We can't outrun them, we can only fight. Damn it! Fang Pan spat out in frustration. This is just ridiculous. Liu complained while directing the eagle owl circling above to descend slightly, ready to launch a surprise attack on the wild boars. Sui remained silent, silently moving a little closer to Bai Zhiyan, while the thorn ghost vines lay in wait underground, poised to strike. Seeing this atmosphere, Bai Zhiyan felt a twinge of guilt, but after several attempts she could not bring herself to apologize. Zhou Xian, you are responsible for protecting Miss Zhiyan. Liu, get ready to fight with me. As for Sui, just take care of yourself. Fang Pan immediately made tactical arrangements. Sui was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and shook his head as if underestimating him. But earlier the thorn ghost vines had clearly made an appearance and had bound that earth-skinned wild boar's front hooves. Didn't anyone see that? Before he could think further, the 7 wild boars finally moved, each with red eyes charging wildly toward them. As they ran, it felt as if the very ground was trembling. Black-backed tiger charge. Fang Pan swung his large machete with great momentum, and the black-backed tiger immediately roared, charging directly towards the 7 earthy wild boars. This person is quite imposing. I underestimated him earlier. Seeing this scene, Sui's impression of Fang Pan increased significantly, proving that he was indeed the person specifically invited by Li Wenyu. However, the next moment surprised him greatly. Although this robust youth roared with great bravado, he did not charge alongside the black-backed tiger, but rather retreated a few steps, moving closer to the rock-armored turtle. So he was only telling the black-backed tiger to charge. Given his earlier posture, Sui had thought he was also going to showcase his swordsmanship. Indeed, I thought too much. Roar! The black-backed tiger, renowned for its combat prowess, let out a furious roar, directly stunning the wild boar charging at it, causing a hemorrhage in its eardrum while it leaped up, revealing its sharp claws fiercely striking down upon it. Bang! The wild boar was knocked over, deep gashes visible on its face, blood gushing forth. If this were an apprentice-level earthy wild boar, it might have been killed in an instant. Unfortunately, this was one of the 3 leading wild boars, its spiritual energy level comparable to that of the black-backed tiger. Even after taking a claw strike, its incredible resilience left it only slightly dazed. The black-backed tiger originally intended to seize this opportunity for another strike to completely incapacitate it, but another ordinary wild boar charged forward, its sharp tusks aiming directly at its abdomen. The black-backed tiger hurriedly turned to dodge. Although it evaded the lethal tusks, it was still hit by the solid body of the earthy wild boar and slammed against a large tree. Not far away, the eagle owl swooped down from the sky, aiming for the last ordinary wild boar, its sharp claws targeting the boar's eye sockets. The eyes are one of the weak points of earthy wild boars. Once struck by sharp claws, they would surely burst. The wild boar, not daring to be careless, rapidly hit the brakes while attempting to gore the diving eagle owl with its tusks. The eagle owl clearly dared not take the earthy wild boar heed, and seeing the ambush fail, it quickly adjusted its flight path, swooping over the boar's head. In this round of confrontation, neither the tiger nor the owl nor the 3 leading wild boars gained a significant advantage. In an instant, Fang Pan and the others' expressions grew serious. Be careful, the remaining 4 wild boars are charging at us. Lu Yu suddenly shouted, her tone extremely urgent. The remaining 4 wild boars, though merely apprentice-level, posed a great threat due to their size and speed. If they collided, even if one didn't die, they'd be severely injured. He'll handle it. Rock armored turtle earth. Zhou Xian finally prepared to make her move, but her voice was drowned out by Sui. Little Jing entangle. As his voice fell, the long-awaited thorn demon vine could no longer hold back. 8 stout thorn-laden vines burst forth from the ground. The thorn demon vine was incredibly precise in timing. As the 8 vines erupted from the earth, the front hooves of the 4 earthy wild boars happened to step nearby, instantly ensnaring them. Harden. At the moment of entanglement, a black light flashed across the 8 vines, instantly hardening them like iron. After all, the charging force of the 4 wild boars was too great. Without hardening, they might be broken. However, the next moment, although the vines were not broken, the thorn demon vine was dragged out of the ground by the 4 wild boars, startling Sui. Fortunately, although the thorn demon vine was dragged out because it managed to trip them, the 4 wild boars charging at high speed lost their balance and crashed heavily to the ground. With such charging speed combined with their weight, even they could not bear it and were instantly knocked down, seeing stars, unable to rise for a long time. Little Jing whipped them steel spikes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sui issued another command. The thorn demon vine, in tune with his intentions, immediately understood his meaning and swung its vines towards the eyes of the 4 earthy wild boars. On the vines, hundreds of sharp thorns glimmered with a steel-like cold light. Ow! The 4 wild boars immediately let out earth-shattering cries, their eyes all pierced and bursting. Entangle, bind them. Sui commanded once more. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. After injuring them, the thorn demon vine had already tightly bound them with its vines, leaving hundreds of blood holes on their bodies. Although the 4 wild boars were desperately struggling, the thorn demon vine, thanks to its hardening, managed to hold on single-handedly, preventing the 4 wild boars of the same level from moving. 1 vs 4, this is defying the heavens. Huddled behind the rock-armored turtle, Fang Pan, Zhou Xian and the others stared wide-eyed at this scene, looking as if they had seen a ghost. For apprentice-level earthy wild boars are not easier to deal with than a single ordinary wild boar. The fact that an apprentice-level thorn vine could subdue them in such a short time was truly beyond their understanding. Isn't the thorn vine one of the least valuable contract beasts? How could it be this strong? And what about the black patterns on this thorn vine? What on earth is that? Why does it look somewhat sinister? Is it a mutation or some unknown skill? In fact, not only Fang Pan and Zhou Xian, even Bai Jian was astonished. She knew that Sui's thorn vine was powerful, but just over 10 days ago this power was still within her understanding. However, now it was simply beyond comprehension. In just over 10 days its combat power had increased so much and its appearance had changed so drastically. How could this be possible? At this moment her purple-tailed scorpion was at least 1 or 2 grades inferior in comparison. Just as they were astonished, Sui loudly reminded, "What are you waiting for? Quickly help eliminate these 4 wild boars." Binding 4 wild boars of such size was quite taxing for the thorn demon vine, its spiritual energy being drained like a flood. At last the teammates reacted. Zhou Xian immediately shouted, "Rock-armored turtle, stone shatter tread." As her voice fell, the rock-armored turtle stepped forward, raised its front foot and stomped down forcefully onto 1 wild boar's head. With the support of Earth-type spiritual energy, its front foot became as hard and heavy as rock. With one stomp it crushed the head of the struggling wild boar, instantly ending its life. At the same time, the previously knocked away purple-tailed scorpion also attacked the bound wild boars, stinging its fatal venomous tail into their heads. In just a moment the wild boar began to foam at the mouth, kicking its hooves wildly a few times before going completely stiff. Once all 4 wild boars were dealt with, the thorn demon vine finally released them. "Thank you for your hard work." Sui stepped forward, putting on leather gloves, and smiled as he patted its vines. Although the thorn demon vine was exhausted, it still stood proudly, appearing somewhat smug. The battle here has ended, but the fight between the black-backed tiger and the hawk-eyed owl is still ongoing. Although the black-backed tiger managed to injure a wild boar first, it is still at a disadvantage fighting 2 opponents, and its hind leg has been pierced by sharp tusks, creating a bloody wound. Fortunately, the 2 wild boars are also in bad shape, with one having its leg bitten off and severely injured. If this continues, even if the wild boars can win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. On the other side, the hawk-eyed owl is in a somewhat better situation. Although it has been scratched by tusks while entangled with the wild boars and suffered some injuries, it has managed to blind one of the boars. With the advantage of flight, it has been able to keep the wild boar at bay. However, even so, ending the battle quickly is still not easy. Seeing that the battle is somewhat stalemated, Sui hesitates for a moment but decides to let the thorn ghost vine burrow underground to assist. Although the thorn ghost vine has already consumed a lot of spiritual energy, if it stands by and does nothing, both the black-backed tiger and the hawk-eyed owl could suffer serious injuries. Just after entering the secret realm, losing 2 important combat forces is not something he wants to see. With a roar, the black-backed tiger, caught between 2 wild boars, lets out a beastly howl that rattles their brains. However, the 2 wild boars seem to have already adapted to this, their actions not significantly affected as they continue to charge at it. The 2 wild boars, one in front and one behind, clearly intend to quickly end this battle. The black-backed tiger, with a fierce glint in its eyes, knows it cannot dodge and can only fight desperately. Just as it prepares to fight with all its might, several thorny vines suddenly burst from the ground, using the same trick to bind the front hooves of the 2 wild boars. These 2 are ordinary level extraordinary creatures. Not only are they larger in size but their strength also far exceeds that of the smaller wild boars. Even though the thorn ghost vine had previously hardened itself, the vines remain taut, making cracking sounds as if they are about to snap. Fortunately, before they break, the two wild boars stumble and crash heavily to the ground due to their unstable center of gravity. How could the black-backed tiger miss this opportunity? This is a heaven-sent chance. Without a second thought, it charged forward, baring its sharp teeth, and bit down on the neck of one of the wild boars, its teeth piercing through the tough hide. Crack! The cervical vertebrae along with the carotid artery were bitten through. The wild boar could only let out a cry of despair before its life began to swiftly fade away. Then the black-backed tiger repeated the process and killed the other wild boar. Perhaps it was because it had been bullied by these two boars for so long. After achieving victory, it let out a roar to vent its exhilaration and without pausing pounced on the wild boar still entangled by the hawk-eyed owl. Discovering the center dissipate soul power absorbing. Ding, absorption complete. Gained 103 soul power points. Current total soul power points 349. Finally over. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Sui let out a gentle sigh. Eliminating an entire group of wild boars at once still put considerable pressure on them. Brother Sui, is your pet beast really a thorn vine? I've never seen such a powerful thorn vine. Could it be some rare pet beast? Seeing the crisis lifted, Fang Pan finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Sui. Not just him, Lu Yu and Zhou Xian also cast curious glances at him. It is indeed a thorn vine, don't overthink it, Sui smiled. How can I not overthink it? Brother Sui, your thorn vine is truly exceptional and it looks different too. What are those circles of black markings? Fang Pan clearly has many more questions. I don't know, it might be due to a special evolution. Sui replied lightly. Seeing that he seemed unwilling to continue on this topic even though Fang Pan and others still had many questions, they felt it inappropriate to ask further. How should we deal with the corpses of these wild boars? The wild boars have also entered the hunting leaderboard of extraordinary creatures, and if we take them to the Lord's mansion we should be able to receive several thousands in bounty. Lu Yu suddenly spoke up, but he looked at the muddy corpses of the wild boars with some disdain. Only a few thousand? Divided among us it wouldn't even be 1,000. To be clear, I voluntarily give up my share of the profits this time. Whoever wants it can find a way to take it out themselves. Fang Pan was the first to express his stance. I also give up. Bai Zhiyan followed suit. After the earlier incident, her words had noticeably decreased. I don't want it either. Lu Yu was the third to state his position. What a bunch of wastrels to so casually turn down something worth several thousand. Sui felt a bit emotional and then looked at Zhou Xian, unable to help but ask, do you want it? Of course. Zhou Xian replied without hesitation. Sui felt a bit disappointed and tentatively asked, how about we split it in half? Sure, since you did a bit more work earlier, I'll take 1 big one and 3 small ones, and you take 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Alright. Sui agreed briskly without further thought, directly storing the corpses of the 4 wild boars into his storage ring. As he collected the wild boar corpses, Bai Zhiyan and the others finally noticed that the ring on his hand was actually broken. Brother Sui, your storage ring is quite unique. It couldn't have been bought from an overseas market, right? Fang Pan asked with a smile. You guessed right, I was lucky enough to find it for 100,000. Sui replied with a nonchalant expression. Okay, you're impressive. Fang Pan shook his head, but his mind was filled with even more questions. Who exactly is this person? He looks rather shabby, yet he is so close to the boss lady of the Jingtian group, and his pet beast is so peculiar, it's really hard to see through him. Forget it, I'll just treat him like a Buddha and try not to offend him. Fang Pan secretly made up his mind. After dividing the spoils, Lu Yu couldn't help but ask, where to next? Do we continue heading north? As he spoke, he turned to glance at Bai Zhiyan. Bai Ziyan's face turned red after embarrassing herself once. She was reluctant to dictate again, biting her lip and saying, "If what you say makes sense, I could change the exploration route." "Oh." Sui looked at her in surprise. This little girl seems to be more well-behaved than he had imagined. Just a small setback has made her so understanding. If a few more happen, won't she turn into a good girl? Since Miss Xian does not oppose, why not follow the previous suggestion and explore the areas that others have cleared? With a bit of luck, we might find some treasures or something similar. Moreover, for Miss Xian, who is entering a secret realm for the first time, going to those places will also serve as a good training opportunity. I have no problem with that. I have no problem either. Fang Pan and Zhou Xian both expressed their agreement in turn. The former just wanted to complete this accompanying task easily, while the latter simply thought of Bai Ziyan's safety. Although Bai Ziyan was somewhat reluctant, having made a mistake once, she felt embarrassed to oppose again. After struggling for a long time, she ultimately nodded. However, seeing this, Sui couldn't help but furrow his brows. "So you are not planning to explore the central area?" Fang Pan and the others were all taken aback. What does Brother Sui mean? Do you still want to take the risk? Well, I was just studying the wind wolf and wanted to take a look at the wild wolf forest. But you don't have to worry, I can go alone and will be back to find you within 2 hours at most. There is a treasure in the wild wolf forest that I don't want to give up. Plus, Bai Ziyan has already learned her lesson and has agreed to only train in the areas that others have cleared, so there shouldn't be any danger. Just leaving for an hour or two won't have much impact. Do you want to continue north? Bai Ziyan also sensed Sui's intention. Although she had some complaints about him, after a moment's hesitation she raised her hand and said, "I will go with you." The lesson from earlier did make her a bit more cautious. At least it made her aware of the dangers present in the secret realm, but it did not change her love for challenges and adventures. Upon hearing this, Fang Pan, Zhou Xian, and the others all changed their expressions. They had finally persuaded this little princess not to take risks again, but unexpectedly another problem arose. They were somewhat angry and wanted to question Sui, but before they could speak, Sui preemptively refused, saying, "Sorry, I think it would be better for you to go explore the outer area with them first, and I alone am not capable of protecting you. I don't need your protection, I can take care of myself." Bai Ziyan felt belittled and was somewhat angry. "Really? But it seemed like you couldn't even stop a wild boar earlier. In a surprise attack you almost got gored by its tusks." Sui bluntly pointed out her shortcomings. It was no joke, he didn't want to have a troublesome child by his side. He had realized that sometimes 1 + 1 does not equal 2, it can also be less than 1. If he were alone, he could first direct the Thorn Demon Vine to scout the terrain and situation at the location of the treasure before devising tactics and methods for acquiring it. Although he had no helpers, the risk would actually be smaller. At least when he found there were no opportunities, he wouldn't foolishly charge in. But having Bai Ziyan by his side was different. This little girl would not obediently follow his commands. The other teammates were the same, they would not follow his lead. Since he couldn't gain command authority, it was better to go alone. "You jerk, you are bullying me. Don't think that just because you have defeated me a few times you can look down on me. I am also one of the top students among the beast tamers." Bai Ziyan was so angry that tears streamed down her face as she looked at Sui with clenched fists. No one had ever belittled her like this before. "Sorry, I may have been a bit too blunt with my words. I am not saying your strength is lacking, your strength is still very strong. It's just that your experience in entering the secret realm for the first time is insufficient, so going to a relatively safe area to accumulate some experience in exploring the secret realm might be better." Sui apologized, trying to make his words more tactful. Bai Ziyan's expression finally eased a bit, but then she thought of something and asked, "Then how many times have you entered the secret realm? I remember you haven't had your contracted pet for long." This is my second time." Seeing he could not hide it, Sui could only answer truthfully. "You jerk, you really look down on me? In your eyes am I not even half as good as my sister? Bai Jian was once again on the verge of tears. Clearly this guy was also an inexperienced novice, yet he persuaded her not to accompany him for such reasons. Wasn't that belittling her? Of course not. You are as excellent as senior sister Bai Jining. Sui quickly replied, realizing he might have accidentally stepped on a landmine that this little girl cared deeply about. Could it be that Li Wenyu often compared her to Bai Jining? But he hadn't mentioned senior sister Bai Jining. However, to be honest, this little girl indeed did not compare to her sister in his eyes. Even saying half of that was overestimating her. Not to mention personality, for an apprentice beast tamer to reach even 1/10 of an elite beast tamer's strength would be impressive. He didn't know if she could read his thoughts, but Bai Jian angrily said, "Don't try to fool me, you definitely think that way in your heart. This young lady doesn't even want to team up with you. I will remember this incident today and make you apologize in the future." Seeing the little girl break down, Sui pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't have to wait until later, I can apologize to you now." "What did you say?" Bai Jian, still angry, was momentarily taken aback, suddenly confused by him. "I said I can apologize to you right now." Sui was very sincere. "So you finally admit that you belittled me earlier?" Bai Jian's expression did not ease. Instead, she bit her lip, her big watery eyes filled with tears of grievance. Why was her perspective so tricky? Sui really couldn't take it anymore. "I'd better wait until later to apologize to you. Remember to take care of yourself and don't make Auntie worry. I will be back soon." After saying that, he directly took the thorn demon vine and dove into the small woods ahead. "Sui, brother." Fang Pan opened his mouth wanting to keep him, but seeing Bai Jian's fierce gaze, he swallowed the words back and scolded, "This kid is too arrogant, going to the wolf woods alone is just looking for death. Who cares? He is not irreplaceable. Anyway, the eagle-eyed owl can detect danger in advance. As long as we are careful to avoid it, we shouldn't have any problems." Lu Yu leaned against a tree looking indifferent. Bai Jian was so angry that her teeth were itching. "Once we get out, I will definitely tell my mom about this and let her see just how despicable this guy is. Miss Jian, let's not worry about him. Let's choose a different route. From the map, going west would be much safer." "Going west? Why should we go west?" Bai Jian gritted her teeth and said, "He can go north too, we can go north too." "What? Going north again? Miss Jian, you should know that if we encounter a herd of wild boars or a pack of wind wolves again, it would be very dangerous." "I know, but we can follow that jerk's lead and let him help us scout the way." As she spoke, Bai Jian took out her phone and opened a special map app which clearly displayed 5 small light dots. 4 of the small light dots clustered together while the remaining one was moving north. Without a doubt, this last light dot represented Sui. "Is this the positioning map from the emergency locator?" Fang Pan and the others were somewhat surprised. "Yes, with this we can quietly follow him without worrying about losing track of him." Bai Jian clenched her fists. Fang Pan frowned. "Miss Jian, is this really necessary?" "Yes," Bai Jian said decisively with an expression that brooked no argument. Fang Pan hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Miss Jian, I can agree to follow, but if we encounter a fierce beast that we cannot deal with, we absolutely cannot be impulsive or it will really endanger everyone. Fighting fierce beasts is not the same as competing on a platform. Exploring the secret realm is not child's play." "Okay." This statement was indeed quite serious, but Bai Jian still agreed immediately. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had been staring at Bai Jian's phone screen, frowned and said, "Are you sure you want to follow? That kid has already entered the wolf woods and he is very likely to encounter a pack of wind wolves. Low-grade treasure detected 313 meters to the northeast. Finally, it's almost within reach." In the wild wolf forest, Sui felt a surge of joy. Though he still had no idea what kind of treasure it was, anticipation burned brightly within him. I hope it's something that can help me escape, something that boosts speed or mobility. It wasn't that he was a coward, the truth was this secret realm was far too perilous. Despite possessing the Frost Guardian, if he encountered a savage beast he couldn't defeat or outrun, he would likely meet his end here. And packs of wind wolves were exactly that kind of beast. For this reason, after entering the wild wolf forest, he advanced with extreme caution, terrified of stumbling upon the wind wolf pack marked on his map. If he could obtain a treasure with escape capabilities, the situation would be entirely different. At the very least, it would free him from this constant trembling vigilance. He had intended to draw closer to the treasure's location, but at that moment a wolf's howl rang out from ahead, jolting him into a shiver. He quickly ducked behind a large tree. Forget it. To be safe, Xiaojing, you go scout the remaining few hundred meters first. Sui turned his gaze to Xiaojing. Xiaojing swayed its vines reluctantly, even flopping onto the ground in an exaggerated display of exhaustion. I know you fought hard against that earth-hide boar and used up a lot of energy. Here, this is for you, energy water. Sui smiled, pulling a bottle of energy water from his spatial ring and waving it before Xiaojing. This was something he had prepared specially before entering the secret realm. Half a month ago, a bottle of energy water costing 100 spirit stones had seemed exorbitant, but now it was nothing. For this expedition into the secret realm, he had prepared a full 30 bottles. Energy water could rapidly restore physical strength and spiritual energy, alleviate fatigue, and accelerate wound healing, truly an indispensable remedy for any journey. Energy water. Sensing the bottle in Suyi's hand, Xiaojing, which had been slumped on the ground, immediately straightened up. If it had eyes, they would surely be filled with stars. Such a little glutton. Here you go. Sui chuckled, unscrewed the cap, and handed the energy water to Xiaojing. Unable to contain itself any longer, Xiaojing extended a tender vine and inserted it into the bottle. In the next moment, the vine acted like a straw, frantically absorbing the energy water within. In just over 10 seconds, the entire bottle was drained, not a single drop left. Xiaojing then began swaying like a piece of kelp, radiating pure contentment and bliss. After waiting a minute and seeing it still lost in the afterglow, Sui had no choice but to interrupt. Your stamina should be about 70 to 80% recovered now, right? That treasure is in your hands now. Go for it. He paused, then added with grave seriousness, if it turns out to be another with spirit stone or something else that tempts your appetite, you absolutely must not absorb it secretly. Hey, you seem upset. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with the treasure, this is all for your own good. You know your condition better than I do. Forcibly raising your spirit root level with external substances will definitely cause problems. So his beast tamer was worried about him? The reasoning was sound and flawless. Naive Xiaojing believed him once more, feeling a warm glow in its heart, and cheerfully agreed. Go on. It doesn't matter if you get the treasure or not, just make sure to protect yourself. Sui offered another warm remark. Moved deeply, Xiaojing hesitated no longer. It burrowed into the ground and began creeping toward the target according to Suyi's directions. Though it had no eyes like most plant-type transcendent creatures, it possessed a powerful sensory ability that allowed it to clearly perceive its surroundings. Within a certain range, this sense was even more effective than eyesight. Eyes could be affected by light, but perception was not. Even while tunneling underground, it could clearly discern what was happening above. Of course, this perception had its flaws. The greatest drawback was that the visual range obtained through this method was far inferior to that of actual eyes. Seeing that Xiaojing had set off, Sui immediately closed his eyes and shared its vision through their mental link. Before long, he spotted a winged wolf. The winged wolf was about 200 meters away, standing roughly half a man's height. Its cyan fur was soft, but its fangs jutted outward, and with its murderous glare it looked utterly ferocious. Around this winged wolf several companions roamed. Some appeared injured, occasionally stopping to lick their wounds. This must be the winged wolf pack marked on the map. But why are they here of all places? Suyi's expression grew solemn. According to the system's prompt, the treasure was nearby. He hoped it was just a coincidence. Taking a deep breath, he continued directing Xiaojing forward. Low-grade treasure detected 11 meters directly ahead of your tamed beast. Only 11 meters left. Suyi felt a rush of excitement. But the next moment he froze in place. Through Xiaojing's perception, he could clearly see that 11 meters ahead lay a hidden cave, and inside that cave an enormous wind wolf was lying down. This wind wolf was far more robust than its kin. Even while resting, it exuded a chilling aura of authority that made one tremble. Wind Wolf King. Suyi recognized it instantly. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the 9-star ordinary grade Wind Wolf King. 9-star ordinary grade, only a step away from elite grade. Its combat power was not to be underestimated. Beneath it, a spirit stone imbued with abundant ice spiritual energy lay quietly on the dry grass. So the low-grade treasure the system had indicated was an ice spirit stone. But it was not unowned. Judging by the Wind Wolf King's cautious demeanor, it was clear the beast treasured this gem deeply. If I recall correctly, after the Wind Wolf King advances to elite grade, absorbing an ice spirit stone gives it a chance to evolve into an ice Wind Wolf King. I don't know where it got this stone, but if I try to take it, it will fight to the death. Suyi frowned, sensing the difficulty of the situation. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Xiaojing, can you steal the ice spirit stone before it reacts, then burrow underground to escape? Steal it? Xiaojing assessed the ice spirit stone pinned beneath the Wind Wolf King. If it crept closer and struck from underground, it might succeed. But the odds were slim. Come on, if you succeed, I'll let you have another bottle of energy water. Seeing its hesitation, Suyi quickly offered encouragement. Energy water? Xiaojing immediately perked up with excitement. Without further delay, it activated its burrowing skill and edged closer to the Wind Wolf King. This ice spirit stone was as good as theirs. But after advancing just 3 or 4 meters, its body suddenly stiffened. At that moment, it could clearly sense the Wind Wolf King staring coldly at it through the soil. Clearly it had been discovered. The reason the Wind Wolf King hadn't attacked outright was likely because Xiaojing was just a plant and its intentions were still unclear. If it continued to approach, Xiaojing was certain that the massive beast would strike. At this thought, Xiaojing's courage faltered. It pretended to change course underground, veering away from the Wind Wolf King. So even this little one could feel fear. Witnessing this, Suyi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It is evidently impossible to steal the ice spirit stone right under the eyes of the Wind Wolf King. Alternative methods must be devised. 1, 2, 3. Suyi silently counted the number of wind wolves in his mind. Including the Wind Wolf King, there are as many as 7. The number is not too large, but unfortunately all of them are ordinary level extraordinary creatures. If there were only one, Xiaojing might be able to handle it, but with so many there is truly no chance of victory. It's certain that I can't defeat them. I just wonder if I can lure them away and execute a trick to lead the tiger away from its mountain lair. Suyi lowered his head and began to ponder. Since his burrowing skill had reached a masterful level, Xiaojing's ability to escape was very strong. Even if pursued by 7 wind wolves at once, it should be able to slip away easily. If he could lure all these wind wolves away, he could attempt to enter the wolf den alone and take the ice spirit stone. Perfect. Of course the idea is beautiful, but whether things can develop according to his plan is another question. First of all, whether Xiaojing can lure all 7 wind wolves away is a problem. Even if they are all lured away, will 1 or 2 wind wolves suddenly return while he is stealing the ice spirit stone from the wolf den? That is also a problem. As long as any part of this plan goes wrong, he will fall into great danger. It's better to consider the possibility of defeat before thinking of victory. To be safe, I should first examine my escape route. Suyi was very cautious. He immediately took out a map and studied it carefully. However, after a few minutes of study he discovered that the only possible escape from the pursuit of the wind wolves was a cliff to the east of the wolf den. Below the cliff is a rushing torrent which flows northeast for over 100 meters before plunging down a steep waterfall. With his current strength, the only way to escape the wind wolves is to jump off the cliff, ensuring they cannot catch up. For others, jumping off a cliff is akin to seeking death. Even if one does not die from the fall, they might drown or be swept over the waterfall and fall again. However, he has Frost Guardian. Such an impact should not be enough to shatter the ice shield. Moreover, the ice shield released by Frost Guardian is a 360-degree spherical shield which should be able to float on the water's surface. In any case, if an extremely dangerous situation arises, this escape route is worth a try. Having formulated his plan and considered his escape route, Suyi took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and communicated mentally, "Xiaojing, can you lure all those 7 wind wolves away?" Xiaojing quickly learned of his thoughts and was rather surprised. Its beastmaster seemed a bit reckless. With 6 ordinary level wind wolves and 1 that is close to elite level, how could he not have given up yet? However, this plan is not without a chance of success. Thinking about having to deal with 7 powerful wind wolves and needing to lure them all away, Xiaojing felt a little excited. But it did not agree immediately. Instead, it spoke to Suyi about its conditions: 3 bottles of energy water, and it would not budge if even 1 bottle was missing. Understanding the message it conveyed, Suyi couldn't help but laugh. Does this little guy not know that the energy water in the storage ring is all prepared for it? With a smile, Suyi waved his hand grandly, saying, "What, 3 bottles? Regardless of the success of the plan, I will give you 5 bottles after it's done." 5 bottles? Xiaojing was so excited that it nearly trembled, wasting no time, and once again approached the Wind Wolf King. "Be careful, prioritize your safety," Suyi quickly reminded it. After that he bent down, preparing to evade the wandering wind wolves and get as close to the wolf den as possible. He was still a bit far from the wolf den. If he did not get a bit closer, he might very likely miss a fleeting opportunity. However, he did not know that behind him, several hundred meters away, 4 teammates were following. "He's moving. Wait, his direction isn't heading for the wind wolf den, is it?" Liu exclaimed as he saw the light representing Suyi on Bai Zhiyan's phone move again, involuntarily inhaling sharply. Not long ago, through the eagle owl, he had also noticed those wind wolves and the wind wolf den. He had initially thought Suyi would be scared into retreating, but unexpectedly this person was so brave. Is he seeking death? Who gave him the courage? Fang Pan couldn't help but scoff. After all, in such a dangerous place, let alone an apprentice-level beastmaster, even an ordinary-level beastmaster would avoid it without hesitation. Is it possible that he hasn't noticed the wind wolves ahead? Should we go over and remind him? Zhou Xian frowned slightly, feeling a bit worried. After all, they were teammates. They had just fought side by side not long ago, and her overall impression of Suyi was still good. She didn't want to see him get into trouble. Then let's hurry over and remind him. Bai Zhiyan clenched her delicate fist, her heartstrings involuntarily tightening. Although she did not like Suyi, she found it hard to accept that someone she knew was about to die in front of her. But Liu shook his head. It's too late. He's less than 100 meters from the wind wolf den and could be spotted at any moment. If we rush over now, we might end up in danger with him and face total annihilation. Then what should we do? Bai Zhiyan clearly had not yet grasped the brutality of the secret realm. What else can we do? He chose to go. It's not like we forced him. He can only rely on himself now. Liu did not care about such matters. His only task was to ensure Bai Zhiyan's safety. As for the others, they did not concern him much. Fang Pan pondered for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "Miss Zhiyan, may I ask if Suyi is very familiar with your mother? Are they relatives?" "No, my mother has only seen him a few times." "I see." Fang Pan finally relaxed. "Miss Zhiyan, we cannot help him, and our current position is also very close to the wind wolf den, which poses a risk of being discovered. So I suggest we leave here quickly. Just leave like this? Bai Zhiyan's eyes widened. Such an action clearly did not align with her values and the education she had received. Not to mention that Sui had just fought alongside them not long ago. Even if he were a stranger, she could not bear to watch him die. However, before she could think much more, an angry wolf howl suddenly echoed from ahead, accompanied by the sound of a large tree falling. Not good, that kid must have been discovered. He's done for, we should leave quickly. Fang Pan immediately made a decision. Bai Zhiyan looked a bit dazed, allowing Zhou Xian to pull her along. Wait. At that moment Lu Yu suddenly spoke, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Fang Pan and Zhou Xian both turned to him with puzzled expressions. He took a deep breath excitedly, saying, there's an ice spirit stone in the wind wolf den. It seems Sui wants to lure those wind wolves away and then steal it. In a thicket, Sui gazed at the raging wind wolf king in the distance, a chill running down his spine. He was not scared by the wind wolf king, but rather by Xiao Jing. Initially he was worried that Xiao Jing would not be able to lure away the Wind Wolf King, as Xiao Jing was merely an apprentice-level extraordinary being and could only be so strong. Under normal circumstances, even the few ordinary wind wolves would be enough to handle it, and there would be no need for the Wind Wolf King to step in. However, to anger the Wind Wolf King, this little guy was putting in the effort. At first it pretended to scurry back and forth beneath the ground to numb the Wind Wolf King. Once the Wind Wolf King grew accustomed to it, it suddenly shot out a vine directly targeting the weak spot behind the Wind Wolf King that was pressed against the ground. That was a vine empowered by both the Harden and Steel Spike skills. With just that strike, the nearly elite level Wind Wolf King let out a wretched howl, immediately bouncing up from the ground in pain. This sudden turn of events made even Sui, who had been prepared, gasp in shock. This little guy was unexpectedly ruthless. After being inexplicably struck, the Wind Wolf King lost its sanity, its anger and hatred levels instantly maxing out, and without a second thought it unleashed a devastating attack. The blade stormed towards the spot where Xiao Jing was. In an instant, a whirlwind formed by countless wind blades smashed violently into the ground, even shattering the blue stones and kicking up dust. Fortunately, after landing its hit, Xiao Jing did not linger and quickly retreated deep underground, narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise it would have been shredded into dozens of pieces. Even so, it still felt a bit shaken and immediately fled further away. The Wind Wolf King howled, and in its irrational state it would not allow Xiao Jing to escape. It immediately chased after it as if it were a conditioned reflex. At that moment it had only one thought in its mind: it had to shred that detestable vine into pieces. As for the Ice Spirit Stone, it was momentarily cast aside. The wandering wind wolves, seeing their leader attacked, howled and hurriedly joined in the pursuit of Xiao Jing. If it were any other apprentice-level extraordinary being facing the pursuit of 7 ordinary extraordinary beings, there would be almost no chance of survival. But Xiao Jing, relying on its superb digging skills, felt no pressure at all. It would even occasionally surface to draw aggro, preventing them from giving up the chase. Was this running away? This was clearly a game. The 7 wind wolves were all excited, howling and desperately chasing, determined not to rest until they crushed this thorny vine. Watching the pack of wind wolves disappear into the distance, Sui was left dumbfounded, momentarily unable to collect his thoughts. He had originally thought it would be quite difficult to lead all 7 wind wolves away. After all, as long as the Wind Wolf King retained a shred of sanity, it would not abandon its duty to guard the Ice Spirit Stone for a mere apprentice-level creature. He never expected that it would completely lose its sanity due to Xiao Jing. This opportunity was created by Xiao Jing at great risk. It must not be wasted. Sui, without a moment's hesitation, gritted his teeth and charged out from the thicket, heading straight for the Wind Wolf's den. He covered nearly 100 meters in just 10 seconds. The cave was small, only a few square meters inside, with a thick layer of dry grass covering the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. And there the Ice Spirit Stone lay quietly on a circle of compressed dry grass. Finally found it. Sui exclaimed as he grabbed the ice spirit stone filled with joy. The ice spirit stone felt icy cold in his hand like a block of ice. Holding it for too long would surely lead to frostbite. At that moment it also emitted a foul smell of wolf fur. However, Sui couldn't be bothered with that now. He immediately stashed it away in his storage ring and turned to flee towards the east. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment. If a wind wolf returned now, even the most ordinary one could cost him his life. Given his current physical condition, he was no match for ordinary extraordinary beings. On the other side, Xiaojing, facing the relentless pursuit of the wind wolves, was also struggling to keep up. It had just been struck by a wind blade, severing one of its vines. If this continued, it could be completely torn apart by the wind wolves at any moment. Thus, sensing that Sui had successfully obtained the ice spirit stone, it stopped surfacing and began to flee with all its might. At that moment it couldn't help but be grateful that it had mastered its digging skill to perfection. If it had been just a bit slower in its digging, it would have been unable to shake off these wind wolves' tracking. Even hiding 3 to 4 meters underground would not have prevented them from picking up its scent. After a few more seconds, the wind wolves completely lost its trail, howling in frustration. Especially the Wind Wolf King, in a fit of rage, was frantically digging at the ground, seemingly on the verge of exploding. Who knows how it would react when it returned to the den and found the ice spirit stone missing. Ha ha ha, this is great, even smoother than planned. A few hundred meters away, Sui glanced at the ice spirit stone in his storage space, his joy overflowing. This was snatched from a pack of dangerous wind wolves, and the sense of achievement was immense. Moreover, like the wood spirit stone, this one could easily be sold for over 1 million. Once the Wind Wolf King realizes the ice spirit stone is gone, it will surely go mad, and it might even track me down by scent. This place is still a bit unsafe, I need to run further away. Recalling the characteristics of the wind wolf, Sui dared not linger and prepared to continue fleeing. Just as he took a few steps, a furious roar came from the direction of the wind wolf den. Clearly the Wind Wolf King had discovered that the ice spirit stone was missing. I'm sorry, although the ice spirit stone is important to you, it is also very important to me, so we can only rely on our own abilities. I wish you a swift breakthrough to the elite level and then find another ice spirit stone. Hearing the Wind Wolf King's roar, Sui felt a twinge of guilt, but his fleeing steps did not stop. At this moment he felt quite relaxed. Barring any accidents, the Wind Wolf King would not be able to track him down. Ah, just then a girl's scream suddenly came from the northwest. Before Sui could react, a man's furious shout, the howling of wind wolves, and the sounds of fierce fighting followed. What is happening? Sui stopped, frowning. Why would there be people there? Could it be that these unfortunate souls have encountered those enraged wind wolves? Although these people probably had nothing to do with him, his mood grew heavy. The wind wolves had gone berserk because of him. If anything happened to those people, he would surely feel guilty and lose sleep. He was still just a novice beast master who had not yet stepped out of the campus. In terms of mindset, he surely couldn't compare to those seasoned beast masters who had long since become indifferent to life and death. Just as he hesitated on whether to go, help, a voice rang out from that direction. Miss Shi Yan, hurry and go, I will hold them off. How could it be them? Sui's expression changed instantly. He always thought that these teammates had already gone to those low-risk areas that had been thoroughly explored. After all, before he left, the team by Jian had already learned her lesson and agreed to Fang Pan's proposal. To his surprise, these teammates actually appeared here and were fighting the rampaging wind wolves. Isn't Lu Yes Eagle Owl supposed to detect danger in advance? How could they run into a pack of wind wolves? He was truly perplexed. However, recalling Li Wenyu's admonition before entering the secret realm, he took a deep breath and hurried over there. Roar! In the forest, the black-backed tiger was as ferocious as ever, blood-soaked as it struggled against 3 wind wolves. Prior to this, it had severely injured one, which now lay on the ground breathing shallowly and completely losing its combat ability. However, even though it was fierce, being besieged by 3 equally fierce beasts left it somewhat overwhelmed. The eagle owl originally wanted to go help, but unfortunately it was also targeted by a wind wolf and a swift wind blade nearly knocked it down from the sky. As for the last ordinary wind wolf, it was entangled by the purple-tailed scorpion. This time the purple-tailed scorpion finally displayed its true strength. Although its hard shell had several gashes from the wind blades and it had been bitten by a wind wolf, it seized the opportunity to sting the wind wolf's face, injecting it with deadly venom. In no time the wind wolf's face began to swell, its head spinning as it was on the verge of collapsing. To defeat an ordinary wind wolf at the cost of injury was enough to boast about for a lifetime for a novice beast master. Unfortunately, Bai Ziyan's crisis was not alleviated. Those 6 ordinary wind wolves were indeed blocked, but the Wind Wolf King came straight for them, the beast masters. The Wind Wolf King did not know who had stolen the Ice Spirit Stone. Since these despicable humans were sneaking around here, they must be accomplices even if they were not the ones to steal it. Moreover, with a dull pain in its rear, the Wind Wolf King went berserk, immediately unleashing a blade storm, determined not to rest until it tore these humans apart. Rock Armored Turtle Earth Wall. With Zhou Xian's command, a wall of earth shot up from the ground, barely blocking the terrifying wind blades. If they had been a moment slower, they might have been completely annihilated. Miss Xian, run! I'll hold it off. Zhou Xian shouted again, anxious, her eyes fixed on the Wind Wolf King as she gripped her spear tightly, ready to charge in and assist the rock-armored turtle. Beast masters generally do not participate in combat, but when it comes to life and death, even if they didn't want to, they had to fight. Not just her, Fang Pan and Lu Yu, who were hiding behind the rock-armored turtle, also gripped their weapons tightly, preparing for close combat. In contrast, Bai Ziyan's mental fortitude clearly lagged behind. Startled, she instinctively fired a few shots at the Wind Wolf King. However, those shots did not hit the Wind Wolf King, all striking the earth wall, instead leaving the rock-armored turtle puzzled for several seconds. Was this girl an undercover agent? Why was she shooting at the wall I was using for defense? Was she unhappy that it wasn't cracking fast enough? Miss Xian, just go. You can't help at all. Staying here will only distract us. Fang Pan could no longer watch, urging her to flee. Bai Ziyan bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, her pride severely wounded. She could naturally tell that her teammates looked down on her. If it were any other time, she would surely be angry, but now if she were to be angry, it could only be at herself. After hesitating for a moment, seeing she was indeed of no help and feeling fear, she ultimately turned and ran away with a strong sense of guilt. Oh, seeing a human trying to escape, the Wind Wolf King became even angrier. With its intelligent mind, it immediately suspected that the Ice Spirit Stone was perhaps on this human girl. If it let her escape, then even if it tore apart the rest of them, it wouldn't make up for the loss. With that thought, it howled and leaped, trying to bypass the rock-armored turtle and Zhou Xian to chase Bai Ziyan. Rock-armored turtle gravity field? Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian shouted and immediately acted to block it, not considering her own safety at all. In the next moment, centered around the rock-armored turtle, the gravity within a 10-meter radius suddenly changed, with the gravitational coefficient at least doubling. Caught off guard, the Wind Wolf King, which had just leapt up, suddenly fell down, about to land right among Zhou Xian, Fang Pan, and the others. Damn! Fang Pan and Lu Yu were startled, swearing loudly and somewhat blaming Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian couldn't care less. Seeing the Wind Wolf King falling, she immediately raised her spear and aimed for its abdomen. The Wind Wolf King did not have the protection of a muddy hide like the Earth Pig. If she struck true, it would certainly pierce deeply into its abdomen, inflicting severe injury. However, in the next moment, unexpectedly, a fierce wind suddenly appeared beneath the Wind Wolf King, forcibly shifting its body 1 or 2 meters to the left. Light wind. Zhou Xian was taken aback. Even though she adjusted the direction of her spear, she still failed to hit the Wind Wolf King's vital points, only creating a bloody hole in its hind leg. Oh! The Wind Wolf King howled in pain, instinctively swiping at her, wanting to tear apart this human who had harmed it. Unfortunately, due to the influence of the gravity field, its attack speed was significantly slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rock-armored turtle formed another earth wall in front of it and lunged forward, wanting to engage in close combat. The Wind Wolf King did not fear close combat but did not want to be entangled by the rock-armored turtle. It only wanted to retrieve the Ice Spirit Stone and had no desire to waste time on these humans. Seeing Bai Jian run out several dozen meters again, the Wind Wolf King no longer hesitated, abruptly shaking off the rock-armored turtle and moving quickly to the left. It intended to use its speed to shake off Zhou Xian and the others before chasing Bai Jian. Not good. Zhou Xian sensed its intentions. However, under the influence of light wind, the Wind Wolf King's running speed was too fast. They couldn't catch up at all, only able to watch helplessly as the beast pulled out of the battle circle by several meters before turning to chase Bai Jian. Zhou Xian's face turned pale, and without a second thought she followed with the rock-armored turtle. Fang Pan and Lu Yu were also somewhat worried about Bai Jian, but privately breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they hadn't died at the hands of the Wind Wolf King. As Bai Jian was fleeing, she sensed movement behind her and couldn't help but glance back. Behind her, the Wind Wolf King with blood-red eyes and bared teeth looked terrifying as it swiftly chased after her. Wings of the Gentle Wind. Having been carefully protected by her parents, she had never seen such a scene and was instantly frightened into a scream, quickly activating a life-saving treasure. In the next moment, a pair of wings made of condensed wind sprouted from her back and her running speed suddenly increased. The Wind Wolf King was astonished, realizing that even with light wind activated it couldn't catch up. However, with Bai Jian's spiritual energy, the wings of the Gentle Wind could not last long. If this continued, she would eventually fall to the Wind Wolf King's claws. Just as she was panicking and at a loss, a familiar voice suddenly came from the east. "Run east. Come this way." Bai Jian, as if grasping a lifeline, dashed toward the source of the voice without a second thought. However, she soon realized that the person sounded like Sui, a guy she found utterly detestable. Although she was somewhat reluctant and didn't want to owe Sui a favor, she had no other choice but to bite her lip and continue fleeing toward him. Ow! The Wind Wolf King relentlessly pursued her, growling in frustration as it struggled to catch up. After a while, both the person and the wolf finally came into Sui's line of sight. Why is it the Wind Wolf King? This is such bad luck. Sui's expression immediately darkened. He had initially thought that the creature chasing Bai Jian was just an ordinary wind wolf, but it turned out to be the big boss. 1 in 7 chances, and this little girl encounters it. Could it be because she looks tender and appetizing? If it were an ordinary wind wolf, Sui could have boldly counterattacked, but now he could only dare to try a little. If that doesn't work, I'll have to let Xiaojing hold it off while he escapes with Bai Jian. Xiaojing, I'm counting on you again. Sui communicated with Xiaojing through mental connection, his expression grave. Xiaojing had just returned from fleeing and was taken aback by being assigned such a dangerous task. Though unwilling, the urgency of the situation compelled him to burrow underground and hide. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. Bai Jian was getting closer and closer to Sui. Although she had a very poor impression of him, seeing him now still filled her with excitement, wishing to leap into his arms and cry. From childhood to now, she had never been as frightened as she was today. Naturally, the Wind Wolf King trailing behind her also noticed Sui. Seeing this human standing there foolishly instead of fleeing, upon spotting it, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes. This was a death wish. Wait. It suddenly sensed something familiar about the aura of this person, as if it had smelled it somewhere before. That's right. It was its own lair. This guy was the one who had intruded into its lair not long ago and stolen the Ice Spirit Stone. Finally, it had found him. In an instant, its gaze turned fiercer and anger flooded its mind. Now's the time, Xiaojing, strike. Just as the Wind Wolf King was about to lose its rationality, Sui suddenly shouted loudly. In the next moment, several vines burst from the ground, wrapping around the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King happened to be in the right spot, stepping onto the thorny vines with both front paws. Caught off guard, it couldn't dodge in time and was immediately pierced by the sharp roots, letting out a cry of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaojing quickly climbed up the vines, binding both of its front paws. Thud! The high-speed moving white wolf king fell hard to the ground, just like the previous earth-skinned wild boar. Not only that, several more vines erupted from the ground, striking at it fiercely, attempting to ensnare it in the process. Ow! The Wind Wolf King howled again as the vines struck its body, leaving hundreds of blood holes the size of steel nails. Success! Sui was overjoyed, but just as he prepared to have Xiaojing completely subdue the Wind Wolf King, the Blade Storm reappeared. The Wind Wolf King seemed to have gone completely mad. To injure Xiaojing, the Blade Storm actually engulfed itself as well. Then, before Sui's shocked eyes, the vines that had bound the Wind Wolf King were instantly severed. And the Wind Wolf King itself was cut by the wind blades, leaving dozens of deep wounds visible to the bone with blood gushing out. Xiaojing. Sensing that Xiaojing was seriously injured and in danger of losing its life, Sui's heart tightened, and without a second thought he rushed over to pull it back into the beast's space. With his current mental strength, he could only retrieve a pet from the beast's space if it was within 10 meters. This action was extremely dangerous. After all, Xiaojing was entangled with the Wind Wolf King, and being 10 meters away from Xiaojing meant being only 10 meters from the Wind Wolf King. Sure enough, noticing that he had dared to approach the Wind Wolf King even though injured, unleashed a wind blade at him without hesitation. The wind blade was swift and fierce. With Sui's physical strength, if hit, he might be directly killed. Frost Guardian. In a moment of desperation, he hurriedly activated that precious treasure. Bang! The wind blade struck the ice shield, causing him to stumble back a few steps. However, there were no cracks on the ice shield. It successfully absorbed the impact of the wind blade. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King was still unrelenting and had begun to rise again, seemingly wanting to attack him, Sui was terrified and didn't dare to linger, quickly canceling the Frost Guardian and fleeing backward. As he passed the dazed Bai Jian, he grabbed the little girl's hand and urgently shouted, "Run!" Bai Jian came back to her senses and fled alongside him. Due to the nearly depleted spiritual energy within her, she could no longer activate the wings of the gentle wind. Thus the speed at which both of them fled was not fast. At such a speed, let alone the Wind Wolf King, even an ordinary wind wolf could easily catch up to them. Sui naturally understood this, and his heart sank to the depths. However, to his surprise, due to its injuries, the Wind Wolf King also seemed to be running slowly at this moment. Especially its two front legs, which had been entangled by Xiaojing, were left with dozens of blood holes injuring its tendons. Moreover, several sharp spikes remained embedded in its paws. With each step it took forward, the spikes dug deeper, causing it to feel restless and unable to run fast. Even so, under the enhancement of the gentle wind, Sui and Bai Jian still couldn't shake it off. Instead, the distance between both parties continued to narrow. Is today really the day I die here? If I had known, I would have listened to my mother and not insisted on coming in. Bai Jian was about to cry, regret filling her heart. What filled her with despair was that she discovered that ahead lay a cliff, leaving her with no escape. She finally realized how dangerous this world truly was, but it seemed a bit too late. Yet just as she was utterly despairing, Sui became excited. Ancestors bless, we've finally arrived here. Finally arrived here? Did he deliberately run here? Bai Jian suspected she might have misheard. But before she could comprehend it, Sui suddenly scooped her up and leaped down the cliff. Ah! Bai Jian let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting from fear. She was still very young, not wanting to die, especially not wanting to die with this detestable guy. With that thought, she could no longer control her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Bai Jian's scream pierced through Sui's ears, causing a sharp pain. However, he had no time to pay attention to this. His eyes were fixated on the rushing waters below. As he was about to make contact with the water's surface, he no longer hesitated and activated his Frost Guardian once more. Crash! The ice shield slammed against the water's surface, absorbing all the impact. Just as Sui had anticipated, he and Baijian, protected by the ice shield, emerged unscathed, though they felt a surge of blood churning in their chests, leaving them somewhat uncomfortable. Immediately the ice shield drifted northeast along the river until it was caught in the waterfall, plummeting down several dozen meters. On the cliff, the Wind Wolf King witnessed this scene and howled in rage, but after much hesitation he did not dare to leap down. The cliff was too high. Even if using the light wind to lessen some of the impact, he would most likely sustain severe injuries. Not to mention he was already gravely injured. If he dared to do this, he could very well end up dead. Moreover, there was an even higher waterfall behind him. Coupled with the fact that he was not adept at swimming, he could only stand on the cliff and howl, venting his anger. Below the waterfall, Sui's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, causing the ice shield to shatter instantly. He and Baijian then fell into the pool. Fortunately, both could swim, and after some struggle they managed to crawl onto the shore, gasping for breath. Seeing that Baijian was completely drenched, Sui couldn't help but express concern for her. This simple phrase caused the little girl to break down completely as she plunged into his arms, crying uncontrollably. She had indeed been scared out of her wits. Once she started crying, it was as if she couldn't stop wanting to vent all the grievances she had accumulated since entering the secret realm. So why rush into the secret realm at such a young age? Wouldn't it be better to wait until she's more mature to train? Sui shook his head. However, seeing Baijian cry so heartbrokenly, he did not voice these thoughts. He understood very well that she wouldn't be able to take such words in. She simply wanted comfort or to vent her feelings. After waiting for a while and seeing her continue to cry without any signs of stopping, even wiping her tears and snot on his clothes, Sui had no choice but to interrupt her. I'm not very good at comforting kids. I know you still want to cry, but we are not far from the Wind Wolf Den, and the Wind Wolf King could come after us at any moment. How about we find a safe place to land first and then continue? Baijian's body stiffened. I am not a child. While she said this, she was still sniffling and her tears showed no sign of stopping. I expected her to be a proud and willful little girl, but she turns out to be such a crybaby. Sui shook his head. However, staying here was indeed very dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, he picked her up as he had when jumping off the cliff and quickly made his way into the woods ahead. Outside the space tunnel, Li Wenyu checked the time, her brows furrowing as she inquired, "It has been 35 minutes. Why hasn't there been any new news from the secret realm?" Previously, Zhou Xian would send her messages through the positioning distress signal every 30 minutes to report their safety. This was a requirement she had insisted upon. However, this time it had been delayed by a full 5 minutes. Could something unexpected have happened? Li Wenyu immediately grew anxious, biting her red lip, and said to a nearby apprentice beastmaster, "Go inside and ask Xiaozhu if there are any new messages." Xiaozhu was stationed at the other end of the space tunnel, responsible for receiving messages or distress signals sent back from the positioning distress signal. Signals cannot cross the spatial barrier and require someone to stay inside the secret realm. "Yes, Li Zong." The person replied and immediately prepared to cross the space tunnel. The guards stationed there were already accustomed to it and did not obstruct him. However, just as he stepped into the tunnel, a colleague sprinted out from inside, coming to Li Wenyu's side with a serious expression. "Li Zong, Miss Jian and the others have come under attack from a pack of wind wolves. It seems some accidents have occurred." "What did you say?" Li Wenyu felt her heart skip a beat. Despite her usual calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and forced herself to calm down. "What about Jian? Is she injured?" I'm sorry, Li Zong." According to what Zhou Xian and the others said, they fought desperately to hold off the wind wolves, allowing Miss Jian to escape first. We are unclear if she has been injured. However, according to the positioning signals, Miss Jian should be with Sui now, and she hasn't sent out any distress signals, so there shouldn't be a major issue. Sui? Hearing this, Li Wenyu finally felt somewhat reassured. It's a good thing I pulled Xiao Yi into the team at the last minute, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The person hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, Li Zong, there's something I'm unsure whether to mention. Based on the reports from Fang Pan and Lu Yu, the Wind Wolf incident seems to be related to Sui. Li Wenyu glanced at him with a piercing gaze, the authority of her position evident, and replied coolly, that's just one-sided talk, it cannot be fully trusted. Once Xian returns, I will naturally clarify everything. Clearly she did not believe the words of those two. At such a time, voicing such remarks made it hard not to suspect they were shirking responsibility. Understood. Then Li Zong, should we send someone in to assist Miss Xian? She's currently only with Sui and her safety cannot be guaranteed, especially as they are alone together. Xiao Yi is definitely not that kind of person. Without allowing the person to finish, Li Wenyu coldly interrupted him. Pausing for a moment, she continued, first gather personnel and prepare, then try contacting Jian and Xiao Yi to see if we can reach them. Yes. The person did not dare to say more. Inside the new secret realm in a hidden cave, Sui was carefully checking Xiao Jing's injuries. For a plant like Xiao Jing that possessed growth skills, as long as the roots and stems were not severely damaged, it would not endanger its life, and the symptoms it exhibited would only be weakness. This was also an advantage of plant-based extraordinary creatures. Additionally, this type of pet had another advantage: low maintenance costs. While other pets might require large amounts of fish or meat daily, Xiao Jing, when hungry, could simply draw some nutrients from the soil, bask in the sun, and absorb carbon dioxide to suffice. What are you doing? After summoning Xiao Jing from the beast space, Sui was puzzled to see it suddenly twist off one of its few remaining intact vines. It's dirty. Xiao Jing weakly conveyed the reason to him. Huh? Sui was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something and couldn't help but chuckle. If this little guy actually had a cleanliness obsession. Here, absorb these and hurry up to recover. He took out 6 or 7 bottles of energy water in one go. Upon seeing these energy waters, Xiao Jing finally regained some spirit and extended a thin vine inside. As the energy water was absorbed into its body, Xiao Jing felt elated. Happiness. Little Jing happily absorbed the energy water and her spiritual energy began to gradually recover. Immediately the growth skill activated and the severed vines grew back completely. In just a quarter of an hour she had completely recovered from her previous injuries, at least on the surface. However, correspondingly she had drained 7 or 8 bottles of energy water. Go rest while in the beast space for a while. Seeing that she was finally full, Sui put on leather gloves and gently patted her, his tone soft. Little Jing lazily replied through their mental connection, then returned to the beast space. After all the commotion today, she had almost been severed from all her vines by the Wind Wolf King, and she was indeed very tired. Not far away, Bai Jian secretly glanced at them, remaining silent. She had already calmed down from her fright, at least no longer crying as she had earlier. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, she didn't dare to look Sui in the eye, and whenever his gaze fell on her she would deliberately put on a cold and aloof demeanor. How truly tsundere. Seeing her avoid his gaze once more, Sui chuckled lightly, breaking the awkward atmosphere by asking, you should have some spare clothes in your storage bracelet, right? Bai Jian turned her head and glanced at him. I'll step outside, you should change out of your wet battle outfit. It's completely soaked. No need. Bai Jian blushed and rejected his suggestion. She certainly didn't want to change clothes in the wilderness, she would rather catch a cold. You don't need me to go outside. Are you afraid to be alone in the cave? Don't worry, I won't go far. Sui clearly misunderstood her meaning and secretly lamented not realizing this little girl was quite bold. I meant you don't need to change clothes. Bai Jian hurriedly corrected him, feeling both shy and angry. Sui remained silent for a moment, then calmly said, you should change anyway. To become a qualified beast master you must adapt to survival in the wild. Moreover, wet clothes sticking to your body also affects the appearance significantly. After saying this without waiting for Bai Ziyan's response, he walked straight out. Appearance. Bai Ziyan was slightly taken aback, instinctively looking down and seeing that her battle outfit clung to her body, which was indeed a bit indecent and even a little shameful, causing her to blush deeply. Damn it. Though she said this, she still obediently took out a set of spare clothes. Outside the cave, Sui glanced at the system prompt, feeling a sudden itch in his heart. 5 kilometers north, low-level treasure discovered. 9 kilometers northeast, low-level treasure discovered. 2 kilometers southeast, intermediate treasure discovered. 3 treasures appeared on the prompt. If he could obtain all 3 treasures, this trip into the secret realm would indeed be worth it. Unfortunately, these 3 treasures were not easy to acquire. As for the 2 treasures to the north and northeast, they were situated in the central area of the secret realm, a place that had yet to be explored by anyone, and it was unknown what fierce beasts resided there. As for the intermediate treasure to the southeast, Sui took out the map and compared it carefully, only to discover that it was actually in the Snake Valley. The Snake Valley was home to an elite-level rooster snake more dangerous than the Wind Wolf King. It seems that unless the treasures are buried deep underground, most of them are guarded by fierce beasts. That makes sense if these fierce beasts are extraordinary creatures naturally attracted to anything with spiritual energy. Not to mention treasures like spirit stones, even slightly higher level spiritual herbs might have powerful fierce beasts lurking nearby. Sui shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. With his current strength, acquiring these treasures was indeed quite difficult. To be fair, it was already very fortunate for him to have taken the Ice Spirit Stone from an ordinary 9-star Wind Wolf King. If little Jing's spiritual energy level reaches ordinary level, it might be worth a try. Sui muttered to himself. This was not him boasting. After evolving, little Jing's combat power was significantly stronger than that of ordinary extraordinary creatures, even able to cross levels to battle ordinary level soil skin wild boars and wind wolves. Though she was not yet a match for the Wind Wolf King, she was already quite proud. Once she reached ordinary level and evolved again, Sui believed that an ordinary elite extraordinary creature would definitely not be her opponent. By then, when he entered this secret realm, even if he couldn't strut around, he could at least become a treasure harvesting machine, sweeping up most of the treasures within. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that this secret realm only allowed apprentice-level beast masters to enter. This meant that if he wanted to scavenge the treasures here, he had to cultivate little Jing to ordinary level or even ordinary 9-star before he advanced to ordinary level beast master. Otherwise, once he broke through early, it would be nearly impossible for him to enter again. Of course, restrictive secret realms also had their advantages. The fierce beasts in this secret realm were so strong that even someone like him who had an advantage or a talent like Bai Ziyan could not handle them. How could other apprentice-level beast masters manage? Barring any surprises, even a few months from now, it was unlikely that anyone would explore the central area. A slow exploration pace also meant a slow discovery of treasures. As long as he could quickly cultivate little Jing within these few months, most of the treasures in this secret realm would still be within his grasp. Thinking of this, Sui was eager to train hard with little Jing. As for this time, realizing the gap, he no longer wanted to continue exploring. 1. The risk was too great. Forcing exploration could easily lead to death. 2. He still had a little girl with him. He couldn't focus on his own actions until he safely sent this second miss of the Jing Tian group out. Just as he thought of Bai Ziyan, she walked out after changing her clothes. Seeing him dazed at the cave entrance, Bai Ziyan hesitated for a moment, bit her lip and said, "Thank you for saving me earlier." Sui came to his senses and looked at her in surprise. This little girl actually knew how to express gratitude. It seemed her character wasn't as terrible as he had imagined. Though he thought this, he said, "No need to be so polite. I promised Aunt Li before entering the secret realm to try my best to ensure your safety. If you want to thank someone, thank your mother. No, she is she and I am I. You saved me, so it is only right for me to thank you. Bai Jian said earnestly. What do you plan to do to show your gratitude? Just saying thank you? Sui asked with a smile. Bai Jian was taken aback, her face flushing for a long time before she finally said, What do you want me to do to show my gratitude? As long as I can do it, I will. Really? Then you'll remember this. As for how to thank you, I'll let you know once I've figured it out. Sui casually responded. He was just saying this casually and had no intention of making this little girl repay him. Alright. Bai Jian readily agreed but hesitated for a moment before continuing, also about what happened earlier. You must not tell anyone. Otherwise I will take you down with me. Not even Aunt Li? Looking at her serious expression, Sui found it somewhat amusing. This little girl was quite sensitive about her pride. Absolutely not. Understood. Don't worry, this matter will stay buried in my heart. I will also wash off the snot and tears you wiped on my clothes as soon as I get back, leaving no evidence. Bai Jian felt that he was deliberately teasing her. Originally she wanted to say something more, but at that moment a group of beast masters suddenly appeared in the distance. Miss Jian, we finally found you. The group was very excited. At dusk the setting sun cast a golden veil over the trees in the forest. Surrounded by more than a dozen beast tamers, Bai Jian emerged from the spatial tunnel. Seeing Li Wenyu anxiously waiting at the entrance, a sense of grievance filled her heart, making her want to rush into his arms and cry. However, noticing the many staff members and adventurers around, she bit her lip, ultimately holding back. She did not want to show her weak side in front of others. At the back of the team, Sui also stepped out of the secret realm. I originally thought we would have to stay in the secret realm for at least 3 to 5 days, but to my surprise it ended in just 1 day. He felt a bit emotional. If I had known it would end like this, I wouldn't have lied to Ms. Jiang Xiaoxiu about going to a training institution for closed training, which now requires me to tell another lie to explain the early termination of training. Beside him, Fang Pan, Lu Yu and Zhou Xian, his temporary teammates, were all present. Thanks to Bai Jian distracting the Wind Wolf King, they managed to escape unscathed and did not die at the claws of the Wind Wolf. According to Fang Pan, aside from the Wind Wolf King, the remaining Wind Wolves were all incapacitated by them. Of course, the cost was also tremendous. After the battle, his black-backed tiger was severely injured on the brink of death and had its leg severed by a wind blade. Although he promptly used healing potions, the black-backed tiger barely managed to survive, and whether it could fully recover remained uncertain. Lui's eagle owl fared no better, having also been struck by a wind blade knocked down from the sky by the wind wolf. If it hadn't been for the unexpected ambush by the purple-tailed scorpion which stung the wind wolf fiercely, the eagle owl might have been torn apart. Even so, the eagle owl's condition remained dire, not much better than the black-backed tiger. Notably, the purple-tailed scorpion performed exceptionally well in this battle. Of the 6 ordinary wind wolves, 2 were killed by its poison. Although the second was taken down by surprise, which was somewhat unfair, the first was defeated in a straightforward unknown confrontation. Due to Bai Jian's hasty escape, she did not recall it to the beast space, and the purple-tailed scorpion ended up following Fang Pan and Zhou Xian. This was also an order given by Bai Jian. In truth, Bai Jian also wanted the purple-tailed scorpion to return to her side, but unlike the thorny ghost vine, it did not possess life-saving skills like burrowing into the ground. If it encountered a strong enemy while searching for her, it would be very dangerous. Rather than that, it was safer for it to follow Fang Pan and the others. Don't think that just because you saved Miss Jian you can rest easy. The sudden rampage of the wind wolves was caused by your taking the ice spirit stone, and I will definitely tell Mr. Li the truth. Lu Yu suddenly shot a glance at Sui, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Was this guy on some kind of medication? Sui was momentarily taken aback, feeling puzzled, and immediately retorted, I didn't ask you to follow me secretly. Moreover, according to Jian, after discovering the wind wolf, she was already prepared to follow Fang Pan and Zhou Xian's advice to stay away from the wind wolf's den. It was you who, upon seeing that I successfully diverted the wind wolf king, insisted on helping me obtain the ice spirit stone, causing us to miss the best opportunity to retreat. I think instead of venting your anger on me, you should consider how to explain this to Aunt Li later. After saying this, Sui ignored him. Lu Yu knew he bore a large part of the responsibility, and since he couldn't do anything to Sui, he could only curse angrily and kick a nearby wooden post to vent his frustration. Fortunately, seeing Bai Jian emerge unscathed, when you did not intend to hold them accountable. Instead, she comforted, "You all worked hard. If it weren't for you, Jian might have been seriously injured. Today was too rushed. Just focus on healing for now. Tomorrow I will definitely express my gratitude to everyone." Hearing this, Fang Pan and Zhou Xian's spirits lifted as they hurriedly responded, "Madam, you're too kind." As for Lu Yu, his bad mood eased a bit. The team disbanded on the spot. "And if there's nothing else, I'll head back first." Sui glanced at the sky and prepared to say goodbye to Li Wenyu. "It's late and being alone in the forest is unsafe. Let's ride back together in my car," Li Wenyu suggested with a gentle tone. If it were in the past, Bai Jian might have opposed it, but now she felt that Sui wasn't as detestable as she had thought. Although Sui often embarrassed her, he wasn't a bad person and he had risked his life to save her. Moreover, upon closer inspection, this guy seemed somewhat handsome. "Then thank you, Aunt." Sui did not refuse Li Wenyu's kindness, mainly because it was indeed inconvenient to return to the city at this time. Li Wenyu smiled, said nothing more, and immediately called for the driver to bring the car over, letting Sui and Bai Jian sit in the back with her. Sharing a car also expressed her intention to be close to Sui. This closeness was not without reason. It was not only because Sui saved Bai Jian's life, but also due to Sui's own potential. As a senior beast appraiser, Li Wenyu had judged from the first battle between Sui and Bai Jian that Sui's thorny grass was likely a genius beast that could break through to the commander level. And just now, upon learning that Sui's thorny grass had undergone a beneficial special evolution, she was even more convinced of this. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Sui would undoubtedly grow to become a commander-level beast tamer. She herself was a commander-level beast tamer, and such potential was already enough for her to make an effort to win him over. In fact, Sui could guess her general thoughts, but he did not take them to heart. Sometimes even parental love is not purely unconditional, let alone that of others. At least for now, Li Wenyu was quite nice to him and he was willing to be closer to her. "Xiaoyi, I heard you've been staying at home since the holiday." After the car started, sensing the atmosphere was a bit dull, Li Wenyu took the initiative to talk to Sui. "I'm sorry for making Aunt laugh. I didn't have much to do after the holiday, so I just stayed home to meditate, hoping to be promoted to a junior beast tamer soon." Sui replied, "That's a good idea, but meditating for 8 hours a day should be enough. Going over 8 hours will be inefficient. Students like you should take advantage of the winter and summer breaks to enroll in more training classes to systematically improve yourselves and your beasts. By the way, we happen to have a training institution under our company. Are you interested in checking it out? I'm not boasting, but as long as you persist in coming to train every day, by the end of the winter break your overall strength can at least improve by 20%. Li Wenyu said with a smile. Sui was slightly taken aback. He knew about the training institution. Li Wenyu mentioned the Jingtian Beast Tamer Training Center. This training center was very famous in Guancheng and many students took pride in training there. However, the fees were exorbitant, with training costs alone reaching over 100,000 a month. If paired with the auxiliary spiritual medicines developed and produced by their company, the monthly cost could easily exceed 1 million. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Li Wenyu smiled and said, "If you're willing to come, the fee will be waived entirely as a thank you for saving Jian. Aunt has been troubled about how to thank you. Don't rush to refuse. Previously you said you didn't want any rewards and I didn't insist, but if you refuse this, it would be too much of a stranger." When Sui returned home it was already evening and Li Wenyu's driver personally dropped him off at the community. Before this he had dinner at a hotel with Li Wenyu and her daughter. Li Wenyu's enthusiasm made him feel somewhat uneasy. However, he ultimately accepted the aunt's kindness and promised to train at their company's training center every day until school started. When he got home, Jiang Xiaoxiu had just gotten off work and was heating up the leftover food from lunch in the kitchen. Upon seeing him return, Jiang Xiaoxiu was momentarily stunned and questioned, "Didn't you say you were going to stay at that training center? Why are you back?" They changed it again, saying that there's no need to stay overnight, I can come and go just like during school. Sui told another lie, his eyes fixed on the leftovers in the pot. Thinking back to the delightful meal he had enjoyed at the hotel not long ago, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Changed again? Is it because there's not enough money? If there's not enough money, just tell mom, but don't cut back on the courses to save costs. Jiang Xiaoxiu's expression immediately turned serious. Mom, please stop guessing, it's just a change of schedule. After a pause, Sui continued, last time I went to someone's house for tutoring I made quite a bit of money. Let's not eat at home tonight, I'll take you out to eat. You've only tutored for 2 or 3 days, how much money can you possibly make? Don't waste it casually, let's just eat at home. Jiang Xiaoxiu directly rejected the suggestion without a second thought, no matter how much Sui persuaded her. Seeing this, Sui could only give up. Looks like I need to find a reasonable excuse to let her know that her son is earning a lot of money and doesn't need to worry so much anymore. Sui muttered to himself. Although he was still short on money, he could still produce tens of thousands, enough to shoulder the family's burdens. The only trouble was that his source of income was hard to explain to his mother. Whether it was the 20,000 he earned from being a sparring partner or the deals he found in the overseas shopping market, they all sounded like fairy tales. As for exploring secret realms, that was even less something he could mention, otherwise his mother would surely be on edge every day. I should find an opportunity to tell her about the 20,000 I earned as a sparring partner first, and once she gets used to it I can reveal other sources of income. Sui did not think much more about it. After finishing dinner with Jiang Xiaoxiu, he returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he stretched and then took out his phone to check. He found numerous unread messages. Especially in the class group, there were at least over 100 messages, one of which was a group notice from their homeroom teacher Lu Yiding. It's been over a week since the holiday, why is there still a class notice? Curious, Sui opened the class group. Everyone, our school has received a notice from the Higher Education Bureau that a new apprentice-level restricted secret realm has appeared in the forest outside the northern suburbs, which contains a large number of ordinary and elite-level ferocious beasts. It has been classified as ultra-high risk, thus prohibiting our students from entering to explore without permission. Any violations will result in disciplinary action ranging from the lightest warning to the heaviest expulsion. Please value your life and stay away from danger. Thank you for your cooperation. What? A warning for the lightest offense and expulsion for the heaviest. Sui was startled and hurriedly checked the time of the notice. Fortunately, this notice was sent at 5 in the afternoon, while he had entered the secret realm around 8 in the morning. The law does not have retroactive effect, so he should not be in violation of school rules. Because of this notice, there were many more messages in the group. Surprised, has a new secret realm appeared in Guan City? How come I didn't know about it? Is Mars coming? There's news about this new secret realm everywhere these days, laughing to the point of crying. This has nothing to do with our first-year students, right? The announcement from the city lord's office stated that only beast tamers with a pet at apprentice level 6 stars or above can enter. Who do you look down on? Wanzi Hengyao Yuning Xiu Chi. What's going on? Their pets have all been upgraded to apprentice level 6 stars. I remember before the holiday they were only apprentice level 5 stars. I won't say anything, just silently post a picture of my thunder mouse. JPG. While the lightning is so intense, this should be at least apprentice level 6 stars, right? Apprentice level 8 stars. Awesome Chuunibyou, what did you feed it to grow so fast? It's nothing, just a thunder spirit stone, a little over 1 million. I really don't understand the world of the rich. I really don't understand the world of the rich one. I really don't understand the world of the rich too. Seeing this, Sui was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that after just over a week someone in the class had caught up to him and even broke through to apprentice level 8 stars with a spiritual energy level higher than Xiaojing. However, although the Thunder Mouse was considered a relatively rare pet, Sui believed that in a real fight Xiaojing could definitely defeat it. In addition to the Thunder Mouse, 2 other classmates also had pets that surpassed apprentice level 5 stars. One was at apprentice level 6 stars and the other at apprentice level 7 stars, both enhanced using rare materials or spiritual herbs. Using external items to help pets level up is actually quite common. As long as it's not excessive, there generally won't be side effects. This is also why resources are considered more important than the innate talent of the beast tamers themselves. Even through the screen, Sui could feel that after Chuunibyou posted the picture, many people in the class were envious. If nothing unexpected happens, those with means will start giving their pets items that can enhance their spiritual energy levels. By the next semester, the gap between student pets will inevitably widen even further. After understanding the general situation of his classmates, Sui prepared to turn off his phone. But just then another message caught his attention. According to rumors, the owner of the Jingtian group has been guarding the outside of that new secret realm today, as it is said that her daughter entered that realm. Nonsense, isn't the owner's daughter of the Jingtian group Bai Jineng? She is already an elite beast tamer and cannot enter. Of course it's not Bai Jineng but her younger sister Bai Jian. She is 12 years old and also an apprentice beast tamer. It is said that her pet is a 7-star purple-tail scorpion. Is it real or fake? A 12-year-old with a pet at apprentice level 7 stars. Of course it's true, otherwise how could she be allowed to enter such a dangerous secret realm? My cousin saw her enter the secret realm with his own eyes. Sad, the secret realm that the school prohibits us from entering, and a little girl dares to go in. I can't believe I'm not even as good as a 12-year-old girl. Don't compare yourself to Bai Jian, she is destined to be a prodigy. It is said that after leading a team into the secret realm, she even wiped out a terrifying pack of winged wolves. Wow, is she that amazing? Bai Jian is incredible, she will be my goddess from now on. Seeing this, Sui couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Bai Jian leading a team. And being impressive? Well, she certainly cried impressively. Turning off his phone, Sui did not rush into meditation but instead took a moment to seriously summarize his current situation. In terms of his pet beast, Xiaojing's growth progress was quite impressive. Although it couldn't compare to peers like Bai Jian from wealthy families, its spiritual energy level should rank among the top tier. If calculated by combat power, it could even surpass the top tier and reach the threshold of tier T0. However, compared to Xiaojing, he as a beast master seemed somewhat lacking. He had actually been working hard during this time, yet his spiritual energy level still hadn't broken through to the 2-star apprentice level. Undoubtedly, at this level he was among the poorest even in the first year. This was not because his aptitude was too poor. In fact, even if his talent as a beast master was not particularly exceptional, it should still be at an average level. The reason for his slow progress was that he had never used auxiliary spiritual herbs or rare materials, and secondly, his training time was too short. As an ordinary person, he was only tested for his beast master talent before the high school entrance exam, and he only began formal meditation after entering high school. To date, he had trained for less than half a year, which naturally could not compare to those who started meditating at the age of 10. Students like him from impoverished backgrounds would find it difficult to surpass those from affluent families, even if they had excellent aptitude and contracted a promising pet beast. With the support of their families, those from wealthy backgrounds could potentially advance to elite beast masters before the age of 20. On the other hand, impoverished students with similar talents would mostly have to wait until they were 30 or even 40 to advance to elite status. Moreover, during this time they could not afford to be lax, they must work hard to earn the necessities for their pet's evolution. Resources are scarce and time is of the essence. This is the reality of the Beastmaster world. Sui could only accept this, but fortunately his life's trajectory had undergone some changes. To quickly enhance myself, the Yuanling stone is the best choice, but it is too expensive. Sui murmured to himself, shaking his head in regret. He checked online and the price of Yuanling stones was generally over 200,000. Right now he certainly did not have that much usable funds, instead he was burdened with a debt of 100,000. However, he did possess quite a few assets. In addition to a storage ring and frost guardian, he had an expired yin-yang pill, several books related to alchemy, and an ice spirit stone obtained recently from a secret realm. Although the yin-yang pill was expired, its efficacy was still very strong. It could significantly enhance the spiritual energy level of fire-type pet beasts and increase their evolution success rate, even allowing them to comprehend skills. Such a pill is undoubtedly worth more than any type of spirit stone. However, he knew its value, others might not, making it difficult to sell for a price that matched its worth. Moreover, he was reluctant to sell such an exquisite pill. While enhancing spiritual energy and increasing the success rate of evolution were secondary concerns, the most important aspect to him was the increased probability of comprehending fire-type skills. It is well known that one of the key factors affecting a pet beast's combat power is its skills. Having one more skill or one less makes a significant difference. Items that can help pet beasts comprehend skills are truly rare and hard to come by. Although he currently did not have a fire-type pet beast, who knows what the future holds. If he sold it now, it might not be easy to encounter another one when he needs it in the future. By the way, there are many expired and completely ineffective pills in the ring. I wonder if anyone would buy them. Sui thought of those useless items. The best place to sell these pills would actually be the overseas market, enticing those looking for a bargain to purchase. However, selling fake drugs is unethical. He would rather destroy them all than engage in such morally reprehensible acts. In fact, these pills were not completely worthless. He remembered that some pharmaceutical companies seemed to specialize in purchasing such pills for research. With that in mind, he immediately opened the Beastmaster Association app. The Beastmaster Association app has a dedicated online trading channel. If any company is looking to purchase, they will surely have relevant information there. Soon results popped up. Longteng Pharmaceutical is purchasing secret realm pills in bulk regardless of condition, intact, expired, or ineffective, starting at 1,000, no upper limit, priority for large quantities. The National Beastmaster Pharmaceutical is purchasing secret realm pills in bulk, price negotiable up to 100 million. Contact us. There were many such purchasing messages spanning dozens of pages. Flipping to the end, he unexpectedly found a purchasing message from Jingtian Pharmaceutical. It seems these pharmaceutical companies value the pills produced in secret realms even more than I imagined. Sui was somewhat surprised. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that the purchasing prices from these big companies were not high. Most of the expired or ineffective pills were only willing to pay 1,000 or 2,000. Wait, why am I searching for purchasing information? Wouldn't it be better to search for prices listed by others? Sui slapped his forehead and began anew. Soon a bunch of products appeared. Unknown secret realm pill, no spiritual energy fluctuation, priced at 3,000. Unknown secret realm pill, slight spiritual energy fluctuation, priced at 11,660. Unknown secret realm pill, no spiritual energy fluctuation, suspected to be unrecorded by the National Pharmacopoeia, priced at 100,000. Not knowing until he looked, he was shocked. It was just some worthless pills, yet there were so many tricks involved. It is normal for pills with spiritual energy fluctuations to sell for a higher price, but those suspected of being unrecorded by the Pharmacopoeia could be priced at 100,000. Moreover, this was still conservative, some even priced over 1 million. Totally outrageous. He knew that various countries were still at the beginning stage of developing spiritual herbs, and while these expired secret realm pills could serve as a reference, selling them for such high prices was beyond his imagination. If even worthless pills can sell for such high prices, how absurd would it be for genuine formulas? With that thought, he quickly tried searching for Detailed Guide to Primary Alchemy. No one was selling this book on the trading site, but there were several purchasing messages from small pharmaceutical companies. Ding-Hai Pharmaceuticals is looking to purchase a copy of Detailed Guide to Primary Alchemy with licensing rights, price negotiable. Chonglin Pharmaceuticals is purchasing a copy of Detailed Guide to Primary Alchemy with licensing rights. Licensing rights? What does that mean? Sui was baffled. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the alchemy book and snapped a photo to send to Li Wenyu, asking, "Auntie, I accidentally obtained this. Is this type of book useful?" About 5 minutes later, Li Wenyu replied, "If it is an original version unearthed from a secret realm according to international beast master law, you can license the formula patent to a company or individual worth around 200,000. A photocopy has no value. If you are unclear, I can ask someone to help you authenticate it." 200,000? Sui was overjoyed. This was an unexpected gain. The International Beast Master Organization is a powerful entity representing the interests of all beast masters worldwide. To safeguard these interests, they have established a series of international regulations aimed at protecting the rights of beast masters. The Mystical Realm Prescription Authorization Law is one such regulation. According to this law, any organization or individual in the world has no right to directly use various spiritual medicine prescriptions obtained by beast masters from the mystical realm. They must purchase the original version of the prescription books from the beast masters to gain authorization. Moreover, each prescription book can only be legally developed and produced by one company or individual. If it is resold to another company, the qualification will be lost. Any company that illegally produces the spiritual medicine without authorization will face severe sanctions from the International Beast Master Organization, ranging from closure to complete financial ruin. Due to such laws, the books with research value obtained by beast masters in the mystical realm can generally be sold at high prices. Although Sui as a beast master was a beneficiary, he was previously unaware of this regulation and only understood it after Li Wenyu explained it to him. Early the next morning, Sui took Introduction to Alchemy to the Jingtian Beast Master Training Center. The training center is not located in the city center but on the outskirts, encompassing a large area of woodland. Li Wenyu had his own matters to attend to and was not present. A friendly young lady welcomed him. "You must be Sui, right? Mr. Li specifically instructed me to treat you well. Next, I will show you around the various areas of the training center. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Ah, I almost forgot. Here is your Platinum Deluxe membership card. With this card you can freely use all the training facilities here, and additionally you will receive some spiritual medicines daily to help alleviate fatigue, restore energy, and assist with meditation." The young lady was dressed in professional attire with long legs and black stockings. Although she had a graceful demeanor, her appearance was somewhat sweet and cute. "Thank you for your help. Your words are quite sweet." The young lady revealed 2 dimples on her cheeks and then suddenly remembered something, tapping her head and saying, "I almost forgot, Mr. Li mentioned you have a mystical realm book that needs appraisal. Give it to me. I have a minor in mystical archaeology and am proficient in 3 common mystical realm scripts, so I can help you with the initial appraisal." Proficient in 3 common mystical realm scripts. Sui was somewhat surprised. This was rather impressive. "Then you'll trouble you. By the way, I haven't asked your name." "My name is Qin Yufei. You can just call me Yufei," the young lady answered while carefully examining the book he handed her. "Then you'll call you Sister Yufei." "MHM." Qin Yufei casually responded, her attention clearly captivated by the book. Seeing this, Sui decided not to disturb her further. After several minutes, she finally closed the book and smiled, saying, "Congratulations. Based on the material, writing style, and the age of the book, this is indeed the original version from the mystical realm. You just need to have it certified by the Beast Master Association and it can be sold. However, this book Introduction to Alchemy contains fairly common prescriptions. Most pharmaceutical companies already hold patent authorizations for them and it won't fetch a high price, probably around 2 million. Mr. Li said if you trust her she will send someone to help you get it certified by the Beast Master Association and assist in contacting buyers. Although Sui had already known this was the so-called original version, hearing Qin Yufei say it in person still relieved him. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Sister Yufei. How could I not trust Aunt Li's willingness to help? I'm even happier than I expected." "Alright, then you'll keep this book for now. Let me show you around the training center." Without wasting time, Qin Yufei put Introduction to Alchemy into her storage treasure. "Wait, there's another book I need your help with for appraisal." Sui hesitated for a moment and then took out the complete public prescriptions of Istenia Academy. This book contains prescriptions that should be more comprehensive and advanced than the previous one, likely fetching a higher price. After all, whether it's one book or two, they can be sold. It would be better to sell them all to raise more funds for self-improvement. This is the complete public prescriptions of Istenia Academy. Seeing the title of the book, a hint of surprise flickered across Qin Yufei's sweet face. "Is this worth a lot of money?" Sui asked hopefully. "It's more precious than the previous one. Mr. Bai spent over 11 million at an auction last month for a copy. If you had brought it out earlier you could have sold it directly to Jingtian Pharmaceutical." Qin Yufei said with some regret. "Over 11 million? Sui's eyes lit up. This time he was really going to strike it rich. "Can I ask where you got these two books? Did you discover an alchemist's workshop in some mystical realm?" Qin Yufei asked curiously. "Not really, I just got lucky. After activating a storage ring I found them inside. The previous owner of the ring was likely an alchemist." Sui did not hide this. There was nothing to conceal about it. "Your luck is incredible," Qin Yufei said enviously, and then seemed to think of something, unable to help but ask, "By the way, since it's an alchemist's storage ring there should be quite a few expired pills in it, right?" "Indeed, there are some expired pills." "That's great. If all goes well these pills should come from those two books and can help pharmaceutical companies speed up their research on these prescriptions. If you're willing you can sell them to Jingtian Pharmaceutical. Mr. Li will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Hearing Qin Yufei say this, Sui smiled. "If they truly help Jingtian Pharmaceutical, not to mention selling them, I would even give them to Aunt Li." "You agreed? But this matter isn't up to me. You'll still take you around the training center and you'll call Mr. Li later to inform him." Qin Yufei finally remembered her primary job. "MHM." Sui nodded. However, upon seeing the grand building of the training center he suddenly thought of something, took out his phone, snapped a photo and posted it on his social media with the caption, "First day studying at Jingtian Beast Master Training Center." Many people post photos of training at educational institutions every day, so he decided to share one too. Of course he was not showing off. The main purpose was to lay the groundwork so that when school started his classmates would not be overly surprised by the rapid improvement he and Xiao Jing made, especially after training at such an impressive center for a month. Xiao Jing lash. "Very good, another time." Slap. In the training ground under the relentless strikes of the vines a stout wooden stake suddenly snapped in response. Meanwhile a system prompt echoed in Sui's mind. "Ding whip skill proficiency has reached the proficient realm. Ding hardening skill proficiency has reached the proficient realm. Ah, finally leveled up." Hearing these two pleasant notifications, Sui clenched his fist tightly, filled with joy. He had been training here for half a month, during which Xiao Jing had used the whip skill countless times against those wooden stakes. Fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who have the will. After such long training there were finally results. In fact, calling this skill whip is somewhat misleading, because every time this skill was unleashed Xiao Jing would simultaneously use hardening. Hardening is the core of this move. With the enhancement of hardening, the vines became as hard as iron and their power increased exponentially. Thus the whip used by Xiaojing should actually be considered a combination technique. Perhaps iron whip would be a more accurate name. But that's not quite right. Suddenly Sui thought of something. It wasn't just hardening that Xiaojing generally used. You could say this was a combination of 3 skills. What should it be called? Wolf Fang Club? Just as his thoughts were racing, Xiaojing crawled over with a tired body. As it extended its roots to absorb nutrients from the ground, it looked eagerly at its beast master. You've worked hard. Sui could easily discern its thoughts. He immediately took out a bottle of energy water, twisted off the cap and handed it to Xiaojing. Xiaojing immediately leaped with joy, eagerly thrusting a vine into the bottle to begin absorbing. Drink slowly, no one is competing with you. Sui chuckled a bit, then suddenly thought of something and continued, let's call it a day for training. Rest well. This afternoon we'll go check out the real combat training ground. After training for so long, it's time to test with real combat. Real combat? Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback, then began waving its vines excitedly. Having been cooped up for so long, it was eager to fight freely and stretch its limbs. Seeing this, Sui smiled. He had long noticed that this little fellow seemed a bit battle-hungry, but that was not a flaw. In fact, aside from being battle-hungry, this little creature was also very disciplined. He didn't need to supervise its efforts to improve its strength. Especially during this past half a month facing such intense training, it had never complained of fatigue. Of course, it might also be because after each training session, Sui would give it a bottle of energy water. It's worth mentioning that this energy water was not something Sui bought with his own money. It was provided for free by the training center. As a platinum luxury member here, the training center provided him with 3 bottles of energy water, 1 spirit gathering pill and 1 energy concentration liquid daily. The spirit gathering pill is an elixir refined mainly from spirit gathering grass, greatly enhancing meditation efficiency, far stronger than directly consuming spirit gathering grass. Meanwhile, the energy concentration liquid is also an auxiliary elixir for cultivation, slowly helping beast masters elevate their spiritual energy levels, and consuming it daily won't cause side effects. With the enhancement of these 2 elixirs, Sui's spiritual energy level finally broke through to the apprentice level 2 star. Moreover, he had a premonition that if he continued this training, he might very well break through to apprentice level 3 star within a month. Powerful. So powerful. He finally experienced the joy of a wealthy young master. This way of training was so refreshing. However, while refreshing, it was not without its costs. He checked and found that the market price of the spirit gathering pill was around 20,000, while the energy concentration liquid was over 30,000. Of course, that's the selling price. Both elixirs could be produced by the Jingtian pharmaceutical company itself, so the cost price was definitely much lower. He had secretly asked Xin Yufei. His platinum luxury membership card was the highest level, and a normal application would cost 1,500,000 a month. For 1,500,000 he could receive so many elixirs, enjoy free access to all training facilities, and receive guidance from various top instructors. It was quite a bargain. Li Wenyu repeatedly claimed he wouldn't pay him any rewards, but a card like this already surpassed many forms of compensation. Aside from his own spiritual energy level, after this special training for half a month, Sui's physical fitness had also greatly improved. Here it wasn't just Xiaojing training hard, he himself was also working diligently almost every day, undergoing various physical training, combat training, and real combat drills, often exhausting himself to the point of collapse. The 3 bottles of energy water provided daily were enough for Xiaojing with just 1, while he needed at least 2 bottles, and sometimes if he consumed too much he even had to pay out of pocket for an extra bottle or 2 to recover. However, in comparison to his gains, the hardships he endured during this period were nothing. Although the training time was not long, he had at least made some progress in combat fighting and battling. At the very least, he would not be completely defenseless when encountering ferocious beasts. Daytime was spent training hard, and at night he used elixirs to assist with meditation. This half-month had been very fulfilling. However, for Sui, that was not the happiest thing. What made him happiest was that the 2 books related to alchemy had been sold with the help of Li Wenyu. After deducting the authentication fees and transaction taxes, he still received over 12 million. Adding the proceeds from selling ineffective pills and some miscellaneous items, the balance on his card once exceeded 13 million. Of course, after paying off 1 million in debts, he was left with only 12 million. Even so, Sui was still very happy. At least he no longer had to worry about money. Because of this, he had not rushed to sell the Ice Spirit Stone, which was of little use to him. Beast Combat Training Ground. This is the most popular place in the training center. Those beast masters enrolled in training classes often like to come here to battle and hone their pets' combat abilities. Those coming here for battles were not only apprentice-level beast masters, there were also ordinary and elite-level beast masters, though generally they were not very old, mostly students. Chuunibyou finally thought to come here and take a look. Seeing Sui suddenly appeared, Chuunibyou, who was on patrol, smiled as she walked over. Although they had only known each other for half a month since she had personally served as Sui's combat coach, they had become familiar with each other. Sister Yufei, what are you doing here? I'm really curious about what your position is here. Sui couldn't help but ask. There were indeed many things about Chuunibyou that puzzled him. Chuunibyou was not only an elite beast master but had also studied the specialty of secret realm archaeology. He never expected she would end up working at the training center. Could it be that Li Wenyu paid too much? I'm the deputy manager here, also one of the person in charge. Is there a problem? Of course not. Sui quickly shook his head, paused, and continued, I want to spar a few rounds with other trainees. I wonder how to go about it. Could you help me register, Sister Yufei? I'm not a registrar. Fine, follow me, I'll help you register. Chuunibyou led him to the registration desk. As the two conversed, many people in the training ground cast surprised and envious glances. Who is this person? He looks very familiar with Sister Yufei. I don't know, he should be a newcomer. That's right, he's indeed new. His name is Sui and he usually trains alone, so it's normal that you don't know him. Oh, by the way, he seems to be from our school, but he's a first-year student. As for why he's so familiar with Chuunibyou, I have no idea. Sigh, it feels terrible that usually when I try to talk to Sister Yufei, she hardly pays attention to me. On the other side, Chuunibyou had already led Sui to the registration desk. Your pet beast is at the apprentice level 7 stars, and you can choose either the apprentice upper tier group or the ordinary lower tier group. Those who sign up for the apprentice upper tier group usually have pet beasts with spiritual energy levels between apprentice level 7 stars and apprentice level 9 stars, while the ordinary lower tier group typically ranges from ordinary level 1 star to ordinary level 3 stars. Of course, you can also choose a higher group for practical combat training, but you must first win 3 matches in the previous group. Chuunibyou earnestly explained the rules to him. It sounds like a competition for rankings. If you achieve excellent results, are there any rewards? Sui instinctively asked. Dream on. The purpose of practical combat training is to increase your combat experience. It is meant to serve you, so there are no rewards involved. If you are not a Platinum Deluxe member, you will also have to pay an additional usage fee for the venue. At this point, Chuunibyou suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Almost forgot, if your pet beast gets injured during the practice, the treatment costs are not free, so be sure to concede timely when you can't win. Don't hold on for the sake of pride. Understood. Is there any other detail to explain? Sui asked with a smile. Let me think. There shouldn't be anything else. Chuunibyou's memory did not seem very good. Really, nothing else? Then please help me choose the ordinary lower tier group. Sui made his decision. Hearing this, Chuunibyou was slightly taken aback. Are you sure? There is still a significant gap between the apprentice upper tier group and the ordinary lower tier group. I suggest you play it safe to avoid any blow to your confidence. Chuunibyou kindly advised. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile and I have confidence in my pet beast, Sui said seriously. Really? Chuunibyou obviously had doubts. She hadn't forgotten how Sui had been knocked down multiple times in the fighting class, looking utterly defeated. For that reason she had deliberately eased up a bit, fearing that he might collapse. Seeing Sui still nodding firmly, she said nothing more and personally helped him register. After a dozen seconds she smiled and said, "All done. You are on battle platform 4 and your turn is next." So fast. Sui was a bit surprised. I helped you cut in line, and unless something unexpected happens, your opponent should be a senior in the second year from your school, a short-haired high school student on battle platform 4. Chuunibyou said, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. That high school student is no ordinary student, his strength is quite formidable. A second-year senior? Got it, thank you. Sui clearly did not realize she was intentionally causing trouble and thought she was kindly helping him avoid a long wait. As he reached battle platform 4, Sui discovered that there were actually more than 10 trainees watching the match. Compared to other platforms, the popularity here was already quite high. Why is everyone gathered here? He wondered instinctively, glancing at the two pet beasts on the battle platform. Mudrock Beast, Spiritual Energy, Ordinary, Level 2 stars, Attributes Earth, Rock, Skills, Rock Armor, Proficient, Great Strength, Proficient, Flying Stones, Skilled, Quicksand Technique, Beginner, Potential, Commander level. Iron Spine Wolf, Spiritual Energy, Ordinary, Level 3 stars, Attributes Metal, Skills, Steel Claws, Proficient, Iron Body, Skilled, Potential, Elite level. Wow, they have some skill. Sui was somewhat surprised. The Iron Spine Wolf was not too bad, its overall strength was about the same as Fong Pan's Blackback Tiger, but that Mudrock Beast not only mastered 4 skills but also had commander level potential. Among ordinary level extraordinary creatures, the Mudrock Beast was relatively large, about the same size as an adult man standing on 2 legs, its body covered with bulging rocks, looking exceptionally robust. This big guy can't possibly be Xiaojing's opponent, right? Sui felt a bit worried. After all, the Mudrock Beast excelled in defense, while Xiaojing's armor-breaking ability wasn't very strong, which might lead to a disadvantage. Before he could think much more, he heard a few trainees discussing nearby. Meng Hao is so strong. No wonder he is ranked in the top 5 of our second year. Yeah, even though his Mudrock Beast doesn't have a high spiritual energy level, it is both durable and powerful, and it has mastered a control skill. It's just too versatile. Aside from its speed, it has almost no weaknesses. Xiaoshan's Iron Spine Wolf is quite unlucky to face it. Ha ha ha, let that kid brag about his Iron Spine Wolf in front of me every day. Let's see how I can mock him later. I wonder who the next unlucky soul to take the stage after Xiaotian will be. Good thing I didn't sign up with Xiaoyan, or I would be the one embarrassing myself next. So it's Meng Hao. Sui, who was slow to realize, finally recognized who that senior on the battle platform was. Even though he had never met this senior, he often heard teachers and classmates mention him, and his name frequently appeared on the list of excellent students posted by the school. Didn't expect I'd have to fight him. Never mind, it's just practice, win or lose doesn't matter, just give it my all. His mindset was quite good. At this moment the battle on the platform was nearing its end. The Mudrock Beast suddenly cast Quicksand Technique in front of the Iron Spine Wolf, turning a small area into soft quicksand. The Iron Spine Wolf, caught off guard, stepped on it, its front paws sinking directly into the quicksand. It struggled to climb out, but unfortunately the Mudrock Beast had already pounced, pushing it down completely into the quicksand. I concede. The student named Xiaotian shouted urgently, fearing that if he waited too long his pet beast would suffocate in the quicksand. The referee, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Meng Hao wins, the match is over, please rescue the Iron Spine Wolf." Hearing this, Meng Hao leisurely instructed the Mudrock Beast to pull the Iron Spine Wolf out of the quicksand. Thank you. Seeing that the Iron Spine Wolf only looked a bit listless but was otherwise fine, the student named Xiaotian expressed his gratitude. Meng Hao nodded slightly and then ignored him, instead looking at the referee, saying indifferently, "Who's next?" I hope to be assigned a more formidable opponent this time. The referee frowned. This kid is a bit arrogant. However, he had seen many like him and didn't say much more. After glancing at the battle list, he announced, next match Meng Hao will face Sui. Please prepare yourselves. To reiterate, this is just practical combat training, not a life and death battle. Keep it light, otherwise you will bear the corresponding responsibilities. Finally, it's this kid's turn. Not far away, Qin Yufei perked up. Seemingly noticing her gaze, Sui turned to look at her, then shook his head and strode toward the battle platform. Are you from Guan City? No. One high school? As soon as Sui stepped up, Meng Hao noticed his school uniform and casually asked. I am Sui from class 4 of the first year. Please guide me, senior. Sui replied politely. First year? Meng Hao furrowed his brow. Summon your pet beast. Sui didn't hesitate and summoned Xiaojing. This is a mutated thorn vine? Seeing Xiaojing's appearance, Meng Hao was clearly surprised. Sui did not hide it and nodded. However, at that moment Meng Hao noticed something, his frown deepening as he said unhappily, is your pet beast only at the apprentice level? This is an ordinary level battle platform, not an apprentice level one. Concede, I don't want to waste time. Feeling this person's arrogance, Sui felt a bit displeased and said blandly, I will only concede if I am sure I can't win. If you really don't want to fight me according to the rules here, you can concede and let someone else take your place. This freshman is a bit arrogant. The trainees watching below were surprised, clearly not expecting Sui to say such a thing. This kid is probably in for a tough time. Senior Meng Hao's temper isn't very good. You say that, but why do I still feel a bit of anticipation in my heart? If this freshman can make Meng Hao suffer a setback, that would be quite interesting. Oh, you have that kind of anticipation too. I've never liked Meng Hao's show-off demeanor. Should keep your voice down. Enjoying the show shouldn't be too obvious or will offend someone. Just keep your expectations in check. Ha ha ha, such things are just fantasies, you better not to expect too much. That freshman's pet might be decent compared to his peers, but it's still several levels below Meng Hao's Mudrock Beast. Just as the crowd was whispering, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed. You are the first junior to dare speak to me like this. Since you want to seek trouble, I'll oblige you. Referee, please begin. It seemed he was angered by Sui's attitude. A junior apprentice not only refused to admit defeat, but also dared to confront him. He couldn't let this junior off without a deep lesson. You fought 2 consecutive matches, you can take a 10-minute break and give your Mudrock Beast some recovery potions. The referee kindly reminded. No need. Meng Hao shook his head, a battle that can be finished in a minute doesn't need such troubles. Are you ready, Sui? The referee was unwilling to deal with him any further and turned to Sui. Ready, can start at any time. Sui clenched his fist, feeling inexplicably excited about the upcoming battle. On the stage, Xiaojing seemed to sense Meng Hao's contempt and immediately became agitated, looking more displeased than its trainer. Moreover, it frantically conveyed its emotions to Sui, indicating that it wanted to crush that Mudrock Beast. Hurry up. Xiaojing would not allow anyone to look down on it. Originally, Sui was worried about whether it would be intimidated by such a massive creature, but now it seemed his concerns were unnecessary. Since we are all prepared, let's begin. As the referee's voice fell, the battle officially began. Following Meng Hao's command, the Mudrock Beast roared and charged straight at Xiaojing. Xiaojing, whip! Sui shouted lightly. Xiaojing moved as well, its 3 vines rapidly elongated, entwining together like a twisted strand, and struck fiercely at the Mudrock Beast's head. The vines glimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly empowered by hardening. The Mudrock Beast, somewhat clumsy, either couldn't dodge or felt it unnecessary to do so and took the hit directly with its head. Bang! With a loud crash, the vine whip struck the Mudrock Beast's head, not only causing its head to tilt sideways, but also shattering a large chunk of the rocky armor covering it, exposing its rough skin within. What the hell? The observing trainees were astonished. Is this the kind of effect a vine whip can produce? They originally thought this whip would have no effect on the mudrock beast considering Xiaojing's psychic energy level isn't very high and the vines are made of plant fibers. But unexpectedly this strike actually shattered the rocky armor on the mudrock beast's head. This freshman is quite impressive. Everyone was amazed. It wasn't just them, Meng Hao was also startled. He realized he had been a bit complacent. If that peculiar thorny vine was not an apprentice level but a standard one, perhaps that whip would have wounded the mudrock beast. I can't afford to be careless anymore. He quickly adjusted his mindset, becoming fully alert while causing the mudrock beast to reform its rocky armor on its head, not wanting to give Sui any chance. However, Sui felt somewhat disappointed with that strike. That was Xiaojing's strongest attack, it couldn't really not injure it. After that attempt he had already realized that Xiaojing would find it hard to injure this giant. Although it had shattered the mudrock beast's armor, the power was still lacking and failed to hurt the skin beneath. Of course, Xiaojing could also unleash a flurry of whips, continuously striking the rocky armor on the mudrock beast until it could no longer maintain it. But this would turn into a mutual drain of psychic energy, and the one who would falter first would definitely be the lower level Xiaojing. Before Sui could think further, the mudrock beast suddenly cast a sandstorm technique on the ground where Xiaojing was quickly pouncing towards it as if trying to catch it. Unfortunately, although the sandstorm technique could restrict some pets, it was ineffective against Xiaojing. Moreover, the originally solid sandy soil turned into loose quicksand, making it even easier for Xiaojing to use its burrowing skill. In the next moment, under the stunned gaze of the mudrock beast, Xiaojing directly vanished into the quicksand. Running away is quite a skill. Seeing this scene, Meng Hao snorted lightly, somewhat disdainful. But before his words could finish, Xiaojing suddenly popped out from beneath the mudrock beast's feet. Execute the backup strategy, bind it, Sui commanded in his heart. Xiaojing understood immediately, sprouting about 10 vines that wrapped around the mudrock beast's 2 legs towards its body. The clumsy drawbacks of the mudrock beast became evident as it couldn't shake them off. In no time Xiaojing had it tightly bound, turning it into a rice dumpling with all 4 limbs restricted, and no matter how it struggled it couldn't break free from the vines. How can the vines of the thorny vine be so resilient? The observing trainees displayed astonishment again. If it were a regular thorny vine, it would be impossible to bind the mudrock beast, it would likely snap immediately. This thorny vine is strange, it's absurdly strong. Could it have gained a skill that increases resilience due to its mutation? Makes sense. If that's the case, then this freshman's luck is extraordinary. After a pet undergoes special evolution, there's at most a 40% chance of a beneficial mutation. He must have hit the jackpot. That's not necessarily true. Those who can train here, how bad can their family conditions be? The crowd started discussing again, clearly impressed by Xiaojing's performance. Interesting. No wonder Director Li specifically instructed me to take good care of him. This kid really is quite surprising. A hint of astonishment flashed across Chuunibyou's face, feeling as if she had come to know Sui anew. However, Sui seemed to be somewhat overestimated. Just as everyone was cheering for his performance, an unexpected event occurred. An irate Meng Hao suddenly shouted, "Brute strength!" As his voice fell, the bound mudrock beast let out an earth-shattering roar and a powerful force erupted from its body. In the next moment, with a crack, one of the hardened vines was actually snapped. Then the second, third, fourth. Xiaojing let go quickly. Seeing the situation was not right, Sui hurriedly reminded her. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. As the second vine was snapped, Xiaojing had already begun to untangle herself, albeit slowly, only to have 2 more snapped in the blink of an eye. Having lost so many vines at once was quite a significant injury for Xiaojing. Yet despite this, the mudrock beast still had no intention of letting her go, immediately picking up a stone and hurling it at her. Xiaojing dared not confront it head-on and quickly burrowed underground to evade. Roar! Seeing that it missed her, the mudrock beast became extremely agitated, raising a rock and roaring angrily, its eyes searching relentlessly for Xiaojing's whereabouts. There was no doubt that as soon as Xiaojing showed her head, it would unhesitatingly smash the rock down. However, several seconds passed and there was still no sign of her revealing herself. In this situation, the mudrock beast could do nothing to her. Are you planning to be a turtle all the time? If this were not a battle between pets, you would have already lost. When your pet is too frightened to show itself, the mudrock beast's stone would have smashed down on you immediately. Meng Hao cast a glance at Suyi's tone indifferent. Classmate Suyi, if you avoid battle for more than 30 seconds, it will be considered a surrender. Seeing that Xiaojing remained hidden underground, the referee had to remind him. 30 seconds. Suyi frowned. An opponent like the mudrock beast was truly difficult to handle, and not only was its defense astonishingly strong, but its power was also immense. In a direct confrontation, Xiaojing simply couldn't deal with it. Could it be that he had to surrender? Suyi stared at the stand, feeling somewhat unwilling. He would undoubtedly encounter such opponents in the future. This was merely a practical exercise where he could surrender, but what about later? Just as he was seriously pondering a way out, he suddenly caught sight of the sand pits left by the mudrock beast after using its quicksand technique. The quicksand technique is a skill that transforms sand and soil into quicksand using earth-type spiritual energy, and this transformation is irreversible. An enemy falling into quicksand would be trapped. Illogically speaking, with the mudrock beast's clumsy physique, it should have a hard time getting back out. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and instructed Xiaojing, whip it. Through mental communication, Xiaojing immediately understood his intention, no longer hiding. She suddenly emerged from behind the mudrock beast, delivering a powerful whip strike against the creature, breaking off several more chunks of its rocky armor. Roar! The mudrock beast turned to retaliate, but as soon as it turned, Xiaojing burrowed underground again. Moreover, before the mudrock beast could react, Xiaojing appeared behind it once more and struck it with another whip. After being repeatedly toyed with 4 or 5 times, the mudrock beast was thoroughly enraged, its eyes turning red, clearly on the brink of losing its sanity. Consequently, Meng Hao's expression became quite grim. Although Xiaojing had not inflicted substantial damage on the mudrock beast, seeing his pet being toyed with like this left him feeling embarrassed. Many training students observing from below the stand couldn't help but feel pity for Suyi. Regardless of the tactical arrangements or combat skills, Xiaojing was actually at an advantage, but her spiritual energy level was too low to truly break through the mudrock beast's defenses, leading to a stalemate. If only Xiaojing's attack power could be stronger, she might be able to single-handedly dominate this mudrock beast. What a pity! Even Qin Yufei couldn't help but shake her head. Just then the situation on the stand changed once more. Xiaojing, who had been hiding all along, suddenly stopped hiding, and after delivering a hard strike to the mudrock beast, she stood there quietly, clearly provoking it. At this point, the mudrock beast completely lost its reason, disregarding everything as it roared and charged at her. Now's the time. Just as the mudrock beast was about to reach Xiaojing, 4 vines suddenly shot out from underground, wrapping around its legs. With a snap, they broke. The 4 vines were directly snapped. However, due to this unexpected trip, the mudrock beast still lost its balance. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone, it actually fell headfirst into the quicksand pit it had created earlier, its head and upper body completely buried. Not only that, but Xiaojing also took the opportunity to entangle it and forcefully pulled it a few times deeper into the quicksand. In no time, the mudrock beast was left with only its 2 legs covered in rocky armor sticking out, struggling to no avail. We did it. Suyi clenched his fist, a smile appearing on his face. However, the training students watching this scene were all dumbfounded. This can actually work. Defeating the mudrock beast with the quicksand pit it created was indeed unexpected. After several seconds passed, the referee finally came to his senses and quickly announced, Suyi wins. He actually lost. Meng Hao clearly had not yet processed this, looking utterly dazed. However, upon noticing that the mudrock beast's aura was becoming weaker, he rushed forward and commanded, "Come back." In the next moment, the mudrock beast buried in the quicksand was recalled to his beastmaster space. "Senior Meng Hao, thank you for your kindness," Sui said as he approached him, his attitude humble. Meng Hao gave him a glance and then looked at the training students surrounding them, his face burning. He coldly replied, "I admit your thorn vine has some skill, I underestimated you. But you only won a pet battle, if it were a real fight you would definitely not be my match. I am an ordinary level beast master with 2 pets and my own strength is not something you can compare to." To enhance his persuasiveness, he clenched his fists tightly, exerting himself. Soon his muscles bulged rapidly and his skin became as hard as rock. This was a shared ability that only ordinary level beast masters could master, allowing them to share a portion of their pet's attributes. Is this the shared attribute? Senior Meng Hao is indeed powerful. In a real battle I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even in this pet battle my victory was quite a fluke, yet there's no need for you to take it to heart. Sui said with a smile, his attitude very sincere. Meng Hao looked at him in surprise. Logically speaking, Sui admitting he was inferior should make him happy, but for some reason he felt quite unhappy. However, since Sui had already said that if he were to speak in a displeased tone it would seem petty. After a long hesitation he reluctantly said, "Actually you are quite good, yet there are very few in the first year who can surpass you." After saying this he turned and left. As he exited the practical training field he felt somewhat puzzled. Why was he being so polite to someone who had embarrassed him so much? Forget it, it was just a practical training session, losing is losing. Yet, thinking back on it still felt quite unsatisfactory. Considering your ability to leverage the environment for victory, I would say your combat command skills are up to standard. Shall we proceed to the next practical training session? Qin Yufei approached with her long legs clad in black stockings, a hint of approval gracing her sweet face. Perhaps not, let's call it a day for now. Sui shook his head, decisively declining. In the recent battle Xiao Jing had won with great difficulty, her injuries even more severe than those of the mud rock beast. Even though it is a plant-type pet beast, it would require at least 5 to 6 bottles of energy water to recover. Moreover, through the recent battle Sui had gained a rough understanding of Xiao Jing's abilities, thus achieving his goal. Just as he suspected, Xiao Jing was indeed very powerful. Her survival skills and control abilities are noteworthy and her attack power exceeded Sui's expectations. Since the combined skill, Iron Whip, was able to shatter the mud rock beast's rocky armor, it indicates that this skill can pose a threat to many ordinary level extraordinary beings. After all, the mud rock beast is known for its defensive capabilities. If it nearly breached its defenses, how could other extraordinary beings of the same level withstand it? Moreover, this was merely the effect of the hardening and whipping skills just reaching the proficient level. If both skills were practiced to mastery or even perfection, the mud rock beast would likely be forced to dodge desperately. Such offensive power is already terrifying. Most pet beasts of the same level cannot achieve this. At this moment Sui truly experienced the transformative change brought by demonization. Common thorny vines pale in comparison to Xiao Jing, lacking any comparable combat power. Aren't we continuing? What a pity, I was looking forward to seeing you in a few more matches as I'm quite interested in your mutated pet beast. Qin Yufei remarked, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Jing. Seeing this, Sui quietly returned Xiao Jing to the Beastmaster space and smiled, saying, "If Sister Yufei wants to watch, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, the deputy manager must be quite busy. Do you really have the time to watch me practice against others now?" After hearing this, Qin Yufei finally remembered her primary duties and said with annoyance, "I almost forgot, I still need to visit the Beastmaster Association. I won't keep you any longer, let me observe your pet beast properly next time." After saying this, she quickly walked away in her high heels towards the central building. As dusk fell, Sui returned home. When he left the training center, the staff as usual had thoughtfully prepared today's focus pills and energy essence for him. As a platinum luxury member, he could have stayed at the training center to meditate and rest, and the accommodation was comparable to a 5-star hotel, ensuring no disturbances from outsiders. However, he was still accustomed to coming and going early, as this allowed him to share more meals with Lady Jiang Xiaoxiu. Such opportunities would become scarce once he started university. In the room, Xiaojing, who had become weak from the battle earlier, perked up again after absorbing 5 bottles of energy water. It was hard to tell if it was because she had defeated a powerful opponent, but after the battle her mood was exceptionally good, her tail nearly soaring into the sky, if she had a tail. Thorny Ghost Vine Xiaojing Spiritual Energy Apprentice Level 7 Stars Attribute with Skills: Ground Drill Mastery, Binding Mastery, Growth Mastery, Whipping Proficient, Hardening Proficient, Steel Spike Novice, Possible Evolution Species Thorny Demon Flower Potential Imperial Level. Sui checked on her condition. Compared to half a month ago, Xiaojing had not changed much, only the skills of whipping and hardening had reached the proficient level. If all goes well, Steel Spike should be reaching proficiency soon. I wonder if Steel Spike can pierce through the Mud Rock Beast's rocky armor once it reaches proficiency. Well, it likely cannot, yet might take achieving mastery before that could happen. Keep up the good work, he encouraged Xiaojing. She immediately conveyed an eager fighting spirit, clearly yearning to grow stronger. Originally, Sui wanted to continue communicating with her, but just then his phone rang suddenly. An unfamiliar number? He took out his phone and glanced at it, feeling a bit puzzled. However, upon seeing that it was a local call, he decided to answer. Hello, may I ask who is calling? Sui spoke up, but after waiting for 2 seconds there was no response from the other end. A telemarketer? Which bored person is calling? He shook his head, preparing to hang up. Just then a voice finally came through the line. You're the boring one. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Sui was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, may I ask who this is? I am Bai Jian. In a villa in the city district, a little girl said angrily. The reason she had not spoken earlier was that she felt a bit shy. Oh, it's you. How did you get my phone number? Did Aunt Li give it to you? Sui was somewhat curious. No, I asked Sister Yufei for it. Why are you asking these? Don't you want to know why I'm calling you? Bai Jian accidentally let something slip and hurriedly changed the subject. Qin Yufei? Sui was slightly taken aback. This little girl did not dare to ask Li Wenyu for his phone number, but she asked someone else. It seemed she was reaching out for something not suitable for Li Wenyu to know. Thinking of this, he hesitated and said, can I choose not to ask? You. Bai Jian nearly choked on his words and in frustration kicked her smooth little feet under the blanket for a while before saying, you don't ask, but I will tell you. Do you remember the new secret realm we explored together half a month ago? It has now been ordered to be closed, prohibiting anyone from entering, and it was a state government command. Why is that? Is it because it was too dangerous with too many beast masters dying inside? Sui's curiosity was piqued. Didn't you say you wouldn't ask? Bai Jian deliberately teased. This little girl, I really want to grab her and give her a good spanking. If you don't want to say, then forget it. This kind of thing is bound to be found online. Him hanging up. After saying this, Sui prepared to hang up the phone. Wait. Don't hang up. Alright, I'll tell you. The reason for the closure is that a relic was discovered in that secret realm, and it is highly likely to be a legacy relic. A legacy relic? Yes, Beastmasters above the Imperial level in the Beastmaster realm often leave behind legacies before they die, hoping someone will inherit their mantle. Places where such legacies are left behind are referred to as legacy relics. Based on past experiences, these relics generally contain many priceless treasures such as pet eggs that can grow to Imperial or even Divine levels, legendary treasures, and legacy jade slips among others. I see, thank you for telling me this news. Goodbye. After saying this, Sui hung up the call without hesitation. Hey. Did you hang up? Bai Jian was stunned. She clearly had many more things to say. That detestable guy, he's driving me crazy. How could she not know that Sui hung up on purpose? She was so furious that she felt like going insane. On the other end, after turning off his phone, Sui gently shook his head. He could naturally guess the thoughts of this little girl. Just seeing her excitement while explaining the legacy ruins indicated that she likely wanted to dive in for another thrill. If nothing unexpected happened when Bai Jian called him, she probably intended to invite him to explore that secret realm once more. To be honest, he was also a bit tempted by the legacy ruins. The textbook for the Secret Realm course had devoted extensive discussions to such ruins. According to the textbook, legacy ruins are the greatest opportunities found within secret realms. Currently, nearly 1/3 of the imperial-level beast tamers in the world have risen due to such opportunities. However, such opportunities are not something ordinary people can obtain, especially after they became public. Sui speculated that at this very moment many major powers were eyeing this legacy ruin. If a small fry like him dared to leap into the fray, he'd probably not even know how he died. Of course, he probably wouldn't even qualify to fish in troubled waters. Since the state government had already ordered the new secret realm to be sealed, it meant that regulation would soon be implemented, making entry much more difficult. If nothing unexpected happened, those without connections probably wouldn't even get a ticket. Given the influence of the Jing Tian group, it might be possible to obtain 1 or 2 tickets, but now that these were so precious, why would anyone give him one? Li Wenyu likely wouldn't agree either. Moreover, even if he really wanted to enter that legacy ruin, Sui didn't want to team up with Bai Jian again. Having had one bad teaming experience was enough. He absolutely didn't want to go through it a second time. I hope that little girl understands my reason for hanging up. If I refuse after she extends an invitation, it would be even more awkward. Sui murmured to himself. But just then his phone buzzed again. Opening it unsurprisingly, it was Bai Jian once more. Fine, let's get this clear. After much hesitation, Sui still answered. Soon Bai Jian's furious voice came through the phone. I haven't finished speaking. Why did you hang up? That's very rude. Sorry, I thought you were done. So, what else do you want to say? Sui asked calmly. Hey, after I've said so much, do you really not have any interest in that legacy secret realm? There could very likely be eggs of beasts with imperial potential inside. Seeing his tone so flat, Bai Jian was quite puzzled. What if I'm interested? You also said that there are extremely precious things inside. If I'm not mistaken, right now the eyes of the entire country are focused on this secret realm. Don't even mention a small fry like me. Even a highborn lady like you might not have the qualifications to touch it. Sui analyzed seriously. So you were worried about that? Bai Jian laughed. Don't you know there's such a thing as priority exploration rights? According to regulations for such valuable secret realms, the local city has 1 round of priority exploration rights. After the first round of exploration, other cities in the state can participate in the second round. After the second round, it will be open to the whole nation. This secret realm is no exception. In the first round, only we the locals of Guan City can enter, and the time has already been set for a month later with a tentative quota of 100. My father, as the honorary deputy city lord, has 3 quotas, so you really don't need to worry. Priority exploration rights? This rule was indeed the first time Sui had heard of it. However, after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. You must have kept this from Aunt Li and your father when you contacted me, right? Even if your father has 3 quotas, so what? Such a precious thing, even if he's willing to give it to me, I wouldn't dare to accept it. Moreover, I advise you to better give up the thought of exploring inside. Have you forgotten what happened last time in that secret realm? There are plenty of ferocious beasts like the Wind Wolf King inside, and even some elite-level beasts. With your current strength, it would be extremely dangerous to go in. Bai Jian was somewhat unconvinced. Don't look at me with the old perspective. I haven't been idle these past 2 weeks. My purple-tailed scorpion has already reached apprentice level 8 stars. Apprentice level 8 stars. Sui was a bit surprised but still refuted, so what if it's apprentice level 8 stars? I know your purple-tailed scorpion is excellent and can defeat slightly weaker ordinary beasts, but until it reaches ordinary level I still don't recommend you going in. I think your parents wouldn't agree either. The last sentence hit Bai Jian right where it hurt. In fact, she had already hinted many times that she wanted to enter that legacy ruin, but Bai Jingtian and Li Wenyu firmly disagreed. Their reasoning was exactly the same as Sui's. Unless her purple-tailed scorpion could reach the ordinary level and become a standout among ordinary extraordinary beings, Bai Jingtian and Li Wenyu would absolutely not relent. Unfortunately, there's only 1 month to prepare. It's too rushed. If only there were a few more months. Bai Jian sighed. But just then she suddenly thought of something, sitting up from the bed excitedly. If I can't participate in the first round of exploration, then I'll join the second round? My dad has quite a reputation throughout Shijiang Prefecture, and even for the second round of exploration he should be able to secure a spot. Thinking of this, she immediately felt happy again. The second round of exploration would at least take 2 to 3 months, yet that should be just enough time to prepare. As for whether the treasures in the legacy ruin would be obtained in the first round of exploration, she wasn't very worried. She knew all the apprentice beast tamers with some fame in Guan City, and very few surpassed her in strength. If they rushed in, the chances of successfully obtaining the legacy would definitely be slim. The only regret she had was that due to insufficient quotas it was likely Sui wouldn't be able to accompany her into the second round. By the way, Guan City No. 1 high school should also be able to secure some quotas. She suddenly thought of something, her eyes shining again. What are you mumbling about? Hearing her talking to herself on the other end of the phone, Sui couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, you're right. We really aren't suited to enter that legacy ruin right now. Let's wait for the second round. The second round of exploration won't start for at least another 2 to 3 months, which gives us enough time to prepare. As for the quota matter, you don't need to worry. Your Guan City No. 1 high school should also receive some quotas, and I believe you can definitely secure a spot. When the time comes we can go in together. Your thorn vines will be responsible for control, and my purple-tailed scorpion will handle the harvesting. We'll definitely succeed in entering that ruin and obtaining the legacy. The more Bai Jian spoke, the more excited she became. Sui twitched his lips. I'm honored that you think so highly of me, but I refuse. Goodbye, don't call me again. After saying that with a beep, he hung up the call once more. Hung up again? Bai Jian was speaking enthusiastically, her face filled with excitement, only to be caught off guard when Sui hung up once more. This detestable guy, how could he do this? He told me not to call again, but I want. After a moment of hesitation, her stubborn temper flared up and she dialed Sui's number again. However, after waiting a few seconds, no one answered and she was hung up on again. Undeterred, she tried calling several more times only to find herself blocked. Bastard! Upon realizing she had been blocked, Bai Jian was nearly driven to madness, her smooth little feet kicking wildly under the blanket. Finally, some peace and quiet. Sui tossed his phone aside and stretched lazily on his bed. He had intended to begin meditating, but the matter of the inheritance relic continued to linger in his mind, stirring his heart. In fact, he had been moved by Bai Jian's words earlier. Initially he had no thoughts about the inheritance relic, but now he couldn't help but entertain a flicker of desire. Just as Bai Jian mentioned, a month's preparation time was far too short. The first round of exploration was indeed not suitable for him to participate. With his current strength, even if he entered, it would be difficult to achieve anything. But the second round would be different. If he truly had 2 to 3 months for preparation, he was confident he could train Xiaojing to the ordinary level. With Xiaojing's skill proficiency, once he broke through to the ordinary level, he would undoubtedly become a standout among ordinary extraordinary creatures. Even if he encountered elite-level ferocious beasts, he might still be able to retreat unscathed. However, what worried him was whether there would actually be spots available at Guanqing No. 1 high school. Even if there were, would those spots be made available for fair competition among students rather than being privately assigned? If it were a fair competition, he would indeed consider vying for it. After all, Xiaojing could now crush even ordinary level mud rock beasts. Among apprentice beast masters, even if someone could surpass him, they would undoubtedly be rare. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. These matters are all uncertain for now. The urgent task is to quickly improve my own strength. Even if I really obtain the entry ticket to the inheritance relic without sufficient strength, it would be in vain and I would end up leaving in disgrace like last time. With this thought, he pondered for a moment and suddenly picked up his phone to open the local beast merchant's online app to check the price of the spiritual energy stone. Spiritual energy stone 2 million. The items in the beast merchant's store are slightly more expensive than elsewhere, but the quality is guaranteed and there won't be any shady dealings during the transaction. Moreover, if you live in the city, they can deliver it to your door. Originally, Sui planned to wait until after training to make a purchase, but he couldn't wait any longer. It's only 2 million, I'll buy it. Now he could be considered a person with tens of millions, and after hesitating for just a moment, he boldly placed an order at the beast merchant's store. After the purchase, his account balance dropped from over 11 million to 9 million. It's worth mentioning that he had transferred tens of thousands to Jiang Xiaoxiu prior to this. When Jiang Xiaoxiu learned he had so much money, her first reaction was not joy but worry about the source of that money. Fortunately, Sui quickly explained to her that it was all due to good luck in obtaining several valuable books which he had sold for such a large sum. Afraid she wouldn't believe him, Sui even showed her the patent transfer contract for the medicine formula. Only then did Jiang Xiaoxiu truly believe that it was all real and her son had indeed achieved great success. However, when Sui suggested that she quit her job and stay home to recuperate, she refused without hesitation, only agreeing that she wouldn't work as hard as before. She was still not yet 40. If she were to stay home all day, wouldn't she end up getting sick? Sui thought about it carefully and realized that she was indeed right, so he could only let her be. About half an hour later, the beast merchant sent someone to deliver the spiritual energy stone. Although the security in the city was very good, they still sent a beast master to escort the valuable item. Sui did not fill in the building and door number, but only the community address. Therefore, when the courier called him, he specifically changed into the school uniform of Guanqing No. 1 high school to receive it at the community entrance. Back in his room, Sui took the spiritual energy stone out of a delicate wooden box. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within it, he was a bit excited. This kind of thing he had never even dared to dream of before. The reason the spiritual energy stone was so much more expensive than other spirit stones was that it contained formless spiritual energy which could be absorbed by all pet beasts as well as beast masters. Such a stone that could directly elevate a beast master's level was naturally incomparable to other spirit stones. After absorbing this spiritual energy stone, the gap in cultivation resources between me and those wealthy heirs will drastically shrink. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Sui took a deep breath, no longer wasting time. He sat cross-legged on the bed, gripping the spiritual energy stone tightly in his hand and closed his eyes to meditate. Before long, he entered a meditative state. Under his guidance, the spiritual energy from the stone began to flow slowly into his body, surging toward his brow. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within him was rapidly increasing and his mental strength was growing increasingly resilient under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. In the beast space, Xiaojing sensed this surge of spiritual energy and was somewhat envious. How could something delicious be consumed alone? I'm angry. The next morning, as the sun had just begun to shine upon the earth, Sui emerged from his meditation. It feels so damn good. He opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. He had never felt so refreshed before. The spiritual energy stone was indeed a great treasure. The only thing he found unsatisfactory was that this item was too expensive and couldn't be used too much in a short time. After a night of effort, the spiritual energy stone in his hand had turned into an ordinary stone resembling crystal, having been drained of its spiritual energy. Correspondingly, the spiritual energy and mental strength within him had undergone a leap in growth, having risen from apprentice level 2 stars to apprentice level 4 stars. Moreover, similar to when Xiaojing absorbed the wooden spirit stone, there was still a considerable amount of spiritual energy remaining in his sea of consciousness that hadn't been absorbed and transformed. Once he absorbed and transformed all this spiritual energy, his spiritual energy level would at least match Xiaojing's, reaching apprentice level 7 stars. Reaching apprentice level 9 stars would allow him to start attempting to open a second beast space and advance to an ordinary level beast master. Without a doubt, he had taken a significant step toward becoming an ordinary level beast master. However, even though his spiritual energy level had increased so much, his overall strength hadn't increased much. The only advantage was that now he could sustain the Ice Guardian for a longer period. Having only one defensive item feels a bit lacking. It seems I need to find an opportunity to go shopping online again to see if I can find 1 or 2 more practical treasures. Thinking about the inheritance relic, he felt an urgent desire to enhance his own strength. Although he still didn't know if he could obtain an entry ticket. In fact, he wasn't overly concerned about pet eggs, but legendary treasures, legendary pet skill stones, and inheritance jade slips were truly tempting. In the training center in the combat room, Sui sat on a leather chair, appearing as if he were facing a formidable enemy. For him, combat training was nothing short of torment, especially during the initial training when he had to stretch his legs, nearly taking his life. At 16 years old, he had never stretched his legs before. However, Qin Yufei paid no mind to this, and after giving him some spirit medicine said to benefit the muscles and bones, she forcefully began to stretch him. Similar to some dance instructors teaching the basics, she made him lie on the mat and posed him in various painful positions. Sometimes she would even have him lie on his back while she stood on his thighs, forcing him into a splits position. During class, although Qin Yufei changed into training clothes, she generally wouldn't take off her professional black stockings for the sake of convenience. This meant that when she was stretching his legs, Qin Yufei was using her feet wrapped in black stockings on his thighs. Despite this, the vigorous Sui could not muster any lewd thoughts, only wishing for it to end quickly. It was truly too painful. Moreover, due to an inexplicable male pride, he did not want to appear too weak in front of Qin Yufei, so no matter how painful it was, he tried to manage his expressions, preventing his features from distorting. Seeing this, Qin Yufei would mistakenly think he could endure and would silently increase the intensity. To this day, it was uncertain whether it was due to the spirit medicine or Sui's efforts, but his flexibility had already become comparable to some dance students. However, the torment did not end there. Qin Yufei did not only teach him the basics, she occasionally sparred with him. Though it was called sparring, Sui felt he was merely on the receiving end of a beating, yet Qin Yufei seemed to enjoy it. For this reason, he even suspected that this sweet-looking black stockings lady might have some peculiar preferences. However, he had to admit that after being trained by Qin Yufei for over half a month, his combat skills had significantly improved. He felt that he could easily take on 2 or 3 adults in a fight. Just when Sui was lost in thought, Qin Yufei finally arrived. Today she had not specifically changed into training clothes, instead she wore a loose casual outfit complemented by her sweet appearance, giving off a vibe of a friendly older sister. If one disregarded the pain of classes, having such a big sister as a coach was indeed a delightful experience. Did I keep you waiting? You don't need to come early next time, just arrive on time, Qin Yufei greeted him with a smile. No, I just got here not long ago. Sister Yufei, are we doing combat practice today? Sui asked nervously. Not today, you've learned enough from the introductory combat course. Today I'll teach you something else. Oh, your spiritual energy level has reached 4 stars in the apprentice rank. Qin Yufei sensed the fluctuations of his spiritual energy and was somewhat surprised. She remembered that Sui was only at 2 stars in the apprentice rank yesterday. Could she have misremembered? I absorbed a piece of spirit stone yesterday which raised my spiritual energy level a bit, Sui replied with a smile, not hiding anything. I see. Qin Yufei breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her memory had not deteriorated to that extent. However, after a pause she couldn't help but remind him, spirit stones can indeed help beast masters quickly enhance their strength, but they shouldn't be used blindly. Moderation is necessary. You should still have a lot of residual spiritual energy in your body that hasn't been digested right. Starting today, do not use the energy gathering liquid for cultivation, at least take a month off from it. Can I just stop using the energy gathering liquid? What about the spirit focus pill? Sui couldn't help but ask. The spirit focus pill only affects mental strength and has little impact. You can continue using it. Got it, thank you Sister Yufei, Sui said with a smile of gratitude. Alright, let's not waste any more time, let's head to the outdoor training ground. Starting today I will teach you how to use some equipment including firearms and cold weapons. Don't worry, these classes are free for Platinum Luxury members too. Qin Yufei glanced at the time and walked outside while speaking. Firearms and cold weapons. Sui's eyes lit up and he immediately followed. Although these things like combat training would also be taught in the second semester of high school, mastering them in advance would make things much easier after school starts. Moreover, starting to learn now in 2 or 3 months should be enough to grasp the basics. Before we start the equipment class, let me explain something to you. When spiritual energy levels are low, firearms may be easier to use than cold weapons, but after advancing to the elite level, beast masters generally will not choose firearms. By that time, under the enhancement of spiritual energy, the power of cold weapons often exceeds that of firearms. Especially those beast masters who have obtained spiritual weapons will not even glance at firearms. Speaking of which, Qin Yufei suddenly stopped and asked with a smile, you should know about spiritual weapons, right? Of course, spiritual weapons are a type of treasure that after infusing with spiritual energy can unleash tremendous power. It is said that legendary spiritual weapons can even split mountains and cut through waterfalls. These are all knowledge from textbooks, and Sui remembered them very clearly. That's right, but splitting mountains and cutting waterfalls is currently irrelevant to beast masters like us. For us, whether it's spiritual weapons, spiritual gear, or other treasures, they all serve one purpose: to protect our safety as much as possible and not to hold back our pets. Of course, it would be even better if we could assist our pets, but the enhancement direction of beast masters is focused on mental strength. Even if we can share a portion of our pet's attributes and skills, it will be difficult to compare with extraordinary creatures of the same level before reaching the king level. So until you become a king level beast master, do not think about relying solely on your own strength to battle extraordinary creatures. Qin Yufei continued to explain. Remember that, Sui nodded, appearing as a diligent student. We've arrived. Soon the two reached the outdoor training ground. To enhance your learning motivation, let me first demonstrate the power of a spiritual weapon. Saying this, Qin Yufei waved her hand and an ancient long sword suddenly appeared in her grasp. The long sword was engraved with mysterious patterns and emanated a golden sheen. Watch carefully. She gripped the long sword tightly, instantly entering a combat stance, her entire aura changing. Suddenly the long sword burst forth with blinding light, slicing through a stout tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace in the blink of an eye. Boom! The tree fell with a crash, leaving only a smooth-cut surface. Meanwhile, Qin Yufei appeared relaxed and at ease. Is it really that powerful? Sui was somewhat astonished. Such a strike could probably slay an ordinary-level extraordinary creature. He knew that with shared attributes and skills, an elite beast master's strength could already rival some ordinary-level extraordinary creatures, but Qin Yufei's strike still amazed him. Sui checked the detailed information of the ancient sword. Jingjin sword quality, low-grade weapon class, secret treasure effect, sharp, extremely sharp when infused with spiritual energy, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Introduction: a spiritual weapon crafted primarily from Jingjin. So it's just a low-grade secret treasure. It seems that the immense power of Chuunibyou's strike just now is also related to her elite-level spiritual energy. Sui murmured to himself. What are you muttering about? How is it? Now you have a clear understanding of spiritual weapons, right? But you don't need to envy. You earned quite a bit last time, so buying a spiritual weapon shouldn't be a problem. You might even be able to buy a better one. For you at this moment, the most important thing is to learn how to use them. After a pause, Chuunibyou curiously asked, is there any weapon you want to learn? Sui thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems there isn't. They all feel quite similar, but that sword strike you did just now was really cool. It made me a bit tempted. Are you tempted by the long sword? However, as a boy, I still recommend you consider a great sword or blade-type weapon. Especially blade-type weapons, if they are easier to practice. As long as you persist and practice the chopping motion several thousand times every day, you'll see significant results in a month or two. Chuunibyou said with a smile, thank you, then you'll focus on learning blade-type weapons. I trust your judgment, Sister Yufei. Sui accepted her suggestion without a second thought. Such an obedient student made Chuunibyou feel very comfortable, and a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her face. Since you agree, let's get started. She stopped talking and the first equipment class officially began. Half an hour later. Ha! Bang! Ha! Bang! In Training Ground 3, Sui was wielding a blunt tang knife, repeatedly performing chopping motions drenched in sweat. Not far away, Xiaojing was also incessantly striking a sturdy tree wrapped in iron skin with her vine whip. The reason for wrapping it in iron skin is that ordinary trees can no longer withstand her strikes. With each lash, even if it doesn't break, it will still strip away a layer of bark like steel nails. Though the chopping motion seems simple, Xiaojing was actually utilizing 3 skills: whipping, hardening, and steel spikes. Practicing 3 skills at once is highly efficient. Unbeknownst to whether it was her nature, this little creature seemed to be consuming spiritual energy rapidly, yet the more she practiced, the more she wanted to continue and the more addicted she became. Compared to her Sui, the Beast Master appeared somewhat lacking. Exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing, he dropped the tang knife in his hand and lay flat on the ground, panting heavily without caring about the cleanliness of the ground. Ha! I'm so tired. Maybe I should just be a lazy Beast Master. After all, as long as the pet is strong enough, it doesn't really matter whether the Beast Master is a bit stronger or weaker. It's no wonder he had such thoughts. He had originally thought that physical training and combat classes were torturous enough, but now he realized that the equipment class was no less challenging. After just half an hour of practice, blisters had already formed on his palms. If he continued, he was sure to develop calluses. As a result, he worried whether his girlfriend would complain about him when they held hands. Well, he didn't have a girlfriend yet, so that wasn't something he needed to consider right now. Just as his thoughts were drifting, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Steel Spike skill proficiency has increased to the proficient realm. It has increased. Sui was a bit surprised and hurriedly turned to look at Xiaojing, who had just struck the tree with her vine whip, leaving dozens of needle holes in the iron skin. The spikes actually pierced through the iron skin. It has truly turned into a wolf-tooth club. Xiaojing seemed to have noticed her newfound strength as well. After a moment of surprise, she joyfully burrowed into the ground and then appeared in front of him, seemingly wanting to report this good news. Are you kidding me? Seeing her now completely using burrowing instead of crawling, Sui jokingly remarked. He then put on his leather gloves and patted her, sighing, "You're amazing. Compared to you, I, who wanted to lie down after just half an hour of practice, really feel a bit embarrassed. It seems I need to learn more from you and take you as my role model. Please use your actions to spur me on in the future." Xiaojing tilted her head, not quite understanding, and tentatively raised a spiked vine whip. "No. I meant spiritual encouragement to inspire me with your efforts, not whipping. Don't always have such dangerous thoughts." Sui hurriedly clarified. Xiaojing finally understood and regretfully retracted her vine whip. This little creature. Sui sat up from the ground, shook his head with a smile, and then murmured to himself, "Let's continue. I can't really let my pets surpass me. At the very least I need to set a good example for them." As they say, a soldier is as good as his commander. If he really lies down and slacks off, it will definitely affect his pets. If his pets follow suit, it would truly become a joke. Thinking of this, Sui picked up the tang knife from the ground, ignoring the blisters on his palms, and prepared to continue practicing. But just then Xiaojing suddenly poked him with a vine as if she had something else to say. Sui looked at her in confusion. Xiaojing conveyed a sense of pride while waving her vine in front of him. The next moment, with a swish, the spikes on the vine all retracted. "You retracted them?" Sui was dumbfounded and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. After retracting the spikes, Xiaojing's vine became incredibly smooth with a metallic feel when touched. Could this be an ability that comes with the steel spike skill reaching the proficient realm? Sui asked curiously. Yes. Xiaojing gave him an affirmative response, and then, as if presenting a treasure, suddenly exerted force and pushed the spikes out again. "Great. Now I don't have to worry about getting pricked when I'm too close to you." Sui smiled. But upon hearing this, Xiaojing, who had been very happy, suddenly turned aloof, showing a look of, "Who cares about being close to you?" Having spent so much time together, Sui had a certain understanding of her personality, so he didn't mind. Instead, he took out a bottle of energy water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her while smiling. "You did a great job. However, we need to work even harder to strive to elevate those 3 new skills to the mastery realm before the winter break ends. I believe in your talent." Energy water. Xiaojing's attention was immediately drawn to the bottle of energy water. It was unclear whether she even listened to him as she plunged a slender vine into it and began happily drinking. Sui. When one immerses oneself wholeheartedly in an activity, time seems to fly by. Unbeknownst to him, the winter vacation is drawing to a close. At the Beastmaster Training Center, a drenched Sui returned the Tang Dao to its place and turned to look at Xiaojing, who was still fiercely striking the iron pillar, a look of satisfaction on his face. Xiaojing seemed to sense his gaze and trained with even more vigor, suddenly extending 9 vines and launching a furious assault on the iron pillar like a torrential storm. 9 vines, the maximum number that Xiaojing could perfectly control at this moment. Seeing that it seemed eager to show off, Sui couldn't help but call out with a smile, "Xiaojing Wolf Fang Whip." Upon hearing this, Xiaojing became even more energized, promptly twisting the 9 vines together like a braid and with all its might struck towards the iron pillar. With so many vines intertwined, it indeed resembled a morning star. With a loud crash, the iron pillar was actually bent, showing clear signs of deformation. "Alright, stop now." Sui quickly called for a halt, fearing that if Xiaojing continued, he would have to pay for the training equipment. However, the power of Xiaojing's move was truly astonishing, likely comparable to some intermediate skills. Intermediate skills are generally only comprehended by elite-level extraordinary beings possessing far greater power than lower-level skills. Of course, it is reasonable for the Wolf Fang Whip to reach the level of an intermediate skill, as it is a combination technique formed from the fusion of hardening steel spikes and whipping. Without a doubt, this has become Xiaojing's strongest killing move. Sui believed that if it were to face Meng Hao's mud rock beast again, there would be no need to rely on the environment. This move alone could threaten the opponent. It is worth mentioning that due to relentless practice, in just a couple of days the proficiency of those 3 skills had already reached an expert level. Moreover, whether it was due to Xiaojing's diligent training, the spiritual energy level that had rapidly increased from absorbing the wood spirit stone seemed to be stabilizing. He could clearly sense that compared to more than half a month ago, the spiritual energy within Xiaojing had become much more condensed, far from the fleeting state it had after just absorbing the wood spirit stone. Under normal circumstances, to condense to this degree would require at least 3 months, yet it had only taken less than a month. Of course, during this time the intensity of Xiao Jing's training was likely 3 to 4 times that of other extraordinary beings, if not more. To ensure it had enough stamina for such training, Sui provided it with energy water daily, increasing from an initial bottle to 4 or 5 bottles, almost as if it were free. However, compared to the auxiliary training elixirs that cost tens of thousands, the energy water priced at 100 per bottle was indeed almost free. This is also the only auxiliary training potion that most ordinary beastmasters can afford. Not just Xiao Jing, Sui had also grown significantly during this period. His spiritual energy level had, as expected, broken through to the apprentice level 7 stars, getting closer to the ordinary level. Moreover, he had also built a solid foundation in fields such as combat firearms and cold weapons, no longer needing to worry about not adapting next semester or falling behind. Your pet is truly surprising, twisting all the vines together, concentrating power in one place. Was that move you just executed your own idea? Qin Yufei walked over with her long legs clad in black stockings, having clearly witnessed Xiao Jing's use of the wolf fang whip. Sister Yufei. Sui turned to her with a smile. Not bad, I can tell you've improved a lot during this time, but school starts tomorrow. Will you still come by? You can also come on weekends. Manager Li said your Platinum Luxury membership card is permanently valid, Qin Yufei said with a smile. Permanently valid? Sui was slightly taken aback and immediately refused, saying no need. Getting free training for a month can be seen as a thank you gift for saving Miss Shi Yan, but if it's permanently valid I would feel undeserving. Please help me convey my gratitude to Aunt Li. You refused. Qin Yufei was somewhat surprised. Do you know what a permanent Platinum Luxury membership card means? With it your training conditions will exceed over 80% of Beastmasters. As long as your talent isn't too poor, you can generally advance to an elite Beastmaster before the age of 25. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yufei, but I believe that through my own efforts I can also become an elite Beastmaster before the age of 25. Sui said confidently. Alright, knowing that you have a bit of assets now and don't need to rely on others, I won't persuade you further. Actually, I won't be coming tomorrow either. Qin Yufei said with a smile. You quit your job? Sui was slightly taken aback, surprised. Quit? I was only here for a winter break job. I have to return to school tomorrow. You got promoted to assistant manager for working a winter job. Because I have the ability? I had never been a coach before, yet didn't I teach you well? Manager Li looked at my teaching arrangements and said I was a bit hasty, that I might wear you out, but didn't you manage to endure? Facts prove that I do have a talent for coaching. As she spoke, Qin Yufei appeared a bit proud. Sui was left dumbfounded. Is this your first time being a coach? Didn't they say they would arrange a gold medal coach for private unknown instruction for Platinum Luxury members? They can indeed arrange a gold medal coach, but I asked you if you needed me to teach you personally and you happily agreed. You are a Platinum Luxury member, so of course it's based on your preference, Qin Yufei stated matter-of-factly. Wow. You're the assistant manager, yet you suddenly ask like that. I thought you were the gold medal coach here. Seeing her with such a sense of accomplishment, Sui was momentarily unsure of how to respond. Previously he had a bit of confusion as to why it felt like he was the only one exhausted at the training center, needing to supplement with 3 to 4 bottles of energy water daily. Now he finally understood the reason. However, that said, Qin Yufei indeed taught well. Apart from causing him a slight bit of pain, the improvement was significant. Well, no matter what, I still have to thank you. May I ask how old you are and which school you study at? Sui suddenly felt curious. A woman's age shouldn't be casually asked, but since I'm still young I don't mind telling you. I am 20 years old, a second-year student at the Beastmaster Academy of Kyoto University. Qin Yufei did not hide this. Kyoto University Beastmaster Academy. Sui was somewhat astonished. If this was one of the top 3 Beastmaster academies in Longtan country, and it was also the academy he most wanted to apply to in the future. I have to go transfer work, so I won't chat with you anymore. See you next time. Qin Yufei flashed him a sweet smile, then turned and walked towards the center building with her long legs. Watching her figure, Sui shook his head and then said to Xiaojing, let's head back too. Students, the month-long vacation has come to an end. Have you been meditating seriously and training your pets during the break? To become an outstanding beast tamer, one must exert effort beyond the ordinary, otherwise no matter how great the talent, one will blend into the crowd. I hope that in the coming semester you will continue to strive and push yourselves further. In the classroom of Class 4, Grade 1, watching the students return to class, Lu Yiding transformed once again into a diligent gardener brimming with enthusiasm. Don't worry, teacher. I am destined to be admitted to the undergraduate beast taming academy. I will never slack off. Everyone applaud. Li Xinhao stood up, clapping vigorously to support Lu Yiding. What a joker. Why don't you say you're destined to become the pirate king? Sui found it amusing but joined in the applause. With these two leading, the whole class began to clap, resembling expressionless subordinates obliged to applaud during a leader's speech. Alright, stop now. I believe you all should already know that starting this semester we will focus on practical teaching. The level and strength of your pets will directly affect your academic performance, comprising a significant 80%. The remaining 20% will come from theoretical course grades. Of course, don't underestimate the theoretical courses just because their weight is lower. In fact, theoretical and practical courses complement each other. If you do not master the theoretical subjects, how will you understand the characteristics and skills of extraordinary creatures and gain the upper hand in practical situations? Especially for those who wish to apply for majors in beast breeding, beast appraisal, or beast medicine, you cannot neglect theoretical courses. Do you all understand? Lu Yiding's expression was quite serious. Understood, the students replied loudly. However, while her words were reasonable, some students still did not take them to heart. Why bother learning so much theoretical knowledge? As long as the pet is strong enough, charging in is all that matters. Moreover, with the improvement of combat experience, insight will grow continuously far deeper than what is learned from books. Generally, those who hold such thoughts are students who struggle with theoretical courses. Having finished the necessary explanations, Lu Yiding took out a form and said seriously, the first beast taming class is about to begin, but before that I need to register your pets again, and then based on their attributes and spirit energy levels, I will divide you into groups for future assignments and class arrangements. Registering attributes and spirit energy levels. The students from wealthy families couldn't help but smile. They had not been idle during the break and had been diligently training their pets, seizing the opportunity to showcase their results. Is it really necessary to register again? How much can one improve in just a month? The other students expressed confusion as the time was too short. They believed that no matter how hard they trained, they could at most improve by 1 star, which was not a significant difference. Sui, how is your Thorn Grass? Has it reached the apprentice level of 3 stars? I saw on social media you were training at the Jingtian Beast Taming Center. You must have made some significant progress, right? I heard it costs over 100,000 to train there for a month. If you haven't gained anything, that would be a huge loss. Li Xinhao leaned closer, a curious look on his face. I have indeed made some progress. There were gains. Sui replied with a smile. That's good, but brother, I feel you still lost out. With over 100,000, why didn't you buy a better pet back then? Over 100,000 could buy a pet comparable to my Scarlet Phoenix, which can not only steadily grow to the ordinary level but also has a chance to reach the elite level. It's far superior to the Thorn Grass you contracted. Thank you for your concern, but I feel my pet is quite good with high intelligence. It should be an excellent individual that can grow to the elite level. Sui knew he meant no harm, so he wasn't angry, instead expressing his gratitude. However, while he, the owner, was not angry, the little Thorn was furious and wanted to burst out of the beast space to teach that little guy who looked down on him a lesson. So don't comfort yourself too much, but you don't have to be too upset. Once you become a normal level beast tamer, you can contract a better pet. As for that Thorn Grass, consider it a lesson. Liaozhai patted his shoulder, and the sympathetic look in his eyes spoke volumes. Let's not talk about me. How is your Scarlet Phoenix? Sui hurriedly changed the subject, fearing his deskmate would continue causing the little thorn to explode. Upon mentioning the Scarlet Phoenix, Liaozhai became spirited and proudly declared, "You might not believe it, my Scarlet Phoenix has already grown to the apprentice level of 3 stars. At this rate it will definitely reach the ordinary level before senior year." Apprentice level of 3 stars. Not bad, but my thorn vine has absorbed some rare materials and is growing even faster than your Scarlet Phoenix. Sui had no intention of hiding the status of the little thorn, nor could he. Thorn vine? Liaozhai was taken aback, doubting he heard correctly, and exclaimed, "What did you just say, thorn vine? Has your thorn grass reached the apprentice level of 4 stars and evolved far beyond that?" Just as Sui was about to explain, Liaozhai suddenly tapped the desk. "Everyone please be quiet. Now those whose pets have reached the ordinary level, raise your hands." Ordinary level? Are there really such impressive students in our class? In an instant everyone showed expressions of shock, hastily searching the classroom with their eyes. However, after 4 to 5 seconds no one raised their hand. Are there no such students in our class? Everyone needs to work harder or our class will be at the bottom of the grade. Although she had guessed there were no such students, Liaozhai still felt a bit disappointed. What's going on? Have many others in different classes already trained their pets to the ordinary level? Many students were shocked by the implications of her words. This year there are indeed more such students than in previous years, but you don't need to be overly concerned. Their pets aren't necessarily better than yours, they've just used more rare materials. Liaozhai comforted them, hoping their confidence wouldn't be too greatly shaken. However, even with her reassurances, many students began to feel disheartened. Even Chuunibyou, who was praised as a big shot in the class group, frowned, feeling a tremendous amount of pressure. Clap. Liaozhai clapped her hands twice. All right, everyone, perk up. Now those whose pets have reached the apprentice level of 6 stars or above, raise your hands. Although our class does not have any ordinary level pet beasts, there are at least 3 that are apprentice level and above, namely Chuunibyou, Wanziheng and Yaoyuning. It's just uncertain if there are others. Hey Sui, do you think Feng Ziyu's poison spike giant bee could possibly reach apprentice level 6 stars? The poison spike giant bee is considered a relatively rare extraordinary creature, and it reached apprentice level 5 stars last semester. Liaozhai couldn't help but start to speculate, wanting to discuss it further with Sui. But in the next moment he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Sui had actually raised his hand. What are you doing? I didn't ask you to raise your hand. Liaozhai was momentarily taken aback, but he kindly reminded him to avoid embarrassment later. Yet Sui turned his head calmly and said, "I wanted to tell you earlier that my thorn's vine is not apprentice level 4 stars, but rather apprentice level 7 stars. What? Are you kidding?" Liaozhai froze. His first reaction was to think that his deskmate was joking. However, seeing Sui's serious expression and that he did not lower his hand, he finally began to believe it, and his emotions became excited. Damn bro, how can you do this? We agreed to be underdogs together and you secretly stepped out ahead. Is there still trust between people? Li Xinho's mentality was about to collapse. If it were anyone else suddenly becoming impressive, he wouldn't feel this way. But he simply couldn't accept Sui's words. Not just him. Other classmates were equally shocked to see Sui raise his hand. Their first reaction was disbelief. After all, just over a month ago Sui was at the bottom of the class and he almost got expelled from Guangzhou One High School. Even though he barely managed to open the Beastmaster space later, he had no money to buy pets from the Beastmaster Mall and could only try his luck in the Lakeview Forest. How could someone like him possibly cultivate a pet to apprentice level 6 stars in such a short time? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, his pet was the notoriously unpromising Thorn Grass. How is that possible? Sui, has your Thorn Grass also grown to apprentice level 6 stars? Although it was somewhat impolite, Lu Yiting hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but ask. Yes, it is apprentice level 7 stars and has evolved into a thorns vine. However, there were some mutations during the evolution process making it slightly different from ordinary thorns vines. As he spoke, Sui summoned Xiaojing. It really is apprentice level 7 stars. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations from Xiaojing, everyone couldn't help but believe it. Sui, you've been training at the Jingtian Beast Master Center, right? Damn, if I had known the results would be this good, I would have trained there too. The Jingtian Beast Master Center. Is that the training center ranked in the top 3 in Guangcheng? What top 3? To train a Thorn Grass to apprentice level 7 stars in a month, I would call that first. Sui was somewhat speechless and quickly interrupted them. Although it is somewhat related to the Jingtian Training Center, the main reason my pet has grown so fast is that it absorbed a piece of Wood Spirit Stone. Wood Spirit Stone? Everyone looked at him with confusion, their expressions clearly saying, "Can you afford a Wood Spirit Stone?" Sui shrugged, ignoring them and addressing Lu Yiting. My pet is an evolved thorns vine, would attribute apprentice level 7 stars. Teacher, have you recorded that? It has been recorded. Lu Yiting finally came to her senses, hesitated for a moment and said, "You've grown this fast. The teacher is very pleased, but don't let short-term achievements blur your vision. If you obtain something like a Wood Spirit Stone in the future, consider selling it to buy a pet with better potential. Although it may grow a bit slower, its future achievements will surely be higher." This is golden advice. After all, most thorn grasses have low potential and 90% of them cannot break through to ordinary level. Wasting a Wood Spirit Stone on such a pet is meaningless except for a year's moment of glory. However, this theory clearly does not apply to Sui. Xiaojing's potential has already reached the imperial level, and no matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures are thrown at it won't be wasted. Though he thought this way, Sui still politely replied, "I will remember that." Lu Yiting slightly nodded, said nothing more, but silently felt regret for him. If that piece of Wood Spirit Stone had been used to exchange for a pet that could grow to elite level, how great that would have been. Forget it, there's no point in saying more at this point. She shook her head, casting aside these thoughts, and continued registering other students. Qiu Qi Thunder Mouse Thunder attribute apprentice level 8 stars. Wang Ziheng Icefield Pup Ice attribute apprentice level 7 stars. Yao Yuning Ice Fluff Rabbit Ice attribute apprentice level 6 stars. Fang Ziyue Poison Spike Giant Bee Poison attribute apprentice level 9 stars. As she registered this, Lu Yiting couldn't help but look up at a tall thin boy wearing black framed glasses, somewhat surprised. The tall thin boy knew what she wanted to ask and answered first. My Poison Spike Giant Bee also absorbed a piece of Spirit Stone. Another one? Many students from ordinary backgrounds were envious to the point of grinding their teeth. A Spirit Stone costs at least over $1 million, that's just extravagant. 20 minutes later, all the pets in the class had been registered. Except for Sui and the other 4, no one else's pet reached apprentice level 6 stars. Sui specifically paid attention to Zhang Xiaodong, discovering that her water sprite had also improved by a star compared to over a month ago, reaching apprentice level 4 stars, which was above average. Seemingly noticing his gaze, Zhang Xiaodong's face flushed with 2 shades of red. This little girl seemed shy, but during the winter vacation she had proactively sent him quite a few private messages. However, he was busy with intensive training, often not replying or taking a long time to respond, and gradually Zhang Xiaotong stopped messaging. Qiu Qi Fang Ziyue Wan Ziheng Yao Yuning Sui U5 come out for a moment. Lu Yiting closed the registration form, glanced at them, and walked out of the classroom first. Is there something to discuss? Including Sui, the five guessed something and followed her with Fang Ziyue and Qiuqi showing some anticipation on their faces. In the corridor outside the classroom, when they saw them come out, Lu Yining's expression became serious. A legacy ruin has been discovered in the outskirts. You should have heard about it. In a little more than half a month, the first round of exploration will commence, allowing only 100 apprentice beast masters to enter. Our school, as the only public beast master high school in Guangcheng, has also obtained 10 spots. You are the elite of the younger generation, the future of the nation, and that ruin is quite dangerous. Originally, the school did not encourage you to enter. However, the legacy ruin is too precious. If you can obtain the legacy inside, perhaps decades later our country could give birth to a powerful imperial beast master. Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. If the school forcibly prohibits it, it would be quite inappropriate. Before Lu Yining could finish speaking, Fang Ziyue eagerly asked, "So the school allows us to go in?" Lu Yining nodded. "You could say that, but the spots are limited and not everyone can enter. To this end, the school will hold a field survival assessment. Only those who pass the assessment and place in the top 10 will be granted the school's approval. Theoretically, all 5 of you are qualified to participate in this assessment, but I still advise you to consider it carefully and not to sign up blindly. Especially you, Sui. The Thorn's Vine is not good at combat, and even for the outdoor survival assessment it would be quite dangerous for you." Xiaojing. Suddenly called upon by Lu Yining, Sui felt a hint of resignation. Xiaojing's spiritual energy level was not the lowest in the room. There was still an ice velvet rabbit that was inferior to it. Moreover, whether the thorn vine excelled in combat was debatable. Even a normal thorn vine relying on its entangling vines and sharp thorns could perform remarkably well in a battle. Sui suspected that Lu Yining's words stemmed from a stereotypical impression of him instinctively assuming he was weak. There is a kind of weakness called "the teacher thinks you are weak." Although he was underestimated, Sui was not angered. He knew Lu Yining spoke out of kindness, fearing he might come to harm. "Teacher, how many people will sign up for this wilderness survival assessment?" Qiuqi suddenly asked. The exact number is not yet clear, but it is expected to be over 100, including some sophomore and senior students still at the apprentice level. Lu Yining looked at him and continued, "The slots are too few. You'd better not get your hopes up. Barring any surprises, these slots will ultimately fall to students whose spirit beasts have reached the common level. Of course, a blessing in disguise. Not securing a slot might not be a bad thing. That inheritance secret realm is infested with many common and elite grade spirit beasts far more dangerous than the Ring Lake Forest. It's not suitable for freshmen like you." Qiuqi felt a bit displeased. After all, he was the top of the class. Ah no, now the second. Saying such things was like boosting the morale of other classes while deflating their own, wasn't it? "Don't worry, teacher. With only a little over 100 people, squeezing into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem for me. Since kindergarten, my academic performance has never fallen out of the top 5 in my class." Qiuqi clenched his fists, exuding confidence from every pore. "Very well, ambitious." Seeing this, Lu Yining said nothing more discouraging but turned to Fang Ziyue, "And you?" Fang Ziyue adjusted the glasses on his nose and said calmly, "I deliberately raised my venomous stinger wasp to the 9th star of the apprentice level specifically for the inheritance relic. I won't give up easily." The inheritance relic was too enticing. Even a glimmer of hope would drive anyone with a shred of ambition to take a gamble. "It seems you won't rest until I let you sign up. Fine, go experience the wilderness survival assessment first. Consider it a training exercise." Lu Yining stopped trying to dissuade them. Mainly despite their confidence, given their strength, it was nearly impossible for them to break into the top 10 in the wilderness survival assessment. Whether they signed up or not, the outcome would be the same. "Thank you, teacher." Qiuqi and Fang Ziyue were both somewhat excited. Such confidence. Lu Yining turned to look at Sui and the others. "What about you all?" Sui hesitated for a moment before speaking first. I'd like to give it a try too. You too? Lu Yiting looked at him in surprise, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. It seemed the words she had spoken not long ago had fallen on deaf ears. Teacher, don't worry. I know my limits. I don't plan to enter the inheritance secret realm this time. I just want to see what the wilderness survival assessment is all about. Sui said with a smile, his calm and composed demeanor even more confident than Qiu Qi's. However, he wasn't lying. He truly had no intention of participating in the first round of exploration. He had planned this half a month ago, intending to wait for the second round to try his luck, as his current strength was indeed somewhat lacking. As for why he signed up for the wilderness survival assessment, it was naturally to get a preliminary understanding of his competitors and see just how formidable the so-called geniuses of his grade really were. Good, it seems you haven't been blinded by your spirit beast's soaring spiritual energy level. You still have a clear understanding of your own strength. That's a fine quality. Many geniuses in history perished before they could grow precisely because they lacked such a quality. Lu Yiting praised him, feeling quite gratified. Yet for Sui, such praise somehow felt awkward. Not knowing how to respond, he could only offer an embarrassed smile. Wang Ziheng and Yao Yuning had been hesitant, unsure whether to participate. But seeing Sui sign up, their courage surged, and they no longer hesitated. Teacher, I want to give it a try too. In their minds, if Sui could go, why couldn't they? No matter how weak they were, they couldn't be worse than someone who had nearly been expelled from school, could they? You all really are. Lu Yiting was momentarily at a loss whether to call them confident or reckless. Oh well, the wilderness survival assessment wasn't too risky. Let them hit a wall and learn. With that thought, she stopped persuading them. Since you've all signed up, prepare well. The wilderness survival assessment is set for 10 days from now, a week before the inheritance secret realm opens. Good luck. Sui had originally thought that revealing Xiao Jing's spiritual energy level would earn him a newfound respect from his classmates. However, aside from the initial surprise, their impression of him seemed largely unchanged. The root cause was still the issue of the Thorn Grass potential. These people had no idea how high Xiao Jing's potential truly was. Even with its mutation, most believed it could at most grow to the common level, and a few even thought it would forever remain at the apprentice level, like over 90% of its kin. With such a low ceiling, even rapid short-term growth meant little. As Lu Yiting had said earlier, wasting a wood spirit stone on such a spirit beast was far worse than using it to obtain one that could reach the elite level. Consequently, Li Xinhao, who had been downcast, perked up again and kept looking at him with sympathetic eyes. Hey, can you stop staring at me? Annoyed by the persistent gaze, Sui turned to him and spoke. Li Xinhao patted his shoulder and sighed, Bro, I just feel it's a pity. If I were lucky enough to get a wood spirit stone, I would never waste it like you did. Do you realize you missed a chance to get an elite level spirit beast? Sui. The day's lessons ended quickly. Although new subjects like physical training, combat weaponry, and tactical command had been introduced, it was only the first day, so the intensity was not high. For Sui, who had been tormented by Qin Yufei for over half a month, it was a mere drizzle. He barely broke a sweat. Sui. At the school gate, just as Sui was about to get on his bicycle to head to the flea market, a girl's voice came from behind. He turned around and saw a shy girl with fair skin and a few cute freckles around her nose pushing a bicycle behind him. When he turned, 2 blushes appeared on her face. It's you, Zhang. What's up? Sui asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaotong gathered her courage and said, Sui, your spirit beast is very powerful. I believe it will grow to the elite level in the future. Don't mind the gossip, keep it up. Huh? So she came to comfort him. Thank you. Sui gave her a smile, though his mindset had never been affected by any of it. The international shopping market. Various beast tamers come and go, from spirited youths to elderly individuals with graying hair. They either stop in front of stalls to carefully examine the goods or haggle with the vendors, and every now and then voices of argument can be heard, creating a lively atmosphere. Sui weaved through the crowd, feeling somewhat out of place as a young man in this bustling scene. A dysfunctional storage bracelet, a low-level secret treasure priced at 700,000. What a ripoff. With an additional 500,000 activation fee, one could buy a much better one. A dysfunctional beast skill stone, a low-level secret treasure, can be used for fire-type beasts to learn the basic skill Fireball, priced at 950,000. Absurd. Fireball is such a common skill, why bother buying it? With proper training, most fire-type beasts can comprehend it on their own. A used beast skill stone, no skill, priced at 1,100,000. Goodness, this is even worse, directly flaunting an empty skill stone to swindle people and selling it at such a high price. After wandering in the international shopping market for over 10 minutes, Sui had yet to encounter a single desirable secret treasure. Either the prices were too high or they didn't meet his expectations, making them temporarily useless. During this time he did come across some dysfunctional secret treasures that could yield a small profit if bought, but the profits were mostly below 100,000. He had not encountered any quality treasures like Frost Guardian that could directly generate a price difference of tens of millions. Of course, 100,000 isn't a small amount. In the past he would have unhesitatingly purchased these secret treasures. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could resell them for a profit. However, after weighing the options for a long time, he ultimately dismissed this idea. Unless he genuinely encountered a secret treasure that captivated him, he would not easily part with his money. It's not that he suddenly became indifferent to money, rather he cherished his life more than wealth. In the Longtan Kingdom, ordinary people could only go to the Beast Tamer Association to activate dysfunctional secret treasures. Occasionally successfully activating one or two is fine, but if the success rate is too high, it will inevitably attract attention and suspicion. Don't be fooled into thinking that the public safety in this world is particularly good. In this era, with so many powerful beast tamers who can break the law with force, public safety isn't as great as it seems. Staying in the city is somewhat safer and no one dares to act rashly. However, once you venture into the outskirts, the danger increases exponentially. As for areas occupied by extraordinary creatures, that's even worse. There is no legal system to speak of. If someone gets killed, they simply do. If the body is devoured cleanly by a passing ferocious beast, it will be as if it never happened. In short, this world is far from as safe as it appears. If one is not careful and cautious, it is genuinely possible to suffer a sudden demise. Sui wouldn't dare to gamble his life on the humanity of those high-ranking individuals or on the public safety of this era. Thus he would try to disguise himself as normally as possible. Even if he had to reveal some of his abilities, they absolutely could not be those that could generate enormous benefits. Moreover, in this world, while money is an essential thing, it suffices as long as it is enough. There is no need to be greedy. Primarily, being overly greedy is futile. Take beasts for instance. Beasts that can ensure growth to the master level are virtually non-existent in the market. Even with money, you can't buy one. The same goes for secret treasures. The treasures openly sold in the Beast Tamer Mall are mostly low-level, and the most precious ones are merely intermediate-level treasures. As for treasures above intermediate level, similar to beasts with commanding potential, they rarely appear. Even if they occasionally appear, they are definitely not ones that ordinary people can purchase. Take Bai Jining for example. Her family's assets are worth at least several billion. If it weren't for being in Sui's favor, they might not even manage to contract a beast with master-level potential. And the last time Bai Jiyan entered that inheritance secret realm with him as the young lady of the Jing Tian group, she only carried 2 or 3 intermediate-level treasures with her, not a single high-level treasure. In summary, while money is important, its upper limit is not high. There's no need to take life-threatening risks to specifically scavenge. Having enough is sufficient. Forget it, I won't waste time. Let's filter out those low-level treasures directly. Sui made a decision and immediately modified the level conditions in the treasure-seeking mode. It's hard to distinguish which dysfunctional secret treasures are intermediate level and which are low level, as their prices are quite similar. In such cases, the prices of intermediate level secret treasures are generally far below their selling price. Only such treasures are worth Sui's investment. Soon several prompts appeared in his view. Northeast 113 meters discovered a dysfunctional intermediate level treasure. East 213 meters discovered a damaged intermediate level treasure. North 412 meters discovered a damaged intermediate level treasure. North 623 meters discovered an intermediate level treasure. Although there were many prompts, most of them were intermediate level treasures or damaged intermediate level treasures, not dysfunctional intermediate level treasures. Damaged intermediate level treasures are of no value, and as for genuine intermediate level treasures, unfortunately their prices are genuine as well, with no possibility of a bargain. However, being able to find so many dysfunctional intermediate level treasures made Sui quite happy. Without further thought, he eagerly made his way over. Half an hour later he left the international shopping market, his face adorned with an uncontainable smile. 3 pieces. This time he had bought 3 intermediate level treasures. Dysfunctional Amulet of Freedom, grade intermediate auxiliary secret treasure, effect free as the wind, injecting spiritual energy, allows the user to cast free as the wind, greatly increasing movement speed and allowing for brief gliding. Dysfunctional Beast Skill Stone, grade intermediate consumable secret treasure, effect Healing Light. After use by light-type beasts, they can master the intermediate skill Healing Light. Dysfunctional Beast Skill Stone, grade intermediate consumable secret treasure, effect Great Flame Explosion. After use by fire-type beasts, they can master the intermediate skill Great Flame Explosion. These 3 secret treasures are all extremely useful, especially the Amulet of Freedom, which is precisely the life-saving equipment Sui had longed for. Although he still didn't know how much his running speed would increase with the support of free as the wind, he believed it would not disappoint him. Once this secret treasure is activated, his survival capability would undoubtedly see a tremendous boost. As for the remaining 2 skill stones, although they are one-time consumables, they are equally precious. After all, at present Xiaojing doesn't even master a single intermediate skill. The only technique that can barely reach that level is the combination skill Wolf Fang Whip. And these 2 skill stones can enable a beast to instantly master an intermediate skill. The only regret is that the skills recorded are not of the wood element, so they cannot be learned by Xiaojing. These 3 secret treasures are each worth over 10 million. It is well known that the price of a disabled treasure does not necessarily reflect its true value, and Sui spent less than 4 million in total to acquire these 3 treasures. This is also because these treasures are in good condition without significant cracks or defects. Otherwise, like the Frost Guardian, it could have been bought for just 100,000. In addition to these 3, Sui spent hundreds of thousands more on 3 damaged treasures to use as cover. After all, if he succeeded in activating them every time, his luck would be too extraordinary and it would be hard not to attract attention. Thus, before successfully activating a mid-level treasure this time, he planned to allow himself to fail 3 times first, making it seem much more reasonable. Although wasting nearly 2 million for nothing is regrettable, as long as it can divert attention, such a price is worth paying. Taking advantage of the Beast Tamer Association still being open, Sui rode his bicycle there at top speed, seamlessly navigating to Hall No. 3. To his delight, the one operating the activation device this time was a short-haired woman in her 30s rather than the young man from last time. Not being the same person significantly reduces the chances of drawing attention. Hello, may I ask what business you wish to conduct? The comprehensive services for beast tamers are in Hall No. 1. The short-haired woman glanced at him and, seeing he was still a high school student, politely reminded him. I have 4 disabled treasures that need activation. I would appreciate your help. 4 disabled treasures? The short-haired woman replied, somewhat surprised, glancing at him with suspicion. Did you acquire them from an overseas shopping market? Yes, please help me activate them. Sui said while trying to calm his breath, which had quickened from riding too fast. Sui took out the Xiaoyao jade pendant and the 3 damaged treasures. All 4 treasures were small enough to be held in one hand. As for the 2 mid-level pet skill stones, he left them in his storage ring, not intending to activate them just yet. Successfully activating 3 mid-level treasures at once would attract too much attention, and the 2 pet skill stones were not needed at the moment. There was no need to rush. Alright sir, please follow me and pay the fees here. According to regulations, regardless of success or failure, we charge a fee of 500,000 for each activation. For 4 activations that will be 2 million. The short-haired woman enthusiastically explained, but internally she muttered, this young student is already gambling with treasures, he is likely to ruin his life. Unaware of her thoughts, Sui smiled and replied, no questions, let's proceed with the card. He handed her his bank card. This card was obtained when Li Wenyu had Qin Yufei help him apply for it during the last sale of alchemy books. It seemed to be a diamond card requiring a deposit of over 10 million to obtain. The short-haired woman recognized the card at a glance, secretly intrigued. Who would have guessed that this somewhat shabby-dressed high school student was actually a rich second generation? Soon 2 million was deducted and the short-haired woman returned the bank card to him with both hands, saying courteously, please hand me the disabled treasures and I will activate them for you right now. Thank you for your help. Sui first handed her one of the damaged treasures. Is this the one? The short-haired woman looked at it and noticed a clear crack, momentarily taken aback. This is the one, Sui affirmed. Alright then. The short-haired woman said no more and, not understanding the mindset of a gambler, placed the treasure into the activation device and pressed the button. Soon the spirit stone in the device released a powerful spiritual energy, striking the treasure and producing a blinding light. However, until the light dissipated, there was no reaction from the treasure. As expected, the short-haired woman took out the treasure and returned it to Sui, apologizing, I'm very sorry, sir. It appears that this treasure is already damaged and did not activate successfully. May I ask? Do you wish to continue? It actually failed. Sigh, that's quite disappointing, but let's continue. I refuse to believe my luck will always be this bad. Sui handed over another damaged treasure. Good luck. The short-haired woman said nothing further and began the second activation for him. However, until the blinding light completely dissipated, the second treasure also showed no reaction, failing once more. I'm very sorry, sir. The short-haired woman was at a loss for how to comfort him. Even if this young man came from a wealthy family, wasting over 1 million like this would likely earn him a scolding when he returned home. Sui displayed just the right amount of seriousness as he handed over the third treasure, declaring, continue. Was this young man really that desperate? The short-haired woman silently shook her head but still placed the third treasure into the activation device. After a few seconds, it was undoubtedly another failure. I'm very sorry, this treasure is still damaged. I suggest you carefully assess treasures when purchasing them and not activate them blindly. Do you want to activate the last one? After 3 consecutive failures, the short-haired woman felt a bit embarrassed. Continue. I've already laid out 3 treasures. The probability of success for this activation must have significantly increased. Please hurry, I can't miss this opportunity that I've worked so hard to enhance. Sui seemed to be losing patience, his expression somewhat excited while he spoke incoherent words. The short-haired woman was left puzzled. To lay out an increase in success rate? What kind of bizarre probability theory has this gambler come up with? How pitiful, having a son like this would surely squander even the wealthiest household. She shook her head slightly, suddenly feeling some sympathy for this young man's parents, but she still placed the last treasure into the device. This final treasure was indeed the Xiaoyao jade pendant. Swish! Just like the previous 3 times, the device released a large amount of spiritual energy that struck the pendant. Originally, the short-haired woman thought it would fail again, but to her surprise, the pendant actually showed a reaction, gently vibrating. Not only that, but after a brief tremor, a powerful wave of spiritual energy emanated from the pendant, far exceeding that of a low-level treasure. It actually succeeded, and it's a mid-level treasure. The short-haired woman was thoroughly astonished. However, despite her surprise, being someone well-versed in such matters, she quickly composed herself, retrieved the pendant, and returned it to Sui, smiling. "Congratulations, sir, this is a mid-level treasure." "Ha ha ha, I knew it would succeed." Sui couldn't help but laugh, but once the laughter subsided he became somewhat disheartened, frowning. "Thinking about it, after deducting costs, it seems I didn't earn much." Sigh. After saying this, he thanked the short-haired woman and left the hall in low spirits. Watching his departing figure, the short-haired woman pondered and murmured, "Could it be that laying out several times really increases the activation success rate? Wait. What's wrong with me believing such absurd things?" Just as Sui stepped out of the Beast Tamer Association, the listless expression on his face vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. After successfully activating the Xiaoyao Jade Pendant combined with the Frost Guardian Amulet, his survivability had increased immeasurably. Now, even when facing elite-grade ferocious beasts, he was confident of emerging unscathed. The only regret was that he hadn't managed to acquire a handy spiritual energy weapon. Unlike spiritual energy equipment, once a spiritual energy weapon develops cracks or gaps, its combat effectiveness drastically diminishes. In fierce battles, spiritual energy weapons inevitably endure violent collisions and might break at any moment. Such hidden dangers made Sui unwilling to take the risk. Moreover, flawless spiritual energy weapons were prohibitively expensive, temporarily beyond his means, so he had to postpone the consideration. Of course, the main reason was that such weapons did not significantly enhance his overall strength at present, making their cost-performance ratio too low. With his current constitution, even if he acquired a spiritual energy weapon, it would still be difficult to surpass an apprentice-grade ferocious beast, and his combat power wouldn't even reach a fraction of Xiao Jing's. If he encountered an enemy that even Xiao Jing couldn't handle, even charging in with 100 spiritual energy weapons in hand wouldn't prevent him from fleeing in defeat. In short, before becoming a common or elite beast tamer, it was wiser to quietly remain a bystander. Perhaps cheering from behind Xiao Jing, shouting "awesome," would be of greater help in battle. He was not short of spiritual energy equipment, but to participate in the wild survival assessment, many preparations were still necessary. Therefore, after leaving the Beast Tamer Association, Sui headed to the Beast Tamer Market. He intended to purchase some energy water and healing water for emergencies. Besides these, he also planned to procure auxiliary potions like concentration pills and energy-condensing elixirs. Previously, having no money was unavoidable, but now that he had funds, naturally he wanted to provide himself with the best cultivation conditions, lest he be left far behind by those wealthy scions. He had thought himself wealthy, but when actually spending, he realized that his money was barely enough. Soon he left the Beast Tamer Market with his account balance reduced by 1 million, leaving only 2 million, insufficient even to buy a single nascent spirit stone. It's outrageously costly. Sui felt somewhat melancholic. He understood why in the entire Guan city no one high school few could ascend to elite beast tamer status like Bai Jinying during their high school years. Unless one came from truly affluent families, such expenses were simply unaffordable. Although he spent 1 million on potions at the market, even with the accumulated energy condensing elixirs obtained from the training center but not yet consumed, it was only enough for 1 month's cultivation expenses. Suddenly, memories of some money-grabbing games he had played before flashed through his mind. To create joy sincerely, if you lack funds, tough luck. In this world, to rise swiftly, one must both grind and invest heavily. Grinding without spending might still lead to progress, but the pace would be much slower. As for those neither grinding nor investing, and with poor luck, sorry, they could only remain at the lowest tier of the beast tamer community, barely scraping by as middle class. Upon this realization, Sui suddenly found that awakening the beast taming talent seemed to offer a somewhat more comfortable experience than those money-grabbing games. 10 days passed swiftly. The wild survival assessment was about to commence. During these 10 days Sui had been somewhat lax, engaging only in meditation and the training assigned in class, refraining from extra practice. Even so, his daily cultivation and study time still exceeded 18 hours, leaving only a brief 6 hours for eating, leisure, and scrolling through his phone. What terrified him was that such a lifestyle evoked an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he had fallen into decadence. Could this be the lingering effect of enduring Chuunibyou's torment for a month? Yet it was probably not entirely her fault. It was also partly due to his pet beast. Xiaojing truly was a relentless grinder. Inside the beast taming space, it absorbed the ambient spiritual energy tirelessly. Outside, it practiced various skills vigorously regardless of whether a target was present. Having targets was best, allowing it to train Whip Wolf, Fang Whip, and Entanglement. Without targets, it still practiced burrowing, hardening growth, and so forth alone. It scarcely paused throughout the day. Whenever its stamina and spiritual energy were depleted, it brazenly demanded energy water from Sui and then joyfully consumed it. Only then would it rest briefly for a few minutes. After days of observation, Sui realized that Xiaojing's relentless grinding seemed solely to justify demanding energy water from him. He even suspected that these energy waters might contain some highly addictive substances, otherwise how could the little creature be so fanatical? Fearing that Xiaojing might overexert itself, Sui specifically told it that even without such effort 5 bottles of energy water would be provided daily. Unexpectedly, the little creature proudly refused, stating it only wished to earn its sustenance through its own efforts, unwilling to accept charity. What else could Sui say? He could only let it be. Still, he had to admit that Xiaojing's relentless diligence was quite effective. Other extraordinary beings would require at least 5 to 6 months after absorbing a spirit stone to consolidate their current spiritual energy level. Yet Xiaojing was nearing consolidation in just over a month. Within another half-month at most, the issue of insufficiently solid spiritual energy caused by absorbing wood spirit stones would be completely resolved. At that point, Sui could consider feeding it some rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If other beast tamers knew how hard his pet worked, they would surely envy him to death. When Sui arrived at the school riding his bicycle, over 100 people had already gathered on the playground, including some soldiers clad in military uniforms. These soldiers belonged to the Guan City Regiment under the city lord's authority, likely invited by the school to ensure the smooth conduct of the wild survival assessment. Sui, why are you so late? Over here. Wang Ziheng Sharpie spotted him immediately and hurriedly waved. Hearing the voice, Sui looked over and saw Qiu, Fang Ziyue and others gathered there. After hesitating briefly, he walked over at a leisurely pace with a smile, saying, "Good morning." Morning is a relative term. It's almost time to depart. The 4 of us arrived over half an hour early. Had you been any later, we would have prepared to form our own team without you. Wang Ziheng expressed some dissatisfaction. Form a team? Sui asked in confusion. Yes, it said the assessment will be held at Lion Peak Mountains, which harbor many ferocious beasts. Teaming up is safer and more advantageous. Qiu and Fang Ziyue initially thought your pet beast too weak and didn't want to include you, but I persuaded them. No need to thank me, just follow orders well when the time comes, Wang Ziheng said earnestly. Huh? Sui was momentarily stunned, then chuckled lightly. Thanks for your kindness, but I prefer to act alone. Going solo? The others looked at him as if he were a fool. There are many ordinary level fierce beasts in the Lion Peak Ridge and even some elite level ones. With your thorn vine, are you not seeking death by going alone? Not only ordinary level and elite level fierce beasts, but even if you encounter a slightly stronger apprentice level fierce beast, can you handle it? Don't joke around. Strength lies in numbers, it's better to stick with us. Wang Ziheng didn't take his words seriously. However, Sui reiterated his refusal, saying, "Thank you, but I'm not joking. I just feel that I would be freer acting alone." Are you serious? Wang Ziheng looked at him in surprise, struggling to understand where his courage came from. He initially wanted to persuade him further, but Chuunibyou impatiently said, "If he wants to go alone, let him. We should respect his choice. Anyway, one more or one less doesn't make a difference to us." Although Feng Ziyue didn't speak, he also wore an indifferent expression. Yao Yuning, standing nearby, looked at Sui's handsome face and seemed a bit reluctant to see him go, but couldn't help but urge again, "Sui, you really need to think this through. You can still change your mind. We new students have little experience in wilderness survival. Participating in this assessment alone is too much of a stretch. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I have my own plans." Sui politely declined them again. "All right then." Seeing his firm attitude, Yao Yuning and Wang Ziheng shook their heads and said nothing more. After waiting a while, the homeroom teacher Lu Yiding walked over. "Students, the bus has arrived at the school gate. Please take your luggage and board. You are on vehicle No. 1. This wilderness survival assessment carries considerable risk, but you need not worry too much. The military has specifically dispatched 20 outstanding scouts to form a rescue team to ensure your safety." 20 scouts. Sui was a bit surprised. As far as he knew, scouts could be understood as special forces, almost all of whom were beast masters and not low in level. This already shows that the military takes these students seriously, as they are the future flowers of the motherland. Upon hearing this news, Wang Ziheng and Yao Yuning secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less tense than before. "Let's go." Chuunibyou called to his teammates, then picked up the backpack on the ground and walked towards the bus outside the school gate. Wang Ziheng, Yao Yuning and the others hurriedly picked up their backpacks and followed. "Hey Sui, where's your luggage?" Lu Yiding watched them leave, but when she saw Sui lagging behind, her gaze suddenly froze. She realized he was empty-handed and had no luggage. "Don't worry, teacher. My luggage is already taken care of." Sui revealed the storage ring on his finger, then politely nodded at her and continued towards the bus. His ring was no longer shabby like before. Last month he specifically took it to a jewelry store for some embellishment. The so-called embellishment involved using precious metals to repair the broken areas and adding some beautification. The jeweler knew this was a spiritual equipment, so he didn't alter the main body of the ring during the process. In fact, many larger jewelry stores now offer services for repairing spiritual equipment, and the technology is quite mature. Not only the storage ring, but the Frost Guardian pendant also underwent similar embellishment. The missing parts were filled with gold, and it was shaped into a design that turned the original icy jade pendant into a golden laid jade pendant. Surprisingly, after the embellishment, it looked pretty good, at least no longer eliciting gasps of surprise and exclamations of miracle when taken out. However, while outsiders might no longer be surprised, Lu Yiding, who was familiar with him, was still stunned upon seeing the storage ring, utterly astonished. Sui had quietly acquired a treasure. Although it wasn't a particularly precious one, it still shattered the image he had in her mind. In her impression, Sui was a studious and hard-working student, a bit good-looking, but from a poor family needing more care and encouragement. Yet now, with the wooden spirit stone and the storage ring, how could this possibly align with a poor background? It's only been one winter break, how could he have changed so much? Right? Suddenly Lu Yiding recalled something. About a month ago, the Jing Tian group seemed to have sent someone to check Sui's student records, and even called her to inquire about his character, personality, and regular performance. Could it be that he received sponsorship from the Jing Tian group? If that's the case, everything could be explained. But wouldn't such a big company only sponsor students with exceptional potential? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at Sui, who was walking ahead. Removing the previous biased lens, she found that Sui indeed seemed a bit different. His straight posture and composed stride exuded confidence. On the outskirts of Lion Peak Ridge, 4 buses were lined up along the side of the road, flanked by lush trees. Not far away, over 100 students stood in formation under the guidance of the disciplinary director. Although it looked a bit chaotic, no one spoke. In front of them stood a burly middle-aged man in military uniform, resembling a fierce tiger, giving off a great sense of pressure. Behind the middle-aged man stood 20 soldiers, also standing straight like a row of upright long guns. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dong Lianshan and I am the chief examiner for this survival assessment. As you can see, I along with these soldiers behind me have been specially assigned here at the request of your principal. However, I must emphasize one thing: we are examiners, not babysitters. Don't think that if you encounter danger during the assessment we will definitely come to your rescue. I won't hesitate to tell you that regarding this assessment an upper limit on deaths has been set. As long as the death rate does not exceed 10%, we will consider it a completed task and bear no responsibility. 10%. Upon hearing this, many students changed their expressions. A 10% death rate is no small matter. 1 in 10 would perish. Just the thought of it is terrifying. Don't even mention high school students like them, and many adults couldn't handle it either. Seeing their expressions, Dong Lianshan grinned, revealing a terrifying smile, and taunted, "What's wrong? Are you scared already? It seems you have been overly protected and completely unaware of the cruelty of this world. But don't worry, since I have become the chief examiner, I will ensure you get a good experience. Little brats, I look forward to seeing you all come out alive in 2 days. What exactly is this guy here for?" After hearing his words, many timid students were about to burst into tears. At that moment, Yao Yuning, standing next to Sui, suddenly raised her hand, her voice trembling as she said, "Teacher, I want to withdraw." To withdraw before the assessment has even begun? What a joke. Hearing Yao Yuning's voice, Sui looked at her in astonishment. Not long ago this classmate had invited him to team up, and now she was scared enough to give up so quickly. This change was too sudden. However, upon closer reflection it was actually quite reasonable. After all, Yao Yuning's Ice Velvet Rabbit was only a 6-star apprentice level. Although she had mastered skills like Ice Arrow, she was not proficient and her combat power was still low. As Wan Ziheng had said earlier, she might not be able to handle even many apprentice-level fierce beasts, let alone ordinary and elite ones. Withdrawing at this moment was not a bad choice. Want to withdraw? Step out and stand aside. Dong Lianshan didn't make things difficult for her. Yao Yuning bit her lip, feeling somewhat ashamed, but after a moment of hesitation she still stepped out of the line. Yao Yuning. Wan Ziheng reached out, seemingly wanting to retain her, but the words stuck in his throat. Although Yao Yuning heard his voice, she kept her head down and continued to leave, not daring to look back at him. Is anyone else going to withdraw? Don't feel ashamed, a life only happens once. Once you enter Shifeng Mountain Range, it won't be easy to withdraw later. Dong Lianshan's gaze swept over the students, his lips still curling with a mocking smile. Uncertain if it was his intimidating gaze, several students gradually raised their hands. Sorry, I also want to withdraw. Me too. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Dong Lianshan suddenly burst into laughter. There are even more people withdrawing than I imagined. There's no need to report, just step out directly and stand aside. I will only give you 30 seconds to consider. As he began the countdown, those who were hesitant felt a strong sense of urgency in their hearts, no longer daring to delay, and one by one, weighed down by shame, they exited the line. By the end of the countdown, the number of students who withdrew actually exceeded 30. Only a little over 100 chose to continue participating in the assessment. Is this really the caliber of students from Guangzhou? One high school? I'm truly astonished. Dong Lianshan turned to face the students, his smile vanished, replaced with a stern expression. If you were my soldiers, I would be ashamed of you. What kind of behavior is this? This is the behavior of deserters. Regardless of whether you withdrew due to insufficient strength or simply out of fear, I hope you remember today and this humiliation. Training beasts is not child's play. Do not make rash decisions until you are fully prepared. If you cannot understand where you went wrong, then you should leave early and not tarnish the reputation of beast tamers. After being scolded like this, the more than 30 students lowered their heads, feeling deeply ashamed, with a few even bursting into tears. Dismissed. Dong Lianshan paid them no further attention and walked to the more than 100 unwavering students. Your courage has earned my recognition, but don't rejoice too soon. This may not necessarily be the right choice. I won't waste words and let's discuss the rules. This assessment requires you to stay in Shifeng mountain range for 2 days. Withdrawing midway will be considered a failure. During the assessment, killing fierce beasts will earn you points. The higher the level of the fierce beast, the more points you will gain. Each apprentice level fierce beast is worth 1 to 5 points, ordinary level is worth 100 to 500 points, and elite level is above 10,000 points. At the end of the assessment, the top 10 in points will not only gain a place in the inheritance ruins, but will also receive a courage medal awarded by our military. Courage medal? The students were surprised upon hearing this. A courage medal is not merely an honor. Those who receive the courage medal, if they wish to join the military, will not only be directly appointed as sergeants, but will also be prioritized for promotion based on their qualifications. One could say that obtaining the courage medal is equivalent to acquiring a pass for rapid promotion in the military. Some aspiring military recruits became excited. Seeing their reactions, Dong Lianshan finally showed a satisfied smile. After explaining some precautions, he wasted no more time and began to have the teachers from Guangzhou One high school distribute distress locators and maps of Shifeng mountain range. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind him also moved, summoning many flying pet beasts. In the next moment, numerous drones took to the sky and under the protection of these flying beasts entered Shifeng mountain range, first circling in the sky to facilitate real-time monitoring of the students. Despite Dong Lianshan's seemingly indifferent words about the students' lives, he did not dare to be careless. Let's set off. Under the watchful eyes of military soldiers and accompanying teachers, over 100 students walked deeper into the mountains with either nervous or excited feelings. The majority of these students formed small teams with their classmates, but there were also some lone wolves. Most of these lone wolves were highly confident in their strength and unwilling to partner with others like Sui. Of course, there were also those who were unpopular and had no teams willing to take them. Xiaojing, come out. On a small hill, Sui summoned Xiaojing, then glanced at the drones hovering in the sky and surveyed the lush forest in the distance, feeling a surge of confidence. Let's go, I'll take you hunting and find an ordinary level fierce beast to practice on. The point difference between apprentice level and ordinary level fierce beasts was massive. Hunting dozens of apprentice level beasts might not even equal one ordinary level beast. Thus Sui had no interest in apprentice level fierce beasts. Hearing that they were going to battle an ordinary level fierce beast, Xiaojing became excited and happily waved its fine whip. It had been a long time since it had fought an ordinary level fierce beast, the last time being at the training center. Moreover, at the training center it was just practice, unable to go all out, making it hard to feel satisfied. But now it could finally engage in some exhilarating battles. Just as Sui was preparing to take it to find ordinary level fierce beasts, a hungry jungle wolf suddenly sprang out from behind a large tree. The jungle wolf's eyes were blood-red, excitedly fixated on him, clearly regarding him as a meal. Oh, look at this apprentice level fierce beast that doesn't know its place, daring to provoke me. Sui chuckled lightly. I wasn't planning to harm an apprentice level fierce beast, but since you came to me, don't blame me for what happens next. Xiaojing, take care of it. Xiaojing was very excited and immediately prepared to attack. The jungle wolf, however, was completely bewildered at what was happening. These two were not only not fleeing but actually dared to fight back. It naturally noticed Xiaojing following Sui. However, this strange thorn vine was only a 7-star apprentice level, while it was a 9-star apprentice about to break through to ordinary level. The advantage was mine. Thinking this, a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. It no longer hesitated and howled as it lunged at Xiaojing, wanting to teach this lower-level opponent a profound lesson. However, just as it was about to reach Xiaojing, 3 intertwined vines suddenly lashed out with lightning speed, striking it. Smack! It was quick. Before it could react, its spine was snapped by the steel-like vines, and the intense pain instantly rendered it unconscious. Before losing consciousness, it felt a bit confused what was happening. Clearly the advantage was mine. Victory over the thorn ghost vine, skill proficiency increased. Discovering the sun to disperse soul energy, absorbing it. Absorption complete. Gained 9 soul power points. Current total soul power 358 points. Sui looked at the already lifeless jungle wolf, somewhat surprised that it was killed instantly. Although the jungle wolf was not a formidable beast, its spiritual energy level was substantial and its strength was not to be underestimated. However, he soon came to understand. Wolves have tough bodies but weak waists, and the whip strike from Xiaojing hit precisely at its waist, delivering a critical blow. Moreover, the power of the wolf tooth whip was on par with a typical intermediate skill, and with proficiency reaching mastery level, it was not surprising that such a novice-level beast was killed in one strike. Well done, I shall call you the king of apprentices. Sui praised Xiaojing with a smile. Xiaojing, with a strong sense of vanity, felt quite pleased by the compliment, basking in the joy. This beast should be worth 5 points, I should report it first. Since it was already dead, it should not go to waste. Sui looked up at the sky and saw that his view was not obstructed by leaves, immediately pulling out a distress locator from his pocket and pressing the green button on it. Immediately the green light began to flash, emitting signals. At the outskirts of Shifeng Mountain, in a makeshift shelter, dozens of monitors were continuously receiving video feeds from drones. I didn't expect so many people to start operating after just over 10 minutes, yet their combat experience is somewhat lacking and they seem too flustered when encountering beasts. Dong Lianshan stood in front of these monitors, watching and commenting. Then he thought of something and turned to the more than 30 students who had withdrawn, saying, "Observe carefully how they operate in the wild, or learn from the good points and correct the mistakes. This will also become your experience." The students nodded eagerly, not daring to say much. These children are teachable. Keep watching the screen and report any anomalies to me immediately. After saying this, Dong Lianshan yawned and moved aside, lazily lying on a recliner. The students were somewhat speechless upon seeing this. It felt like they were being treated as free labor. They initially thought that after withdrawing, the examiners and teachers would arrange a bus to take them back to school. However, due to the fact that these scouts had to control the drones, command the flying pets, and organize rescue teams, the manpower was very tight, so they were forcibly recruited by Dong Lianshan to monitor the screens. In fact, it was not just them, yet the accompanying teachers also had tasks. Aside from those helping in the shelter, the rest followed the rescue team into the mountains and reached the designated area. They were responsible not only for rescuing students in distress within that area, but also for verifying the results. Just then, Dong Lianshan's walkie-talkie suddenly buzzed. "Captain, Student 62 sent out a kill notification. Drone 34 has locked onto the corpse. Please review, Captain." Dong Lianshan sat up, glanced at the monitor connected to Drone 34, and indeed saw the corpse of a jungle wolf. Next to the corpse stood a tall young man. Only one person? He was somewhat surprised and lowered his head to check the information of Student 62. Sui, Class 4 of the first-year pet beast, is a mutated thorn vine apprentice, level 7 stars. The pet looks quite ordinary. How could it act alone? Could it be that it has a bad temper and doesn't get along with others? But one person killed a jungle wolf. The performance is quite good. Dong Lianshan did not pay too much attention. After watching for a few seconds, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Notify the nearby personnel to go verify." Done. Received. Done. As they were communicating, Yao Yuning, who was brought in as a monitor, also noticed the display of Drone 34 and was surprised to see that the person was Sui. "I shouldn't be able to deal with such a jungle wolf. It seems he really is a bit stronger than me." Thinking this, her mood sank even lower. At Shifeng Mountain, seeing the green light on the locator go out, Sui knew that the examiner had preliminarily confirmed his achievement and immediately smiled at Xiaojing, saying, "All right, let's continue searching for ordinary level beasts." Excited, thrilled, Xiaojing immediately followed him to continue exploring ahead. It was only after they had left for 5 or 6 minutes that a teacher finally arrived at the scene. Seeing that the corpse of the wolf seemed to have only one wound, he was evidently surprised but did not think much of it and quickly wrote in his notebook, Student 64 killed an apprentice level 9-star jungle wolf, 5 points. Several miles away, a stern-looking boy was slowly advancing under the protection of a swift leopard. His pace was leisurely as if he were strolling. He was Liaozhai from Class 6 of the first year, not only one of the few students who had raised their pets to ordinary level 3 stars and above, but also a seed player who had attracted much attention since entering Shifeng Mountain. In fact, Dong Lianshan even arranged for a drone to follow and film him for real-time updates on his movements. According to the map, it should be just ahead. Liaozhai suddenly stopped gazing at the cedar forest ahead with a confident smile on his face and then quickened his pace toward it. In the monitoring shelter, many students couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him upon seeing this. Indeed, as expected of Liaozhai, he went straight for the cedar forest, which is marked as a medium-risk area where the probability of encountering ordinary-level beasts is much higher than in other places. Truly impressive. Ha ha ha, Liaozhai is from our class. You don't know how strong his swift leopard is. As long as it's not countered, ordinary beasts below elite level can hardly surpass him. Quite normal, after all he is one of the few most favored by the school in the first year. If all goes well, he will definitely have a place in the top 10. What top 10? I bet a pack of spicy sticks that he will definitely make it into the top 3. Don't speak so confidently. Our class Liaozhai is not any less than him. What level is Liaozhai's pet? Liaozhai's swift leopard has reached ordinary level 4 stars. It's only 2 stars short. The impact on overall strength is minimal, so what's there to brag about? Hee. They were still about to argue when suddenly a girl exclaimed, "Quick look, Liaozhai is in danger, it's a blackback tiger." Blackback tiger? Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen and indeed saw a blackback tiger. The blackback tiger is very combative, and judging by its size, this one should be above ordinary level 6 stars. Liaozhai's luck seems to be a bit poor. What does it matter? I believe Liaozhai will definitely be able to defeat it. Not only the students but also Dong Lianshan and the teachers who remained here gathered around upon hearing the commotion. It seems he is prepared to fight this blackback tiger to the death. Dong Lianshan's eyes flashed with appreciation, but after a moment's hesitation he took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Notify the rescue personnel near Student No. 71 to move in quickly and await further orders. Over." Received. Over. At that moment the blackback tiger, which had been facing the swift leopard for a long time, finally moved and suddenly roared as it pounced. The blackback tiger is a metal element extraordinary creature with formidable attack power. Its claws can easily slice through thin steel plates. How could the swift leopard dare to confront it hidden? It swiftly dodged to the side, causing the blackback tiger to miss its attack. Moreover, taking advantage of the blackback tiger just landing, it clawed at the tiger's neck, quick and vicious. Although its claws were not as sharp as those of the blackback tiger, they still posed a significant threat. The blackback tiger had just landed and could not evade in time, yet there was no sign of panic in its eyes. Instead, a trace of disdain flashed as it urged its inner energy. In the next moment, a layer of bronze light appeared on its body, flowing over its fur. As the swift leopard's claws scratched against its neck, an extremely sharp and piercing sound erupted, akin to scraping against a steel plate. Bronze skin. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Liaozhai's previously calm face. This blackback tiger actually mastered the skill of bronze skin. Although bronze skin is just a low-level skill, it is quite powerful among the lower-tier skills, greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. According to incomplete statistics, only about 1 in 10 wild blackback tigers can master it. What luck is this? This is troublesome. The teachers and students in the monitoring shed recognized the skill and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for him. Having one more skill versus one less skill has a significant impact on overall strength. The black-backed tiger is already a difficult beast to deal with, and mastering bronze skin would only increase its combat power immensely, making it an elite among ordinary beasts. Dong Lianshan could no longer sit still, quickly picking up the walkie-talkie to urge the nearby rescue personnel to hurry up. Of course, in this first round of confrontation, neither extraordinary creature had gained an advantage. The swift leopard, having missed its strike, quickly jumped back, warily watching the black-backed tiger preparing to seek another opportunity. It seems it's time to show true strength. Li Yuanhang's expression became serious, but he still had no intention of fleeing. The skill of bronze skin is indeed somewhat tricky, but fortunately this black-backed tiger seems to have just mastered it not long ago, at least not to the point of proficiency. At the entry level of bronze skin, its defense isn't strong enough. The swift leopard certainly has the ability to break through. Moreover, with such a low level of proficiency, it is clear that this skill cannot cover its entire body, currently only protecting the head, neck and back, while its limbs and abdomen remain exposed. This is the opportunity. Roar! The black-backed tiger, feeling impatient after confronting the swift leopard for a while, could no longer contain itself and pounced first, wanting to tear its enemy apart with its steel-like claws. Now's the time, Gale charge! Li Yuanhang's eyes lit up as he swung his fist vigorously. The swift leopard, in sync with his intentions, immediately executed Gale charge, darting towards the black-backed tiger like an arrow as it raised its two forepaws, its sharp claws aimed directly at its abdomen under the influence of the gale. Gale claw. Seeing the sharp airflow surrounding the swift leopard's claws, it seemed capable of rending space itself. Many students in front of the screen gasped. Like bronze skin, Gale Claw is also a very powerful beginner skill with immense destructive capability. The swift leopard, having mastered Gale Claw, would experience a qualitative change in combat power, just as the black-backed tiger did with bronze skin. No wonder Li Yuanhang is regarded as a seed candidate. Is this his true strength? I wonder if I can catch up to him when I graduate from senior year. As they marveled, many students felt a sense of powerlessness arising in their hearts, their mindset affected. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Before they could think much more, the swift leopard, under the influence of Gale Charge, had already dashed beneath the black-backed tiger, and with all its might the Gale Claw aimed for its abdomen. The black-backed tiger, with its forepaws raised, was suddenly alarmed and instinctively swatted towards it, trying to push back the enemy that had unexpectedly charged in front of it. The swift leopard, known for its speed among wind element extraordinary beings, would not easily give up such an opportunity. It pressed on relentlessly, continuing to claw at the tiger's abdomen. With a loud slash, the black-backed tiger's abdomen was instantly torn open by the Gale Claw, its innards and blood gushing out, causing many students in front of the screen to cover their mouths and dry heave. However, the swift leopard was not in a good position either. In the next second after it tore open the black-backed tiger's abdomen, the tiger's steel claw struck it. One of its steel claws struck its neck, leaving several deep wounds that exposed bone, with blood spraying from the ruptured arteries. Die! Li Yuanhang roared. With his voice echoing the pain, swift leopard, disregarding everything, once again clawed at the black-backed tiger's abdomen, this time directly pulling out its heart. The black-backed tiger let out a mournful howl, completely losing its strength, collapsing on the ground, clearly dead. Leopard head. Li Yuanhang, seeing this, hurried over, taking out 2 bottles of healing water, pouring one for the swift leopard to drink and the other over its neck wound. After a while, the swift leopard's injuries finally stabilized, stopping the bleeding and beginning to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Teachers and students in front of the screen realized they had been holding their breath and hurriedly began to breathe. Incredible, he actually took down a black-backed tiger that had mastered bronze skin. Li Go is amazing. This beast should be worth 500 points, right? Currently no one else's points have even reached double digits. This is a clear first place. Many students couldn't help but praise him, and the others in different classes were no exception. Clearly Li Yuanhang's performance had completely won them over. Dong Lianshan nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If such a young talent could be recruited into the Guan City Military Corps in a few years, the military might gain another fierce warrior. While they were still immersed in their admiration, a student suddenly exclaimed, "Report! Report to the chief examiner." Drone No. 34 has detected an anomaly. A student is surrounded by a pack of wolves and there's even a jungle wolf king among them. What? Dong Lianshan was startled and hurriedly looked at screen No. 34 and indeed found a pack of wolves. Leading the pack was the jungle wolf king. The jungle wolf king, a ruler of its pack, is generally an elite among its peers, and its strength is absolutely not inferior to that of the black-backed tiger, which had mastered the bronze skin skill. Moreover, there were several ordinary-level jungle jackals in that wolf pack. How could a student acting alone survive being surrounded by so many ferocious beasts? As for the surrounded student, Dong Lianshan recognized him. He had recently gone over this student's information and his name seemed to be Sui. What a pity. He sighed slightly. Even if he sent nearby rescue personnel now, they would probably be too late. That kid is finished. On the Lion Peak mountain range, looking at the 6 jungle wolves approaching him, Sui felt a sense of melancholy. Why is it always a pack of wolves? Is it destined that he is fated to clash with such creatures? He carefully sensed and found that among the 6 jungle wolves, 3 had reached the ordinary level, including a jungle wolf king. The rulers of such packs possess formidable strength, certainly not weaker than the wind wolf king he encountered in the secret realm. Fortunately, jungle wolves are attributeless extraordinary beings. Describing them as attributeless might sound harsh. According to the Beast Tamer Association, they should be classified as having balanced attributes. Extraordinary beings with this attribute have balanced data in strength, speed, physique, and other aspects without any significant weaknesses, yet they also lack outstanding features. In 2 words, they can be summarized as mediocre. Moreover, they generally only master some common skills, focusing on close combat rather than flashy techniques like other extraordinary beings. Such fierce beasts are relatively easy to deal with. If he had encountered a pack of wolves like this a month ago, Sui would have surely fled without hesitation. However, now he felt he could give it a try. After all, he now possessed 2 life-saving energy equipment. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape smoothly without fear. Moreover, Xiao Jing had no thoughts of fleeing. At that moment it was continuously transmitting excited emotions to him, implying that at Yongchun Xiao Jing wanted to take on 6 opponents. This little fellow was just relying on its exceptional digging skills to be so cocky. What is he doing? Why isn't he running? Is he too scared to move? If he turns and runs now, he might buy some time for the rescuers. In the monitoring shed, seeing Sui standing there like a log on the screen, the teachers and students were all anxious for him. However, someone soon noticed something. Wait. Look at his expression, he doesn't seem panicked at all. Could it be that he intends to fight those 6 jungle wolves hidden? It's hard to tell. Wait a minute, looking at his stance, it seems he really has such an intention. Is he crazy? Many were astonished at Sui's unusual behavior. Dong Lianshan was also surprised, muttering, in such a situation he still has the courage to fight. This student truly surprises me, it's just a shame. Before he could finish, the 6 jungle wolves finally moved. Led by the Wolf King, the pack surged towards Sui like a raging torrent. Sui's heart tightened, quickly locking onto the Frost Guardian and the Carefree Pendant, while also conveying to Xiao Jing, "Ignore that Wolf King, I'll take the hit. You focus on taking down those 2 ordinary-level jackals." Using oneself as bait to help the pet bear some pressure or create opportunities for sneak attacks is a common tactic. Of course, the premise is that the beast tamer has such capability, at least able to withstand a round of attacks from the enemy, otherwise it would be akin to an old immortal seeking death. What is he doing? Why hasn't he summoned his pet yet? The teachers and students in front of the screen were nearly in a frenzy. Most of them were unaware of what Sui's pet was. Seeing no other extraordinary beings around, they assumed he hadn't summoned it yet. Dong Lianshan, however, had guessed something and narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed. The next moment an unexpected change occurred as 9 thick vines suddenly erupted from the previously calm ground. These vines were quite strange, and not only were they covered with circles of black patterns, but they also glimmered with a layer of eerie light, and with dense sharp thorns. They were clearly not ordinary. However, before anyone could react, those vines precisely ensnared the front legs of 2 jungle jackals. The jackals, unable to stop in time, tumbled forward, letting out a mournful cry. While it can do that too, many in front of the screen were dumbfounded. They finally understood why they hadn't seen Sui's pet earlier. It turned out his pet was the thorn vine lying in wait underground for a sneak attack. Knocking down 2 jungle jackals at once was already a source of pride. What surprised them most was that the 2 jackals tripped by the thorn vine were not apprentice level, but were the 2 ordinary level jackals, second only to the jungle wolf king in strength. Although a sneak attack was employed, it was still astonishing for an apprentice-level pet to trip 2 ordinary-level ferocious beasts. But that wasn't the end. After the 2 jungle jackals fell, in addition to the 4 vines still entangling their front legs, the remaining 5 quickly twisted together, forming a thick rod that ruthlessly struck at their waists. Crack! 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 The thick rod moved swiftly, striking them several times in a very short time, showcasing the mastery of whipping techniques. The 2 jackals attempted to break free from the vine's bindings and dodge to the side, but no matter how they pulled or bit, they couldn't snap those vines. They were ordinary-level ferocious beasts, much stronger than the thorn vine. This truly left them baffled. However, they had no time to ponder this issue. From the moment the first strike from the vine rod landed, their heads were overwhelmed by pain, and they could only roll on the ground while howling. "Awa!" The jungle wolf king, originally lunging at Sui, sensed the situation behind it and quickly turned to look, its eyes filled with fury. The 2 ordinary-level jackals had already taken 4 or 5 strikes from the wolf fang whip. Although they hadn't been instantly defeated like the previous apprentice-level kin, they had lost their combat ability and could not get up on the brink of death. Now it was not just the students, even Dong Lianshan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he just witness? An apprentice-level 7-star thorn vine had within mere seconds incapacitated 2 ordinary-level jackals. If it had been those powerful rare pets, he might have accepted it, but a thorn vine, even with the advantage of a sneak attack, was still somewhat shocking. What surprised him even more was not just this. As an experienced beast tamer and scout, he could see some details that ordinary people might miss. If nothing unexpected happened, this thorn vine certainly mastered the whipping skill, and being able to execute so many strikes in such a short time indicated its proficiency had likely reached the mastery level. Moreover, the eerie light swirling on the vines also caught his attention. Ordinary thorn vines wouldn't be this robust, or perhaps they would have been torn apart the moment they ensnared the 2 jungle jackals. However, this thorn vine not only remained intact but also withstood the biting of the 2 ordinary-level jackals without any damage. This was too abnormal. Could it be hardening? Dong Lianshan began to harbor doubts. But isn't this a skill that only exceptionally perceptive pets can master? Hardening was a skill of the same caliber as bronze skin and rending claws, all being relatively powerful among basic skills. Transcendent beings below the elite level, as long as they mastered one such skill, could become the standout among their peers. This was also a hallmark distinguishing ordinary pet beasts from exceptional ones. Moreover, transcendent beings capable of learning such skills generally possessed considerable potential, at least enough to grow to the elite level. Through the observed information, Dong Lianshan quickly reached a conclusion. The thorn vine contracted by Sui was no ordinary specimen, with the potential to grow not just to elite level but even to the commander level in the future. Furthermore, this was a thorn vine that had undergone a benign mutation. Such a thorn vine would be stronger than ordinary ones and hold greater value. In summary, the youth named Sui had already earned sufficient qualification to be classified among the outstanding students. If his pet beast advanced to the ordinary level, he could even stand shoulder to shoulder with seated candidates like Li Yuanheng. At this thought he grew anxious, his expression turning grave as he silently prayed that Sui could hold out for 2 more minutes until the rescue team arrived. If such a student were to die here, it would be no small loss for Guancheng. Although Xiaojing had displayed astonishing strength, he still did not believe Sui could defeat the Forest Wolf King. After all, the Forest Wolf King was also a standout among transcendent beings of the same rank, and its level was a full major tier higher than Xiaojing's. Perhaps his worries were coming true, for the Forest Wolf King on the screen suddenly let out a furious roar. Having lost 2 of its generals in an instant and by such despicable means as a sneak attack, the Forest Wolf King instantly flew into a rage. It could no longer be bothered with Sui, immediately turning around and charging madly toward Xiaojing. As it ran, its body underwent a visible transformation, swelling like it was being inflated, revealing terrifyingly bulging muscles. Its fur also turned an eerie red, as if it might bleed at any moment. Coupled with its frenzied eyes and an almost tangible aura of menace, it looked utterly terrifying. Is this blood rage? Sui recognized the skill. After using blood rage, a transcendent being would enter a berserk state with greatly enhanced strength, speed, and physique. Given the Forest Wolf King's strength, its physical attributes at this moment could probably match those of some weaker elite-level transcendent beings. Xiaojing naturally noticed the change as well, not daring to be careless. It quickly released the 2 ordinary-level jackals and swung a vine to test the waters, lashing out at the Wolf King. Bang! Before the vine could even strike the Forest Wolf King, it was swatted away by a claw. The immense force not only caused the vine to momentarily lose control, but the sharp claws also left several deep gashes on it. This vine had been reinforced with hardening, yet it was torn open. Sensing danger, Xiaojing dared not engage heat-in and quickly burrowed underground to evade. By the time the Forest Wolf King reached the 2 ordinary-level jackals, Xiaojing was already gone. The enemy had fled. Awoe! The Forest Wolf King let out a roar, its pent-up fury finding no outlet, driving it deeper into madness. Even the 3 apprentice-level jackals were frightened, retreating a few steps in silence. At this point it had little rationality left, craving only a violent release. Thus it set its sights on Sui again, letting out a low growl before lunging at him once more. It was Xiaojing who angered you, not me. Why take it out on me? Sui cursed with a laugh, appearing relaxed but inwardly cautious, ready to activate his 2 life-saving treasures at any moment. Before the screen, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. This is trouble. The Forest Wolf King in its blood rage berserk state has strength rivaling elite-level beasts. Even Li Yuanhang would have to turn and run. Yeah, it's terrifying. How? Why did his thorn vine hide? Oh no, now the Forest Wolf King is charging straight at him. What is he doing? This is a life or death struggle, not a pet beast battle. How can he let his pet hide? Is he out of his? Hey, doesn't he know blood rage has a time limit? If he can drag it out until it ends, the Forest Wolf King will fall into a weakened state and he might even counterattack. How can he buy time? The current Forest Wolf King is unstoppable. Didn't you see his pet beast couldn't withstand it and had to hide? Alright, stop arguing. Dong Lianshan snapped irritably, cutting them off. His eyes were fixed on the screen, dreading the sight he least wanted to see. But in the next moment, to his delight, the situation shifted again. At that moment the Forest Wolf King was almost upon Sui. Yet just then the previously hidden Xiaojing burrowed out from underground again. It didn't go directly for the Forest Wolf King, but instead appeared beneath the 3 apprentice-level jackals. Before those 3 jackals could react, it had already entangled one of each of their legs. Then Xiaojing didn't bother using Wolf Fang Lash specifically, it simply used ordinary lashes, controlling 6 vines to rain blows down on the 3 jackals. Although ordinary lashes couldn't kill them instantly, the thorny vines striking their bodies inflicted excruciating pain. As the vines fell, the air was filled with the jackal's earth-shattering howls. The loud noise naturally reached the Forest Wolf King's ears. It instinctively paused and glanced back, a single look that sent its rage to the breaking point. This detestable creature dared to show up again. And on top of that, it dared to brutally beat its offspring right in front of it. How could this be tolerated? It let out a low growl, once again abandoning Sui as its target, and turned to pounce on Xiaojing. Xiaojing kited by time. Sui wiped the sweat from his brow, issued the command to Xiaojing, and quickly ran off to hide behind a large tree. He had no desire to be the Forest Wolf King's target again. After all, the other jackals had all been dealt with by Xiaojing, so it could now engage in an unknown fight with the Wolf King. Of course, that didn't mean a heated confrontation. As a top 5 student in theoretical subjects in his grade, how could Sui be unaware of blood rage's side effects? As long as he delayed until the blood rage state ended, that Forest Wolf King would meet its doom. And Xiaojing, who had mastered the burrowing skill to perfection, excelled at buying time. This in itself was a form of counterplay. It actually took a turn. Just moments ago, the teachers and students who were anxious about Sui were now somewhat taken aback by the sudden change in the situation. On the screen, Sui had already escaped danger and even left the battlefield, while the frenzied Jungle Wolf King was recklessly chasing after Xiaojing. The Jungle Wolf King's eyes were bloodred, completely devoid of reason. However, it must be admitted that in its blood rage state, its speed was incredibly fast, far beyond what Xiaojing could match. Fortunately, Xiaojing had perfected her digging skills. Whenever she was about to be caught, she would quickly burrow underground and vanish without a trace. When she resurfaced, she would either appear several meters away or behind the Jungle Wolf King, occasionally taking the chance to lash out with her vines. Although the Jungle Wolf King managed to dodge or swat away each attack, its blood pressure continued to rise sharply, unable to regain its composure. Moreover, each time it swatted away the vines, its paws inevitably got pierced by several sharp thorns. Could it be that he is really going to win this battle? In the monitoring shed, seeing the originally terrifying ambush turn into a smooth chase, many students showed expressions of disbelief. If this dragged on, the effect of blood rage would soon end, and at that time the Jungle Wolf King's strength would not only drop back to that of an ordinary level, but would also enter a weakened state. By then, its overall strength would likely be comparable to an ordinary level wolf. Xiaojing had previously taken down 2 of such wolves at once. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping towards Sui. Dong Lianshan naturally recognized the current situation and felt equally shocked. This student named Sui seemed to be a tactical genius. On the surface, he had not displayed any particularly eye-catching moves, but had simply made reasonable use of his pet's advantages and the enemy's weaknesses. However, identifying the enemy's weaknesses accurately and highlighting one's own advantages is not a simple task. Yet Sui not only remained calm throughout the battle, but also executed each move and response with extreme precision, never making a single mistake, as precise as a finely tuned instrument, which is truly rare. Let alone students like him, even many experienced beast tamers might not be able to achieve such performance. Calling him a genius is hardly an overstatement. After a moment of hesitation, Dong Lianshan picked up the intercom again and calmly said, "Inform the rescuers that upon arrival at their destination they need not rush to act, to first observe the situation." Over. There was no doubt that he had regained confidence in Sui. He did not disappoint them. Within the Lion Peak Mountains, after being led around in circles by Xiaojing for 4 to 5 minutes, the Jungle Wolf King could no longer maintain its blood rage state, its body suddenly deflating like a punctured balloon and its spirit becoming extremely listless. At this point, it regained some of its reason and realized how foolish it had been to relentlessly chase that peculiar thorny vine, knowing full well that the opponent could burrow underground at any moment, yet still unable to resist the provocation, falling right into the trap. Unfortunately, it was only now that it reacted, clearly a bit too late. Xiaojing, having been chased for so long, was also burning with anger. After all, she was a unique thorn demon vine, and being chased by such an extraordinary creature like the Jungle Wolf King was too embarrassing. She had to regain her honor. Therefore, seeing the jungle wolf king enter a weakened state, she wasted no time, turned around, burrowed underground, and angrily charged towards it. The jungle wolf king sensed the crisis and wanted to flee, but in its weakened state it could not run faster than Xiaojing could burrow. In just a few seconds it was bound by a vine that shot up from underground, wrapping around its hind leg. The jungle wolf king was terrified and immediately exerted all its strength to try and break free. If this were a minute ago it could have done it easily, but now, apart from driving the thorns deeper into its flesh, it could only produce a few cracking sounds as it barely snapped a few fibers of the vine. Then in its terrified gaze the remaining 8 vines twisted together into a massive spiked club and swung violently at its waist, striking it several times. "Awoe!" The jungle wolf king howled in agony, its weakened state rendering it as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. At this moment it felt extremely suffocated and resentful. If it were not in a weakened state but still in a blood rage, it would have long since torn this wretched thorny vine to shreds. This cunning creature does not adhere to the rules of combat. I really won. After several seconds the audience finally came to their senses. However, seeing the powerful jungle wolf king being whipped to death by the thorny vine, they still felt it was somewhat unreal. With just a thorny vine he wiped out an entire pack of wolves. This was truly 1 against 6. Moreover, there was even a jungle wolf king among them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. By the way, who is this person? Which class is he in? How come I've never heard of him before? A student suddenly asked. They had been too nervous earlier to inquire, but now they finally had the chance. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuning, still in a state of shock, finally regained her senses and said, He is ours, from class 4 of the first year Sui. Others were not familiar with Sui, but as a classmate she was very clear about it. Because of this her shock was also the greatest. That handsome boy who almost got expelled from school turned out to be this powerful. Am I really not dreaming? Sui. Even the teachers were somewhat bewildered, but one of them still took out their phone to prepare to report this matter to the school. Interesting. Dong Mianshan quietly noted Sui's name. Student 64, killed 1 ordinary level 7-star jungle wolf king 500 points, 1 ordinary level 3-star jungle jackal 150 points, 1 ordinary level 2-star jungle jackal 100 points, 3 apprentice level jungle jackals 13 points. Adding the previous 5 points, a total of 763 points. At this moment this was undoubtedly the highest score. Little brother, you're impressive. I might not even be your match. After graduation, would you be interested in joining our Guanqing military department? A scout with a scar on his forehead closed his notebook, looked at Sui, and a hint of respect flashed across his face. Thank you for the compliment, but I want to see if I can get into the top 3 beast taming academies in the country, Sui said with a smile. That's true. With your talent you will definitely go to a bigger city for further study. I wish you success in your studies. After saying this, the scout patted his shoulder, said nothing more, tied up the 6 jackal corpses, and then had his pet the white-headed eagle carry them away as they left together. Looking at the corpses hanging from the white-headed eagle's talons, Sui felt a bit puzzled. Aren't those his trophies? Why did they take them away without asking a single question? Xiaojing, thank you for your hard work. Rest here for a while before we continue our journey. Sui did not dwell on the matter of the corpses, taking out a bottle of energy water and handing it to Xiaojing. Xiaojing was very happy, extending the vine to drink happily. Seeing this, a gentle smile appeared on Sui's face. Through the recent battle he gained a new understanding of Xiaojing's strength. This little fellow seemed to be even stronger than he had imagined, capable of contending with the elite among ordinary level extraordinary creatures like the jungle wolf king. He had originally thought that to possess such strength one would at least need to break through to the ordinary level. Of course, Xiaojing's victory just now was actually quite fortuitous. If it weren't for its digging skill perfectly countering blood rage, it would have been impossible to kill the jungle wolf king and might have had to flee in disgrace. If the Jungle Wolf King had been replaced by the Wind Wolf King from the Inheritance Secret Realm, Xiaojing would certainly have lost this time. In any case, although he had killed the Jungle Wolf King, Xiaojing's overall strength still fell short compared to the elite among ordinary-level extraordinary creatures, only having a chance of victory under circumstances that counter the opponent. However, even so, Sui was still very satisfied. After all, Xiaojing's spiritual energy level was still only at the 7-star apprentice level. Among the students participating in the assessment, it is said that several of their pets have reached the level of ordinary level elites. Compared to them, I seem to be nothing. Sui murmured to himself, but he did not take this matter to heart. It was fine not to be comparable to those people now. He believed that in a month or two he would definitely surpass them. As time passed, more and more students encountered ordinary level ferocious beasts. Except for the truly weak lone wolves, the vast majority of students would attempt to battle them. There is a saying, try it and die. At least 1/3 of the students lost in battles against these ordinary level ferocious beasts. It is important to note that these are not elite monsters like the Jungle Wolf King, but the most ordinary level ferocious beasts. Of course, this was to be expected, as most of the pets of the students participating in the assessment had not broken through to the ordinary level. Not all pets possess the ability to fight beyond their level like Xiaojing. If many students hadn't formed teams to take advantage of numbers, the results might have been even worse. Even so, by dusk more than 40 students had been eliminated. Some voluntarily withdrew after encountering danger, while others were forcibly taken away by rescue personnel. According to regulations, the rescue team would not act lightly unless a student had fallen into a situation where they would die without help. Thus, once the rescue personnel intervened, it meant that the student had already died, which would naturally be deemed a failure in the wilderness survival assessment. These students were actually quite lucky, as they were at least rescued in time, suffering only minor injuries. However, not everyone was so fortunate. By dusk, 2 students had already met with accidents and tragically died on Lion Peak Ridge. After encountering danger, they were unable to hold out until the rescue personnel arrived. One of them, when the rescue personnel arrived, had half of their body eaten by ferocious beasts, with only half of the corpse recovered. The deaths of these 2 cast a shadow over the hearts of all the students. At this moment, they truly realized that such assessments could indeed be fatal. It was not a joke. Especially after seeing the 2 corpses being brought back, many students were stunned, their minds greatly impacted. As a result, the accompanying psychological teacher had to provide them with some psychological counseling. While comforting them, the psychological teacher summoned her spiritual-type pet, the bamboo flute bird, to sing calming songs for them. According to the original plan, it was intended for these students participating in the assessment to spend the night on Lion Peak Ridge. After all, once they entered the Inheritance Secret Realm, spending the night in the wilderness was inevitable. However, after discussing with Dong Lianshan, the leading director changed the plan and set up 3 camps in Lion Peak Ridge, notifying the students in the ridge to go to the nearest camp to spend the night using emergency locators. Although they were given a 10% death quota, these students could be considered elite to some extent. Losing even one would make them feel heartbroken, let alone losing 10%. They could not really be that ruthless. Xiaojing Steel Spike. Beautiful. Bind it tightly, don't let it break free. In a grove, Xiaojing was entangled with a golden python. The golden python is a metal-type ferocious beast with very tough skin, but lacking skills like copper skin. It was still vulnerable before the proficient steel spike skill and was pierced through, instantly developing hundreds of blood holes. Blood gushed out from these holes. The golden python struggled desperately, trying to escape from Xiaojing's entanglement, but to no avail. It could only watch helplessly as it bled out. Minutes later, the golden python finally exhausted its last bit of vitality and collapsed on the ground. Thorny Ghost Vine Combat Victory Skill Proficiency increased. Detected dissipating soul power absorbing. Absorption complete. Gain 23 soul power points. Current total soul power 521 points. I've cleared another ordinary level ferocious beast. Sui let out a gentle breath. Counting the jungle wolf, this was already the 6th ordinary level ferocious beast he had killed. In addition to those apprentice-level ferocious beasts that had actively approached to attack him, his soul power had accumulated to 521 points. Xiaojing needed 800 points to evolve into a thorny demon flower, which was already close. With this golden python added, my points should have exceeded 1,000. Even if I slack off tomorrow, I should still make it into the top 10. But at this late hour, will anyone come to verify the results? Sui looked up at the sky and saw that it was almost completely dark. After hesitating for a moment, he did not press the green button on the locator, but had Xiaojing drag the golden python behind him. Since the camp was not far from here, he might as well take the golden python to the camp, letting the teachers and scouts there help verify, saving the trouble of having others run back and forth. At this time, walking in the mountains was still a bit eerie. Although it was not completely dark, yet it was still quite sinister under the cover of the leaves. Fortunately, Sui had 2 life-saving treasures on him, and with Xiaojing guarding him, he still felt quite brave. Just as he was hesitating whether to take out his flashlight, now a sharp scream suddenly came from behind, startling him nearly into the air. What's going on? He quickly gripped his frost guardian and looked back, soon discovering 4 students, 2 boys and 2 girls. One of the girls was squatting on the ground, covering her mouth, looking terrified at Xiaojing and the golden python it was dragging behind. The other 3 students also looked panicked, hiding behind their pets. Seeing this, Sui guessed what was happening and awkwardly said, Sorry, that's my pet and trophy, not a ferocious beast. Upon hearing someone speak, the 4 students finally noticed that there was another person in the shadow ahead, dressed in the same standardized combat uniform as them from Guangzhou. One high school. The 4 of them were left speechless. Classmate, it's quite late at night. Dragging such a long corpse of a fierce beast around could scare someone to death. The short-haired girl with a bit more courage couldn't help but voice her dissatisfaction. A vine covered in strange patterns was dragging a bloodied golden python, and given their heightened nerves, if they weren't careful, they might mistake it for some unknown terrifying beast. Late at night? Hadn't it just entered evening? Although he thought this, Sui sincerely replied, Sorry, I didn't expect to encounter other classmates either. Never mind. The girl had recognized the golden python, her eyes flashing with surprise. She stopped reproaching him and stepped forward to help the other girl, who was still crouching on the ground. A person capable of hunting a golden python alone must be quite powerful. She was willing to show such a person some respect. Moreover, this boy was somewhat handsome, exactly her type. Huh? The 2 boys, upon hearing Sui's voice, felt it somewhat familiar and looked in shock at the figure under the shade of the tree. You are Sui? Qiuqi? Fangziyue? What a coincidence. As soon as they spoke, Sui recognized them, but then thought of something and asked in confusion, Where's Wan Ziheng? Didn't he team up with you? Is now the time to be worrying about that? Qiuqi and Fangziyue stared blankly at the corpse of the golden python, unable to believe this. Did you kill it? Yes, it took a lot of effort. Sui replied with a smile, not denying it. You're joking, right? The 2 still seemed reluctant to believe. This was a golden python, a highly powerful and defensively strong metal-type extraordinary creature, quite troublesome. They asked themselves, even if the 2 of them faced such a beast together, it would be extremely challenging. Are you classmates? Hello, I am Mo Jianting and this is Wu Yingying, both from class 9, grade 1. After helping the other girl up, the short-haired girl took the initiative to greet Sui, a faint smile on her face, seemingly having completely cast aside the earlier misunderstanding. Hello, I am Sui from class 4, grade 1. Sui approached, looking at the girl named Wu Yingying, and expressed concern. You were scared just now, right? I'm sorry. In fact, he had also been startled by the girl's scream. He even suspected that the other 3 teammates of this girl might not have been scared by the golden python, but rather by her. Wu Yingying's cheeks flushed as she shyly said, It's fine, I'm too sensitive, sorry for making you laugh. My poison thorn rose is really powerful. It's already at the ordinary level, so even if I encountered a golden python I wouldn't be afraid. Poison thorn rose? Sui was somewhat surprised. Like Xiaojing, the poison thorn rose was also a plant-type extraordinary creature, and it was much more precious than the thorn vine, having both wood and poison attributes. So your pet is a poison thorn rose? I've heard that the poison mist released by this kind of pet can incapacitate elite-level extraordinary creatures. Sui said with a smile. It's not that impressive. My poison thorn rose hasn't mastered the poison mist skill yet. Wu Yingying couldn't bear to meet his eyes, her wandering gaze revealing a hint of shyness. Seeing her like this, Qiu Qi and Fang Ziyue were stunned. Is this really the Wu Yingying they knew, whose temper was notoriously bad? Not long ago, due to their mistakes, a bloodthirsty vine had escaped and Wu Yingying had scolded them for several minutes. They had thought that after being frightened like this, Wu Yingying would unleash her fury on Sui. To their surprise, this girl with a notoriously bad temper not only didn't get angry but instead was surprisingly gentle. And that perfectly timed shyness, oh my, has she been possessed? Moreover, even the usually stern Mo Jianting took the initiative to speak to Sui, inviting, "You must be heading to the camp ahead as well. Since we've met, how about we walk together?" "Alright, let's go to the camp together then." Sui thought for a moment and smiled in agreement. After all, it was only less than 2 miles to the camp, and walking together for a bit wouldn't hurt. The two girls were pleased to hear this. Wu Yingying curiously asked, "Were you acting alone today? To be able to hunt a golden python by yourself you must be quite strong, right?" Qiu Qi couldn't take it anymore, clearing his throat and interjecting, "Didn't you all see? Sui's pet is just a mutated thorn vine and its spiritual energy level isn't high, only at the apprentice level 7 stars. Wu Yingying was somewhat dissatisfied. What's wrong with the thorn vine? So what if its spiritual energy level is low? Can your pet hunt a golden python alone? Qiu Qi. He vaguely remembered that upon learning his pet was an apprentice level 8-star thunder mouse, Wu Yingying had shown a face of disdain. How come now she was defending a lower level thorn vine? However, if that golden python was indeed hunted by Sui alone, it was indeed worthy of respect. But could that really be the case? Despite lacking evidence, he still couldn't believe it. "Sui, how did you kill that golden python? If I'm not mistaken, your thorn vine must have some special traits, right?" Mo Jianting asked curiously. She didn't doubt that Sui was lying. After all, that golden python looked like it had just been killed recently. Moreover, a boy as handsome as this could never lie. Sui pondered for a moment and smiled. "It might be because my thorn vine has comprehended hardening. This skill greatly enhances its capabilities. These skills could not be hidden anyway. He was already prepared to reveal them, so it didn't matter to say it now. Hardening." Upon hearing this, not only Mo Jianting and Wu Yingying but also Qiu Qi and Fang Ziyue were somewhat surprised. This was a very powerful beginner skill. No wonder. I've heard that ordinary level extraordinary creatures that comprehend such skills can almost all grow to elite level in the future. Wait, your thorn vine is still only at the apprentice level. Doesn't that mean its potential is even greater? Mo Jianting and Wu Yingying looked at him with excitement. This boy was not only handsome but also truly promising. These are just rumors. There's no substantial data to support them, so they can't be taken seriously. Sui humbly replied. "Oh right, how many points do you have now?" "Jianting and I hunted 3 ordinary level fierce beasts together, so our points should have reached 200. Wu Yingying said this with a bit of pride. "That's impressive. Over 200 points can surpass the vast majority of people. Right? We are quite excellent. How about you? I was luckier than you. I discovered a few more ordinary level fierce beasts and my total points should have exceeded 1,000. Wow." The two girls immediately turned into fangirls, looking at him with admiration. Qiu Qi and Fang Ziyue following behind them exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. What just happened? Why does it feel like this world suddenly became unreal? 1,000 points. Sui. The so-called campsite is merely an open space suitable for camping. Under the arrangement of 2 scouts and 2 leading teachers, the students who arrived first have already set up their tents. The tents are connected in a circle. Although there are no fences, the teachers and scouts will personally keep watch at night, which still gives the students a sense of security. Are you really not coming with us tomorrow? If the 3 of us team up, we can easily slay any nun-like fierce beasts we encounter. I'm sorry, I'm used to acting alone. Let's team up next time if there's an opportunity, Sui gently refused. What a pity, then I will have to team up with those 2 for now, Wu Yingying said, shaking her head helplessly. Are you being polite? Seeing her like this, Chuunibyou and Fang Ziyue were somewhat speechless. However, their inferior strength made it difficult for them to react even when looked down upon. Sui, we have arrived at the campsite. Let's meet again next time, Mo Jianting suddenly turned around to say as the campsite came into view. Sui politely nodded. Mo Jianting and Wu Yingying didn't say anything more and entered the campsite first. Watching their figures fade away, Sui smiled and said, they are 2 very gentle girls, but perhaps a bit too enthusiastic. Gentle. Chuunibyou and Fang Ziyue twitched their mouths. If those 2 girls had nothing to do with gentleness or enthusiasm, it was already commendable that they didn't use harsh words. Sui, now that there are no outsiders, honestly tell us if what you said to Mo Jianting and Wu Yingying was true. Has your thorn vine really comprehended hardening? Of course it's true. There's no need for me to lie about this. How do you think I hunted the golden python? Alright, we believe you. Chuunibyou and Fang Ziyue exchanged glances as if making a decision and continued, so. Can the 3 of us team up tomorrow? Another team invitation. Sui glanced at them. Do you think I would agree? I just rejected those 2 girls who are stronger than you. Besides, didn't you already team up with them? There must be many boys eager to team up with such capable, gentle and polite girls, right? Stop mentioning those 4 words, gentle and polite. Chuunibyou sighed. Forget it. If it doesn't work out, just withdraw like Wan Ziheng did. Originally he thought he could compete for a spot in the inheritance ruins, but he didn't expect that even the outdoor survival assessment arranged by the school would be so tough. He had indeed underestimated it in the past. After saying that, he called out to Fang Ziyue and walked straight towards the campsite, looking dejected and no longer as spirited as when he first signed up. Student number 64 killed a regular level 5 golden python, 250 points. Let me check, your total points are now 1331, currently ranking 3rd. Young man, you have great potential. After recording his achievements, Scout Song Guofang cast him an appreciative glance. Just 3rd place? I thought I could get 1st. Sui said with a smile. Don't aim too high. You must understand that your pet is still at the apprentice level. Achieving this score is already quite impressive. Among the top 10 ranking players, you're the only one whose pet hasn't reached the regular level. Song Guofang didn't know what else to say. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Song. By the way, can I ask who the 2 people ranked ahead of me are? Since you called me Brother Song, I don't mind telling you. The one in 1st place is student number 73, Li Yuanhong, and the one in 2nd place is student number 99, Xia Yihan. They'll tell you one more piece of news. Both of them are in our campsite. If you're interested, you can find them to chat and expand your network. It wouldn't hurt you, kid. Thanks, Brother Song, but no need. Sui thanked him and then walked towards his tent. By now the sky had completely darkened and several clusters of bonfires flickered in the breeze, illuminating the campsite. Watching his retreating figure, Song Guofang shook his head. This kid is indeed a naive student, completely unaware of how important networking will be in the future. Finally, I can rest properly. Sui took out a blanket from his storage ring and comfortably lay down on it. After fighting so many battles today, he was indeed a bit tired. However, while tired, he had also gained a lot, having accumulated much battle experience and outdoor survival skills. After the assessment tomorrow, I will seriously train little Jing, striving to help it break through to the regular level within a month. I wonder if it will undergo any new changes after breaking through to the regular level, Sui murmured. Although it had undergone a transformation once, he didn't know if it was due to its low level. Little Jing didn't seem much different from an ordinary extraordinary creature. If there are standards for monsters, it might not even qualify as a small monster right now. Forget it, I won't think about it, it's not like I can figure it out anyway. Sui shook his head, shaking off these thoughts, and began to meditate. Although he currently ranked high, he still did not dare to slack off. For this outdoor survival assessment, he had set several goals for himself, with the first being to break into the top 10. Initially, he had little interest in the top 10 since he didn't plan to enter the inheritance ruins this time. However, he was still very eager for the courage badge promised by the military. This is an honor that can be worn on military uniforms, bringing great prestige. Besides, he also wanted to accumulate more soul power and train little Jing further. Little Jing was indeed already quite impressive, but the skills of whip hardening and steel spike had only reached the proficient level, leaving plenty of room for improvement. If he could elevate them to the consummate level, its strength would surely rise to another tier, and perhaps it could even sweep through elite level ordinary beasts like the Forest Wolf King without even reaching the regular level. For other extraordinary creatures, it seems somewhat fanciful to elevate skills to the consummate level in such a short time. But little Jing is different. Whether it was due to the transformation or its innate high comprehension, it quickly familiarized itself with the skills, seemingly able to grasp their essence effortlessly. Thus Sui was confident in it. If other students knew his thoughts, they would likely feel very hurt. While others were living in fear during the outdoor survival assessment, being cautious, he was pondering how to train his pet. It seemed he didn't take the assessment seriously at all. At dawn the next day, Sui left the camp early. Xiaojing hit it, don't hold back, rip all its petals off. Perched on a sturdy branch of a large tree, Sui watched the battle below. Xiaojing was locked in a fierce struggle with a serrated carnivorous flower. The serrated carnivorous flower was a master of disguise, capable of altering its color and form, making it incredibly treacherous. Sui, momentarily distracted, nearly fell victim to its bite as he passed by what seemed like an ordinary blossom. A bud no larger than a fist suddenly gaped open like a wash basin, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a truly horrifying sight. Had it bitten him, then Sui's leg might have been severed. Thankfully, Xiaojing, ever by his side, lashed out and sent the flower flying, saving him from injury. Though a common grade beast, the serrated carnivorous flower gained no advantage in the fight. Its prized teeth, when sunk into Xiaojing, could only scrape off a few wood shavings. Dare to bite me? I'll shatter every tooth. Xiaojing grew angry, entwining the flower's roots to prevent escape, then whipped it mercilessly with 7 or 8 vines, sending petals scattering in the wind. After 100 lashes, the flower was utterly torn apart. Xiaojing even twisted the bloom from its stem with brutal efficiency, leaving Sui stunned. Another common grade beast down. Hey, can anyone tell me how many that makes? In the monitoring shed, students who had withdrawn from the assessment had risen early and were eagerly watching the live feed. Though initially reluctant, viewing it as a chore, they now found it quite entertaining. Their only complaint was the drones lacked audio and flew too high, obscuring battle details. Among the remaining contestants, Sui was immensely popular, his viewership ranking first or second. After all, his pet was apprentice grade. Watching an apprentice grade beast crush common grade foes offered a thrill far greater than observing Liaozhai and the others. This is the second one today. Is his thorn vine really still apprentice grade? It wins too easily, even against another wood element transcendent creature. How could it be fake? Don't you see its strength is lacking? If it didn't tie knots after entangling, relying on its tough vines, it could never restrain those common grade beasts. Now that you mention it, that seems true. Xiaojing's captures relied not on brute force. To break free, one needed both superior strength and the ability to snap its vines. like a rope possessing no strength of its own yet capable of binding someone. The students were about to debate Xiao Jing's uniqueness when one suddenly shouted, "Why are you still watching Sui? Look here, Liaozhai and Xiaoyihan are about to hunt an elite grade beast." "What? An elite grade beast?" Startled, everyone turned to the screens showing these contestants. On screen, Liaozhai, Xiaoyihan, Liaozhai and Jia, 4 top 5 scorers, had gathered their pets confronting a blazing hound lion. The blazing hound lion was vermilion, compact like a jackal. Though the male had a lion's thick mane, it also bore many wolf-like features. This was an alien creature from another plane that had escaped into the secret realm, not a product of interspecies unions. Surrounded by the 4 pets, the blazing hound lion was enraged, its eyes flashing with cold malice, flames occasionally erupting from its body. So that's why they teamed up today. They want to hunt an elite grade beast? What audacity! Everyone couldn't help but admire their courage. Dong Lianshan, alerted, approached the screen and picked up a walkie-talkie, his tone grave. "Notify nearby personnel to rush over and prepare for rescue. Send more people, elite grade beasts are no joke. These students never let us rest easy." Despite his words, he felt no resentment toward them, only a hint of approval. In truth, this was what he had been waiting for. If these students lacked the courage to face an elite grade beast, they would gain little even if they entered the inheritance secret realm. As for whether the 4 could defeat the blazing hound lion, he was reasonably confident. Their pets were elites among common grade beasts. Though still inferior to an elite grade beast, the gap was not insurmountable. If they coordinated well, they had at least a 60 to 70% chance of victory. Roar! The battle erupted, the blazing hound lion's earth-shattering roar echoing for miles. What's happening? Is someone fighting a beast? Sui, searching for prey, stopped and looked toward a nearby forested hill, surprised. It's not far from us, and with such a deep roar, this beast must be at least as strong as the forest wolf king. He turned to Xiao Jing and asked with a smile, "Want to check it out?" "Of course." Xiao Jing looked excited. "All right, let's sneak over. Don't reveal ourselves until we know the beast's strength." Curious about who the beast was fighting, he crept forward. Roar! The battle in the nearby woods was fierce. A mudstone beast and a rock armor turtle were grappling with the blazing hound lion. The mudstone beast, having also mastered monstrous strength, locked its forelimbs around the lion's neck, holding it fast. Yet it suffered too, as the lion's searing flames scorched its body. Though tough, the mudstone beast couldn't withstand the blaze. Its rock armor cracked and the flesh beneath emitted a charred stench. Fortunately, the rock armor turtle charged in, unleashing a gravity field to suppress the lion. Liaozhai, Xiaoyihan, act now. The mudstone beast and rock armor turtle can't hold out much longer. The burly Liaozhai shouted urgently. Hearing this, Liaozhai and Xiaoyihan hesitated no more, commanding their pets to deliver the finishing blow. At their master's command, the swift cheetah, despite its low defense, braved the lion's flames and lunged, aiming a wind-splitting claw. Meanwhile, Xiaoyihan's electric bird unleashed a purple bolt of lightning at the beast. Would they succeed? The teachers and students before the screens held their breath. But just as the swift cheetah's claw was about to strike, the blazing hound lion roared again, unleashing a barrage of a dozen swift fireballs at both the cheetah and the electric bird in midair. Blazing fire missiles. Everyone gasped in shock. Hiding behind a large tree, Sui was also startled. These 4 are hunting an elite grade beast. What nerve! If it were any other elite grade beast, he might have helped. But the blazing hound lion. Unfortunately, this fire element creature was Xiao Jing's bane. They would have to fend for themselves. Sui peeked out and saw that the situation over there was not as dire as he had imagined. The swift cheetah, being too close despite using all its strength to dodge, still got hit by 2 fireballs and was immediately blown to the ground, severely injured. In contrast, the electric bird circling in the air fared much better, being farther away and with fewer fireballs coming its way, it managed to evade them all. Not only that the lightning it had released earlier successfully struck the crimson flame dog lion, causing it to convulse violently, smoke rising from its head. The mudrock beast and the rock armor turtle entangled with it were not spared, twitching in unison. But Xiao Han hesitated for a moment before emphatically shouting, "Continue." In the next moment another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the three extraordinary creatures. Liaozhai and Jia Rui were heartbroken, wanting to stop it, but the words caught in their throats were swallowed back. "Continue." Xiao Han shouted again, seemingly unwilling to relent until the crimson flame dog lion was completely defeated. The teachers and students watching this scene on the screen felt a pang of sympathy for the mudrock beast and rock armor turtle. What was it like to be struck by lightning 3 times in a row by teammates? Fortunately, they were both Earth attribute extraordinary creatures, much sturdier than others, otherwise after 2 or 3 more strikes they might have been killed by their own teammates. That's so ruthless. Sui was taken aback at the scene. However, as harsh as it was, he had to admit that this method was quite effective. If they kept this up, they would surely kill the crimson flame dog lion. He just wondered how big the psychological shadow area was for Liaozhai and Jia Rui right now. Just as Sui was pondering, he heard the sound of footsteps on dry leaves behind him. Who is it? He was startled and quickly turned to look behind, only to find 5 adult men dressed as hunters cautiously approaching him from several meters away. All 5 of them were armed, the oldest probably in his 40s and the youngest in his 20s. The leader was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, his eagle-like eyes sending chills down one's spine. Moreover, judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations he emitted, he was actually an elite beast tamer. Seeing that Sui had noticed them, the middle-aged man forced a smile and feigned friendliness, saying, "Don't be afraid, little brother, we are just professional beast hunters passing by. From your attire you should be a student from Guan City, no? One middle school, right? Are those classmates of yours having an intense battle up ahead? Do you need our help?" As he spoke, he glanced at the distance where the crimson flame dog lion lay on the verge of collapse, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The crimson flame dog lion was a highly sought-after pet. If they could capture it alive, selling it for 200,000 to 300,000 should not be a problem. An elite crimson flame dog lion wouldn't even sell for more than a juvenile one and might even fetch a lower price. This was because only elite and above beast tamers could forcibly contract elite extraordinary creatures, making the market for them much smaller than for juveniles. Moreover, once these adult extraordinary creatures were contracted, it would be difficult to cultivate feelings. If their loyalty would generally be low, far inferior to those that could be raised since childhood. Pets are the most important partners for beast tamers. If their loyalty is too low, it can be very dangerous. This is why everyone prefers to choose juvenile pets when buying. Nonetheless, even so, encountering an elite crimson flame dog lion that could be picked up for free would still excite many beast hunters. "Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need your help. Our teachers and examiners are nearby, and if we encounter danger, they will come to our rescue in time." Sui politely declined their offer. Teachers? Examiners? Upon hearing this, the 5 beast hunters were slightly taken aback. "Yes, we are here for the outdoor survival assessment arranged by the school." As he spoke, Sui pointed toward the sky. The middle-aged man looked up and saw a drone hovering above his brow, furrowing instantly. "No wonder I saw several drones along the way. They are here to protect these students." Though somewhat disappointed, he did not dare to entertain any inappropriate thoughts, forcing a smile and saying, "In that case, we won't disturb you." After saying this, he prepared to leave with his teammates. Seeing this, Sui let out a slight sigh of relief. He couldn't be sure if the rescue personnel had arrived here yet, and if these people suddenly attacked, he would definitely be in a very dangerous situation. But just then, wah wah wah, a sound that seemed both sorrowful and pleading reached his ears. Following the sound, he noticed that the last hunter was holding a cage inside which was a wounded red fox. The red fox wore a spirit-binding collar around its neck, gazing at him with a mournful and sorrowful look, like a girl who had been unfortunate enough to be captured pleading for rescue. Red Fox Spirit Energy Apprentice Level 8 Stars Attribute Fire Skills Claw Mastery Fire Starting Mastery Small Fireball Proficient Evolvable Species Fire Fox Fire Spirit Fox Potential Marquee Level. This is actually a pet with potential reaching the Marquee level. Sui was quite surprised. Although he couldn't contract any pets right now and hadn't even activated the pet-seeking mode, encountering such an extraordinary creature still stirred his heart. "Shut up or I'll kill you." Seeing the red fox continuously whimpering, the hunter seemed somewhat irritated, pulling out a dagger and reaching into the cage pretending to stab it. The red fox curled up, its big watery eyes filled with sorrow, fear and hatred. The hunter, seeing this, became even more pleased and continued to threaten it with the dagger. This scene was caught on the drone and seen by several students in front of the screen, prompting many girls to frown. Where did these people come from? That red fox is already in such a pitiful state, yet they are still threatening it with a dagger. That's too much. Harming others is one thing, but humiliating a completely defenseless extraordinary creature is simply the act of scum. Red foxes are naturally gentle and won't attack humans. They aren't even on the list of fierce beasts. Abusing them is against the law. Just as they were getting increasingly outraged, someone's wrist was suddenly grabbed. At the same time, Sui's voice rang out, "It's quite pitiful, please don't bully it anymore." The hunter shook off his hand, sneering, "I didn't expect to encounter a saintly bodhisattva here. This is our captured prey. What does it have to do with you? If you really feel sorry for it, just buy it." "Alright, you can make an offer and you'll buy it." "I remember a red fox usually costs around 5 or 600,000. Sui looked at the middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. Hearing this, the middle-aged man turned around and looked at him with a strange expression. "Little brother, you're an apprentice beast master, right? You can't even contract 2 pet beasts, so why buy it?" "I'm just soft-hearted and can't bear to see adorable little animals being mistreated. If I hadn't encountered it, it would be one thing, but since I have, I can't just do nothing or I won't feel at ease," Sui said half-truthfully. "Oh, little brother, you really are kind-hearted. But my brother hasn't mistreated any small animals. Such illegal matters shouldn't be said lightly. Look at that red fox. Aside from the wound left by the trap, it has no other injuries." The middle-aged man grinned, his fierce gaze containing a hint of mockery and teasing. "Let's not talk about irrelevant things. Since you are professional beast hunters, let's talk business. Is that red fox for sale?" Sui asked again. "Ha ha ha, of course it's for sale, but little brother, do you have that much money? This red fox is not ordinary, its talent is exceptionally good. You can't buy it for just 5 or 600,000. The middle-aged man said with a smile. "Boss, you're not trying to exploit my kindness to raise the price, are you? That would be a bit unfair." As he spoke, Sui glanced at the red fox. The little fox seemed to understand their conversation, and a hint of gratitude appeared in its gaze. "Hey kid, you can't say that. In the city, who doesn't know that our brother Fan is the most honest and trustworthy? And using your kindness, how much is that worth? Our brother Fan is a distinguished elite beast master. Would he need to deceive a student? Alright, let's stop wasting time with him. Just a soft-hearted student and he thinks he's a customer. Brother Fan, let's go." The other members of the team were a bit impatient. The middle-aged man named Brother Fan nodded, heeding their suggestion, and prepared to turn away. "Wait!" Sui shouted at them again. "Kid, what else do you want?" The beast hunter carrying the cage spat out the cigarette he had in his mouth, looking quite displeased. Had it not been for the fear of this student's teacher and examiners, they wouldn't have been so polite. But before Sui could speak, a deep voice suddenly rang out, "Who are you and what do you want to do to my student?" As the voice fell, a rugged man in military uniform walked over from not far away. This man was none other than Song Guofang, who had spoken with Sui the night before. Song Guofang was just a regular scout, and his strength definitely couldn't match that of the elite beast master named Brother Fan. However, the 5 men felt a chill at the sight of him, fearing misunderstandings, and even put away their weapons. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I am Fan Xin, the captain of the Xingshi beast hunting team. I was just chatting with this little brother and there was no malice. The middle-aged man at the front actively explained. Xingshi. I've heard of it. If there's nothing else, please leave. Song Guofeng didn't make things difficult for them. But just then Ying the red fox cried out again. Wait, we haven't finished the deal yet. You should at least give a price. Without a price, how would I know if I can become your customer? Sui was unwilling to let them leave like that. That little fox was so pitiful. If 500,000 wasn't enough, then 1 million. If 1 million wasn't enough, then 5 million. In short, for the sake of love and justice, he had to find a way to buy it. You really are relentless. Fan Xin was a bit annoyed by him. Forget it, since you are a student I won't haggle too much. If you really want to buy it, 2 million and this red fox is yours. You're selling a red fox for 2 million. Did you misspeak or did I hear wrong? Sui stared at him wide-eyed. An ordinary red fox is certainly not worth that much, but I already said this red fox is not ordinary. Its claws can easily cut through my protective gear and its claw skills have definitely reached the mastery level. It's extremely cunning. If I hadn't acted personally, it would have almost escaped. An ordinary red fox has a high chance of growing to the elite level, and this one I believe has a 100% chance of reaching it with a considerable probability of growing to the commanding level. 2 million is definitely not too high. Fan Xin still had good professional ethics and explained to him seriously. You said all this yourself and it hasn't been verified by a beast appraiser. How do I know if what you said is true? Sui frowned, seeming to have some doubts about this. You can inquire about my reputation. I, Fan Xin, have never engaged in any deception. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. After speaking, Fan Xin pretended to leave. Wait, 160,000? I'll buy it for 160,000. Sui stared at the little red fox, looking extremely reluctant. Oh. Fan Xin was a bit surprised. You really want to buy it? Then how about this? I'll give you a discount of 20,000. 180,000 is already my bottom line. Not a penny less. This. Sui was quite conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he seemed to make a significant decision and gritted his teeth, saying, all right, then 180,000. Ha ha ha, little brother, you're quite straightforward. A smile finally appeared on Fan Xin's face. Seeing this, Song Guofeng frowned, wanting to stop it, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took out his walkie-talkie, intending to consult with the higher-ups first. In front of the screen, seeing Sui repeatedly stop those beast hunters, a group of teachers and students were somewhat surprised. What is Sui doing? He wouldn't be trying to get that little red fox for free, would he? What's the use of asking for free? Would they give it? That's their property. Even if they feel sorry for that little fox, they can only buy it with money. Buy it with money? A red fox like that would cost at least 500,000 or 600,000, right? If it's just for a bit of inexplicable kindness, that price is a bit steep. What do you mean by inexplicable kindness? That little red fox is so pitiful and so cute. Don't you have any sympathy? A girl overflowing with kindness was unhappy. Before they could argue, Dong Lianshan's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Captain Song Guofeng reports that student number 64 intends to spend 180,000 to buy a red fox. Do we need to stop it? 180,000? What red fox sells for that much? Dong Lianshan was somewhat surprised, but after pondering for a moment, he said lightly, if it's not coercion, there's no need to stop it. If he wants to spend 180,000 for his kindness, that's his own business. We're just examiners and can't interfere too much. The teachers and students beside him were somewhat astonished upon hearing their conversation. Sui actually planned to buy that red fox for 180,000? Is he being taken for a ride? While feeling that it wasn't worth it for him, many girls were still deeply moved. Whoa, I'm crying. Sui is just too kind-hearted. Although Fan Xian spoke with apparent confidence about the excellence of this red fox, he himself was not entirely sure, as he was not a professional beast appraiser. Even professional beast appraisers sometimes misjudge, let alone him. He was quite satisfied to have sold this red fox for such a high price. To that end, he generously gifted a spirit sealing collar worth tens of thousands to Sui. After transferring 1.8 million to these individuals via his phone, Sui received the cage containing the little red fox from them. With Song Guofeng watching from the side, those men dared not pull any tricks. Thank you, little brother. If you ever need more beasts in the future, feel free to contact me. Fan Xian smiled and thanked him before disappearing into the nearby woods with his teammates. As they walked away, Song Guofeng couldn't help but say, "Kid, you have quite the nerve. These beast hunters live on the edge and they're not to be trifled with. In the future, if you encounter such people in the wild, try to avoid them. Don't risk your life to test humanity, and definitely don't think about trading with them in the wild, otherwise losing both money and goods would be the least of your worries." Got it, Song Go. I'm not some clueless greenhorn. If it weren't for you guys being around, I would surely keep my distance from them. Sui replied with a smile. That's good to hear. However, with the Special Investigation Bureau around, they generally won't act recklessly without sufficient benefit. Alright, the battle over there has ended. I need to go wrap things up. Be careful on your own. With that, Song Guofeng said no more and headed towards Liaozhai and the others. At this moment, the area was in shambles, with trees collapsed within a 10-meter radius, leaving behind numerous burn marks and wisps of smoke. It was uncertain how many times the electric bird had struck, but the skin of the crimson flame canine lion was already charred, lying silently in a blackened pit devoid of any life. Of course, Liaozhai's beasts were not faring well either. Although Lei Haoti's Mudrock Beast and Jia Rui's Rock Armored Turtle had later released the Crimson Flame Canine Lion, they were still severely electrocuted and seriously injured. Adding to that, the Swift Leopard had suffered from 2 fireballs earlier. Among the 4 beasts, 3 had completely lost their combat capabilities. As for Xia Yahan's Electric Bird, although it had not been injured much after releasing so many lightning strikes, it was nearly exhausted. Despite this, Sui was still quite astonished. These 4 had truly taken down an elite-level ferocious beast. No wonder they were among the strongest in their grade. He acknowledged that he was not yet capable of such feats. However, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly followed after them. Detecting dissipating soul power absorbing. Sure enough. Seeing the system notification, a smile appeared on Sui's face, ignoring Song Guofeng's puzzled gaze. Besides Song Guofeng, an examiner and a teacher were also approaching from not far away. Song Guofeng nodded to them and then took out a notebook to begin recording. Students 73, 77 and 99, then 106 jointly killed an elite Crimson Flame Canine Lion, each receiving 5,000 points. With 5,000 points each, was this Crimson Flame Canine Lion not worth 20,000 points? Upon realizing this, Sui shook his head regretfully, knowing that he could not retain his 3rd position. However, when he heard that his soul power value increased by 213, a smile reappeared on his face. Can you understand what I'm saying? I can let you out of the cage, but you must not attack me. Under the shade of the trees, Sui looked at the little red fox in the cage, his tone gentle. The little red fox did not respond, gazing at him with grateful eyes, its expression a mix of charm and allure. Alright, it seems you want to attack me, so I will let you out. As Sui spoke, he opened the iron cage and slowly extended his hand inside. The little red fox instinctively felt a bit nervous, but seeing Sui's gentle gaze, it ultimately endured the discomfort and allowed him to gently stroke it. This fiery red fur is not only beautiful but also feels quite pleasant to touch. Sui smiled, realizing that it could sense his goodwill, and decided to embrace it from the cage, cradling it in his arms. He finally understood why so many people loved petting cats. The fluffy sensation was indeed delightful and addictive. The little red fox seemed to gradually become accustomed to such contact, gently closing its eyes. Being held by this human gave it a great sense of security. Seeing it like this, Sui knew it was time and softly asked, "Are you willing to become my contracted beast to be my closest companion?" The little red fox seemed to truly understand, opening its shimmering eyes in surprise as it looked at him. It did not fully comprehend, but it could sense that this human boy wanted it to stay by his side. It hesitated a bit. After all, following this boy meant embarking on a completely new and uncertain life. But this boy saved it, and it also quite liked the scent of this boy. After much deliberation, it ultimately made a decision, then closed its eyes again, gently nudging Sui's embrace as a response. Is it a yes? Sui was pleasantly surprised, and no wonder. It was an extraordinary creature with noble level potential. Its intelligence was indeed high. Immediately he couldn't help but check the detailed information of the little red fox and specifically looked at its gender. Female. Relieved. He was not discriminatory against males. In fact, if he were just an ordinary beast tamer, he wouldn't care about such things at all. However, he was not ordinary. His beasts would eventually need to undergo transformation. He could certainly accept ordinary male beasts, but what would it be like to constantly be around male transformed creatures? After checking the gender, he shifted his focus to the evolution species section. Conditions for evolving into Fire Fox Apprentice level 6 stars and a low-level fire attribute Spirit Fruit. Conditions for evolving into Fire Spirit Fox Apprentice level 9 stars, a Fire Spirit Stone and 100 Soul Power. To evolve from Red Fox to Fire Spirit Fox, its energy level must actually reach Apprentice level 9 stars. This condition was far more stringent than the first evolution of Xiaojing. However, it had already reached Apprentice level 8 stars, and if Sui was willing, he could help it grow to Apprentice level 9 stars within a few days. It was hardly a difficult task. Speaking of which, Sui felt somewhat fortunate. Thankfully, this little red fox had not consumed a low-level fire attribute Spirit Fruit after reaching Apprentice level 6 stars, or it would have autonomously evolved into a fire fox. Missing one transformation was equivalent to missing an opportunity for potential enhancement, which was quite significant for an extraordinary creature with only noble level potential. I have enough soul power, and the Fire Spirit Stone and energy level aren't issues. It seems I can try to help it transform after I return. Sui muttered to himself. However, what made him hesitant was that he currently had no way to contract this little one. If he helped it transform now, what if it turned against him later? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but softly ask, "Can you?" The little red fox opened its eyes, tilting its head in confusion as it looked at him. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2-day wilderness survival assessment finally came to an end, and the notified students gradually returned to the entrance of Shifeng Mountain Ridge. Although it was said to be 2 days, it actually wasn't that long. However, for these students it was still an unforgettable experience. In the monitoring shed, Dong Lianshan had already arranged for the points ranking to be tallied. A total of over 140 students had signed up for this assessment, but in the end only a little over 50 actually passed. Luckily, Yuanheng, Xiaihan, and the other 3 have returned. They really are back. Damn, Li Yuanheng is so handsome, and Xiaihan is beautiful too. Oh, and there's Sui. It's not fair. Why do the strong ones have to be so good looking? Hey, have you considered how Lei Haodi and Jia Rui feel when you say that? What are you talking about? Both of them aren't bad looking, just not as obviously handsome. Saya's fellow first-year students, they can already hunt elite-level fierce beasts, while I can't even defeat an ordinary-level fierce beast. Comparing myself to them makes me feel like a waste. Seeing Li Yuanheng and the others walk out from the mountain ridge, the waiting students couldn't help but cast admiring glances at them. Although Li Yuanheng and the others appeared aloof on the surface, they felt a sense of satisfaction inside, as if even their fatigue had lessened. However, this feeling of being in the spotlight didn't last long, as the waiting students erupted in another round of exclamations. Look at Sui, Sui is back too. Wow, is that the red fox he saved from the beast hunter? It's so cute, I want to pet it. Ladies, have you noticed that he looks even more handsome in real life than in the drone footage? How come I never noticed that our school has such a handsome guy? Don't just focus on his looks, his strength is impressive too. He was ranked 3rd in points yesterday and he's so gentle and caring. I want to be his girlfriend. As soon as Sui walked out from the mountain ridge, he was met with many heated gazes and one girl even shouted loudly at him. What's wrong with them? Why are they looking at me like that? I don't think I know them. Sui was a bit confused, completely unaware that he had become popular among these students due to the live stream. Especially after inadvertently establishing a persona of being strong, caring, and wealthy, it was hard for others not to be attracted to him. Without a doubt, he had become a prominent figure in the campus, just like Liaozhai and the others. All students have returned. Let's begin announcing the results of this assessment. Dong Lianshan turned to a teacher who was leading the group. The teacher nodded and immediately walked over with the report card, loudly stating, "All right students, quiet down now. We will announce the results of this wilderness survival assessment. First place Li Yuanhang 77.55 points, second place Xia Yihan 74.23 points, third place Lei Haodi 72.89 points, fourth place Jia Rui 70.11 points. It was indeed those four. Their points are so high, all over 7,000, while I only have over 100. Many could not help but exclaim. Everyone quiet. The teacher cleared his throat and continued, fifth place Sui 24.42 points. Incredible, Sui has indeed made it into the top 5. If Xia Yihan and the others hadn't hunted that red flame dog lion, he might not even have scored higher than them. He should be the only one in the top 10 whose pet has not reached ordinary level yet, right? Upon hearing Sui's ranking, many were astonished. In contrast, the strength of those behind seemed somewhat mediocre. From 6th place onward, no one had over 2,000 points, and the 10th place had only 800. The gap was just too large. What was most surprising was that among the top 10 there were only 2 second-year and third-year students, and they ranked at the bottom. It should be noted that many from the second and third years participated in this assessment, making up more than half. However, in the top 10 rankings they were completely crushed by the first-year students. But upon reflection, it wasn't unexpected. These students, who were still at the apprentice level in their second and third years, were inherently poor performers. Either their talent was lacking or their resources were scarce, making it difficult for them to stand out. Being overshadowed by the prominent figures of the first-year students was quite logical. However, after the 10th place, the proportion of second-year and third-year students increased, and they even managed to slightly outscore the first-year students. After announcing the results, it was time for the exciting award ceremony. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Dong Lianshan personally awarded the courage medals to the top 10 students. This medal is certified by the Guangzhou Military Department and is an honor that can be recorded in one's life. Its value is beyond doubt. Alright, this wilderness survival assessment is officially over. Passing this assessment shows that you have acquired the most basic qualities to become a warrior. I hope you continue to work hard and strive to become the glory of the nation. Finally, it's over. Many students revealed relaxed smiles. After surviving in the wild for 2 days, they just wanted to go back, take a hot shower, and enjoy a good night's sleep. Although I only ranked 5th, my gains should be the greatest. Looking at these jubilant students, Sui also smiled. Through this assessment, he not only obtained the courage medal as he wished, but his battle experience with Xiaojing had also become richer, to the point where he could contend with fierce beasts like the jungle wolf king. Furthermore, his soul power had unknowingly accumulated to 893 points. Speaking of which, he had to thank Liaozhai. If they hadn't killed a red flame dog lion, his soul power wouldn't have exceeded 700. At this moment, this soul power was already enough for Xiaojing to evolve into a thorn demon flower. With just 1 or 2 more hunts of apprentice-level fierce beasts, he could even help the little red fox to undergo demonization. Speaking of the little red fox, this was actually his greatest gain. A pet beast with elite potential can be considered a priceless treasure. The strongest pet of Guancheng City Lord Luo Yanfeng is also only at this level. By the way, the red fox is a fire attribute extraordinary creature. That intermediate pet skill stone recording the great flame explosion is just right for it. Thinking about this, Sui couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. Great flame explosion? This is a real intermediate skill, much stronger than the explosive flame missile. If the little red fox truly mastered it, its strength might even surpass that of Xiaojing. By the way, there is an expired yin-yang pill in the storage space. Sui suddenly remembered something. The fire-type spiritual energy contained in this pill is definitely no less than a fire spirit stone, and it can also increase the success rate of evolution and the probability of comprehending fire-type skills. He wasn't sure how exactly it increased, but he guessed that after taking this pill it would temporarily enhance the pet's intelligence. Great Flame Explosion Yin-Yang Pill. Sui suddenly realized that he could now cultivate the little red fox into a very powerful pet. Should I cultivate this little fellow now? Looking at the red fox in his arms, who was pretending to sleep with its eyes closed, he hesitated. Just as he was pondering, someone suddenly called out to him. He looked up and found it was his 4 classmates. Congratulations, we didn't expect our class most outstanding student would be you. But thank goodness for you, otherwise our class 4 of year 1 would really be at the bottom. Qiuqi said with a smile clearly friendly. Not only him but the aloof Fang Ziyue also rarely managed a smile. As for Wang Ziheng, his expression couldn't be said to be friendly, it was more accurate to say it was flattering. Thank you. Sui politely replied, but since he wasn't very familiar with them before, he momentarily didn't know what else to say. Fortunately, Qiuqi was very good at socializing, enthusiastically patting his shoulder with a familiar demeanor. You really are hiding your talents, almost making everyone overlook you. But you were able to casually take out 1.8 million to save a red fox. Why didn't you buy a better pet for yourself back then? Sui smiled and replied, I didn't have the ability to buy one before. Don't think too highly of me. If it weren't for Senior by Jiqing and the Jing Tian group, I would just be an ordinary student. So you received sponsorship from the Jing Tian group. Qiuqi's curiosity was finally resolved, but he still asked, what does this have to do with Senior by Jiqing and the Jing Tian group? Can you elaborate? This involves a confidentiality agreement, sorry. Sui refused without hesitation. Seeing this, Qiuqi wisely chose not to ask further. Originally he wanted to chat with Sui a bit more, but at that moment another group of people came over. Hello, I'm Li Yuanhang from class 6 of year 1. Li Yuanhang proactively extended his hand to Sui, being quite polite. Behind him, Xia Yihan, Lei Howdy and Jia Rui also walked over. Hello. Sui politely shook his hand, but he was somewhat puzzled in his heart, not knowing why they suddenly approached him. We've heard about your strength. We were busy treating our pets in the mountains earlier and didn't get a chance to say hello, sorry. Li Yuanhang looked apologetic. They had seen Sui next to the corpse of the Qiyan dog lion, but since Sui's pet was only an apprentice level at the time, they didn't pay him much attention. Now they realized that person was actually the 5th in this assessment. You're too polite. Since we didn't know each other before, I didn't take the initiative to greet you, so there's no need to take it to heart. So now we know each other, right? Li Yuanhang looked at him with a smile. Of course. Sui wouldn't push away someone who came to befriend him. Li Yuanhang restrained his smile and said seriously, since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. I heard that your thorn vine seems to have mastered hardening and can even bind the jungle wolf king. Such a control-type pet is exactly what we lack. So are you interested in joining us when we enter the Legacy Secret Realm in a week? If you join us, our small team of 5 will have no shortcomings at all, and even if we encounter elite-level ferocious beasts, we can easily eliminate them. They came to invite him to form a team. Sorry, I might not be able to join you. Sui prepared to refuse without thinking. But before he could finish his sentence, Liaozhai interrupted him. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If the 5 of us join forces, we still have a chance to obtain the legacy treasure. Even if divided into 5 parts, it would still be extremely generous. Isn't that much better than acting alone? Sorry, you misunderstood. The reason I refuse is not because I want to act alone. I know my strength is insufficient, so I don't plan to participate in the secret realm exploration in a week. I will also give up the school's quota this time. What did you say? You're giving up? Liaozhai and the others were very surprised, doubting whether they heard wrong. Yes, I'm a person who fears death and don't dare to do things without certainty, Sui admitted calmly. Liaozhai